Chapter 601, Civil Strife in Alfonso. Saved a ship of Alfonso Mechanicus. This statement is a bit strange. Isn't Alfonso an enemy? Why save him? To talk about it, we have to mention the intelligence organization of the Alliance. The person who made the contribution was a person Gu Hang remembered. Arnochenko, he is Asana's younger brother. As a senior agent of the Central Bureau of Investigation, Arno was ordered to enter the Alfonso star field to collect intelligence. Compared to the Western Front, due to the chaotic situation, there were armored troops everywhere. The progress of collecting intelligence was quite slow. The progress of the intelligence network established by Arno in the Alfonso star field was relatively much better. According to the intelligence Arno reported before, after the fleet led by Sage Dubois was destroyed, the entire Alfonso sect experienced great turmoil. The overall strength of the Alfonso sect is very strong. They use the name of the star field to have a very strong influence on the entire star field. In comparison, the Mingyang sect in the Dragon Eagle star field is simply not in the same league as them. Alfonso has 3 forging worlds, each of which is no weaker than Jindy Star. The entire star field is their sphere of influence. 600 worlds either provide raw materials, provide food, provide manpower, provide markets, provide low-end technology transfer and processing sites. It can be said that the hundreds of worlds in the Alfonso star field are almost all revolving around the 3 forging worlds. The essence of the entire sect's power is also reflected in these 3 forging worlds. They are not monolithic. Before joining the war, there were doves in Alfonso. This is a combination of the Imperial faction and the centrists. The former always disagree with the sect's betrayal of the Empire and follow iron armor. The latter, it is not necessary to follow the Empire, and it is also possible to continue doing business with iron armor. What they emphasize is that the sect should withdraw from the outside, do business, and sell equipment on the one hand, but personally participating in the war is absolutely not allowed. In the early years, the centrists were the most numerous, but on the eve of Alfonso participation in the war, they had already joined the Imperials, and became doves, and were completely suppressed by the Hawks. The so-called Hawks, of course, are the ones who will lead the entire sect to follow iron armor. When Alfonso fleet attacked the Proud Claw Star region, it was the peak of the Hawks' reputation. At that time, no one thought that such a powerful fleet would encounter any obstacles when it went south into the Proud Claw Star region. Any obstacle in front of Alfonso fleet will be ruthlessly crushed. In the glorious victory, Alfonso's sect will step on the corpses of the Alliance, prove its strength to iron armor, and establish its identity as a double-headed eagle in this independent organization. This is what the Hawks claimed. And it was also crushed when the news of the defeat came later. The reputation of the Hawks was immediately damaged, and the voices of the doves were raised again. Whether it was the Imperialists or the centrists, they were angry at the actions of the Hawks, accusing them of rash behavior and ruining the precious wealth of the sect. The act of starting a war also pushed the entire sect into a very bad abyss. Did the Hawks lose power? It should be so. They lost a large number of senior figures, especially the Sage Dubois. They ruined their military power, and they lost their reputation because of the defeat. The doves tried to seize power, and there were many conflicts between the two sides, even some armed conflicts. However, at this critical moment, someone spoke up, the great sage Martin Varlock. In the past struggles between the Hawks and doves, the great sage never publicly expressed his opinions, but rather acted as a balancer between the two sides. At this moment, he suddenly spoke out, representing the voice of the Hawks. He expressed his attitude in a speech, and took down one of the 3 forging generals in a suppression operation led by himself. The voices within the Alfonso sect were calmed. However, Arno, who was in the Alfonso star field, was able to realize that the waves had not completely subsided. In fact, in the previous dove's massive counterattack against the Hawks, Arno's shadow was there. He represented the Alliance, contacted many doves, especially the Imperialists among the doves, and supported their actions. Of course, the Alliance was far away, and it was not convenient to take direct military action to avoid external pressure from gluing the Alfonso sect that was about to split together. It was also difficult for the Alliance to transport some substantial material help, and the oil men didn't actually need it. However, many of the political promises made by the Alliance are of great interest to them. The Imperial faction was reluctant to oppose the Empire as a whole. On the one hand, it was because of loyalty. On the other hand, they believed that the two sides were not on the same level in terms of size. No matter how well they fought in the early stages of the war, and how many victories they achieved, under the huge size of the empire, the final victory could not be theirs. They were also afraid that they would be liquidated after the defeat. The political promises made by the alliance are basically concentrated in these two aspects. For the loyalists, they will be rewarded for their loyalty, and will prove to Mars and Holy Terra that they have always been loyal subjects of the Empire, and have never betrayed the god of all machines. In the most difficult times, they also fought for the Empire within the Alfonso sect. For the latter, they are promised to help them avoid liquidation after the war. Through these imperial factions, Arno even contacted many centrists. His work was originally going well, not to mention relying directly on internal reforms to overthrow the Alfonso sect. At least a reliable network of relationships could be established. When the Alliance army enters the Alfonso star field in the future, these networks of relationships could pave the way for the army's advance. Many places that would have cost countless lives and countless military expenditures to conquer, could perhaps be conquered with just a few words. However, the great sage Varric personally intervened, disrupting Arno's plan. He himself was almost exposed. On the one hand, he wondered why the great sage Varric, who should have been a centrist, or who did not express his attitude at all, suddenly became so tough. On the other hand, he was also very active in trying to gain some benefits in this situation. He hid his network, which had suffered a major blow. Underground, all the intelligence officers, liaison officers, and agents fell silent, waiting for the opportunity. At the same time, he also planned a big thing, saving Sebastian Moreau. This person was the casting general captured by Varric. Varric was not so crazy as to kill the casting general directly, but only imprisoned him. This gave Arno an opportunity. Chapter 602. Princess Arno did a big thing in the Alfonso Star region. He mobilized a lot of resources to rescue Sebastian Moreau. Not only the personnel of the Central Bureau of Investigation to which he belonged, but also the other two major foreign intelligence agencies of the Alliance, and even the Demon Hunter Force, were united by him. At the same time, he also launched the network of relationships that he had built since entering the Alfonso Star region, through the dispute between the Doves and the Hawks. But even so, Moreau was a very important person, and he must be detained tightly. To succeed in the end, perfect preparation and careful planning are essential. But some luck at the last moment is also inevitable. There were many crises along the way, and they stumbled and bumped on the boat of Arno and Moreau himself. They actually secretly crossed the Vinci and Vucci lines and entered the Alliance side. Afterwards, the ships of the Alfonso Mechanicus that were chasing them also rushed over and collided with the Alliance fleet stationed in the Vucci star system. Of course not. Moreau arrived in the Alliance. Gu Heng still attaches great importance to this. Before being captured, Sebastian Moreau was the Forge General of the Forge World, the Dragon Star, with the title of Sage, and he could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Alfonso sect. At the same time, he was also one of the most important figures in the Dove faction. It was for this reason that he was captured by Varric, and through his imprisonment, the Dove faction was suppressed. He is now in the hands of the Alliance, which means that if the Alliance enters the Alfonso star field in the future, the Doves and the Mechanicus will be very likely to be influenced by Moreau and directly defect. Of course, this also depends on Moreau's own willingness, and whether he is willing to follow the Alliance. Force is useless. The good news is that his willingness to escape from prison and follow Arno to the Alliance actual control area proves his attitude. Gu Heng expected this guy to play a significant role in the future, so that the Alliance would not waste the investment in Alfonso intelligence network to save him. Originally, the matter would end here. If he was to be used, it would be the business of the intelligence department, and he would be taken with him in the subsequent march. However, after arriving in the Alliance control area, this former casting general strongly requested to meet Gu Heng in person. Moreover, Arno also strongly suggested to Governor Gu through the intelligence structure that he should meet Moreau, claiming that he had very important intelligence. And Moreau would only tell Gu Heng, "It's about the Zerg." This aroused Gu Heng interest. The high-level members of the Alfonso sect have information about the Zerg, which should be reliable. If you want to meet, then meet. Sitting in a high position, Gu Heng met the former general of casting. Sebastian Moreau looked quite embarrassed. He wore a red and black robe, but his body was too small. According to Gu Heng's understanding of these high-level members of the Mechanicus, each of them, no matter what direction they develop in, will always transform their bodies more and more outrageous. Even Wu Jiarong cannot avoid this. They have too many things to be prepared at any time. Not only weapons, but also a large number of scientific research equipment and tools. These modifications are not done all at once. They often start with changing an eye, turning a finger into a drill, changing the digestive system to save time eating. Slowly, the dehumanization will become more and more exaggerated. As more and more things are installed, the size of these high-level oil men will naturally become larger and larger. At Moro level, his body shape should be completely different from that of a normal person. But now, he looks like an ordinary person, even shorter. This is mainly because when he was imprisoned by Varric, he had to be disarmed. Most of the mechanical modification structures on his body were removed. Otherwise, if a casting general was imprisoned intact, he would have too many ways to make a noise and escape. This time, Arno went to rescue him, and he also took advantage of this. After coming out of the prison, he installed a simple humanoid body, disguised himself as an ordinary mechanic, and escaped for a while. After that, it was a tense and exciting process of you hunting me and hiding, you chasing me, and I escaping in the sea of stars. There was neither the conditions nor the time for him to get a new body. From this perspective, Moro now looks like a human being, which is indeed very embarrassing. Gu Hang withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and said with a smile, "Welcome, Sage Moro. I deeply sympathize with what you have experienced in the Alfonso sect. We should jointly condemn the apostates who betrayed the Empire, betrayed the Emperor, and betrayed the God of all things. However, before that, you should have a good rest. I have important information that I must present to you in person." "So, what is it?" Moro did not speak again, but fiddled with his robe for a while. Gu Hang waited patiently. He could feel that, under the black and red robe, Moro hand seemed to reach into his body from the chest, and then went all the way up, and took out something at the back of his head. When Moro hand came out of the robe, he held a dark stone in his palm. Gu Hang stared at the stone. "Is this what you want to give me?" "Yes." Moro did not put on airs. He was not in a good condition to do so. He raised his hands respectfully, making a gesture of contribution. Invisible psychic tentacles, extended from Gu Hang's mind, gently rolled up the black stone in Moro's hand, and brought it in front of him. Looking closely, there was nothing special about it. It was just a neatly crafted oval stone. At best the surface was round and shiny. It was just a bit nice. But in reality, it is definitely not that simple. After taking it to his face, Gu Hang carefully examined it, and was able to feel a slight psychic reaction. Seeing that Moro had no intention of explaining, Gu Hang simply probed more of his psychic power into the stone. Suddenly, his eyes blurred and the scene changed. He seemed to be in a fantasy world, and everything he saw was rippled with water, like swaying jelly. One after another, the scenes recorded in the stone pieces flashed before his eyes. These things, obviously, happened at different times and places, but the contents of the stories are quite closely related. The first few scenes should be in a certain starport, where space marines wearing the ironclad livery are handing over a batch of goods to members of the Alfonso sect. These goods are warehouses of void Zerg corpses. The Zerg corpses are soaked in petri dishes of various sizes, of various types. And the next few scenes, soaked in petri dishes, have changed from corpses to Zerg living bodies. Then, there were many more clips, all of which were Alfonso researchers, dissecting and studying these corpses. There were also clips of them reporting to the Iron Armored Corps. Seeing these, Gu Hang felt that there was nothing strange. For a long time in the past, the Iron Armored Corps had been stationed in the Empress Star region for a long time, and their duty was to fight against the void Zerg that kept emerging from the Empress Star region. During the war, some corpses, living bodies were captured, and then sent to the Mechanicus, which had a good relationship with them, for research. Is there anything strange? It is nonsense to convict Taikai based on these images. They can even say that these studies are simply for the purpose of studying the enemy situation, and for better fighting against these aliens. In fact, this may be the truth. Gu Hang also has these studies. There are living samples of green skins in the Alliance Research Institute. There is nothing strange about it. In fact, when Gu Hang saw the living body of the brain worm tyrant that impressed him so much being transported here, he didn't think there was anything wrong. Using the power of aliens in the Empire is a taboo on the surface, but who hasn't done it? If this is a big deal, as decisive evidence that Taikai threw insects, Gu Hang himself feels that it is not justifiable, let alone trying to convince others. This is not what Gu Hang wants. But just when Gu Heng felt a little disappointed, the last scene appeared. It was a huge square culture dish, about 30 meters long. In the purple translucent culture fluid, a bug floated, filling the entire culture dish. If it was just a huge size, a living body, it would not be enough to surprise Gu Heng. Large-sized void zergs. They were not unseen in previous scenes. They were all very precious samples. Some living cannons, swarm tyrants, assassin bugs and other big things. And many relatively complete corpses were transported here as experimental materials. Although there are few living big bugs, there are some. But what attracts people's attention is that this bug, looking at its body shape, has no sharp teeth and claws, and no iconic shell. From the appearance, it seems that it has no fighting ability. On the contrary, it is more like a larva. A larva that needs a cubic culture dish of 30 meters long and wide. Gu Heng didn't react for a while, but then he knew what was strange. Let's not talk about what kind of larvae can be so big. Another important question is, do the void zerg have larvae? According to Gu Heng's understanding of this great enemy of mankind, they are genetic weapons born directly from the incubation pool. No matter what type of insects, they should be in the form of adults when they are born. Generally speaking, their functions when they are born are determined. Some are responsible for fighting. Some are responsible for swallowing and transporting everything they swallow back to the digestion pool. Often, after completing their work and mission, they will jump into the digestion pool by themselves, be digested into biomass, and then be transported to the incubation pool by living pipes, waiting for reorganization. There is no report claiming that a single individual of the void zerg has reproductive capacity. Their strong reproductive capacity does not depend on the individual, but on the swarm as a whole, using biomass to form eggs in the incubation pool, or directly using biomass to form the body. In this case, are there any void zerg in the larval state? Could it be that my knowledge of the void zerg is not deep enough, resulting in some deviation in my understanding? Gu Heng couldn't help but doubt himself. He used his psychic power to freeze the scene, and then tried to zoom in to observe this strange insect. But the next moment, while everything in the picture was still, the countless eyes of the larva suddenly opened and stared at Gu Heng. Suddenly, a creepy feeling rushed to his head. It wasn't that Gu Heng was scared. His mind was suddenly pulled out of the illusion. The dark stone was flung out by the sudden uncontrolled force, and hit the wall of the hall, rolling several times before stopping. Gu Heng sat on the chair, gasping for breath. Simple emotional changes would not cause him to have such a violent physiological reaction. That was psychic energy. This psychic energy made Gu Heng feel a strong mental impact. If it was a slightly weaker psychic, this impact would be enough to directly destroy his brain. Some guards wanted to catch up, but were stopped by Gu Heng. He carefully savored the taste of the psychic energy that had just bombarded his mind. He found that he had experienced it personally and fought against it. That was when he was fighting with Alfonso Fleet, when the Neurozoan was imprisoned on the War Ark and enslaved by the Mechanicus. The taste of the psychic energy of the Neurozoan was exactly the same as what he was experiencing now. But this larva was definitely not a Neurozoan. Gu Heng could know that the two were very different. In fact, he had a vague feeling. The spiritual energy just now was not hidden in the stone, and it did not attack him suddenly. It was more like a warning through the stone as a medium, across a very long distance. It was as if Gu Heng saw it, even if it was only through the remaining past images. It was far away from countless worlds, and it also saw Gu Heng, and greeted Gu Heng cordially. If this is the guess, it is a bit scary. What kind of bug can have such a terrifying spiritual power? Gu Heng sat back for a long time before asking, Mr. Moro, do you know what appeared at the end? It was the princess. Princess? Do you mind explaining it to me? I would like to tell you in detail. But, I'm sorry, there are many things I don't know. It doesn't matter. This matter is very important. Just tell me everything you know, including your guesses. Okay, Moreau responded. Princess is the name given to it by Humphrey Paul. It was captured 180 years ago, and is regarded by the Iron Armored chapter as the greatest hope to completely end the threat of the Void Zerg in the Queen Star domain. He sent the princess to Alfonso, hoping that we could help him with his research. Chapter 603, Lord of the Swarm. In Moreau's narration, Gu Heng heard a story. In this story, the Iron Armored Regiment was once no different from many other loyalist regiments in the Empire. They were loyal, brave and wise. In the Princess Star region, They joined forces with the Fury and Stone Shield regiments to firmly lock down the place called the Insect Plague Star region. That was a star region originally called Ankaya, but it had been destroyed long ago. A plague of insects broke out here. From the uninhabited void, the Zerg fleet appeared and destroyed this star region in a very short time. The Iron Armored Regiment, whose home planet is in the Empress Star region, responded to the call for help and defeated this not-so-strong Zerg fleet. But the crisis has just begun. What they repelled was only the outpost fleet. In the 14 worlds of this Plague Star region, there are insects emerging continuously. It seems that there is a huge Zerg tentacle fleet on the way, wave after wave, without passing through the space tunnel of the Star Realm, and rushing towards the Plague Star region wave after wave. The Iron Armored Regiment is firmly here, working diligently. They are building a defense line in the insect-stricken star zone. When the enemies are few and weak, they can still control the situation in this star zone. But there are also times when the situation is bad. The defense in the star zone collapses, and the enemies wreak havoc in the entire star field, and even expand to the scope of the universe. First, the universe government, and then the central government of the empire, also gradually pay attention to the persistent stubborn disease in this area. All parties began to increase their investment in defense of the insect-stricken star zone. The first to bear the brunt of the priority support is naturally the Iron Armored Regiment, which has always been fighting on the front line. Even, the Empire knew from the beginning that the Iron Armored Corps had an excess of troops, but they turned a blind eye to it, because it was necessary. First, the Iron Armored Corps was always losing people, and making sacrifices, and the troops must be replenished at any time. Even, the support provided by the Empire included population support from all parties, which enabled them to better select new soldiers, and allowed them to recruit soldiers from every world in the Princess Star region. There was no way to strictly control the number of people to 1,000, otherwise, if a war was fought, they would lose hundreds of people, and it would be impossible to make up for it temporarily. Secondly, if the number of troops is strictly limited to 1,000, the situation in the Princess Star region cannot be controlled at all. Otherwise, the Empire will invest more resources, more warbands, and more fleets, or allow the iron armor to exceed the limit. It has to choose one. And the result is also very obvious. The Empire chose the latter. Instead of pursuing the iron armor's excessive berths, it will give more support. Just hold off the Zerg for me. The actual situation is just as the Empire expected. The iron armor warband itself, at most, together with a few surrounding allied warbands, and the power of the Princess Star region, can hold off the Zerg plague. For disasters of the same scale, the Empire often has to pay a price far exceeding this figure to pacify them. Not to mention, the Zerg Star region is a continuous disaster. Unless a dark expedition is carried out to the dark outer regions that are not connected by the interstellar tunnels, where the Zerg fleet comes from. To eradicate the problem, the Zerg here will seem to be a place that is constantly refreshing. Some large and some small. It is great that we can solve it with this little price at the moment. It was also during this period that the Alfonso sect, paid by the Empire, provided resources to the Iron Armor, and then simply established a very good trade relationship with the Iron Armor Regiment. Their home base, Alfonso, was next to the Empress Star region, and they also had to rely on the Iron Armor to block the bugs. In addition, the large number of corpses of void bugs and beasts provided by the Iron Armor, and even living samples, are also what the Alfonso sect wants very much. These strange, strong and very inspiring creatures are of great help to the Alfonso sect in conducting some special research. Even the corpses of some low-level Zerg have great value as biological materials when recycled. Some armored units produced by the Alfonso cult are rebuilt with the Zerg chitinous shell, which is comparable to steel. They have been cooperating for a long time, and their relationship has become better and better. In this case, the Empire is not really worried that the situation will get out of control, although the Iron Armor has been tacitly approved and even has additional support. A star field is a backing, and a powerful mechanical cult with 3 forged worlds as an ally. The threat of the Zerg nest they face is always there, and very serious. Their strength was always being depleted, which should be similar to the reinforcements they received. Compared with their growing power, the Empire was more worried for a long time whether Iron Armor would not receive enough support to resist the pests. Iron Armor himself was also worried about this. Of course, it is also possible that Humphrey Paul, at that time, already had some ambitions. Things changed 180 years ago, when they captured a strange larva. Later, the Alfonso sect studied this, and believed that this was a queen of the void Zerg, or the larva of the mother Zerg. The birth of the void Zerg mainly depends on the queen. She designed and produced all the void Zerg beasts in the entire Zerg nest fleet, even the living ships of the Zerg. The queen is also the core of the Zerg nest fleet. Once it is destroyed, it means that this Zerg nest fleet has lost the ability to reproduce. Whether it is the living ships or the hatching pools placed on the surface of the planet, they will no longer work. At the same time, she is also the highest node creature of the entire Hive fleet. Her death also means that the entire Hive fleet has lost unified coordination and command at the macro level. Lower node creatures, such as the Hive Overlord, the Hive Tyrant, the Neurozoan, etc., can still command their troops, but they have directly lost their coordination ability. No longer able to support each other quickly, the swarm will be very easy to be divided and eliminated. Of course, the swarm also has a response mechanism. Before the queen, it will hatch multiple larvae. This is the only known Zerg creature that has a larval stage. These larvae are inactive when the queen is present. Once the queen dies, they will be activated, then fight each other, devour each other, and eventually grow into a new queen. The lower-level Zerg creatures will quickly reconnect with the new queen at this stage, which means that the new queen takes over the entire swarm of the mother. Iron Armor, led by Humphrey Paul, raided the core of a small-scale Zerg hive fleet. They were very brave, even desperate, and boarded the largest Zerg ship. They are called ships, but in fact they are giant specialized creatures as huge as starships. They are alive. Boarding is like sending yourself into the belly of a giant beast. They were inside, not only facing the huge number of enemies that had hatched, but also facing the changes in the internal structure of the biological ships themselves. These changes were all aimed at killing them, such as suddenly spraying strong corrosive liquid, such as shooting bone nails. No one knew how Humphrey Paul did it, but he completed this almost impossible task, decapitated and eliminated the queen of the swarm, and returned successfully. Taking this opportunity, this hive fleet was completely annihilated, and mankind once again won a glorious victory. However, only a few people know that. When Humphrey Paul returned, he also brought back the larva. They killed all the other larvae, and took this one away before it grew up and took over the hive fleet. After the swarm was destroyed, the larva had no one to command. Its development was severely slowed by malnutrition, and there was no more biomass to provide for her to produce worm beasts. She was imprisoned and sent to the Alfonso sect. They called it the princess. The Alfonso sect was overjoyed. But this was not a gift from Paul, but a top-secret mission to study the queen of insects, in order to control the insect swarm. So far, this is all Sebastian Moreau knows. He is a high-ranking member of the Alfonso sect, one of the 3 casting generals. But even he only knows about this incident that happened 180 years ago. In fact, except for the pictures he shared with Gu Hang, which he saw with his own eyes, many other things were investigated by him, or even guessed, and may not be completely reliable. But that's probably it. As for what happened later, he had no definite information or evidence at all. The great sage Martin Valuc took over the research work personally, and only the sage Dubois was his assistant, who participated in the project. At the same time, the great sage also kept it as the highest secret of the sect. Among the people who accompanied him to receive the larvae, except for the 3 forging generals and 1 main business sage, the rest all had their self-consciousness and memory parts of the brain removed, and were made into mechanical servants, to ensure that the information would not be leaked. That is to say, in the entire Alfonso sect, except for the 5 of them, no one knows. Oh, now it should be 4. Sage Dubois died when the sect attacked the Proud Claw Star region. However, not knowing the exact situation does not prevent Moreau from guessing. Otherwise, the larvae breeding failed. But this possibility now seems extremely low. On Alfonso II's war arc, where did the imprisoned Neurozoa come from? Where did the technology to enslave and control it come from? I'm afraid they are all the results of the research on the Queen. But did they just use the Queen to develop and apply these technologies? Moreau didn't believe it. He believed that the great sage did not reject Humphrey Paul's request and mission. As for the related technologies of the Void Zerg, including the Neuroprotozoan, they may be just byproducts of research. The ultimate goal of this project is to produce and control the swarm. Not just 1 or 2 bugs, but a whole swarm. Humphrey Paul wants this. And that's as it should be. This will directly solve the problem his regiment is facing now. If he can control the Queen of Zerg, it means that he can raise a swarm of Zerg to fight against the invading Zerg. when facing the invading Zerg. If he has a Queen of Zerg, he can even fight for the control of the opponent's lower creatures. Going further, solving the current problem of the regiment. How can it be the limit? With a Queen of Zerg, and a swarm of Zerg that can expand at will, there are too many things that can be done in the future. Combined with the current situation, Varric research is likely to have been successful. Based on this premise, it can explain the questions that Gu Heng had thought of before. There are insect swarms blocking the north line, there are extraordinary mortal troops on the west line, and the enslaved Neurozoa encountered on the south line. And why Humphrey Paul wants to attack the Mager universe in an all-out way. According to normal logic, he really can't quickly transform the production capacity and population of the Mager universe into his own war potential. But if we look at it from the perspective that he can control a swarm of insects, it is completely different. Let the swarm of insects go. Let them eat a few big waves. How powerful will the swarm of insects be? Gu Heng dare not even think about it. Why didn't Taikai use this trick before? The possible reason is that this matter is still too ridiculous. Letting the swarm of insects eat the world will greatly shake Taikai basic base. Or they may still have some bottom line. But as the war situation worsens, if Taikai does nothing and relies on their own original strength, it will obviously not work. Victory, destroying the Phoenix on the Western Front, that was obviously a breakthrough. The power of the Zerg definitely intervened. But the degree of intervention may not be strong, or even only in key battles. There are many survivors of the Empire in the battle, who could only say some ambiguous information after the war, and they themselves have not witnessed it with their own eyes. However, the bottom line will not be broken only once. After defeating the Phoenix, then what they will face next is the more fierce anger of the High Lords, the combination of the Ortopus Regiment and many other regiments, the Imperial Solar Star Army, the attack of the Solar Fleet, will bring greater pressure. On the contrary, Iron Armor suffered heavy losses after the victory. With one side gaining and the other losing, why did they fight Mager? For fun? Gu Heng could already imagine countless digestion tanks, hatching tanks, being set up in the worlds on Mager. The world of the Empire fell into a dead silence, and the scene of the Zerg being born from it. With a long sigh of relief, Gu Heng sent Sebastian Moreau away. He sorted out the materials himself. Which ones were confirmed intelligence, which ones were guesses, all had to be written down clearly. He will distribute these as detailed reports to the central government of the Empire and the Northern Front. You can do whatever you want. When the sky falls, the tall people will hold it up. So you tall people, you need to be mentally prepared. Although Gu Heng had warned them before, it was just a guess, just a possibility. But now, it is basically confirmed. And we can also roughly estimate the means they may use and guess their strategic goals in the Mager universe. The persuasiveness is much stronger. Another thing to do is to fight the war of public opinion. Humphrey Paul and Martin Varric are not afraid. Does every Iron Armor warrior know it? Do the other war groups that follow Paul know it? Do every world controlled by Iron Armor know it? Bugs want to eat people. Now, the big boss you follow, when the war is difficult to fight, how will he feed his bug swarm? The intelligence organization of the Alliance, it is time to start to exert its strength. At the same time, Gu Heng must also consider his plan of waiting for a year and a half, whether he should continue to stick to it. The intelligence brought by Moreau is of extraordinary value. Chapter 604. Parasite Infection. The reason why Gu Heng had to wait for a shipbuilding cycle before was that the war potential of the Alliance was greater than that of Iron Armor. And this fact could not be changed. Gu Heng was confident under the general trend. No matter what changes happened outside, I would remain unmoved and ensure strategic determination. However, strategic determination does not mean that you really have a plan. And you don't care about anything. You just insist on it regardless of any changes in the situation. The war potential, because of the arrival of new intelligence, must be reevaluated. Including the Zerg, who dares to say that the Iron Armor that is expanding in various parts of the Mager star field is not good? After receiving Gu Heng warning, the Empire was also a little flustered. On the one hand, they sent people to confirm the correctness of the intelligence, to prevent Gu Heng from talking nonsense. There are two teams from the Mars and Holy Terra governments, who are coming to meet Sebastian Moreau. But to be honest, sending an envoy is not important. The journey is long, it will take a year to arrive at the destination. If we wait until the confirmation is done, I am afraid that the opportunity will be lost. This information confirmation will only be important if Gu Heng is confirmed to be talking nonsense. Now, all parties in the Empire must act on the premise that the information provided by Gu Heng is accurate. The most obvious thing is that the northern line needs to be strengthened. Originally, the Anti-Foreign Inquisition, which was just joining in the fun and helping out, became very interested. They sent more Silver Watch warriors and brought out a lot of treasure techniques to deal with the Zerg. And under the escort of a large number of Inquisitors and Stormtroopers, they reinforced the front battlefield. The main reinforcement was the Northern Offensive, hoping to help Marshal Matthew Leroy to quickly resolve the Zerg swarms on the northern front and officially launch an attack on the core area of the Ironclad. At the same time, their manpower also came to the Magres universe in large numbers to investigate and even prevent the Ironclad from releasing Zerg swarms in the Magres universe as Gu Heng had guessed, and devouring worlds one by one. The Sun Fleet, which had been gathering, finally set off. Some ships had not yet arrived, and some Star Army Corps had not yet been fully staffed. But the situation had come to this point, and there was no room for waiting any longer. They stopped the gathering and hurriedly set off for the Tianwang universe, continuing to defend the connection between the Tianwang and Spider universes, while also launching an attack on the Mager universe. The follow-up troops were still on their way, so they could only be supplemented later. To be honest, this was a risky decision, but fortunately, the bad situation did not happen. The leader of the Ortopus Regiment, Lu Sililius, personally led the team to open up the astral tunnel from the Tianwang realm to the Mager realm. The Iron Armor Regiment did capture this place first, but the troops they left here were not sufficient, and even the two worlds connecting the two sides of the tunnel had not been completely pacified by the Iron Armor. Under the powerful attack of the Ortopus Regiment, they were quickly repelled. Then, Captain Sililius further dispersed the troops surrounding the astral tunnel connecting to Tianwang, controlling more than a dozen worlds, trying to establish a strategic buffer so that the entire army has a relatively stable territory. At the same time, they also sent ground troops into these worlds. The Inquisitors of the Anti-Foreign Order are particularly important. They need to assess whether the surfaces of these planets have been invaded by the Zerg. It turns out that there really is. They found signs of Zerg corruption in almost every world. This is very bad news. Even when Gu Heng knew it, he was prepared, he was still shocked. Had the worlds near the Tianwang universe and the Mager universe been infected? The Iron Armored Corps has just arrived in these worlds not long ago. Their actions are too fast. What is more worrying is that even these marginal areas are like this. What about those worlds that have been taken over by the Iron Armored Corps? What about the base camp, like the Princess Star region? Of course, people can't just think badly. Among these bad news, there are relatively good ones. That is, the corruption of these worlds is not too serious. Generally, there are only some evil cults supported by Iron Armor, or organizations that use the Empire State religion as a cover to spread the corruption of the Zerg privately. The eggs parasitize on people, and the symbiotic worms are cultivated, which will change the physical form of people and then change their thoughts. The infected people, basically, can be said to be hopeless, and they will spread further, infecting more people. But fortunately, the number of infections is not large, and it can still be handled. The most serious worlds are nothing more than flowers blooming everywhere, plus a few void Zerg digestion pools, and the supporting systems of the incubation pools, hidden in the bottom of the nest, hidden in the mountains and jungles, raising some Zerg troops. But even in the worst worlds, at least the local government institutions are still functioning. When Iron Armor was driven away, and the Empire nominally recovered these worlds, the local forces, with the support of the Empire, especially under the preaching of the Inquisition, understood what the so-called sects that Iron Armor had suppressed and refused to deal with were, and feared the fate they were about to face in the future. And they also began to take self-help actions. The local forces were assembled, with the Imperial troops as the guide and cutting-edge force, the local defense forces as the backbone, and the main goal of the whole people fighting against the Zerg infection. And a vigorous global action was launched. After getting this information, Gu Heng was slightly relieved. Captain Lu Sililius of the Ortopus Regiment was a very reliable and sober person. Gu Heng was afraid that if he had such a top-level space marine as the commander-in-chief, they would have a breakdown. Many space marines felt that they were above mortals, did not care about mortals, and only wanted to wipe out the enemies of the Empire. As a result, when they really got down to work, they were impetuous and confused, and made a mess of the situation. But fortunately, Sililius is not like that. His approach coincides with Gu Heng's idea to solve the corruption of those Zerg, whether strong or weak, and to prevent the Zerg from eventually devouring the entire world it must not rely solely on the power of the Empire's central army. If that were the case, there would be thousands of worlds in a universe, and no matter how many troops there were, if they were dispersed, it would be a drop in the bucket, and would not solve the problem. It is necessary to mobilize the local forces of these worlds, let the local residents understand that they are in a life and death crisis, and inspire them to fight on their own, then there is a chance of victory. What the central army has to do is, first of all, to drive out the iron armor forces, end their occupation, and prevent iron armor from suppressing the self-help behavior of local forces. Secondly, it is to strike at the stubborn points and make the local resistance smoother. At the same time, it is also necessary to provide a large amount of supplies, support the local forces in various worlds, and strengthen their resistance capabilities. Gu Heng was relieved when he saw that Silesius did a good job in these aspects. In fact, he was also prepared to do so. The Alliance army has entered the Nepeta Star region and the Alfonso Star region. At this point, Gu Heng finally ended the strategic determination he had been insisting on. Even if the shipbuilding cycle in the rear is almost completed, he can't wait any longer. Now, every time a world is taken down earlier, there will be fewer Zerg swarms to face in the future. Chapter 605, Taking the Initiative. When the time entered the 8th Standard Terra month of 10328, the situation of the Iron Armor War suddenly became turbulent. In fact, there were quite a lot of movements throughout the year. In February, the Western Front collapsed, the Phoenix Master disappeared, and the Phoenix Regiment suffered heavy losses. This was a rare time in the history of the Empire, when a newly founded regiment suffered such a big loss. But the remaining Phoenixes, the number is not that large, the acting regiment leader has just been selected, it is difficult to seek revenge, and the sub-regiments can only think of ways to help. Unfortunately, the number of Phoenix offspring is not large. Half a year after the collapse of the Western Front, the Mager universe was in chaos, and the iron armor was expanding madly. And they didn't even care how strong their control over the occupied world was. Even the word occupy is questionable. Often for some unimportant planets, an iron armor ship arrived, announcing that the world was liberated. The people and rulers of this world are even still confused. They might still be considering whether to resist the occupation of the iron armor, be loyal to the Empire, or just surrender for the time being. As a result, iron armor left. What kind of occupation is this? But often from then on, cults develop rapidly, and strange things happen one after another. Fortunately, the Imperial Central Army led by Silesius came, and there is hope for stability on the Western Front. While striving to stabilize more worlds in the Mager universe, Silesius is still looking for the main force of the Iron Armor Corps. Whether to seek a decisive battle is another matter. But at least we have to find out where the main force of the Iron Armor Corps is now after defeating the Phoenix. What are you doing? How is the status? The Northern Line has also received strong support from the Anti-Foreign Order, and has begun to speed up the cleanup of the Zerg. Many worlds have successfully fought against the Zerg, and the situation is improving. There is even an Infinite Warrior Company on the Northern Line that has broken through layers of obstacles and pushed the front line to the Jianmen Star region. This is close to the Huangnu Star region. And on the Southern Line, Gu Heng has also been dispatched. Although the current shipbuilding cycle has not been completed, if we wait another half a year, 6 giant ships can join the Alliance fleet. But even in these 6 months, Gu Heng couldn't wait any longer. Fortunately, the ships that had been seized before had been repaired. The Alliance attack targets were both the Jingjia and Alfonso Star regions. Gu Heng's strategy had a large jump. He was cautious at first, but now that he had decided to fight, he was willing to attack from both sides. Of course, the forces were not completely divided equally. At least, the Alliance assembled its fleet at the beginning, and took the lead in conquering the other side of the star tunnel leading to the Jingjia Star region. This place was not taken before, not because it was impossible to attack, it was purely to avoid provoking the opponent too much. But now, who cares whether it is provocative or not? The battle for the Star Tunnel was relatively smooth. When Gu Heng arrived in person, when the Alliance fleet came out in full force, it was meaningless to simply rely on a complete, tough planetary defense system. Without a strong garrison, without the flexible protection of the fleet, more importantly, without the psychic power to resist the Storm Mage Corps led by Gu Heng, their defense would be meaningless, and it would not even play a big role in delaying time. After successfully taking over the Star Tunnel, the strategy adopted by the Alliance was basically the same as what Silesius did in the Mager universe. However, the situation they encountered was somewhat different. Mager Universe was a new place occupied by iron armor. And many planets were not even occupied. Even if they spread the Zerg corruption. The degree of corruption was just that. To eradicate it, they only needed to mobilize the local government and let the locals pay attention. They could solve the problem themselves. However, the situation is completely different in the Nepeta Star region, which is next to the Princess Star region. The Nepeta Star region was directly occupied and ruled by iron armor. It has been 8 years since the Iron Armor War began. Since the Iron Armor's power has grown, they have been spreading their influence to the surrounding star regions, with the Princess Star region as the center for at least 200 years. After Iron Armor occupied Nepeta, the resistance in the star region was relatively low, which was completely different from the Mager Universe. There are hundreds of worlds under the jurisdiction of the Jingjia Star region, and the local governments of each world have a high degree of cooperation with Iron Armor. Therefore, Iron Armor has a great chance to spread the corruption of the Zerg to the Jingjia Star region. And the history of the spread is probably quite long. Even before the rebellion began, or even in the early stage of the rebellion, Iron Armor did not dare to spread corruption openly. But in the past 6 months, after the bottom line was lifted, his concerns were greatly reduced, and the degree of corruption was unimaginable. In fact, the intelligence department of the Alliance has already seen the clues of these situations. Although the Alliance has not taken the initiative to attack in the past period of time, it must have started to collect intelligence on the Jingjia Star region, which is obviously the next strategic target. When they did not have any intelligence about the connection between Iron Armor and the Zerg, they had already discovered that the cults and rebels on the planets in the Jingjia Star region were quite serious. They did not take it seriously before. Cults and rebels, which Imperial world did not have them. Even in the Alliance, core worlds like Kuroja, which have undergone institutional reforms by the Alliance and have delegated power to the grassroots, still occasionally receive reports of local legal institutions and local garrisons destroying small cult organizations. After all, with a population of 40 billion and dozens of hives, it is impossible to completely ban anything. Even Kuroja is like this, let alone the vast worlds of other empires. Although there are quite a few cult organizations in the various worlds of the Nepeta Star field, and there are still many that have colluded with the local ruling class, and even show signs of open cooperation, they are generally still in a state of heresy. Among these cults, there are still very few that are connected to the Chaos Abyss, and the Alliance intelligence officers have not found any serious signs in this regard. Many cults are more of a distortion and random interpretation of the doctrines of the Empire State religion, which are relatively more acceptable. The early overall assessment was that the risk of cults was relatively high, but still within the acceptable range. Now it seems that the previous investigation was mainly wrong in direction. The Alliance has relatively little to do with disasters such as the Zerg, and when it comes to cults, it is thought of from the perspective of chaos corruption. And if combined with the parasitic infection of the Zerg, the severity directly soars. Even within the Proud Claw Star region, not to mention the Nepeta Star region, such problems will be more prominent. Chapter 606, Nepenthe Strategy. The problems within the Aljwa Star region are relatively easy to solve. After all, it is separated from the Iron Armor base camp of the Royal Girl Star region by Nepenthe, and the impact it has suffered in the past 100 years is not as great as Nepenthe. More importantly, when Iron Armor put down its bottom line, the Aljwa Star region was already in the hands of the Alliance, and the largest scale of corruption spread, and the various planets of Aljwa did not enjoy it. On the contrary, after the Alliance received the intelligence, it immediately established a pest control office within each planet. The Alliance sends out commissioners to directly lead the local governments of each planet. They need to fully cooperate with the work of the Insect Control Office, and even include it in the core assessment indicators. Those who do well will all be credited, and they can be promoted along the line, and even accumulate merits to be promoted in the future. Those who do not do well and make trouble will be dismissed without any leniency. Rewards and punishments are secondary. What is more important is that publicity work must be done well. The first thing the commissioners sent from the Alliance Center to the local areas have to do is often to publicize the threat of insect pests to the local ruling class, and expose how terrible the universe-level super disaster that Iron Armor has set off will cause inhumane and inhumane. Multi-pronged approach. First, let people know that this thing is a catastrophe, which will destroy the world. The swarm devours the world, and no one can escape. This is the life and death of the tribe combined with the life and death of the individual. Then use the rewards and punishments within the Alliance system. to manage daily work and ensure that things can be implemented in place. You can't just rely on the righteousness, otherwise, the disaster will not come instantly. There will always be people who feel that it has nothing to do with them for the time being, and they are just fooling around. And these solve the problem of motivation. If there are still people who are unmotivated and drag their feet, then they are either stupid or bad. The so-called bad means that they should first suspect that they have been infected, and then directly eliminate them after confirmation. If they are not bad, then they are stupid. They will not be eliminated, but they should be kicked out of the team. After all, when things really get done in the future, it still depends on the mobilization ability and management level of the entire society. Some worlds are doing well, while some worlds are already at the level of feudal society mixed with slave society, and with the chaotic capital mixed in. It has become a mess. It is a bit unrealistic to expect them to accomplish great things and do a good job in controlling the spread of pest infection. At this time, the Alliance can no longer care about acting moderately. The Alliance system is being pushed forward forcefully, under the premise of military force and a strong survival crisis. Objectively speaking, it is a good time to promote the Alliance system. From a backward semi-feudal and semi-capitalist society, we have entered the era of the Alliance system. In recent times, those corrupt cults have been taking action. Many people have disappeared. Some natural ecological environments have changed rapidly. Cult organizations are being armed, resisting the official suppression. And even some planets have directly seen large-scale insect swarms. At the bottom of the nest, in the slums, in the wilderness, and even incubation pools have been found. In all worlds of the Proud Claw Star region, turmoil is inevitable. However, under the many means of the Alliance, the fully mobilized local forces of the planets are able to suppress the problems on their own in most cases. On planets with better conditions, the work is basically anti-cult, with the legal department as the core and the army as the auxiliary. The model is more similar to the War on Terror. On some planets with severe conditions, if a situation that can be called a war really breaks out, the defense forces can also eliminate the enemy. To put it bluntly, the most terrifying weapon of the Zerg is still their numbers. But they have not had enough time to plunder enough biomass on any planet in the Proud Claw Star region to produce enough Zerg/parasite infected people before the number increases. As long as the authorities pay enough attention and respond with all their strength, the threat of the pest can be controlled. The situation in the entire Proud Claw Star region can be said to be improving in the midst of chaos. However, the situation in the neighboring Nepeta Star region is completely different. The situation on Hushan Star, which connects Aojua and Jingjia, is not bad. It may be because this world is a fortress world, dominated by military towns, and the number of civilians is not large. Moreover, the basic social ecology is centered around supporting the lives of soldiers and military needs, and the civilians are also managed militaristically. In this environment, the spread of the insect pest cult is not high, and the number of infected people is not large. When the entire planet was taken down by the main force of the Alliance, a small number of problems were quickly solved. The fact that iron armor spread the pest was not without benefits. It was a good thing to think that this had greatly reduced the human forces in the iron armor occupied areas and their loyalty to iron armor, making it much easier for the Alliance to recover these worlds. On Hushan Star, it was not obvious. After all, the pest was not serious. Although the Alliance had dismantled the outer orbital defense with powerful force, the resistance was defeated under the threat of orbital bombing and the army's destruction, and turned to secret resistance, and the rest surrendered on a large scale. The remaining resistance fighters did not believe the Alliance propaganda, thinking it was a lie. The surrenderers actually wondered, are they lying to us? However, as more and more news from the wider world in the Jingjia Star region spread through various means, the credibility increased, and the Alliance rule and management became smoother. The reconstruction of the planet as a fortress world also became smoother with the cooperation of the local surrenderers. Of course, these were basically the work of the officers and political commissars who stayed in the local area. The main force of the Alliance cannot stay in Hushan Star for too long. After conquering Hushan, the main fleet of the Alliance left and continued to move deeper into the Jingjia Star region. In the future world, there will be no stable social state like the long-term military control of Hushan Star. The problem of insect pests and corruption is quite serious in Gu Heng opinion. However, most of the worlds are not yet at the point of extinction. The Alliance will gradually start to exert its strength and do things in these worlds. The branch fleets dispersed from the main fleet are often able to reach cooperation with local forces. These worlds also have the desire to save themselves. Under cooperation, the first step is to eliminate the influence of iron armor on the planet. Capture the iron armor spokesperson in the local world. That may be a unit of the Royal Princess Corps, or an administrative official inserted into the local government, or someone in the local government who has a close relationship with iron armor. At the same time, establish pest control offices on each planet. This step, in fact, is done almost the same in the Aljwa star domain. But in fact, there is a big difference. The most obvious point is that many worlds in the Jingjia star domain are no longer able to solve their internal problems by relying solely on their own strength. The insect swarms are howling in the wild, attacking human society from time to time. The insect cults in human society have corrupted all aspects of society. In fact, compared with the corruption of the upper echelons of society, the ruling class, what is more terrifying is that the grassroots are corrupted on a large scale. The former, although troublesome, is a big target, easy to identify, and easy to clean up. After it is done, replace the people you need and it's done. But if the grassroots are corrupted on a large scale, it will be a big trouble. To put it bluntly, no matter what policies are formulated or what plans are made, they need to be implemented and implemented by grassroots management agencies. If the grassroots collapse, it will be a big deal. The Alliance is not unable to solve it. They can distinguish all the high-level, middle-level, and grassroots personnel, and even isolate an entire area and directly impose military control, which is relatively rough, but effective. The Alliance has always been trying to avoid this kind of situation. But in the Jingjia star field, it is obviously not possible. In severe cases, drastic measures must be taken. Of course, this will greatly drag down and disperse the strength of the Alliance. This also makes the Alliance staff busy. The Alliance cannot really attack hundreds of worlds one by one, and then divide its forces to solve the local problems of the planets one by one. That is unrealistic. Even if it can be done, the Alliance will probably be dragged in the Jingjia star region for who knows how many years. That is definitely not possible. But the good thing is that it takes little effort to capture a planet. When the Alliance fleet arrives at a place, it will be ready to welcome the King's army. Even some planets that are not on the Alliance attack route are sending signals in a hurry to ask when the Alliance will arrive. We surrender, and please send troops to help us solve the pest problem. As for the division of troops, it is indeed necessary to divide them. But they cannot be divided equally. This is the job of the Alliance staff. They need to use the detailed information collected below to distinguish which planets are in urgent need of a large amount of support, and which are not so urgent, and can be deployed without a lot of troops. For those places where the situation is relatively better, the next Alliance army group will be almost there. 1 million soldiers, with some officials urgently recruited from the Alliance, constitute the main force of the Insect Control Office. The million-strong Alliance army can play the role of a stabilizing force, at least to keep a place safe. With this as the core, we will do our best to purify and rebuild the local grassroots management capabilities, and draw as much strength as possible from the local area. Develop new troops, manage personnel, and expand the management area. As for any local forces that are blind and go against us, they will be destroyed. If the Alliance troops of one army group are not enough, more will be transferred immediately. However, if such a situation occurs, the staff who made the judgment will be scolded, or even be demoted, because analyzing the degree of cooperation of local forces is also one of their important tasks. In general, since the Alliance entered the Jingjia star field 4 months ago, it has captured a total of more than 200 worlds, accounting for about half of the entire star field. These worlds with relatively good conditions account for about 1/3 of them. The remaining 2/3 are all in relatively bad or very bad conditions. The upper and lower levels have almost completely collapsed, which requires the Alliance to invest a lot of manpower to carry out comprehensive reconstruction. But this is considered good. It is nothing more than following the model of the Insect Control Office and further increasing the stakes, completely abandoning the reliance and fantasy on local forces and starting all over again. The initial work will be difficult, and the investment will be huge. But after all, there is the great cause of saving the world. After the normal civilians and the scattered local troops are organized, they will be able to quickly accept the rule of the Alliance and actively participate in the cause of saving the world. This is relatively good. Another bad situation is that the local forces are very loyal to the iron armor, or the local forces have a particularly strong tendency to be independent, and the rulers are short-sighted, selfish. No matter what the reason, they are unwilling to cooperate with the alliance. The corruption of insects in these places, the number of insect swarms, may still be within the controllable range, but the trouble is that after the alliance falls, it will not only have to deal with real insects, but also insects among humans. The more irritable generals propose some more radical plans, treat all these opposing forces and insects as enemies, and pull them together. However, these ideas were rejected by Gu Heng. Kindness, mercy is not the key, but there are too many planets like this, which will really drag down the power of the alliance. We shouldn't use precious troops in these places. The next army, or even no army, just drop a few observation posts, and then quietly watch the changes in the world. If the local forces can solve the problem themselves, that would be great, and save trouble. Even if they don't accept the rule of the alliance, that doesn't matter. Anyway, a single world does not have the strength to run to the Star Sea and confront the alliance, so just leave them in the local world, and wait until the alliance is free to deal with them. This is an internal problem of the tribe. If they can't stand it, the ambassadors of the alliance will step up their contacts and intervention. It all comes down to one question: are you still stubborn? If you are not stubborn, then fine, follow the previous mature experience. If you are stubborn, you can't just watch others die. You have to evaluate the situation, and send a large army to solve the problems of this planet. In the meantime, you can also eliminate these local forces that are not sure whether they are stupid or bad, or both stupid and bad. After classifying the problems on these planets, the most valuable and important military forces of the Alliance can be deployed to about 30 worlds with extremely serious problems. Those planets have become hell on Earth. The population is not extinct, but at least it has been lost on a large scale. The evil followers infected with parasites have occupied the mainstream position in society, and the real insect swarms they have cultivated are huge in number. Simply relying on the Insect Control Office plan is no longer enough to save the entire world. On the planet, the number of enemies to be faced may be counted in hundreds of millions, or even billions. In such a world, it is undoubtedly necessary to invest heavily and deploy a large army, a large number of land forces, space warriors, and a few warships in orbit for ground support. You must have everything you need, and you must respond with the mentality of fighting an apocalyptic war in order to solve the problem. Chapter 607, Node Creature. The airdrop pod smashed hard into the insect swarm meat carpet, and juice splashed. The hatches on 4 directions opened. Martins and 3 other soldiers, who were his personal guards, walked out. Although he did not intentionally control his steps to reduce the noise, the sound of the heavy Terminator armor stepping on the ground was still absorbed by the meat carpet, making it smaller and duller, and then covered by the roar of the insect beast. Martins did not care about the energy of the void insect race, digestion, and the disgusting structure of the corrupt trinity under his feet. The first thing he had to do was to raise his left hand, and aim the rotary explosive machine gun hanging below at the surroundings, and pour the destructive explosive bombs all around. Countless bugs suddenly rushed out from the gaps in the meat blanket from a distance. Most of them were knife bugs, gun bugs and the like. Martin's revolver machine gun roared, and each bullet was a messenger of death, tearing the bug beasts that pounced on them into pieces. His guards wearing Terminator armor followed the actions of the chapter leader, and also showed amazing combat effectiveness. Under the crazy sweep of the bombs, large groups of bug beasts were destroyed. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. After a while, the bodies of the insect beasts piled up like a mountain. However, these void zergs were not afraid. They still had a clear division of labor. Some dragged away the bodies of their own kind, devoured them, retreat far away, prepared to recycle the biomass and reuse it, and more, continued to pounce on the space marines without hesitation. Martins and his 3 guards were soon overwhelmed by the zerg. Although their firepower was fierce, the ammunition was limited. The Terminator can carry a lot of ammunition, but it is not as much as the huge swarm of insects. In order to save ammunition, so that it will not be consumed by these low-level insects at once, they deliberately reduce the output of firepower, and only use heavy bombs to kill some strong individuals mixed in the swarm of insect soldiers. Some warrior insects, and even assassin insects, are hiding in the swarm of insects. The latter have a layer of camouflage on their shells, making them look like a number of ordinary insect soldiers. These 2 types of bugs are much rarer in the swarm. but they have the ability to threaten the lives of space warriors. Especially the assassin bug. Its frontal combat power may be similar to that of an ordinary warrior bug, but its ability to appear and disappear at will can be a headache. It would be best if it can be discovered and eliminated in advance. If not, well, at present, whether it is Martins or the other three, they are all the most elite warriors in the Phoenix. If they are really approached, there will be no solution. It is nothing more than using explosive bombs, power swords, or phase swords to solve the problem. As for the other cannon fodders with larger numbers, they will be wiped out in one fell swoop. Even if there are a large number of gun bugs, they are not afraid of them if they are aimed at and fired at intensively with symbiotic weapons from a distance. Those bullets are generally threatening to the Terminator armor, and Martins and others are not standing still as targets. They move at high speed while fighting, and they can often use a large number of knife bugs approaching as cover. It is not easy to hit the Space Marines. Although the battle was fierce, and the number of enemies was huge, Martins and his warriors did not seem to feel tired. Their battle was to create opportunities for more Space Marines to come. They were like an indestructible nail, piercing the enemy group fiercely. Under their disturbance, the size and distribution of the enemy group were roughly understood. Then, one after another, airdrop pods fell from the sky. The Space Marines that came out of the drop pods included Phoenixes in red armor and Blood Sharks in black and gray armor. This was a joint operation of Phoenixes and Blood Sharks. Soon, the total number of Space Marines that landed reached 200. The strength of two entire companies reduced the number of Zerg at a faster rate. Even a Hive Guard that led an elite warrior squad was caught off guard and had its front broken by several Blood Sharks. And the power axe tore the body of the Hive Guard apart. Even in terms of the number of Zerg, after a large-scale sacrifice in a short period of time, the number in this area has been significantly reduced, and it has become visibly sparse. The Space Marines are still slaughtering the enemy with high efficiency, but the work led by Martins himself is obviously not just as simple as destroying some enemy manpower. For the Zerg, no matter how many middle and lower-level soldiers are destroyed, it is actually not very meaningful. Dead soldiers, including the bodies of dead enemies, can be eaten or dragged away by other Zergs, returned to the digestion pool, or even returned to the meat carpet, and recycled by the digestive system along with the biomass they brought back, and will soon be hatched into insects again. This cycle is quite short. Humans are pregnant for 10 months, and it takes more than 10 to 20 years to grow to adulthood. They also need training and equipment to go to the battlefield. It only takes 10 days to hatch a knife worm or gun worm with combat strength similar to that of ordinary human militia. It is not necessary to have relatively complete industrial facilities, like humans do to produce thermal weapons for soldiers. As the insects hatch, the symbiotic weapons that appear together can play a role. Of course, recycling is lossy. The body that is too damaged in the battle, and the part that cannot be recycled in time, will be lost. But with such a mechanism, the number of insect swarms can be guaranteed. Not to mention, if the final victory is achieved against this world, the meat carpet will be spread to every inch of the world. All the biomass will be absorbed and sent to the digestion pool, and the living ships that can be hatched will eventually fly into the sky, and then evolve into huge capillary towers, connected to the insect nest fleet in orbit, responsible for transporting the resources collected from the surface of the planet to the sky. Finally, the newly born hive fleet will leave with a small number of insects and a large amount of biomass, leaving behind a destroyed dead world. One of the secrets of the endless swarm of insects is here. This set is almost impossible to control. Unless all the swarms are killed in a short period of time, they will not have time to hatch again. At the same time, quickly destroy most of the meat blankets, hatching pools, digestion pools. In short, make sure that the replenishment of the swarm cannot keep up with the loss, so that the swarm can be defeated and eliminated from the front. But this method is almost a joke. Even the green-skinned orcs cannot beat the Zerg in terms of consumption. Unless you do this when the Zerg swarm is very small, the probability of success is extremely low. But the Zerg swarm also has weaknesses. It may not be just a weakness, but also an advantage. The Zerg swarm has no such thing as morale. When the situation is particularly bad, the green-skinned orcs will also lose morale and be defeated, but the Zerg swarm will not have that at all. These beasts that act only on instinct do not even have the ability to think, and only know how to kill and devour. The insect beasts are fearless and can fight to the last man. When necessary, They can cover the rear and retreat at will. With these advantages, they will also have disadvantages. Low-level insect beasts have no thoughts. So they naturally need high-level insect beasts to command and coordinate the actions of all insect swarms in an entire area. They are called node creatures. Node creatures do not necessarily have to be a certain type of insect beast. In theory, any insect, even the lowest level, can be a node creature, as long as they are given the authority of node creatures when hatching. That is, they have brains. They can take on this task. They can manage a swarm of indefinite size downwards, and are the common brain of the swarm. Upwards, they can contact higher-level node creatures and obey orders and commands. When a node creature is destroyed, the swarm it belongs to is equivalent to having its brain removed, losing all thinking ability, and becoming a large group of monsters without organization. With only the instinct of devouring and killing, they will destroy all non-insect units around them, and then stay there at a loss, until they become more and more hungry, and then start to fight each other, eat and drink, and stay still. In this cycle, they will perish without attacking, unless a new node creature is born from the hatching pool and takes over the out-of-control swarm. It is harder to grow a brain than a body. It takes a long time to create a node creature, which is enough for a considerable number of insects to starve to death, kill themselves, or be wiped out by the human army. If the hatching pool is destroyed, and there is no hive fleet outside to send, the Zerg ability to recreate node creatures will be cut off, and the crisis of the Zerg will be resolved. Of course, the parasite infected are not among them. They use the brains of the parasites. To eliminate them, another set of methods is needed. At present, Martins led the team, and the Phoenix and Blood Shark jointly carried out this action. Each of them sent out a company. What they want to do is naturally not to kill the living forces of the Zerg, but to eliminate the most core Zerg hive node creature on this planet called Tingjin 4. It was not far away. The think tanks of the two regiments had sped 2 weeks before, and combined with ground intelligence, to roughly determine its location. Then, it was Martins who made the decision, and 2 companies descended from the sky, bringing the fire of destruction. 200 elite space marines almost killed a clearing in the core area of the Zerg. Although there were still a steady stream of Zerg coming from all directions, for the time being, the number of enemies in this area had been greatly reduced. The reduction in the number of enemies greatly reduced the interference of the 2 war group think tanks, who came down with them, when searching for the precise location of the most important node creature. The Space Marines, under the command of Martins, formed a defensive formation to protect the think tanks, and the other part spread out to kill more insect swarms. The whole process was not difficult. The huge number of insect swarms came in waves, and the Space Marines killed them in waves. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and insect corpses were everywhere. As time went on, more high-level insect beasts began to appear in large numbers. The warrior bugs in groups, under the cover of the cannon fodder, charged forward. More than 20 of them instantly surrounded a squad of blood sharks. But after a burst of blood and flesh flew everywhere, many cannon fodders, more than 20 warrior bugs, including one of the large elites, were all chopped down. Only 2 of the blood sharks were sacrificed. Then, another group of sky ghost bugs attacked. These flying units had wings on their backs, and their torsos were the size of calves, and their mouthparts were like machine guns, shooting downwards. But a few blood sharks took out their long-barreled bolt guns with sniper scopes, and shot down the sky ghost insects one by one. The types of enemies increased, and the number began to increase. The pressure on the Space Marines also increased, and casualties began to appear gradually. But in general, they were still far from being unable to bear it. At this time, the think tank search had a result. As soon as the report reached Martins, he immediately commanded the entire army to attack the target location. The distance is 5 kilometers. With the Space Marines' ability, even if there is a swarm of insects blocking them, it would only take 20 or 30 minutes to rush over. The direction of their attack made the node creature alert. It finally stopped hesitating and stopped considering destroying these Space Marines, but prioritized transfer. At the same time, the flying units that were originally harassing in the sky swooped down fiercely, cooperating with the ground swarm of insects, carrying out an all-round attack. The Blood Shark think tank suddenly showed his power, and his spiritual energy spread, a circle of invisible power waves, sweeping the air in a semicircle. A large number of insect flying units were knocked away. They were not killed. The Blood Shark think tank was obviously quite experienced. Killing the enemy is troublesome, but for air units, which are much weaker than ground units, They can be targeted, destroy the wings, destroy the flight organs, and eliminate the threat in a more labor-saving way. Phoenix and Blood Shark fought side by side. Phoenix was the main advancing formation, strangling a large number of enemies. Blood Shark was in the formation, sometimes speeding up to charge out, killing high-threat units, sometimes hiding inside the formation, using firepower bursts as an aid. Their advancing speed was even faster than the speed at which the node creature escaped. Martin's eyes were as sharp as a falcon, and he could feel the panic of the node creature. The chaos of the swarm was not disorderly agitation, but a blindness like a headless fly. The node creature was trying to break free from the battlefield and escape to a deeper nest. But in the end, the monster was intercepted. It showed its true appearance in front of the Space Marines. It was a giant standing up, with a shoulder height of 6 meters. The huge alien head had several rows of fangs after opening its mouth. 6 pairs of predator eyes were placed on the head to ensure that it could accurately lock the enemy. 4 pairs of 8 forelimbs, each with a different type of weapon at the tip, and thick recurved hind limbs that allowed it to move quickly. The long tail with barbs dragging behind it was also a deadly weapon. It looked extremely terrifying. At this time, the Hive Tyrant finally realized that there was no hope of escape. It turned its huge body, with reluctance and fury, led a group of elite insect beasts to rush towards Martins. The swarm of insects surged like a tide, but under the firepower of the Space Marines, they were just ants sent to die. The cooperation between the Phoenix and the Blood Shark was impeccable. Their tactics were perfectly coordinated, as if they had cooperated together for many years, and had received the same training. To some extent, it is not wrong to say so. Most of the soldiers sent by Blood Shark are recruits, who receive blood taxes from the Alliance. Although they have emerged in the battle group in just over half a year, and have shown amazing performance. That is on the training ground after all. According to the battle group culture of Blood Shark, if they do not go through the baptism of life and death on the battlefield, they will not be considered as growing up. Martins did not have such thoughts. When Blood Shark was going to send such a team to him in the joint operation, he was not unhappy because Blood Shark only gave him a group of recruits. Instead, he was relieved. These Blood Sharks, how to say it, they are like a group of phoenixes with different strengths. Everyone has different bloodlines, and because of the different gene seeds, the fighting styles and skills they show are also different. But they are quite consistent in their spiritual core, fighting for the Alliance. These silent new Blood Sharks are also in high spirits, and are quite willing to obey Martin's command. What's more, even if they are a group of new recruits, Martins knows that their strength is no problem, and is not even worse than the veteran company of Blood Sharks. If Martins were really given a team of Blood Shark veterans, these new recruits would be less useful. Under Martin's command, the Space Marines took a posture to meet the enemy, and Martins himself stood at the front, ready to take down the enemy leader. The ground shook with every step of the Hive Tyrant, and its tentacles waved, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Behind it was a group of large, ferocious insect beast elites, with only cold instincts and burning desire to eat in their eyes. The two armies faced each other, and there was only a fight to the death. When the Space Marines fought against the elite Hive Guards and the Warrior Zerg cluster, Martins also personally went to the Hive Tyrant. In his hand, the phase sword flashed with a faint green light. It was a blade made of pure energy, which could cut through anything substantial. The Hive Tyrant opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. But Martin said nothing. His actions were worth 1,000 words. His figure moved quickly on the battlefield, avoiding every attack of the Hive Tyrant, and every avoidance was accompanied by a lightning-like blow from his phase sword. The battle was fierce and cruel. Every attack of the Hive Tyrant contained the power to destroy everything, but Martins could always avoid it at the critical moment. His swordsmanship was sharp, and every swing of the sword took away a piece of flesh from the Hive Tyrant. Finally, in a precise raid, Martin's phase sword penetrated the Hive Tyrant's shell and pierced deeply into its vitals. The Hive Tyrant's body trembled violently, and its huge body began to collapse. It let out its last wail, and then fell down completely. Martin stood in front of the corpse of the Hive Tyrant. His breathing was a little short. The Hive Tyrant was not easy to deal with. This thing had a record of killing some warband champions and warband leaders in single combat. He also had many wounds on his body, the most serious of which was the one he was severely whipped by the Tyrant's tail. But fortunately, Martins not only had the strength of a warband champion, but also had particularly elite equipment. The final winner was still him. As the node creatures fell, The swarm suddenly lost its organization and began to run around aimlessly, fighting purely on instinct. Although the number of insects is still here, the threat level is much lower than when they were able to cooperate exquisitely just now. Not only the insects here, the whole Tingxian 4 is probably like this. Even if there are still hundreds of millions of insect beasts on this planet, the biggest problem has been solved. Chapter 608. Busy saving the world. After killing the hive tyrant, the node creature, the remaining insects were still besieging Martins and others. But the beasts fighting on instinct alone, no matter how powerful they were, the threat level was greatly reduced. After the space marines cleared the nearest enemies, there were no more monsters coming. Without orders, and without the ability to think on their own, isn't that the case? 2 transport ships soon appeared in the sky, taking the space marines away. Another moment later, the firepower pouring down from orbit covered the entire area. Not only did it kill the Zerg that had lost its leader, but it also cleared the large-scale hatching nests here. Martins returned to the starship. On the one hand, he asked someone to write a battle report, which he would send to Governor Gu later. On the other hand, he contacted Alma Ewing. Of course, Martins is now the general manager of the entire Nepeta Star region war zone, including an alliance fleet, hundreds of millions of alliance armies, and the defense forces of various worlds in the Nepeta Star region, as well as the Blood Shark War Group, all of which are theoretically under his command. However, it's okay for other troops, but he still has to be cautious with Ewing, and he can't really treat him as a subordinate. This is actually true. The Blood Sharks are a relatively independent fighting force. The main force led by Ewing is not even nearby, but on the way to another planet where the situation is also very critical. The two briefly talked about the situation on their side, and after exchanging some ideas about the overall battle situation, Ewing raised a question. Are the 100 new Blood Sharks performing well? Of course, very good. They are all excellent warriors. Ewing was silent for a moment, then asked, are the new blood provided by the Alliance all of this quality? After thinking for a while, Martins did not lie. Yes. It's really incredible, Ewing said. No wonder the Phoenix Regiment recovered so quickly. The Blood Shark will also recover, Martins said. 300 new soldiers were added in one go. Not only did you make up for the losses in the war, but even the problem of insufficient staffing in the past was solved. Yeah, I never thought it would be so easy to recruit new soldiers, Ewing said. They are all good guys, brave, tough, loyal, full of faith. At this point, he swallowed back the words too full of faith that he was going to say later. It's a good thing after all. As long as you keep cooperating with the Alliance, the Blood Sharks will always be strong. Ewing still couldn't help. Then will the Blood Sharks still be Blood Sharks at that time? Martins chuckled and asked. So do you think the Phoenix is the Phoenix now? Without waiting for Ewing to answer, Martins continued. In my opinion, yes. Our gene seeds are being passed down. Our war group culture is being passed down. We are still fighting for humanity. Fighting for the Emperor. What is the difference between this and the Phoenix in the past? Ewing was speechless. He changed the subject, not wanting to discuss it anymore. Now, where is Commander-in-Chief Gu Fleet? The latest news is that they should be arriving in Wuchi soon. At this point, Martins made a request. We still need to speed up the progress. There are some worlds that you don't need to worry about. The main task of the Blood Shark is to block the entrance to the Princess as soon as possible. The Vanguard fleet has found signs that the enemy has entered the Nepeta from the Princess Star region. The intelligence is still being confirmed, but it may be a traitor regiment. The governor took the main force away, leaving us with not much strength. And we are still being restrained by many worlds with bad conditions. We are still under great pressure. If there is a traitor war group that enters the Nepeta star field, we need to find a suitable place to intercept them. Otherwise a lot of work will be wasted. Ewing listened silently and replied, I understand. Don't worry. But relying on the Blood Shark alone may not be enough. You have to solve the problem as soon as possible and catch up as soon as possible. I will. After ending the call, Martins once again focused on the battlefield at hand. Tingxian 4. Tingxian 4 is in the Nepeta star field, and one of the worst in the more than 200 worlds that have been captured by the Alliance. According to simple estimates, the total number of insect beasts on the surface of the entire planet has exceeded 1 billion. The cult organization composed of parasites has almost replaced the rulers of the planet. More than 70% of the cities and large settlements have become their world. They manage the order of the city, constantly hold various religious ceremonies, and claim that only by believing in their gods can you be saved. Some of these so-called gods are purely made up by them, and more of them are made up in the image of the emperor. The latter is somewhat deceptive. And these religious rituals, to put it bluntly, are meant to infect more people. The infection pattern of parasites is not quite the same as that of conventional viruses. The essence is to manipulate people's minds, rather than simply make people sick. According to the Empire's research on Zerg parasitism, it involves some special psychic means of the Zerg. Only through the so-called religion, which is actually a mass psychic biological infection, can humans be better infected, and then let them sincerely believe in the so-called God, regardless of whether it is a fabricated thing, or simply the four-armed God Emperor. They will begin to believe in it wholeheartedly. At the same time, their bodies will gradually change, including skin color, teeth, skull shape, and more limbs. As for the so-called salvation, the so-called heaven, oh, there is one, the digestion pool of the Zerg. But before entering the digestion pool, they still have to preach and revolutionize. And they are busy. The total population of the entire Tingshan 4 should be about 4.5 billion before the war, which is considered a civilized world in the industrial age. Today, the world's population under the control of the cult is about 40%, or about 1 billion. This number is different because in the short 6-month outbreak period, the world has lost about 2 billion people. The remaining 1.5 billion people are scattered all over the planet in various ways. Among them, there is a resistance organization. But there is also the problem of cult corruption within it. If they hadn't connected with the Alliance, under the triple blow of the Zerg, the cult, and the internal corruption, I'm afraid the bases of the resistance army wouldn't have lasted long. For this world, the Alliance still needs it. The 2.5 billion people who survived are the biggest reason, including the 1 billion people under the rule of the cult. Not all of them are hopeless. The number of people who are actually infected is only about 10% to 20%. If we don't care, they will eventually be corrupted. But at least it hasn't happened yet. The second reason is that if this industrialized planet can be saved, the sufficient industrial population and the good industrial base will be integrated and play a significant role in the next war. This is the reason why the extermination order is not considered based on the local situation. Another, larger reason is that the use of the extermination order will have a very bad political impact. The accusations from the central level of the Empire and the troubles from the Inquisition are secondary. After the extermination order destroyed the world, what would the other worlds in the Jingjia star field think? Once the insect pest problem expanded, the extermination order would be used. Those cult organizations that received the news would have a perfect excuse and could expand more rapidly. The Alliance then wanted to easily take over other worlds, but it would not be so easy to do so by issuing an order. However, Martins was the commander-in-chief of the entire Starfield War after all, and he could not stay in Tingshan 4 for too long. But the problem here was also initially solved. The largest node creature on the planet was destroyed, which means that the Zerg lost its ability to integrate and coordinate. Of course, there are still some lower-level node creatures, but they do not have enough authority and brains, and can only control the main Zerg. That means that when the human forces launch a counterattack and attack a part of it, the other Zerg will not know. And even if they know, they will not reinforce. Those lower-level node creatures can only integrate the Zerg units to which they belong, and will only act according to the established goals. They will neither expand the scale of the war nor have subjective initiative. Until a new, global node creature is hatched among them, it can reunite all the divided swarms. What humans need to do is to prevent the emergence of new global node creatures and continuously eliminate the number of swarms until they are completely eliminated. In addition to eliminating the swarms, the more important goal is to attack the areas controlled by the corrupt cults and liberate the population. While preventing more infections, the liberated population can restore productivity and form a local army. In short, the problem of Tingshan 4 is far from being completely solved. But Martins has no time to stay here. 50 Phoenixes will stay here and continue to do this work. At the same time, they will be cooperated with by 3 army groups of the Alliance Army and 60 million soldiers. The general person in charge will be a lieutenant general of the Alliance. Martins himself had to rush to the next critical world. In his schedule, there were 4 worlds where he had to lead the team himself and solve the problems as soon as possible. After these were dealt with, the rest would be thrown to the Alliance Army and Navy Squadron, who would mobilize the power of the world's native land to resist. At most 4 companies would be left to put out fires everywhere, and he himself had to lead the other 6 companies and quickly reunite with the Blood Shark. The enemy coming from the Queen Star region could not be underestimated. If they want to preserve their achievements in the Nepeta Star region, then they must not let the traitors who defected to the Zerg come in to cause trouble. There is still a big battle waiting for him. A month later, the intelligence about this enemy was also confirmed. The bad news is that the newcomers are indeed a traitor regiment. The good news is that they are not iron armor. Chapter 609, Marching into Alfonso. Gu Heng, who was sailing to the Alfonso star field, also received the news. The final strategy of the Alliance still chose to attack on 2 fronts. The main reason was that the situation in the Nepeta star field was too shocking, and Gu Heng was really worried. What will happen to the Alfonso star field? Although this has never been an occupied area of the iron armor, it has always been the territory of the Mechanicus. But the problem is that the Alfonso sect has been an ally of the iron armor for more than 100 years. Although due to the special nature of the Mechanicus, they are relatively independent. And the members of the Mechanicus, although they are all human, the higher the level of the members, the less human-like their body structure is. In addition, no matter what, they are still a religious organization, believing in the God of all machines, who is one with the Emperor. Under the superposition of multiple reasons, the corruption of the Alfonso star field in objective conditions may be relatively better, but it is not without problems. The great sage Varric is the supreme leader of the Alfonso sect, but he is the first person to come into contact with the larvae of the queen insect and conduct experiments with his own hands. Judging from his appearance, when the doves and Alfonso were about to gain the upper hand, he suddenly made his position clear and took ruthless measures, even taking down Sebastian Moro, a sage in a high position. This is a very clear attitude. He is the biggest traitor. With his influence, although the Mechanicus has various objective conditions that can better resist corruption, but it cannot withstand the subjective conditions, there is a boss who is making trouble inside. The situation in the Nepeta star field made Gu Heng a little scared. He didn't want the Alfonso star field to become like this. Especially there are 3 forging worlds there. How much wealth is that? If it is really destroyed by the bugs, it would be too heartbreaking. What? That belongs to the Alfonso sect? That's not important. Governor Gu is kind-hearted, and can't bear to see the great assets of the Imperial forces being destroyed. So he was anxious. After the general situation of the Nepeta star field was basically determined, he led the main fleet of the Alliance and directly returned to the Proud Claw star field, and then came to the Alfonso star field, in order to protect the 3 Alfonso forging worlds as much as possible. He also brought Sebastian Moro with him. This forging general still had great prestige among the Alfonsos, and could even be regarded as a dove leader. When he reappeared and exposed Varric research, that guy betrayed the god of all machines and wanted to turn everyone from oil guys to bug guys. He must have been able to win over a considerable number of people to the Alliance side. Of course, it is also possible that the oilmen do not really care whether they have a mechanical body or a bug body. Genetic technology, biotechnology, are also widely recognized. But the problem is, becoming a bugman, you lose your brain. You can't do research. You can't believe in the god of all machines. That's absolutely not possible. In addition to the difference between life and death, the doves follow the Alliance to rebel. No, it should be returning to the Loyalists. There is also an obvious benefit. They can legally plunder the wealth and technology of the Hawks. Of course, when there is a huge difference in strength, there is no way to say it. However, with the Alliance as a strong external aid, they can be bolder. The doves in the Alfonso sect have 10,000 reasons to fight the Hawks with real swords and guns. As long as Gu Heng leads the main force of the Alliance into the Alfonso star field, and with the call of Sage Moro, there will be a great chance that the doves will rise up. Gu Heng was not just daydreaming. This idea was guaranteed by Moro, and was supported by the analysis of the Alliance Intelligence Department. So let's act now. Of course, the Nepeta Star region cannot be ignored. Almost the entire Phoenix regiment was retained by him, and Martins was appointed as the person in charge of the entire Nepeta Star region war. As a guest army, the Blood Sharks only needed to cooperate fully. In addition, in terms of warships, the battleship Nova, the 2 battlecruisers Raging Owl and Wing, were all retained by Gu Heng and handed over to Martins for command. Add to that the 2 battle barges, Blood Shark's flagship Ghost Shark and Phoenix flagship Burning Feather, and there are 5 giant ships in total. A fleet of this size is definitely not weak. even with the exception of the battleship Firestar, which seems a bit slow in action. The remaining 4 ships can perform special combat missions at a very fast speed and flexibility. Oh! Phoenix flagship, the so-called Burning Feather, is actually the former flagship of the Fury Corps, the Triumphal Flame. During the war, this battle barge was captured by the Alliance, and after repairs, it is now of course usable. The conventional human navy cannot fully exert the full power of the battle barges exclusive to the Space Marines, and can only start it with difficulty. In this case, Gu Heng simply allocated it to the Phoenix as the flagship of the regiment. 5 giant ships, plus more than 180 warships of various levels, formed a fleet that was already quite powerful. 2 fully staffed regiments also ensured that the elite forces would not be inferior to humans. Even if a main force of iron armor emerged from the Princess Star region, Martin's team could not say that they could win, but at least they could evacuate and protect themselves. And the remaining ships were all taken away by Gu Heng. As for Gu Heng, it was not that there were no Space Marines. Didn't they have the New World Torch and the Fury Flame? The 2 regiments surrendered to the Alliance on the Fantasy Moon planet, and were sentenced to a 100-year and 200-year atonement expedition respectively. The verdict has the joint signatures of the Flash Tribunal and Gu Heng. After reporting to Holy Terra, the verdict has come into effect. There are indeed some voices in Holy Terra who believe that they are unforgivable and want Gu Heng to execute all those traitors. But Gu Heng doesn't bother to pay attention to them. Reporting to you is to give face. If you don't want to be decent, Gu Heng won't bother to pay attention. The 2 redemption regiments followed Gu Heng actions, and they are all fully staffed. Although it was created with the seeds of the inferior Infinite Warriors, the biggest problem with this thing is that its potential is not good. The proportion of non-commissioned officer-level warriors that can be pulled out is very low, not to mention the level of company champions. Often a regiment can only pull out more than 20, which is incomparable to the 100 or 200 company champions of the Phoenix. Even if they are pulled to the same level, the combat effectiveness of these new warriors is still not as good as that of the Phoenix and Blood Shark of the same level. But it doesn't matter, the difference is not much. When dealing with non-Space Marines, the difference will not be that big. It's just that when the same results are achieved, there will be more casualties. But Gu Heng doesn't feel bad. He now has the capital to use ordinary Space Marines as high-level cannon fodder. Chapter 610, Yellow Spring Owl and Dragon King's Spear. Although Gu Heng has led the main force to the Alfonso Star region, it does not mean that he does not care about the affairs of the Thorny. He has analyzed in advance that iron armor should not have spare forces to intervene in the Battle of the Thorny. Their main force is still on the Western Front, which is the largest main battlefield, whether it was when Phoenix was the main force before, or when Ortopus was the main force now. Of course, the absence of the main force does not mean that iron armor will ignore the Southern Front. But there are also differences on the Southern line. Although the Nepeta Star Field is close to the Princess Star Field, the internal situation has become a mess due to the corruption of the Zerg. The power of the Alliance is trapped here. Although this is the initiative of the Alliance, objectively speaking, the troops led by Martins have almost no ability to actively attack the Princess Star Field. They are somewhat stretched to solve and suppress the problems in the Nepeta Star Field. They are short of troops and have to run around. In contrast, the Alliance military action against the Alfonso Star Field is obviously more threatening. The participating Space Marines are the 2 redemption regiments of the losers. Logically, their morale is low and their organization is unsatisfactory. But after all, they are still 2 regiments. What's more, the main fleet of the Alliance is coming, with many ships, many large ships, and Gu Heng leading them personally. So the initiative of the attack is stronger. The importance of the Alfonso Star Field itself is also higher. Even if they feed the bugs, the Forge World is of little significance to them, and they can't let the Forge World fall into Gu Heng hands. Otherwise it will significantly increase the Alliance war potential. If we really want to talk about the threat to the Princess Star region, the Alfonso Star region can also directly reach the Princess. Even if Iron Armor wants to interfere in the war on the Southern Front, whether it is to strengthen defense or take the initiative to attack, the better target should be the Alfonso Star region. It is really unnecessary to start a war against the Nepeta Star region. For this reason, Gu Heng was originally more worried about facing a big war in the Alfonso Star region. For this reason, in addition to the 2,000 people of the 2 Redemption War groups, Gu Heng also brought another 1,000 Shadow War groups created with the Phoenix gene. They can be regarded as another Phoenix regiment, with extraordinary strength. Of course, if they can be used without being used, that would definitely be the best. However, Gu Heng estimated that it would be difficult. He has found a regiment called Huangquangle from historical books. I thought it was easy to find such a missing regiment, but later I found that it was still a bit difficult. The main problem is that there are not many Phoenix sub-regiments. Although it is not necessary to pretend to be the descendants of the Phoenix, sometimes the Phoenix will show some characteristics similar to the Phoenix. To avoid trouble, under the same conditions, it is more convenient to find a lost Phoenix regiment. Secondly, it must be missing, not a clear record of the group being wiped out. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why it suddenly came back to life, and it is difficult to make a perfect story. In addition, this kind of missing will definitely not come back. Don't run into a blood shark, which wanders outside for a long time and then returns to the Empire. At that time, the two regiments will not be able to explain each other. After choosing for a long time, I chose this Huangquangle. It disappeared in a war 700 years ago. It was a great war with the Chaos Demons, and Huangquangle suffered heavy losses. The last 3 ships, which may have carried 300 soldiers, were swallowed up by the distorted warp under the terrible chaos spell. Theoretically, being swallowed up by the warp does not necessarily mean the end, especially for a fleet of 3 ships. With the astral protection field turned on, the ship can sail in the warp. Lost is also sailing. If they are lucky, they can find a channel in the subspace that connects to the real universe and sail out. But in reality, it is quite difficult to get out alive. It is difficult to find a channel in the subspace. Not to mention that they are on the battlefield and are sent in by chaos magic. It is estimated that as soon as they enter the subspace, there will be countless chaos demons, fiercely attacking their ships. Even if they can fight their way out of the heavy siege and find a way back to the real universe, when they come out of the subspace, they don't know when and where they will be. The probability that they can return to the glory of the Empire is extremely low. There has been no movement for 700 years, which is proof. Another problem with disguising as Huangquangle is the paint job. Without an accurate design, physical reference, or even a picture reference, we can only follow the text description, which is a color gradient of dark red and dim yellow. The breastplate is dim yellow, gradually fading outwards, until the hands and feet, the top of the helmet, and the edge of the shoulder armor turn dark red. The chest should be a normal imperial eagle pattern, and the shoulders should be a seagull head with a red spider lily crown. It seems to be described quite well, but there are many problems in practice. The degree of gradient, the details of the icon, are all problems. 700 years have passed, and there are not many living people who have seen the Yellow Springs Gull. But there are still some. If you encounter it, the product is not the same as the one, and it is easy to be exposed. But this is the plan with the least risk. Just do it. If you really encounter a problem, just solve it. I made up a story about being lost for hundreds of years. I recently returned to the real world. I sailed in the dark outer domain for a long time before returning. As a result, I found the Yellow Spring Owl of the Iron Armor Rebellion. I accepted the call of the Imperial Commander Gu Heng without hesitation and came to help fight. As for why they were lost for hundreds of years, the number of people decreased from 300 when they were lost to 1,000 now, of course. It was because they returned to the real universe. During the years of sailing in the dark outer domain, they encountered some human worlds, replenished manpower, and the gene seed bank of the war group was relatively well preserved. For more details, the clerks of the Alliance will make up a very reliable experience. Although it cannot be confirmed, no one can disprove it. That's enough. In general, Gu Heng got Alfonso combat power, which was still sufficient. However, before he arrived at Alfonso Starfield, he heard that a rebellious war group came to Jingjia Starfield. He was a little worried at first, but he heard that this war group was called Dragon King Spear War Group, and its bloodline came from the founding legion, the Dragon Legion. Coincidentally, the Alliance Intelligence Department has some analysis about this war band. The Dragon King Spear War Band was also a war band originally stationed in the Spider Web universe. It had a good relationship with Iron Armor and often helped each other. When the Iron Armor Rebellion just broke out, they were confused. Even confused, thinking that Iron Armor was right, that Holy Terra was indeed messing around, that the Iron Armor War Band was the persecuted party, and they hoped to promote peace through fighting and help Iron Armor clear his grievances. They were not even that anti-Holy Terra. Unlike the New World Torch, They have never done anything like backstabbing or massacring on the battlefield. On the contrary, this regiment is a regiment that pays great attention to its relationship with civilians and has a good reputation. After being involved in the war, they fought in a rather muddled way. Later, they gradually couldn't stop themselves and had many records of activities on the Western Front, fighting fiercely with the battle sisters of the Blood Rose. But as the war progressed, the warriors of the Dragon King's spear gradually came to their senses. No, this is a battle to the death. Not what they thought at the beginning. Just an internal military conflict. In this situation, the spear of the Dragon King began to waver. After the insect corruption began to occur, the spear of the Dragon King was even more shaken under the propaganda of the Alliance and the Empire. They requested several actions to suppress the insect corruption, but were rejected by Humphrey Paul. And then they began to do it spontaneously. Humphrey Paul simply transferred them away. And this time, they came to the Nepeta Star region, not because of anyone else's order, but because of their own behavior. To surrender? That's not the case. They just heard that the Alliance was fighting fiercely in the south, and they had nothing to do, so they came here to guard. And why did Gu Hang know so clearly about the motives and thoughts of the Dragon King's spear? That's because an agent of the Alliance Foreign Intelligence Agency, a lady named Amanda, was following the Dragon King's spear ship, and was moving together. Even in the latest report, Ms. Amanda applied, hoping to get enough negotiation authority, so that she could promise something beyond her original ability, to fight for the spear of the Dragon King. That's right. She wanted to turn the Dragon King's spear against her and change sides at the last minute. The Foreign Affairs Bureau supported the idea of its own agents. Director Chen Shui sent it to Gu Hang, believing that the probability of success was quite high and the value was very high. Gu Hang didn't think too long and replied, "Okay. This matter was originally of no cost. If we win, we will not have to fight, but also gain a regiment, which is a great joy. If we lose, we will lose an agent who has been planted in the heart of the enemy, which is regrettable, but to be honest, it is still a loss that can be borne. So what's wrong with that?" Amanda herself felt that. Her experience was a little too legendary. Her initial mission was to take a small boat, carefully travel through the vast universe, drive to the Western Front battlefield, and find a way to collect intelligence on the Western Front. Many agents like her have been sent out by the intelligence agencies of the Alliance. It is nothing more than a miniaturized traveler equipped with anti-reconnaissance features. Such a ship may be only 80 meters long, compared with the giant spaceships of the Star World that are several kilometers, dozens of kilometers, or even dozens of kilometers long. It is too small. In fact, it is not even as big as some large space fighters. In such a small body, almost all the space and energy are placed on various equipment needed to travel through the Star World tunnel, as well as a relatively powerful engine for its size, and anti-reconnaissance equipment. Only such a ship can facilitate the work of agents. Chapter 611, Who does Dragon Spear fight for? Driving this special ship, the agents do not have to worry about being caught even if they are sailing in the space of enemy-occupied areas. On the one hand, it is fast and flexible. It is not easy to catch it by sending ships. On the other hand, and most importantly, it is only a few dozen meters in length. With anti-reconnaissance equipment, it can come and go without a trace. Anti-reconnaissance equipment placed on normal ships generally has no special effect. They are too big. When they are in action, it is okay when sailing normally. When they are traveling through the star realm, as long as the astropathic tower for observation is not too bad, and the level of the astropath is not too poor, the role of anti-reconnaissance equipment is relatively limited. At most, it will delay the observation results, and there will be some deviations in the judgment of the specific location. But on the agent-type boat, it will almost make it invisible. As long as you don't drive this boat into the face of the enemy ship, generally nothing will happen. Even if you are traveling through the interstellar tunnel, the other party has set up checkpoints, and even star fortresses at the jump point. However, the jump point is a point. But in fact, it is as big as 7 or 8 stars, or as big as a dozen or even dozens of stars stacked together. It is impossible for checkpoints and star fortresses to lock all positions. If a large ship comes, it will definitely be detected. But an 80-meter small boat with anti-reconnaissance equipment, separated by several stars, is really not easy to be caught. Of course, it is not absolute. Several of Amanda's colleagues were discovered while shuttling. They would not necessarily be caught if they were discovered. The flexible, small and fast special agent ship although vulnerable, but as long as they could run farther and gain some distance, the anti-detection equipment would be put into use again. They would often be able to get rid of the lock and escape. Only a few dozen unlucky people died on the spot, and no one was captured. And she, although there were some thrills along the way, but finally arrived at the Western Front safely. The agent ship can quietly sneak into some planets with less strict defense. After all, most planets do not have a monitoring system covering the entire orbital airspace. Stealthily drive the ship. Use the stealth function. Enter the atmosphere at a relatively slow speed. Find an unmanned surface to stop the ship. Turn on the simulacrum system. And then use local materials to cover the ship. And it will basically work. Amanda was not the only one on the ship, but a total of 5 agents, each with different expertise, and even from different departments. Amanda did not know them, but it did not prevent them from being on the same boat. They were now on the same boat, sharing weal and woe, and she herself was the captain of this operation. The 5 agents began to act. They used sophisticated astropathic equipment to eavesdrop on astropathic communications. They stayed in various key areas of the planet to observe, and they tried to integrate into the local society to collect intelligence. After completing the intelligence collection on a planet, they would retrieve the hidden ship, leave the planet, and head to the next destination. This process usually doesn't take long. In most worlds, there is actually no particularly great intelligence value. It's nothing more than observing the local situation, evaluating it, and then compiling it into a book and sending it back to the nest. In this way, Amanda's original goal was to go to the Mager universe. Once there, she could collect first-hand intelligence. Otherwise, if the Alliance wanted to learn about Mager, it would have to rely purely on the Empire. Not to mention whether the information they provided was accurate. Even the timeliness was not satisfactory to the Alliance. It is better to have your own agents, according to your own needs, and collect intelligence in a targeted manner. However, on the way, they passed by a planet where the Dragon King's spear was temporarily stationed. Amanda became interested in this war band. She took the initiative to integrate into the local society, forged an identity, and then, with this fake identity, when the Dragon King's spear was recruiting people in the native world, she sneaked in as a warband servant and mortal consultant. The risk of her action was very high, but she was not afraid. Her other 4 comrades had already left on the spaceship, leaving only her. Even if she failed, she would not expose others. Becoming a servant of a space marine chapter is a very dangerous thing. Even if some chapters that do not treat mortals as human beings are removed, most chapters are actually quite indifferent to mortals. It is not easy to make trouble in a chapter. But the Spear of the Dragon King is not like this. The blood inherited from the Dragon Legion makes them, like the Mother Group, one of the few chapters that respects mortals. This gives Amanda an opportunity. Her fake identity was actually quite easy to be exposed. But after careful analysis, it didn't really matter. As long as she successfully infiltrated the war group, she would leave the planet soon. It wouldn't matter if the locals exposed her. Of course, she might not be able to successfully infiltrate the war group, but in general, she had more advantages than most of the candidates on the native planet. She was an elite agent trained by the Alliance, and she had participated in the work of subverting the government of a planet, with remarkable results. It's not that she is too conceited, but she just wants to ask, in such an ordinary civilized world of the electrical age, how many elites like her can be found? In the entire Alliance? She is a rare talent. And the fact is, she was selected as expected, and with sufficient knowledge. She had worked for the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, traveled between many worlds, had a wide range of knowledge, and had profound insights. She successfully attracted the attention of a captain in the regiment, got rid of the identity of an ordinary mortal servant of the regiment, and was often summoned by the high-level leaders of the Dragon King's Spear as a consultant. At the beginning, they mainly consulted about the local conditions and customs of the surrounding world. Amanda answered these questions fluently. The intelligence she had collected on various planets along the way played a very reliable role at this time. Later, her deep understanding of the current situation, especially her deep understanding of the Alliance, made her stand out. The Space Marines were surprised to find that this consultant, in addition to providing some intelligence, could often give very valuable insights on the current situation and some of the problems that confused the Space Marines. They began to consult Amanda on more things. They didn't obey her completely, but at least they listened, which might inspire more ideas. And in this process, Amanda had a deep understanding of the Dragon King's spear. She figured out the causes and consequences of their involvement in this war, and also understood the history of the war group and the culture of the war group. These 2 points are very important, which means that Amanda can understand the way of thinking of the Dragon King's spear. Therefore, Amanda could understand the current predicament they were facing, and the struggles within. The Dragon King's spear actually didn't want to participate in this war at all. From the very beginning, they just wanted to mediate, help Iron Armor, and reason with the Empire. They never thought of having a life-and-death battle with the many Imperial forces that came to encircle them on a battlefield of mutual extermination. At the same time, Iron Armor completely concealed from them the fact that they were using the Zerg. In fact, even since the emergence of insect corruption in various places, the mentality of the Dragon King's spear has changed. First, it is impossible for there to be large-scale insect corruption. It must be a rumor against us. Then, it seems to be true. But it cannot be done by Iron Armor. The threat of Zerg has increased. Everyone should stop fighting. Recently, it may be done by Iron Armor. But it should not be. What should we do? The above is their change of mentality. Amanda sees the opportunity. In fact, the Dragon King's spear took the initiative to go south without orders, and Amanda's encouragement was indispensable. On the way, they saw too many tragic insect pests, and saw that the main force of the Iron Armor had never been found, and their hesitation became more and more intense. Until now, Amanda felt that the time was ripe. Walking in the passage in front of the throne of the ship, Amanda kept thinking about what to say later. Unconsciously, she had arrived in front of the heavy door. The Space Marine, who had led him all the way, stopped, turned around, and asked hesitantly, "Amanda, have you really thought it through? Once you take this step, there is no turning back. I'm not sure what the chapter master will do. He may kill you directly." The one who warned Amanda was the captain of the 4th Company of the Dragon King's Spear, Ricardo Lazio. Amanda had already revealed her identity to the captain. This was her carefully selected target. Ricardo was the most shaken one among the senior members of the chapter. He had been against following Tai Kai from the beginning and going against the Empire. At the same time, he might be the softest one among the Dragon King's spears, who were generally soft-hearted. She was sure that he would not betray her with an 80% probability, and would actively help her. The premise was that she would not do anything to hurt the Dragon King's spear. Or if she did, she would not let him know. The fact was just as Amanda expected. Ricardo did not report her, and he was very interested in contacting the Alliance to give the Dragon King's spear a chance to set things right. In his opinion, this is saving the entire war band, following Iron Armor all the way to the end. The final result will inevitably be self-destruction. Therefore, he is willing to help Amanda spread this kind of ideas throughout the war band. The effect is very good, and they have won over some people. Those who accept their ideas also instill this kind of ideas in other people from time to time, even in front of the Dragon King's Spear warband leader, Tai Shurchen. This is also one of the reasons why Amanda decided to reveal her trump card at this time. There has been a lot of preparation. Amanda looked up at Ricardo's worried face and smiled firmly. "Of course. I know exactly what I am doing. Well, I wish you good luck." After that, Ricardo turned around and pushed the door open. Amanda nodded slightly, and then walked in with her head held high. Tai Shurchen, the wielder of Dragon Spear, was sitting at his desk. Hearing the door open, he looked up and saw that it was Amanda, and smiled. "Our know-it-all consultant is here. And dear Ricardo." "Hello." His attitude was gentle. "Hello, Captain Tysher." Amanda bowed slightly, as a sign of respect. "Do you have anything to tell me today?" "Yes." Looking up again, Amanda said, "I am here on behalf of the Imperial Marshal, the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Front of the Empire, and the Governor of the Alliance, Gu Heng. I hope that the Dragon King's Spear Regiment will not continue to move forward, but protect the safety of the surrounding human worlds, and wait for the arrival of the Alliance army to receive these planets. The Dragon King's Spear Regiment will also receive a fair trial later." After hearing this, no matter how gentle Tai Shurchen's temperament was, he couldn't help but smile. He sighed and said, "Alas, Ms. Amanda, you are actually a spy of the Alliance," which really surprised me. After saying this, he paused, and looked at Ricardo Lazio, who was standing behind Amanda, looking like a bodyguard, and asked again, "How many of you are standing over there?" Of course he is not a fool. Looking at Ricardo's expression, you know everything. Amanda came to show her hand. Of course she had something to rely on. Ricardo looked a little embarrassed, and opened his mouth to speak, but was blocked by Amanda's hand. Amanda said, "Please don't misunderstand. This is not a coup, and I have no ill intentions. If the captain wants to treat me as a spy, I will not say anything, I will be killed." Her words successfully attracted Tai Shirchen's attention back, and he said, "I will do this. I'm sorry, Ms. Amanda. You shouldn't have appeared in front of me and revealed everything. Now, let me hear what you want to say before you die." He said the cruel words that threatened to kill people. But in fact, he didn't move at all. Amanda knew that she had actually won half the battle when Tai Shirchen didn't pull out a gun and shoot her on the spot. I am a spy. But these days, I have asked myself that I haven't done anything to let down the Dragon King's spear. In the days and nights we spent together, I know too well what kind of people you are. You are not enemies of the Empire, nor are you willing to betray humanity, nor have you ever betrayed the Emperor. On the contrary, in my eyes, each warrior of the Dragon King's spear is unique. You are the protectors of humanity, and even more so. Friends, you are passionate, brave, and uphold justice. For this reason, the Dragon King's spear should never be broken here. If the Dragon King's spear is to perish one day, how would you like it to be recorded in history? During the Ironclad Rebellion, you betrayed the Emperor, became a traitor, aided the tyrant, helped the cruel Humphrey Paul, spread the hive disaster to countless human worlds, and were an accomplice in the swallowing of countless worlds. You were a despicable person who helped the Zerg aliens swallow humans? Or did you correct the chaos, make the right decision, and work with the Alliance to fight to save countless people who were about to die in the mouth of the Zerg, and finally atone for your sins? These choices are all up to you. Who does Dragon Spear fight for? Chapter 612, Getting a War Group for Free. Amanda's eloquence is naturally good. However, in persuading the Dragon King's spear to surrender, it was not her eloquence that played a key role. It was Amanda's many preparations before, and her accurate grasp of the Dragon King's spear's thoughts. After doing this, the next thing is to say what the Dragon King's spears think, but are not easy to say, or even things that they haven't figured out. Just say it out clearly. Tai Shirchen did not express his opinion. Then, Amanda told the Alliance some conditions that they could offer. Although the Dragon King's spear was not the core of the rebellion like the three families of Iron Fury Stone, nor was it like the New World Torch, who had the bad record of backstabbing allies and causing heavy losses to the Empire. But they rebelled after all, which was an indisputable fact, and it was impossible for them to do nothing about it. However, Amanda conveyed Gu Hang's opinion to the Dragon King's spear. The expedition of atonement was indispensable, and the confiscation of the mother planet was also indispensable. But we guarantee, 1. The time of the atonement expedition will be within 15 years, 2. The process of the atonement expedition can be carried out within the Alliance, and under the command of the Alliance, 3. During the atonement expedition, the Alliance guarantees to provide continuous support to the Spear of the Dragon King, from weapons and equipment, to the coordination of the Mortal Legion, to the support of the fleet, and even the reinforcement of new soldiers, all can be solved by the Alliance. With these three conditions, the Spear of the Dragon King's atonement expedition is completely different from the war group that is generally sentenced to this punishment. Apart from the confiscation of the home planet, there is almost nothing to worry about. Moreover, the Space Marines want the home planet, which is the birthplace of the chapter, the old nest, the place where the chapter rests, and an important place to provide resources for the development of the chapter. As for resources, the Alliance has them all, so there is no need to worry. As for defending the home planet, to be honest, if they don't surrender, can they keep their home planet? On the contrary, if they surrender, they still have a chance to fight back to their home planet with the Alliance. After listening to these conditions silently, Tai Shirchen still did not make a clear statement. However, Amanda knew that the Dragon Spear's war captain must have been tempted. After calming down and thinking, this was almost the most generous treatment that the Dragon King's spear could receive. The reason why Amanda knew that Tai Shirchen was tempted was because after listening to the conditions, he asked Ricardo Lazio to take him away and imprison him. In fact, his attitude was very clear. He said he would execute her. But he didn't, and he let Amanda finish her words. After she finished, he didn't mention execution, but only imprisonment. He also let Ricardo, who was obviously a traitor and had a tendency to stand on the side of the Alliance, be responsible for imprisoning Amanda. What else is there to say? It's just that Taishishin needs some time to convince himself. Ricardo was relieved. He nodded, escorted Amanda out of Taishishin's office, accompanied her, and met many people in the regiment. After waiting for 2 days, Taishishin still didn't make any move. He didn't make a clear statement. But Amanda, who should have been imprisoned and restricted in her movements, had been colluding with Ricardo in private with the various company commanders, sergeants, priests, technical sergeants and other people in the regiment to lobby. But he didn't care. Then, Amanda thought that she could be bolder. She simply contacted Martins, told him the situation, and hoped that Martins could quickly dispatch a force to occupy the planet where the Dragon King's spear was currently stationed. When Martins received the news, he was still a little confused. He was originally on high alert, thinking about how to deal with the attack of this rebellious war group coming to the Nepeta star field. As he expected, it would most likely be a fierce battle. Although he had more troops than the other side, they were too heavily involved. A large number of land forces were scattered in more than 200 worlds in the Nepeta star field that the Alliance had occupied to fight and suppress the local situation. A large number of ships needed to be allocated to these planets to provide ground support for the army. Space Marines also had to disperse their troops and station them in the worlds with the most critical situations. Even if only 1 or 2 teams were stationed on a planet, they would only guard the places where the situation was critical and there were problems that mortal troops could not solve. That would occupy more than 1,500 Space Marines. There are only 2,000 Blood Sharks and Phoenixes in total. This makes Martin's troops to deal with the rebels' attack stretched to the limit. He can't give up the suppression of many worlds in the Nepeta star field, especially those worlds in crisis. Once the power is withdrawn, the cost invested before will be wasted. For example, he personally led the team to fight before, and killed the planetary node creature Tingjin 4. The situation has indeed improved greatly, but if 1 or 2 of the several army groups left there are withdrawn, and the 50 Phoenixes left behind are withdrawn, the remaining forces may not be able to suppress the Zerg and the cult. Maybe after a while, the Zerg will quietly give birth to a node creature that dominates the world, and the previous work will be in vain. Martin's original plan was to set up checkpoints layer by layer, with a small number of troops, to defend the enemy to the death, to delay as much as possible, to extend the front line, and to look for opportunities. Once the enemy really came in and revealed a flaw in the long front line, he would make up his mind to suddenly draw troops from various planets to carry out a quick and decisive assault, trying to cause devastating damage to the enemy with one blow. Even if he couldn't, he would have to hurt them, scare them, and make them lose their ability to attack. But no matter what, we must act quickly. The troops that have been mobilized must return to the original battlefield as soon as possible to fulfill their unfulfilled duties. In this plan, the delay in the front and the rapid assault in the back are all places where it is estimated that a hard battle will be fought. I don't know how many people will be sacrificed, how much will be paid, and how many worlds will be occupied by the enemy during the delaying operation. And the Zerg disaster will worsen due to lack of suppression. As a result, now tell him that he doesn't have to worry about these. He surrendered before the battle even started? I can occupy it as long as I go there? The Dragon King's spear will not resist? That Alliance agent named Amanda is so powerful? One person is worth 1,000 troops. Right? If that is really possible, then it is certainly worth celebrating. But as the commander-in-chief of the Jingjia Star region, the general entrusted by Gu Hang, Martins dare not be careless. What if Amanda was deceived? What if Amanda was turned against? What if the Dragon King's spear regrets it? There will be many possible situations. Martins didn't dare to take a big gamble. But he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away because of his overcaution. He formulated a thorough occupation plan. First, the mobile main force was assembled, 500 space warriors, and the flagships of the Phoenix and Blood Shark regiments had arrived. They would drive all the way to the target system, but the speed would not be too fast. Instead, they would check the status of each system along the way, and even leave observation stations and cruise fleets to ensure safety along the way and avoid enemy ambushes. The main force of the entire fleet will act in a group to avoid being defeated one by one. Before entering the target system, Martins put the Blood Sharks behind. This group of killer gods is not very good at communication, and politics and diplomacy have little to do with the Blood Sharks. 200 Blood Sharks, as well as the Blood Sharks' flagship Ghost Shark, will stay outside a system under the leadership of the Ewing War Captain. If nothing happens, they will do what they should do. If something happens, they will be the first to quickly cut into the battlefield with the speed advantage of the Blood Shark fleet to support Martins. Martins himself, as the commander of the front, the commander of the regiment, and the representative of Gu Heng, will contact the Dragon King's spear, occupy the target system, and disarm the Dragon King's spear. The rest will be subject to further orders from Governor Gu. In the process of occupying and receiving this planet, Martins was also very cautious. The Burning Feather approached the periphery of the planet carefully. They observed that none of the Dragon King's spear's regiment fleet escaped, including their flagship, a battle barge, all of which were parked in the starport. An Alliance destroyer leaned forward and approached the starport cautiously. It was not attacked. 50 Phoenixes and more than 1,000 Marines boarded the boarding ship and entered the starport. It was not intercepted. They encountered the Space Marines of the Dragon King's spear and did not attack them or even raise their weapons. This was the first time for the Phoenixes to face such a situation, and they also had a very good attitude. In fact, they were surrounded by Dragon King's spear warriors, who had a complete advantage in numbers. Just because they don't attack doesn't mean they can't win. Amanda came forward at this time. She and several captains of the Dragon Spears came forward together and asked the Dragon Spears to lay down their weapons, stay safely in various areas, and do nothing. The Phoenix and the Marines went to control the firepower system of the starport, and the ships docked at the starport. At the same time, they immediately asked Martins for reinforcements. It is definitely not enough to control those strategic points with just this amount of troops. Martins was also very decisive. At this point, the possibility of a trap is very small. He was more cautious and only deployed 100 more space warriors. However, the elite Marines and the large army were deployed more. Not only 10,000 elite Marines were deployed, but also more than 200,000 army troops. The first batch boarded the landing spacecraft and entered the starport. There will be a second batch, a third batch, to ensure that the key points of the starport and several starships are controlled. The more troops deployed, the better. And it is also less likely to be overturned. Until the end, basically the entire starport was under control, counting 900 Dragon King Spear warriors, who were in the starport, had been completely disarmed. To show respect, they were not allowed to take off their armor. After a risk investigation, there were no self-destructing explosives or the like in the starport, eliminating the relevant risks. Martins then personally led the remaining space warriors and stationed them there. The first thing he did was to have an unusually cordial meeting with the captains of the Dragon King Spear. But before that, he met Amanda first. Amanda led him to meet someone. And on the way, she quickly explained some situations to him. When they met, Martins probably knew what to say. He did not mention surrender, betrayal, or anything like that, which might irritate the spear of the Dragon King. He only emphasized their loyalty to the Empire and their loyalty to the Emperor. Their actions indirectly saved countless people. The entire Nepeta Star region, with perhaps hundreds of billions of people, will indirectly benefit from this. These words made the Dragon King Spear warriors feel much more comfortable. No matter how many reasons they had before, they could not cover up the fact that they surrendered without a fight. This was a shame for the Space Marines. They always respected honor. Shameless people like the old New World Torch were a minority. Emphasizing their loyalty to the Empire and to humanity was a greater honor, and would effectively reduce their resentment. After appeasing these Dragon Spear warriors, Martins learned that Tai Shirchen, the Dragon Spear's war captain, was still on the surface of the planet. Beside him, there are 200 Dragon Spears. The total number of Dragon King Spears is only 1,100. Their total number at their peak before the war was actually 1,400. They did not think they had violated the rules of the Empire's holy code, because 400 of them were reserve recruits, in order to replenish the losses of the battle group at any time, which was a normal behavior. And in the years of the war, they lost 300 warriors, and now there are only 1,100. When Martins landed on the ground and found Tai Shirchen on the surface of the planet, they were fighting. It was a pretty good surprise attack on the insect cult. The insect corruption problem on this planet was not too serious. There was no large-scale insect swarm yet. It was mainly the parasite-infected people in the downtown area. Tai Shirchen led the team to suddenly attack the leader of the local forces who colluded with the cult, eliminated the infected ruler, and then quickly destroyed the cult headquarters and rescued a large number of people. Martins thought for a while, and led the team to join the battle. Although the Dragon Spears did not need help, Martin saw it as a good move to bring the two sides closer. According to Amanda's suggestion, Martins generally regarded the Dragon King spears as friendly forces, rather than surrendering enemies. In fact, if they just surrendered, Martins would only solve an external threat that the Nepeta star region might encounter. Moreover, these 1,100 captives were a full complement of space marines. Even if their weapons were removed and their power armor was unloaded, it would still be a huge destabilizing factor, and many people would have to be assigned to watch over them. And if they can be smoothly treated as friendly forces, even if they are unwilling to turn around and become enemies of iron armor, and become defectors or backstabbers, just in the Nepeta star field, dealing with the pest crisis on various planets, it will be a great help, and it can directly free up the manpower of the Phoenix and Blood Shark regiments. Martins is working in this direction, and Taishishan's action to combat parasitic corruption on the planet is also a statement in a sense. When Gu Hang, who was far away in 2-star fields, received the news, he could not hide his joy. He gained another regiment, and it was picked up for free. Chapter 613, Western Front Northern Front. The Dragon King's spear put things right, and brought a great impact. 1,100 space marines, plus a million-scale direct auxiliary troops, plus a battleship and 6 strike cruisers. This is a very strong force. If they continue to be hostile to the Alliance, the war in the Nepeta star domain will become difficult. It is almost impossible to take the entire star domain. The suppression of insect pests in the occupied areas will slow down, and it is unknown how many worlds will be unable to recover, and instead become a continuous bleeding point for the Alliance, and it is unknown how many people will be indirectly killed as a result. Now, not only did they not have to fight, but the entire Dragon King's spear was sentenced to 15 years of atonement expedition by Gu Hang, in the name of the Commander-in-Chief, in conjunction with the Flash Tribunal, with the 2 warband leaders, Blood Shark and Phoenix, as witnesses, and began fighting on the spot. The Alliance allowed them to keep all their weapons, equipment and fleets, but only asked them to hand over all their gene seed stocks. The Alliance promised to keep them for safekeeping, and when the warband lost blood, it would take out these gene seeds to replenish them with new soldiers. There are 600 seeds in total. Now, Gu Hang has 1,200 unused gene seeds in his hand. 600 Dragon Legion seeds, 600 Punisher Legion seeds, which come from the inventory handed over by the Dragon King's spear, and from the Corpse of Fury. These are non-renewable resources. Gu Hang didn't decide whether to use Fury's 600 seeds for a while. The number of space marines he could pull out was full, so he could just keep them for now, since they wouldn't expire anyway. Gu Hang decided to keep his promise, and not touch the 600 seeds of the Dragon King's spear at all, and only supply them for themselves. They surrendered very cooperatively, and also helped the Alliance very cooperatively, obeying the command of Martins, the commander of this area. As long as they were not allowed to fight against iron armor head-on, they completed other tasks very well, and fought wherever they were told. With such cooperation, Gu Hang was also happy to be a gentleman. It was just a pity that although the Dragon King's spear was now acting according to the orders of the Alliance, the system did not recognize that this regiment was loyal to Gu Hang, unlike the Phoenix, nor the New World Torch that completely surrendered and allowed Gu Hang to slaughter them. The Dragon King's spear was still independent, without being recognized by the system. It was impossible to exchange their gene seeds, and it was impossible to expand the number of seeds that Gu Hang could exchange. But it didn't matter. Just like the Blood Shark, as long as they were still fighting under him, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and there was no need to rush. After the Dragon King's spear surrendered, the situation in the Nepeta star region suddenly improved. A powerful force was added, which could be used to pacify the entire star field, allowing Martins to ambitiously implement his strategic plan to the entire star field. Martins originally planned to take his time to conquer the other 200 planets, but now, he can quickly capture them all. He already has enough power, and can use increasingly mature strategies to save the world. He is now a true savior, and a total of 422 worlds in the Jingjia star field are waiting for him to save them. He even considered whether to develop in the Queen Star region, but this idea was stopped by Gu Hang. The situation in the Queen Star region is even worse. Some agents of the Alliance were also sent to the Queen Star region, but their work there is becoming increasingly difficult. The environment in the star region is very bad, and the difficulty of survival for the agents has naturally increased significantly. The number of Alliance agents who lost contact during the intelligence gathering stage in the Queen Star region is many times that of those sent to other places. Whether it was being exposed, being brainwashed by a cult, or being infected by parasites. In short, if you run into one of them, the outcome would not be good. This also makes the intelligence gathering within the entire Princess Star region the most difficult. However, judging from the relatively scarce intelligence sent back, every world in the Princess Star region is almost like the worst worlds in the Nepeta Star region. The reason is also easy to imagine. The Princess Star region is the home of iron armor, and Humphrey Paul will has been implemented in the Princess's 550 worlds for more than 200 years. The governments of almost every planet here have fully embraced the insect pest cult. The large-scale infection is already unstoppable. The insect swarm has appeared on a large scale, and the planetary ecology is collapsing uncontrollably. And countless planetary resources are being absorbed by the spreading insect swarm meat carpet. Even on some of the worst planets, giant hatching pools are already giving birth to some living ships of the insect swarm. That is why Martins wants to enter the Queen Star region. If we act early, even if we can save one world, it will be good. At the same time, we can also suppress the birth of the Zerg. At least among the top leaders of the Alliance, a consensus has been basically reached. They will inevitably have to fight a big war with the real Zerg next. Now, every time we save a world, it is not only the population and output value that can be used for our own benefit, but also a part of the Zerg that we have to deal with in the future. Under this premise, the situation in the Queen Star region is critical, so we should go to save it. Otherwise, relying only on the planet's tiny resistance, with the intentional cooperation of the global ruling class, the planet's demise, and the growth of the Zerg will happen very quickly. If we don't go now, it will be too late. This is Martin's idea. Gu Heng agreed with all his previous opinions, except the last one. He thought it was too late. The Alliance did not have enough power to independently interfere in the affairs of the Princess Star domain. In the case of ensuring that the current situation of the Nepeta Star domain does not continue to deteriorate, even if we take the initiative to enter the Princess Star domain, how many worlds can we save? Each of them looks like the worst planet in the Nepeta Star domain, which the Alliance cannot handle. Maybe some can be saved. But should we consider the existence of iron armor? It is known that iron armor may still have tens of thousands of space marines. Stone Shield still has 3,000 people. If we rush in, we will not be able to save a few worlds. But we may also lose ourselves. This requires all the armies from 3 directions to arrive. The situation looks good now. On the Western Front, when Ortopus led the Solar Fleet, the Solar Auxiliary Army, and several regiments to enter the Mager universe, the situation here was relieved. Although many planets were robbed of blood, those parasite-infected groups and cults suddenly disappeared overnight, and the surface areas that may have become dead silent. The scholars of the Empire estimated that it was the work of the swarm. They knew that before the arrival of the Empire's power, they could not eat the whole world. After the arrival of the Empire's power, they would have to spit out all the foundations they brought. So, it is better to stop the loss in time, digest all the infected people and areas, compress them into the most basic biomass, and then take them all away. The rest of the mess, just give it back to the Empire. Very disgusting. But from an objective point of view, the actions of the Organon Regiment commander still have great positive significance on the Western Front. Now iron armor is forced to take advantage of them, but if they hadn't taken strong actions, I'm afraid they would just suck blood directly. In fact, similar fleecing actions also occurred in the Nepeta Star field. The fleet in Martin's hands was mainly fast ships. They caught a fleet of insect pest cults. Almost all the crew members were infected with parasites, and their ships were full of biomass. Martins purified them. The loss had been objectively caused, but the good news was that the biomass could not be transported away and would not become future insects. At the same time, the enemy was forced to adopt this strategy, which also proved that the Alliance work in the Nepeta Star field was effective, so that the opponent had to make a bold move. Then, after stabilizing the Mager universe on the Western Front, they fought back into the Spider Web universe and entered the westernmost star field in the Spider Web universe, the Tengu Star field. Here, Jerry Organgron progress was obviously slowed down. The problem here was not like the occupied areas in the Mager universe, which iron armor had not controlled for a long time. On the contrary, the situation in the Tengu Star field was at least similar to that in the Nepeta Star field. Organgron power began to be dispersed on a large scale, and more seriously. Then, They were attacked by the main force of iron armor. The loss was not small. Fortunately, Organgron was always on guard against the hidden main force of iron armor, and rescued them in time, and caught iron armor's tail and fought. Although there were many casualties on their side, iron armor also paid a certain price. Organgron was advancing slowly, but firmly. On the northern front, the battle situation also broke through. When the Black Crusaders sent another squadron, 1,000 Space Marines joined, and the Anti-Foreign Order provided strong support, bringing more than 1,500 Silver Watch soldiers, as well as a large number of elite stormtroopers, and the Inquisition fleet. The strength of the entire northern front was greatly enhanced. In addition, the famous Star Army Corps from the Devouring Universe, the Agra Ice Guard Corps, also joined the war sequence. This famous corps, which is full of honors, and once crushed the Chaos Corruption attack against an entire star field with pure mortal troops, is a powerful supplement to the army, and they have also made breakthrough progress. In the Lefo star field, they continue to fight with the Zerg, and with the Silver Watch as the main force, they began to gradually suppress the Zerg, and fought several large-scale annihilation battles. After that, they also opened up a second battlefield. Although there were Zerg swarms, the situation in Jianmin Star region was relatively calm. They launched a beautiful assault. Not only did they destroy 2 branches of the Zerg Hive fleet, but they also sent a force led by the Black Crusaders and the Agra Ice and Snow Iron Guards into the Princess Star region. They were the first to enter the Princess. Gu Hang didn't care about it. The Black Crusaders seemed to be like this. They liked to be in the limelight, to be the leader, and to be the protagonist. They liked to fight for the title of being the first to enter the enemy core area. But Gu Hang thinks it has little practical significance. On the contrary, it is more important to expand the actual control area of the Empire in Jianmin Star region as much as possible, and ensure that more worlds in this star region are not invaded by the Zerg. Gu Hang also sent a letter to Marshal Lolua of the Black Crusaders. He first praised the Black Crusaders for their significant progress in the northern battle, and then suggested in a tactful way that people should be the most important, and the situation in Jianmin Star region and Lefo Star region was more important. But unfortunately, Gu Hang witnessed Marshal Leroy arrogance. He would not ignore Gu Hang's star language information. After all, Gu Hang was also the commander of the Southern Front, and he single-handedly made great achievements in the Southern Front, which was not taken seriously at all. Leroy still gave him due respect, but his tone was not polite, saying that he knew the situation on the Northern Front, and Gu Hang did not need to worry too much. Furthermore, he also made some requests to Gu Hang, hoping that he could solve Alfonso's problem as soon as possible, or at least hold on to this group of rebellious Mechanicus. At the same time, in the Nepeta Star region, the Alliance should be bolder and charge directly into the Princess Star region. Both sides can strive to fight a victory in the Princess Star region. At that time, the Western Front will tie up the main force of the Iron Armor, and the North and South Fronts will merge in the Princess Star region, destroying the Iron Armor's nest, ending the insect pest problem in the entire Star region, and destroying Humphrey Paul conspiracy. Wouldn't it be great? Seeing this suggestion, Gu Hang instantly lost interest in communicating with Luluwado. Reckless, overly optimistic about the situation, this is Gu Hang's evaluation of Leroy. But he has no chance to change the arrogant Black Crusader's mind. He replied with a message, complimenting in words, but actually brushing the matter aside. And he himself no longer pays attention to the war situation in other places, but focuses on the affairs of the Alfonso Star field. The Alliance still has to act according to its established policies and strategies. Chapter 614 Forge World. The main force of the Alliance that entered the Alfonso Star region was led by Gu Hang himself. In terms of the fleet, the strength is much stronger than that left in Martin's hands. There are also 2 open regiments, and a shadow regiment, and a large number of Alliance land forces. Such strength is to be able to quickly solve the problems in the Alfonso Star region, especially to solve the 3 Forge Worlds, which are huge wealth. There are 2 main reasons why we have to invest the greatest possible strength in the Alfonso Star region. First, we can use Sebastian Moreau's influence to quickly win over the Doves, and make them switch sides to our side. War is the most intense politics. If we want to achieve a goal, it will take too much effort to rely solely on war. We can't even guarantee success. Even if we succeed, we don't know how much it will cost or how long it will take. It would be best if you could use political means to win over forces that did not originally belong to you, or were even hostile. and use them for your own benefit. However, even if the so-called doves oppose the hawkish behavior represented by Varlock, or are persecuted by the Hawks, they do not necessarily have to follow the alliance. As the leader of the Alfonso doves with great reputation, Moro can play a good role in bonding and coordinating the entire Alfonso doves. However, in addition to such a leader, the leader must be very strong. Moro himself certainly does not have that. He fled to the alliance alone. So how could he have any strength to speak of? His strength, then, can only be matched by the alliance. Only when the alliance shows enough strength as his backing, can others see that there is a future in following him, and better play his role of integration. In addition, Gu Heng also has a special attack weapon against the Mechanicus, the black box. Of course, at the beginning, it is definitely not time to use the black box. Gu Heng will only take this thing out when it is particularly necessary. There is no need to worry about what will happen after the black box is given away. The black boxes that Gu Heng will take out as gifts are some technologies that the Alliance has already mastered, and the role of the black box is almost equal to 0. He is now giving away a few black boxes, which are not very eye-catching. It is no longer the time to be cautious. What if the various mechanical sects know that Gu Heng has a black box? Apart from the Martian sect, which Gu Heng really had to be afraid of, he no longer had to worry about other small and medium-sized sects. Even Mars, which was far away, Gu Heng actually didn't have to be afraid of. They wouldn't come to trouble him just for a few black boxes. That was definitely not the case. Unless Gu Heng told others that he had hundreds of black boxes, which even contained a lot of high-tech. That would be another matter. The people of the Mechanicus were crazy about black boxes. In addition to the technology they represented, the black box itself was very important. It was originally a super technological product of the golden age of mankind. For the people of the Mechanicus, studying the black box is like studying a sacred product that contains great truth. Whether from the perspective of scientific research or religion, it is attractive enough. For this reason, even if it is a black box that makes plastic steel, they are not interested in plastic steel, but they are extremely obsessed with the plastic steel black box itself. In fact, the black box has indeed made great contributions. At the end of November, the main fleet of the Alliance entered Alfonso. Along the way, doves surrendered and hawks retreated. Many of these Alfonso worlds also showed signs of corruption, but they were much better than the Nepeta star field, and only slightly worse than the Pride Claw star field, which was completely within the acceptable range. By the end of December, more than 60 worlds had been captured by the Alliance. Even now, behind the Alliance, a Mechanicus Guardian Corps had gathered. Among them are not only elite crusaders, automatic soldiers, but also a knightly order. They have not yet conquered a Forge world. Just from the forces stationed in the ordinary worlds controlled by the Alfonso sect, when combined, they have already become so powerful. And the hawks in these 60 worlds either were expelled, or eliminated, or became doves. In fact, the so-called doves and hawks, the distinction is not so clear. They were originally one family, but they had different political views. When the order from the great sage Vera came, the centrists followed suit and persecuted the hardcore doves. Now that the Alliance army has arrived, and the sage Moro has stepped forward to lead, the centrists quickly changed sides. This is perfectly normal. It is precisely because of this that Gu Heng was able to extract such a force of the Mechanicus from these 60 worlds to assist in the battle. Gu Heng did not intend to throw them to fight the powerful enemy he was going to face, as he might fall back on the fence. However, throwing them to different worlds, it is possible to quell the pests. These Mechanicus troops were originally drawn from the local area. Some worlds are in good condition, and the Alliance can solve the problem by themselves with a little help, or even without any help, as long as the top thoughts of the planet are unified. And they can even draw troops out for the Alliance. And these draw Mechanicus troops, Gu Heng threw them to the worlds with relatively bigger problems. It also saved Gu Heng from leaving an occupation force in each world and dispersing his own forces. His main force, in early January, arrived at the first important goal of Alfonso trip, Aramina. This is one of the 3 major forging worlds of Alfonso, and it was also the place where Moro once served as a forging general. Gu Heng was still very cautious, although they occupied 60 worlds without much resistance along the way. First of all, Alfonso Star region is a large place, larger than Dragon Eagle Star region, with 700 worlds, and the Alliance has occupied less than 1/10 of it. Secondly, the Alfonso sect is still quite powerful. Even though Sage Dubois led the team to a big defeat, they still have a lot of strength left. In terms of ships, they still have at least 2 mechanical arcs, Alfonso I and Alfonso III. There are at least 2 battleships. Of course, this strength is much weaker than when they went on the expedition to the Proud Claw Star region. But on the ground, the troops are quite abundant. If the Alliance wants to take down a Forge world, and the other side is determined to resist, the Alliance will have to smash the ground with a huge amount of force. Even orbital support is difficult to get. The Alliance is not a green skin, they can develop even if they blow it up and pick up the garbage. If a Forge world is blown up, what is the point of Gu Heng going there to fight a ground war? He wants the productivity of the Forge world. But we still have to fight. He tried to persuade them to surrender, but the effect was not good. The outer defense of the entire Ramada, the orbital guns on the surface of the planet, were all on full alert, ready for war. Although there was an insect infestation inside, as a Forge world, it was still unwilling to surrender so easily without a fight. Gu Heng also showed patience in this regard. He did not rush to launch a military offensive, but only pressed forward with a large army to continue to put pressure. It would not work to fight slowly. From Gu Heng's perspective, he never had the idea of investing troops, using the entire planet as a battlefield, and fighting a big battle on a Ramada. However, he had to show this intention. And even further, he had to show this ability, so that he could really avoid a war of attrition. It didn't matter that the first wave of persuasion to surrender was fruitless. The hundreds of agents who had sneaked in first by the Alliance were already very active. Their situation also made Gu Heng feel more at ease. They were about to go public. Logically speaking, the enemy was approaching, and the secret agents planted by the enemy inside the country should not be cleared out. If they were hidden too well, there was no way. They were in public, but they were not caught, or they could not be caught. That in itself explained a lot of problems. There were bad people among the people. It was impossible for no one to cover up and protect these Alliance agents. It's not just 1 or 2 people, nor is it just the middle and lower levels. Otherwise, the Alliance agents would not be able to conduct political collusion activities relatively openly without being arrested. Under the tough image of a Ramada Forge world that resists to the end, undercurrents are surging. It is always easiest to break through a solid fortress from the inside. The Alliance Intelligence Center, right under Gu Heng's nose, is carrying out high-intensity work. They constantly receive instructions from the agents on the ground, organize them into books, and form professional opinions under the work of analysts. For example, which people can be focused on, who can provide shelter to the agents, who can help the agents contact higher-level figures, who is wavering in attitude. These instructions can, in turn, guide the agents' actions. Among them, the oil men who originally belonged to the Alfonso sect provided great help. Otherwise, no matter how strong the intelligence capabilities of the Alliance are, it would not be possible to know so many secrets on a Ramada and understand so many people in such a short period of time. But isn't there Moro? He was once the casting general of a Ramada, and he knows too many things. And it's not just him. Many of the people gathered by the Alliance along the way were the oil men in a Ramada before. From the mechanical priests to the ruling bishops, there are people of all levels. Most of them have one characteristic: they are labeled as Moro Direct Line. After being captured and imprisoned by the great sage Moro, these people will naturally be liquidated. As a general of casting, Moro naturally had many loyal followers, and they were not completely eliminated after a round of liquidation. Later, Arno mobilized a group of his loyal followers to rescue him, but he ran away. A considerable number of Moro loyal followers were still in Aramina and could not escape, so they naturally had to suffer another round of liquidation. Moreover, this time was particularly serious. Many were executed, and many were imprisoned. But at the same time, there was a considerable number of people who were not sure whether they were direct descendants of Moro, but they might have some relationship with him. So they were exiled. In the 60 Alfonso worlds captured by the Alliance, a lot of exiles were also collected. They might not have been considered as Moro's diehards in the past. They would have been dead or in jail. But now, they are. Anyway, they have been beaten into Moro's faction by Alfonso. So what is there to worry about? Before, it was a disaster. But now, it is an opportunity. And these people who have lived on Aramida for countless years can naturally provide a lot of suggestions to the Alliance Intelligence Department and let them do their work. But unfortunately, According to the current analysis, it is unlikely to force Aramida to surrender peacefully. The 2 rounds of purges from the Hawks and the will of the great sage Varric have greatly weakened the political and military forces of Aramida, which were originally subordinate to Moro. Then, Varric set many of his own people to take over various important positions on the planet. It is very difficult to incite them to rebel. Even though Aramida seemed to be abandoned, Alfonso fleet did not arrange many mobile forces here. But it is said that a fleet is already gathering from Bostan, one of the 3 forged worlds of the Alfonso sect, and the largest one. At the same time, the sect has also asked for help from the Princess Star region, and Humphrey Paul promised to send reinforcements. As long as they hold on to Aramida for a while longer, support from all sides will follow. Therefore, they have both the will to resist and the value of resistance. Those hawkish oil men are unwilling to surrender and intend to resist to the end. However, along with this analysis, there was also another action proposal sent to Gu Hang's desk. After reading the action proposal, Gu Hang sent a copy to Moro, and the 2 captains, and the chief glory guards. After reading it, he asked them to come to the meeting and give their opinions. Half an hour later, the meeting started. And an hour later, the resolution was issued. Damn it. The person in charge of the action was Leo Moretti, the captain of the New World Torch, who strongly recommended himself and asked to participate in the battle in person. Gu Hang thought about it and agreed to his request. But at the same time, he also sent his trusted chief of the Glory Guard, Aero Lacroxia, to assist in the operation. Lacroxia was a coordinating role, but in fact, he was responsible for supervising Moretti on behalf of Gu Hang. To put it bluntly, although Moretti was called the head of the regiment, he was not very experienced. He had only been a space warrior for about half a year, although he was already the earliest warrior among the New World Torch. Although he had a veteran warrior like Wang Mensong as his advisor. Although he was very talented, with the garbage seeds of the New World Torch, he could train to the level of the company champion. And he could also enlighten him, approaching the level of the regiment champion. However, after all, it could not cover up the problem of his lack of experience. Wang Mensong is experienced enough, but Gu Hang doesn't trust him at all. But there must be opportunities for growth, and Gu Hang is willing to give them. Of course, it's not blindly given. Lacrocia is the one who backs him up. Although he is immortal, his strength is no less than that of some of the best space marines. Chapter 615, The Original Sin of the Torch Warrior. Lacroxia was very calm while putting on his equipment piece by piece. Although they only had a few people now, they were already in the enemy core world of Aramida. Their next mission was to be behind the enemy lines, to eliminate important personnel, and to capture important areas, which was extremely dangerous. But he really had nothing to worry about. This was not the most dangerous battle he had ever faced. Besides, even in the most dangerous battles, he was always quite calm. However, he could feel that the big man next to him was a little nervous. Even the Moretti war captain was breathing heavily. After thinking for a while, Lacrocia still spoke. Don't be too nervous. It will only make things worse. The young war captain turned his head and looked at Lacrocia, who was not even as tall as his belly, without any contempt on his face. How dare he despise him? Although this 50-year-old old warrior was just immortal, his reputation was widely spread in the Alliance. This is a hero of the Alliance, who has fought bravely with the governor on the wrathful Owl Star, and has made great achievements on many battlefields. The Glory Guards Corps, which evolved from the 10th Special Operations Brigade, is also an elite mortal force built with him as a template. Although Lacrocia has always been unwilling to take on the responsibility of command and commander, the Glory Guards Corps has someone else as the general. However, there is no doubt that he is the most famous guard warrior, who has been given the title of chief. Even when the New World Torch was established, when 800 new soldiers had just completed the implantation surgery and were undergoing intensive training, Lacrocia served as their instructor for a month. Now, even though his superhuman organs have all grown, and he is the most outstanding soldier among the 800 New World Torch Alliance soldiers, and was appointed by Governor Gu as the head of the regiment, he still needs to respect Lacrocia. He tried to take a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. There was some effect, but not much. Lacrocia thought for a moment, and asked, "Just tell me, why do you feel nervous? This is just a battle. According to the lifespan of your space marines, you will face countless such battles in the future. But this time is different," Moretti emphasized. "This is my first important battle as a commander. And it is also the first battle after the New World Torch was reborn. No. You have fought for the Alliance before. Lacroxia was referring to the ground battles that the New World Torch had fought after entering the Alfonso Star Field. But that's different. Those battles can't be considered battles at all. Any battle is important. Calm your mind. Moretti was silent for a while, exhaled a long breath, and said, Instructor Lacroxia, of course what you said makes sense. But you don't understand. At this point, Lacroxia could see Moretti clenching his teeth. You really don't understand. We New World Torches are born with original sin. Our ancestors committed great crimes, betrayed the Empire, and became enemies of the Alliance. They even betrayed their allies on the battlefield many times. The sentence of 100 years of atonement expedition is a light punishment in my opinion. Don't be afraid of your laughing. Many brothers in the regiment have actually complained. Why didn't we join the Phoenix? We are all children of the Alliance. And we grew up under the rule of Governor Gu. We have all shown excellent levels, and are always looking forward to pledging allegiance to the Governor. However, when we could serve the Alliance and the Governor, we were assigned to a sinful regiment, born without any honor. But I won't say it's unfair. This is our choice. It's a great honor to become a Space Marine and serve the Emperor and the Alliance forever. All we can do is to prove to the world with more achievements and more loyalty that the New World Torch has completely cut off from the past. I will use unquestionable achievements to make everyone shut up. How can those small-scale battles be enough? Anyone can do it. Sending the Glory Guards, or even the Special Forces in the Army, can solve the problem. We were dispatched only because we were newly established, to find some targets, and to train soldiers, but this is not what we want. Arameda is. We know that this battle is very dangerous, and perhaps many people will die here. However, each of us has a full awareness. Some shame can only be washed away with achievements gained through blood. Do you know now how important this operation is to us? We must not fail. Absolutely not. Lacroxia nodded slightly, then shook his head and said, I understand. But what I want to say is that although I don't quite understand your concept of honor, there is a basic fact: the less you can adjust your current state, the greater the probability of our failure. You are the commander-in-chief. Now think carefully about how to fight. Think about every detail. Don't think about the meaning, value, achievement, shame and so on. He said this sincerely. Lacroxia has always been such a pure soldier. Moretti nodded. But the situation did not improve much. Lacroxia said again, you can find that Wang Min song. Ask for some advice. In response, Moretti was firm. No. Never. He is a sinner. The one who brought the New World Torch to the abyss. The fact that he can live in the penitentiary camp and shed his last drop of blood for the Emperor is already an extra reward from the Governor. His opinion will not have any value. Moretti had no intention of giving in. Lacroxia did not persuade him anymore, and said, then let's do this. Tell me your plan from beginning to end. Will you help me proofread it? I don't have that ability. Lacroxia said. It's just that. If you repeat it a few more times, you may be able to find some problems that you missed before. What if you can't find them? That means there are no problems. You are the best. Lacroxia said this in a dry tone, which, combined with his expressionless face, made him look very special. Ha ha ha. Moretti laughed softly. Although he was half ridiculed and half perfunctory, he felt that his mood was unexpectedly better. He really did as Lacroxia said, and he spoke out the plan one by one. As he spoke, he thought, Lacroxia was just the most silent listener here. Before he knew it, the time had come. Then let's act. Moretti's tension had reached its peak. But no matter what, the arrow was on the string. He closed his eyes and issued an order for the whole army to act. And he himself was the first to rush out and got into an armored vehicle. The armored vehicles drove out. And soon, the entire convoy was driving on the road in the core industrial zone of the Arameda Foundry world. Their target, the newly appointed general of Arameda Foundry, had just finished inspecting the industrial zone and was on his way out. According to intelligence, it would take about 15 minutes to drive on the ground, until it left the industrial zone with a large roof, and the floating vehicle could take off. This was the time window for their action. Chapter 616. Assassination. What if a problem is difficult to solve? Then solve the person who caused the problem. The Alliance move against Arameda was made in this way. Combining intelligence from all parties, the Alliance has set 7 assassination targets. The others are easy to deal with, but there are two main sages, who seem to be unsolvable by relying on the power that the Alliance can mobilize on the planet. If the agents take action directly, their number, and their combat ability are not enough to eliminate the target. And if they want to mobilize the Mechanicus forces that have defected to the Alliance and are in contact on the planet, that won't work either. More than a few of Moro diehards were eliminated in the previous rounds. Many of the remaining people, although they can provide a lot of help, are secretly dissatisfied with Varric. But after letting them personally participate in the assassination, they still don't dare. The Alliance doesn't dare to let them do it either. Distrust. If the operation fails, and the enemy becomes alert, the Alliance will have to pay a greater price later. It's not necessary. But the help they provide is still necessary. Otherwise, how did the small boats carrying the Space Marines enter the Aramida planet? Without the help of internal personnel, even small boats would have been difficult to land on the planet's surface without being discovered. After all, this is not a peaceful time. The entire planet is wrapped in a huge void shield. The war has not yet begun, the void shield has not been fully activated, it is only operating at the lowest energy consumption, to ensure that it can be fully activated at any time when necessary. On the periphery of the planet, the starport with the Star Fortress and the armed space station group almost covered the entire planet. The detection radar was fully operational. And of course, it was mainly monitoring the main fleet of the Alliance. However, it was still very easy to catch a few small boats that appeared at this time. Only with the help of internal personnel. They found a moment of intersection between the orbit of the space station and the Star Fortress, and drove the small boat with the stealth system quickly into the atmosphere. Of course, in this process, Aramida's defense system actually discovered these dozens of uninvited guests. However, under the suppression of a certain magical force, they all chose to remain silent and shut up, turning a blind eye to it. An elite force of 1,200 people, including 800 New World torches and 400 glory guards, entered the surface of the planet. The operation was divided into 8 parts. 5 of them were composed of 10 Space Marines, working together with 30 glory guards. Their goal was to reach the level of the ruling bishop. The Alliance agents provided intelligence support. Quickly attack and kill. There are 2 more parts, which are a little more difficult. They are the 2 main sages. At least 100 Space Marines are arranged to ensure the kill, especially for the new Forge General named Anthony Farley. There are not only 100 Space Marines here, but also the Moretti Chapter Captain and Lacrocia, who are all involved in the operation. Make sure to kill them. As for the remaining 500 Space Marines, they have another mission. They are already hiding in the surface buildings corresponding to the Aramida starport and waiting for orders. At the moment of the operation, they will be the first to take the space elevator to the starport under the arrangement of the Oilman Nerwuzi. This is a very dangerous operation. Sage Farai attaches great importance to the control of the starport. Even the Alliance agents and the Moreau faction on Aramida do not have enough trustworthy personnel and cannot arrange people in advance. The only way was to take an illegal space elevator up at the moment of the operation, and then attack. Assassinating Farai and attacking the starport were the 2 most difficult steps in the operation. After the operation order was sent out, Moretti was actually quite worried about whether there would be any accidents in the attack on the starport. However, with Lacroxia's reminder, he understood that the things over there were no longer his responsibility, and he had to learn to trust his comrades. And the most important thing for him to do was to ensure that his mission was successfully completed. Anthony Farley's private car had already appeared in the field of vision. In an instant, at least 60 anti-aircraft missiles were fired from the hands of the torch fighters ambushed in multiple directions. The convoy accompanying General Casting was completely covered. Moretti was not sure which car Farley was in, so it was blown up. Under the violent explosion, the vehicles Farley's escort was riding in were mostly destroyed. But one of them, during the bombardment, revealed some purple waves. That is a void shield. There is no doubt that Fail attaches great importance to his own safety. It is normal to have a void shield in his private car. However, this small void shield that can be installed in a hovercraft is destined to a poor performance. After 6 missiles, it is already bright red and almost overloaded. These 6 missiles are all big ones, the top products among individual missiles. Fail did not expect that he would suffer such a fierce ambush on his own planet. After the missiles, there was a heavy grenade launcher fire. The dense bullets further made the overloaded void shield redder and dimmer. At this stage, there were already quite a lot of explosive shells that could penetrate the interception of the degraded void shield and directly hit the hovercraft inside. The hovercraft's armor was also very thick, but it was not a military product after all, and it could not withstand such bombardment. Moreover, Falai, who was inside the car, also sensed a greater danger. He was like a living target now. As long as he stayed in the car, he would continue to be attacked. There would always be a time when he could not bear it. If he wanted to survive, it would be best to get out quickly. The void shield that was about to break might not save his life. So, the car door was open the next moment, and a hunched figure jumped out from the open side door. Suddenly, the Space Marines concentrated their firepower on it and blew it up in midair. But at this moment, a second figure jumped out. Lacrocia was the one who reacted the fastest. He aimed his high-energy plasma sniper rifle, which was ready to fire, very accurately, and hit the second guy who jumped down. The purple void shield flashed and confiscated the plasma. The Space Marines who transferred their firepower, under the baptism of explosives, hit this personal micro-void shield and made ripples frequently. But the bait in front attracted their attention, and the energy transferred at this time was a little insufficient, at least not enough to break the void shield. It landed smoothly, and fled to a nearby ground workshop in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Moretti heard the reminder of the Alliance agent. They have sent out a distress signal. You must act faster. Within 5 minutes, a large number of rescue units will arrive, and you will be overwhelmed by the endless rescue forces. Unless Farai dies, our friends can't help you. Chapter 617, Death of the Casting General. 5 minutes, a little urgent, but generally, it was still within Moretti's plan. If Falai could be killed at the stage of the floating convoy, that would be the best. If he could not be killed directly, at least he was forced out. This place was the scheduled battle site, and the Space Marines had already carefully explored it beforehand. The place where Falai escaped to was the safest place, but it was also the place that Moretti was most familiar with. Even before the ambush began, there was a small team of New World torches stationed there. Farai hid in it, which was exactly what he wanted. However, he couldn't be too careless. The sages of the Mechanicus had great differences in combat effectiveness. The specific combat effectiveness depended on the strength of the modifications on the sage's body. After all, a considerable number of mechanical sages had their bodies modified to facilitate scientific research and the production of some precision products. Fighting is not their specialty. Of course, accessories and body modifications are not fixed like the mortal body, but can be changed at any time. A sage who conducts high-intensity scientific research in his own research institute will definitely have different modifications when he goes out on adventures and participates in wars. Has Falai modified himself into a fighting posture now? There is no intelligence mentioning this, but it is always right to treat the enemy with a lenient attitude. Even if 10 Space Marines, even if they are all veterans NCOs, they may not be able to take down a sage in a fighting posture. Moretti and Lacrocia, with their men, quickly surrounded the factory area. Inside, there were sounds of fighting, but they were becoming thinner. Moretti felt a little bad. The original plan was to wait until the other battle brothers were in place, and block the factory area before entering. The 10 veterans inside just hold Falai back. But it seems that it is not possible, and they can't wait until then. If the brothers inside are killed, Falai may escape from any exit before the encirclement is completed. By then, they will be caught in a pursuit battle, and the time required to resolve the battle will become immeasurable, and it is hard to say whether the problem can be solved in 5 minutes. Although, it is not that the mission will fail immediately after 5 minutes, after all. They can continue to withstand the continuous enemy reinforcements, and continue to kill Falai, but that will increase the difficulty and the probability of failure. After briefly explaining this to Lacrocia, Moro led his personal guards and was the first to step into the battlefield. Then, he knew he had come to the right place. 10 Space Marines had been killed, and only 2 were left. They were still struggling, and if there was no external help, they would not be far from death. At this moment, Falai was indeed in a fighting posture. The red and black robes of the Alfonso sect had disappeared, and his body was completely exposed. It was like a huge snake, and its lower body was wriggling on the ground in a special way, and it could stretch freely, looking quite flexible. The upper body, roughly, looks like a person, but there are many arms extending from the body, equipped with various weapons. The most notable ones are 2 mantis-like biological blades. This thing is different from the weapons used by mechanical sages. It is not made of steel, but more like a biological material, like a mantis blade. In addition, one of his hands holds a long staff, which looks like a long living worm, and its head is still wriggling. The power of psychic energy radiated from it, making the Space Marines fighting against him feel as if their bodies were rusted and difficult to move. When Moretti roared and rushed over, one of the two remaining veterans was pinned by the psychic energy of the insect staff. Then, a stream of acid sprayed on his body, and the power armor sizzled. Then, two mantis blades slashed across. The solid Terminator armor had become a little fragile due to the previous corrosion, and the strength of these two giant mantis blades was even stronger. With the combination of the two, the Iron Knight Terminator was also made of paper, and the Space Marine was directly cut into 3 pieces. Traitor, Moretti cursed, and what greeted him was a continuous fire bombardment. On the body of the Sage Farai, 3 or 4 living cannons extended from his body. The biological rays that were ejected not only produced a high-energy explosion effect, but also had a strong corrosive effect. Moretti was charging at full speed, and he still had enough energy to observe when the living cannon barrel stretched out, and he made a prejudgment dodge. And at the same time, he could slash with the phase sword in his hand, destroying some unavoidable rays. However, the guards following behind him did not have such skills. It was okay for him to wear Terminator armor. If he was hit, it would only corrode a small pit on the armor. As long as he was not hit continuously, he would be safe for the time being. However, the Space Marines wearing ordinary tactical power armor could not resist. After being hit several times in a row, they would die on the spot. During the charge, the bolters in the hands of the Space Marines hit him, but only caused a ripple on his void shield, which was not enough to break it. Relying on bullets, I'm afraid it won't work. Under the premise that Farley is protected by the void shield, it will take a long time to break it. Moreover, if we really compare firepower, Farley as a single individual, his firepower is probably more powerful than the combined firepower of the dozen Space Marine guards who rushed in. His special biological rays are incomprehensible. Moretti realized this from the beginning, and he never stopped from beginning to end, just to charge at Farley's face and end this battle with a phase sword. Seeing that the biological rays could not stop Moretti, Thalai was also a little anxious. He turned halfway around, preparing to respond, but at this moment, the only survivor among the 10 space warriors previously deployed in this factory area suddenly jumped up and slashed at him with a chainsaw sword. Thalai could not avoid it, but he was able to use a position similar to the shoulder blade to take the damage, and then the sharp blade stabbed straight through his waist and abdomen. The biological toxin was injected into it, and it can almost be said that this warrior is already dead. The strong paralysis of the biological toxin would make him completely lose all ability to move in a few breaths. Then, the heart, muscles, blood vessels, and brain that were forcibly calmed would all become disabled. If the time was a little longer, without an antidote, it would be permanent death. But at the last moment before the paralysis took effect, he still took out the plasma pistol hanging on his thigh with difficulty. There was no time to charge, but the distance was too close, and even the muzzle was inside the void shield, which was quite powerful, with a hole in his body. Thalai, who had a hole in his body, did not care about the damage. Threw the doomed Space Marine down, turned his head, and slashed at Moretti with his pair of mantis blades, trying to force him back. But at this moment, a ghostly figure appeared beside Thalai. It was Lacrocia wearing the servant power armor. With Moretti's charge and the Space Marine's temporary counterattack, Lacrocia quietly approached in a blind spot that Thalai could not observe. When Thalai realized it, Lacrocia was already closer than Moretti. The explosive power he showed instantly was even more surprising. In just a moment, he stepped into a position close to the void shield. A high-energy plasma rifle with full energy. The muzzle was inserted into the void shield, and then fired. The plasma beam accurately penetrated Farley's body. It was not fatal, but the void shield generator was broken. A small explosion occurred in Farley's body. At the same time, in the smoke, the explosive shells fired by the Space Marines, which were originally in vain, all hit him, making Farley's original preparations for defense and counterattack all come to nothing. Under the suppression of firepower, Moretti completed the final blow. The phase sword swung several times in a flash. He cut off the pair of mantis blades, then cut off Thalai's head, and then cut the head in half in midair, and then slashed several more swords on his body, completely dismembering it. After a set of actions, it only took a few seconds, the sage of the Alfonso sect, the general of the Aramina Forge world, died. Panting slightly, Moretti glanced at the battlefield. 10 soldiers who were deployed here before. All died. But at this cost, Belial's life was obtained, which was still worth it. However, the biggest goal of the battle group's operations on the ground has been achieved. Next, he contacted all parties in an orderly manner. On the one hand, he wanted to know the current situation of the battles in other places. On the other hand, he also had to inform the Alliance agents that their mission was completed. Next, he had to find a way to evacuate the people. At this moment, the reinforcements of the Mechanicus also arrived. They launched a fierce attack on the Space Marines guarding the factory area, and the 90 people of the New World Torch, and dozens of Glory Guards, defended here, even though there were many besiegers, and there were many high-level elite mechas among them. Even after a wave of attacks was repelled, fierce artillery fire fell from the sky, almost covering the entire factory area. But at the end of the battle, the casualties of the Space Marines were still not high. At the cost of the fragments of Mechanicus elites scattered all over the ground, they also exchanged for the deaths of 7 honor guards and 9 torch warriors. Moretti was already thinking whether he should continue to hold on, or simply lead his men to break out. At this time, the Alliance agent finally got a reply. Throw out Farai's body. They will understand when they see it. The fierce attack of the Mechanicus also stopped at this time. It seems that it's done. Moretti came out in person. He and the torch warriors he led dragged out a pile of body fragments. On the Mechanicus side, the floating reconnaissance servo skull saw this scene and faithfully sent back the image. Then, the Crusader army began to retreat. At this point, Moretti could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then, good news came one after another. All the assassinations on the ground of Aramina were successful, including him. The total casualties of the New World Torch did not exceed 40 people. Although, this number of casualties was somewhat heartbreaking, Moretti still smiled. The first important battle for the New World Torch to wash away its sins was a good start after all. However, his good mood did not last long. Bad news came. Our attack on the starport is not going well, and we need support. Chapter 618, The Abilities of the New World Torch. Wang Mengsong watched the battle with cold eyes. What could he say? He was just an ordinary soldier of the redemption camp of the war band, who led the war band to commit serious crimes. What qualifications did he have to speak? No one would listen. And Wang Mengsong himself was also in a very awkward state of mind. The Alliance wanted to surrender. He had already surrendered, and was still on the Fantasy Moon Star, participating in a critical backstab against the Fury Flame war band. The Alliance wanted to sentence the entire war band to a penitence expedition, and he accepted it. After all, he had committed a crime. Moreover, this kind of penitence expedition under the protection of the Alliance was actually no different from a normal situation, and it was not very painful. The Alliance removed his status as the warband leader, and did not allow him to continue to command and lead the warband. Instead, he was allowed to enter the penitence camp, and he still accepted it. Gu Hang would not worry about him, which was understandable. Moreover, he asked himself that everything he did was selfless, and it was all for the survival of the warband, and even for its development. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to be a chapter leader. It doesn't matter if he joins the penitentiary camp and becomes an ordinary soldier. For the chapter, he will do anything. However, what happened next made him feel that something was wrong. The chapter was quickly filled. It was so fast that he found it unbelievable. He was a chapter leader, and he once managed the operation of the entire chapter. He knew better than anyone how troublesome and time-consuming it was to fill the chapter. The Alliance simply found 800 young people who fully met the conditions for gene seed surgery, and in just over half a year, these people all completed the implantation of gene seeds, and then grew superhuman organs. The Alliance has a big secret, and they are not pretending at all, and put it out in the open. Are these really the children of our New World Torch? He didn't believe it at all. There are not so many gene seeds. He also secretly found the pharmacist of the regiment, who was also sent to the penitentiary camp with him, and secretly got some biological samples of these New World Torches, and did some testing. They are truly the seeds of our own regiment, without any problems in their bloodline. Moreover, these new recruits have shown a very strong level of strength. They have only been Space Marines for a short time, but they are as skilled as the old warriors of the regiment before, or even better. The new regiment leader named Moretti is particularly outstanding. If such a person had appeared in the regiment before, Wang Mengsong would certainly be ecstatic. He has always been most worried about the lack of successors in the regiment. He himself had grown up by a narrow margin and was not inferior to the champions of other regiments. However, there had been no newcomers in the regiment, which made him quite worried. But now, the new regiment leader was very good, which certainly made Wang Mengsong feel much more at ease. But he was also a little bit jealous. Although he didn't want to admit it. In his dreams at midnight, he did think of a scene. The regiment was full of rookies, lacking experience, and then suffered setbacks in actions again and again. As the former commander of the chapter, I was more or less respected and asked for my opinions. However, this did not happen at all. The atonement camp is just as its name suggests. The old men are all guilty. The new blood of the chapter hates them. They especially hate Wang Mengsong himself. These new recruits have fully accepted their identity as the torch of the new world, have a strong sense of honor, and are committed to rebuilding the glory of the chapter. But because of this, the regiment was regarded as a traitor to the empire, and even had two extremely bad behaviors of backstabbing friendly forces. After the reputation was ruined, it was normal for the instigator to be hated. The bad treatment and the isolated attitude made Wang Mengsong and others very uncomfortable. Even if they were sent to the most brutal battles as punishment according to the general usage of the atonement camp, they might still be able to accept it. But even these were not available. The new warriors see every battle as a great opportunity to wash away their sins and gain merits, and they wish to fight every battle beautifully at all costs. In this case, how could they bear to let the atonement battalion go? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to their own merits? This feeling of being ignored and marginalized made them even more uncomfortable. Moreover, the battle group culture formed within these new recruits is also strange. They have never received guidance from the old torches in terms of tactical style, but they spontaneously form a combat and tactical style similar to that of the old torches. This is normal. Same blood, same seeds, good at, not good at the same things, tactical style will naturally tend to be the same. However, besides the tactical style, the rest of the war group culture is really too different. In the past, the New World Torch, there was not much to pay attention to. The relationship with mortals was not good or bad. The internal atmosphere was relatively friendly, and they were polite to each other. But the new war group, the internal atmosphere is very strict. Everyone has a deep hatred. Moreover, the alliance system was deeply brought in, and the regiment priests assumed a role similar to that of the political commissar in the alliance army. The entire regiment was very fanatically loyal to the alliance, believing that they were born with original sin. So all sacrifices were what they deserved. Such a spirit of sacrifice, with a strong tendency to martyrdom, was completely different from the New World Torch in the past. Wang Mengsong also had a lot of opinions about this, thinking that this was not like the New World Torch at all, and even sadly thought that the New World Torch was gone, and now there was only a loyal dog of the Alliance, resurrecting with the corpse of the New World Torch. Of course, what he thought was not important, it was meaningless. He just accepted his fate, followed the regiment in a daze, and descended to the surface of Aramida to perform the mission. Moretti took them with him. After all, the mission was difficult, and its importance was beyond doubt. He had to use all the strength of the regiment, even the atonement battalion. Wang Mengsong was just like an ordinary soldier. Oh, he was originally fighting with the regiment. First, they forced their way into the space elevator. This step had been arranged in advance by the Alliance agents, and the local oilman provided help. The next step was to launch a rapid raid after the elevator arrived at the starport. This was divided into 3 parts. First, expand the scale of the battle, attract attention, and create chaos. Second, capture key areas as much as possible. This point can be coordinated with the previous point. Third, behead a Mechanicus Hawk Sage who was managing the starport. Wang Mengsong was certainly not qualified to do the third task, and could only do the first and second tasks. To be honest, he did a good job. He and his old brothers in the atonement camp killed many enemies and occupied many important places, including a command center, which paralyzed the communication between enemies in a large area. He had completed his mission. On the contrary, the so-called elite of the regiment, who were responsible for beheading, had problems. The elite of the Mechanicus were not really that easy to deal with. After the sage reacted, his own combat strength was there, and the fully armed mechanical sage was not easy to deal with. At the same time, a large number of elite guardsmen set up a strong defense line and resisted the attack of the New World Torch. The second captain in charge of the command was obviously furious. He began to ignore the casualties and launched a crazy attack without considering the casualties and losses. Wang Mengsong couldn't help it and took a small team to approach. He did not participate in the battle. After all, he had not received any orders and could not act on his own. He could only watch from a distance how the New World Torches died in the dense firepower network of the Crusaders. The powerful mechas brought by the Night Titans, in cooperation with the Crusader cyborg troops, showed strong combat capabilities. Their front line was constantly squeezed, and the attack of the New World Torches seemed to have achieved good results despite huge sacrifices. However, the experienced Wang Mengsong could see that it was intentional on the part of the opponent. They were using space to exchange for the manpower of the Space Marines. The price paid in blood for each step forward of the New World Torch was too high. Fighting like this would not work. But what should he do? Continue to watch coldly? He thought he could watch these recruits, who hated him calmly, and let them die one by one. Even if they all died, it didn't matter. After all, in his understanding, he did not think that those whose regiment culture and customs were completely different from those of the old Torch were the New World Torch. So what was the big deal if they all died? Moreover, he did not receive any orders. At this critical moment, the second captain did not try to summon the people of the atonement camp to help. He deserved it. He thought so in his heart. And every time a New World Torch warrior appeared in front of him, his eyebrows would unconsciously raise. In the communication channel of the regiment, he heard the roars of these new warriors, for the Alliance. This kind of thing, Wang Mengsong even sneered. For the Empire. For the Emperor. Wang Mengsong didn't care much about this kind of thing. For hundreds of years, the New World Torch has been shouting like this, and they are tired of shouting. For the New World Torch. Well, it's a little interesting. To wash away our sins. Who are you talking about? With my blood, forge history. This seems to be their new battle group slogan? Is it necessary? With a cold face, Wang Mengsong clenched his teeth. He still refused to admit that he had made a mistake. After all, if it weren't for his decision, what would the New World Torch look like now? I'm afraid it would have disappeared into history long ago. If he hadn't followed Taikai in the rebellion, would Taikai have let them go? The war situation 7 or 8 years ago was not what it has been in the past 2 years. The power of the Empire had not yet gathered. And at that stage, with the power of the New World Torch, it would be a sure death to fight against the iron armor. And the only outcome would be annihilation. Well, it was backstabbing an ally, destroying a regiment, and defeating the first batch of troops of the Inquisition. It was a bit fucked up. And on the fantasy moon star, although he did the backstabbing again, wasn't that to restore order and give the Alliance a token of allegiance? This can't be considered a sin. Right? Although he ruined the reputation of the regiment. And what are these young new bloods doing now? The reason why they were born with so much suffering, the whole atmosphere of the regiment is serious, and it emphasizes sacrifice. What is it for? No matter how much he doesn't want to admit it, he has to admit that it is to fill the many holes he dug in the past. Why should the New World Torch use my blood to forge history? Because their past was too shameful. No matter how many objective reasons Wang Mengsong had to defend himself, these shameful things still existed. And now, could he really stay here with a clear conscience, watching these younger generations who were different from him, and even hated him die one by one? He slowly raised his hand and connected the communication channel. We can't fight like this. I suggest we withdraw and rest for a while, leaving some troops here to continue to engage, and look for breakthroughs in other directions. Shut up, traitor. You have no right to speak here. The second captain, who was already furious, had such an attitude, which was not surprising at all. Although he was scolded, Wang Mengsong had made up his mind. The atonement camp. Follow me. Let those young guys take a serious look at what the New World Torch is really capable of. Chapter 619. New and Old. When each of the newly founded war bands was established, they had different styles because of some differences in their gene seeds. Of course, this difference is actually relatively minor overall, especially when it comes to individuals. Just like the Phoenix War Band has always been the war band with the best swordsmanship and the strongest individual combat ability. But when the top masters go to the duel factory, they may not necessarily be the swordsmanship champion. This difference is mainly reflected in the large scale, general scale, and the difference is not that big. So it is hard to say whether these styles are due to differences in gene seeds, differences in abilities, or differences in war group culture, which has led to preferences in cultivating new blood and selecting talents, and has intensified the specialization of styles. After the major founding legions were split into countless war groups, these war groups generally inherited the characteristics of the parent group, and in the long years to come, based on this, they developed some war groups with their own characteristics. For example, the Phoenix inherited the Phoenix powerful individual combat capability, did not reach the limit in this regard, but developed a generally stronger physique and firm willpower. And the New World Torch was too late. Their gene seeds came from the Infinite Legion. The characteristic of this legion is no characteristics. They are not the most outstanding in any direction, but they have no defects. At the same time, the gene seeds have high adaptability, explosion of troops quickly, coupled with strict discipline, and high tactical level, form the most typical appearance of Space Marines. The new torches, at least the old ones, are the same. These new torches, however, may develop some mad dog-like, high sacrifice, more ferocious fighting styles in the future. That is due to the sins they consciously bear, and the transformation of the war group culture that may be formed for a long time in the future. But that is a story for the future. At least, at present, the old torches led by Wang Mengsong are still the most normal. Wang Mengsong does not have any position, even the atomic camp, which is not actually under his control. Instead, there are two new torches, who serve as the two company commanders of the atomic camp. Normally, the old torches were very honest, and would listen to whatever the new company commander said. Wang Mengsong was the same. However, at the most necessary moment, when Wang Mengsong spoke, who would these old torches listen to in the end? Of course, they would listen to him. The old torches would not directly confront the new company commander. They just thought of some ways to sneak away when performing the mission. And with the cover of other old torches, they finally ran to meet up with Wang Mengsong. At this time, the two new captains found that 70% to 80% of their redeemed veterans were missing. They quickly reported the news. The commander-in-chief of the starport operation, the second captain of the regiment, Leo Eric, angrily sent a message to Wang Mengsong, who had just made a suggestion but was not accepted by him. You traitor! What are you going to do? It's not enough to destroy the regiment once. Do you want to destroy it a second time? I tell you, don't even think about it. When the mission is over, I will work with the commander of the regiment to chop off your head. But Wang Mengsong did not reply. Gathered around him, there were 144 old torches. Under Wang Mengsong's command, they went around to the other side of the front battlefield. Here, Wang Mengsong observed a risk that Eric had ignored. And when he arrived, the risk became a reality. An elite force of more than 600 crusaders was marching rapidly through this narrow, about 12-meter wide starport passage. All of them were composed of dragoon mechas. These tall ones are very mobile, and the beam spears in their hands can pose a fatal threat to Space Marines, even Terminators, no matter how far or near they are. This dragoon regiment is undoubtedly a killer. Eric, who attacked head-on, had only 300 soldiers in total, and basically all of them were thrown into the battle. If such a highly mobile elite suddenly appeared from his side and rear, and combined with the counterattack of the main force of the Crusader army on the front battlefield, the New World Torch would suffer a great loss. If the casualties were too great, the entire operation might even fail. And Wang Mengsong sharply noticed this, and actually stopped the group of dragoons. Now, it was the turn of the torch fighters, who launched a surprise attack on the group of dragoons when they were maneuvering at full speed. There were two teams in front responsible for interception, and their firepower stopped the dragoons. Compared with the advantages of firepower and mobility, the protection of the dragoons was really not very good. Therefore, interception cannot be done by blocking head-on. Otherwise the 600 dragoons, even if they are at the front, can shoot people to pieces with 2 rounds of beam lances. The two teams adopted an ambush tactic, hiding, and when the dragoons passed by, they quickly rushed to close range in addition to firing with their bolt guns. Although the dragoons' beam lances can switch to close combat mode when close to the enemy, and are even more powerful. After all, relatively speaking, the Space Marines still have more advantages in close combat. The most important thing is that, after the close fight, the other dragoons around them not only couldn't pass, But also it was difficult for them to find a shooting opportunity to focus their fire on the 2-meter-tall Space Marines under the siege of a group of 4-meter-tall Dragoons. The Dragoons besieging them, on the contrary, became a cover. Just when they were in chaos because of the 20 Space Marines, dozens of Space Marines suddenly appeared on the top of the 15-meter-high walls on both sides. They fired wildly at the Dragoons with their bolters from a high position. At the same time, dozens of people, directly under the cover of fire, climbed over the high wall, holding melee weapons such as chain swords and chainsaw axes, and killed into the enemy group. Wang Mengsong personally led the team and participated in this battle. By the way, he also recorded a short video of the situation here, and the camera function of the goggles in the helmet, and sent it to Leo Eric. Eric was silent. Cold sweat oozed from his back. Even without Wang Mengsong's report, he could still detect the battle on the side. He imagined that 600 Dragoons would charge out from the side and rear when he was not on guard, and their long spears would shoot from the rear, and then charge, being attacked from both sides. Not only would their offensive be repelled, but they might even leave more than 100 bodies behind. They had already lost more than 50 people, and with such a huge loss, after more than half of the personnel were sent out, how could they shake the defense of the Aramida starport? At that time, not only would they not be able to kill their mission targets, but they would also lose the strategic points they had originally occupied. He had to admit that Wang Mengsong, who he had just scolded, saved their mission. He opened his mouth, but he still didn't say anything. He just kept his head down and continued to command the troops to attack the front. On the other side, Wang Mengsong led the old torches and quickly defeated the 600 Dragoons. This group of high-attack and thin-skinned creatures, with high mobility, penetrated the rear of the battlefield and launched the attack first. Of course, they were threatening, but when they were ambushed, they were attacked by the Space Marines, who took the advantage first, and their thin-skinned characteristics were exposed. Not to mention, the torch fighters still adopted close combat, which made full use of their advantages and reduced the disadvantages of the Dragoons. Of the defeated Dragoons, only a few escaped. Wang Mengsong did not chase them. It was difficult to outrun these mechanical creatures with long legs. It would be a waste of time to chase them, gather the troops, and count the casualties. It was not a big problem. The team still retained a relatively strong combat capability. The action would naturally continue. Wang Mengsong planned to open up a second battlefield from the side. That is, from the way the Dragoons came, and launch an attack on the enemy position. He told Eric his idea. Eric did not respond. As the commander-in-chief, he did not object, because Wang Mengsong's previous actions proved that his judgment was sharp and correct, and it did save the entire team. Moreover, opening up a second battlefield from the side, no matter how effective the attack was, would provide great help to the main battlefield commanded by Eric himself. However, no matter how correct it is, Wang Mengsong's sudden command of the troops is an illegal act without authorization. Coupled with past prejudices, Eric is unwilling to endorse his actions. Wang Mengsong doesn't care whether Eric agrees or not. He will act. If Eric is willing to cooperate on the front battlefield, that would be the best. Even if he doesn't cooperate, Wang Mengsong will act according to his own ideas and do his best to ensure the completion of the mission. Let me show you that. Although the predecessors had stains in the past, their abilities were definitely not bad. Following the route of the Dragoon raid, they fought their way back, detoured to the other side of the starport command tower, and launched an attack. Only 20 people were left to guard the rear and block the approach of reinforcements, while the remaining 100 or so people were all involved in the battle. This wave of attack brought great pressure to the Crusader troops in the command tower. They obviously did not expect that Wang Mengsong's troops would suddenly appear in the direction of their attack. When the Dragoons were defeated, and the last report mentioned that they were coming here, the command tower hurriedly mobilized a group of troops to station and defend. As soon as these troops arrived, they were hit hard by the old torches. The defense force was insufficient, and they were attacked before they had a firm foothold. This was their first difficulty. And then, the defenders made a second mistake. They misjudged the tactics of the old torches. They didn't expect that these guys, who were wearing the same power armor and the same paint job, had completely different tactical styles. They were still using the same method to deal with the new torch, and ended up suffering a great loss. Their fighting style was completely different from the new torch, who was like a mad dog, regardless of sacrifice. On the front battlefield, They were obviously calmer and more methodical. Sometimes, this is not necessarily a good thing. But here, it is quite useful. To deal with a powerful mad dog, the best way is definitely not to fight head-on. The Mechanicus Scutarii have designed many obstacles. Whenever the Space Marines exerted some strength, they chose to abandon their positions, but they left some secret sentries on the positions. In the ruins of the building, in the small room, on the other side of the corner, there are not many soldiers, 30 to 50 people. When the Space Marines continue to kill the next position, they often appear from the back, with heavy firepower, and fire from the back. In this way, the positions captured by the Space Marines are actually not safe, and troops must be reserved to guard the positions, which will seriously affect the strength that can be invested in the forward attack. With each layer of delay, the Space Marines' offensive naturally became less and less sharp. However, this trick that worked well on the front battlefield was not so effective on the side. This group of old torches would not launch a fierce attack without fear of sacrifice. Nor would they launch a particularly fierce attack brutally. However, they were much more organized and disciplined. This led to the position that could have been held for a while being hastily abandoned prematurely due to misjudgment. Then, the hidden weapons they had arranged on the battlefield were quickly cleared by the old torches in a very experienced way. They would not rush forward without a stable foothold. Wang Mensong led the vanguard, and while maintaining the pressure of the frontal attack, he left enough troops to clean up the mess behind. After cleaning up, they would catch up again. As a result, the defenders gave up the battlefield. But they were unable to drag the old torches into the quagmire. The troops hidden on the battlefield not only failed to play the expected role, but were easily eliminated because they were too scattered. This exacerbated the problem of insufficient garrison troops on the side battlefield. When they discovered this problem, it was already a little too late. Even if elite troops were temporarily transferred from the front battlefield, a group of basilisk mechas, hammer mechas, and cyborg elites, they were more like a refueling tactic, with one wave coming and one wave going. In the battle, the performance of Wang Mensong, the former commander, was particularly outstanding. In any case, he was a champion of the regiment. In front of him, he had a way to quickly kill the elite units of the Crusaders, even the Night Titans, with him eliminating high-threat units at a fixed point. The speed of the flank assault was even faster than expected, so fast that it was too late to redeploy troops. They killed their way to the command tower. Their target, the sage who was responsible for the overall management of the entire Ramada starport, was inside. They only needed to kill him, and the mission would be completed. Wang Mensong would undoubtedly gain the greatest achievement. But he did not do so. There was no other consideration. Just discipline. He left most of his troops behind to guard the outer door of the command tower. He himself led an elite team to support the front battlefield. Due to their influence, as well as Wang Mensong's personal assault, the front battlefield could not hold up. Eric's troops, after sacrificing more than 100 Space Marines, broke through the defense line of the Crusader army. The two sides successfully joined forces. Chapter 620, Battle of the Command Tower. Eric looked at Wang Mensong with a complicated expression. What should we do now? Should we deprive Wang Mensong of his command power, and take down this guy who overstepped his authority? Not to mention Wang Mensong's contribution to the battle, the price of taking him down is unacceptable. It is obvious that the old torches following Wang Mensong are all united around Wang Mensong. If we take him down by force, will there be a conflict between the two sides? At this critical moment, internal strife? That's too much nonsense. Eric had a cold face, but in fact he was quite at a loss. Since internal strife is not allowed, then, should we ask Wang Mensong how to proceed with the next action? It's a bit too embarrassing. When he was struggling, Wang Mensong spoke. No polite words, he was straightforward, just talking about the next tactical suggestions. Afterwards, the New World torches started to move. There are still people left outside. They need some troops to guard the perimeter of the command tower to prevent the sage from escaping. To ensure that if he tries to escape from the top of the command tower by flying, they can intercept him as soon as possible. The interception firepower is not only near the command tower, but also includes several high ground platforms around it. The Space Marines can ensure that no aircraft can approach or leave the command tower in a short period of time. If the sage had left from the air, it would actually be easier to deal with. But obviously, he was ready to defend to the death. Antoine de la Roche had already known about the assassination of Farley. He even received messages from all sides, hoping that he would surrender. Wouldn't it be good for everyone to turn against each other, to work together for the great cause, and to return to the Empire? There was no need to fight each other and make the war so tragic. But De La Roche refused everything and scolded those people. Moreover, De La Roche felt that he was far from losing. Although the Space Marines who attacked the starport caused great chaos at the beginning, with their strong individual capabilities, but as he reacted, the battlefield situation was under control. If it weren't for a sudden accident on the side, which caused him to make a misjudgment, he could still rest easy now. But even now, it's not the end. The command tower, it's called a tower, but the internal scale is not small. He still had thousands of elite soldiers on hand. And with the help of the barricade-like transformation in the command tower, he deployed defenses on more than a dozen floors. He did not expect to be able to repel the Space Marines with just a few thousand people. But as long as he could hold on, the millions of troops in the starport would come to rescue continuously and repel these Space Marines. And as long as he held on, the fence-sitters on the planet would not dare to completely turn to the Alliance. The Alliance agents were active, and his side was a little confused by the Thunder operation. But as long as time is long enough, he can react. Even if Farley dies, he has enough prestige to turn the situation around. De La Roche stood up, paced back and forth, thinking about how to deal with it. He knew that the current situation was extremely serious, but he was not without the ability to fight. His body had undergone a major transformation in the direction of combat, and he believed that in terms of combat configuration alone, he was even more powerful than Farley. He could hold on. However, bad news came one after another. Several transport ships loaded with elite troops, escorted by fighter planes, were preparing to enter the command tower from the air. Although De La Roche said that he would not evacuate, it would be good to increase the number of troops from the air. However, all these attempts failed. The nearly 100 Space Marines guarding the periphery were not vegetarians. They not only had a full range of individual anti-aircraft weapons, but also captured several anti-aircraft firepower platforms that originally belonged to the Mechanicus in the surrounding area, which also played a good role. Even with fighter escorts, it was useless. The spacecraft that could transport troops on a large scale was too fragile and could be easily shot down. In addition, the troops coming from the outer ground were also blocked and could not arrive. More than 10,000 troops were often directly blocked by a few space warriors and could not break through. The terrain environment in the starport was very similar to the surface nest with highly dense buildings. The troops were often in a narrow environment and could not deploy their forces perfectly. The number of people who can fight against the Space Marines at the same time is limited, as long as they are not elite enough and cannot form a breakthrough. No matter how many people are blocking them, it is meaningless. Even if heavy firepower is used, it is not effective. Artillery is not easy to use inside the starport, and mobilizing missile attacks and using heavy armored units such as tanks to bomb them with direct fire when they get close can indeed repel the few Space Marines blocking the way. But the passage will also be blown down, making it impossible for the large force to pass quickly. Taking a detour or clearing obstacles and ruins will take a longer time, and during this process, they will be harassed continuously. Sometimes, the warriors of the New World Torch feel that they can no longer hold on, and will even take the initiative to blow up buildings, space structures of the starport, and block roads. Of course, objectively speaking, these are all temporary difficulties. At present, the news from all parties is that they are trying their best to rescue the command tower. The number of space warriors stationed outside is always limited, and reinforcements will always arrive, as long as he holds on long enough. But the question is, can he hold on for that long? It seems not working. Ever since the group of space warriors officially launched an attack on the command tower, after a while, De La Roche would receive a message that a certain defense line on a certain level had been conquered. At the same time, the battle damage information of various mechanical units would be directly transmitted to the processing center of his brain. He seemed to be able to see with his own eyes that his elite units were rapidly dying in the fierce battle. If this situation continued, it would be inevitable to be hit in the face. After thinking for a while, he made a risky decision to take the initiative to attack. For the sake of efficiency, the Space Marines did not gather all the troops together and slowly attack upwards. They would divide their troops into multiple places, test the defenders on the same layer, and find out which part was the weakest, and then form a single-point breakthrough first, followed by a comprehensive breakthrough, layer after layer. They were taken down in this way. If they continued to stay still, They would only be fiercely broken through by the Space Marines, and all living space would be compressed. We must take the initiative. De La Roche, who threw away the inconvenient sage robes, put on a combat uniform and began to move. His modified body did not look particularly exaggerated, not even tall, just roughly the appearance of a human. But the purple-black skin looked a little unusual. Taking advantage of the division of the Space Marines, De La Roche, on the 11th floor of the command tower, carried out a surprise attack on a New World Torch squadron that had just completed a single-point breakthrough. The raid was a success. Around him, there was an elite Mechanicus troop. Because of the need for flexibility, they could not bring Colossus mechs and Knight mechs. However, the top warriors of the two groups of Scutarii, and more than 30 electrolytic prophets operating under the cover of twice the number of Iron Hero mechs, engine prophets specializing in combat. The team formed together. For the Space Marines, it was quite difficult to fight against. Of course, if that was all, then such a force could certainly successfully hunt down a Space Marine squad, but there would be losses, and even not small ones, and when carrying out the second operation, it might fail due to insufficient strength. And De La Roche had no way to form such an elite force. The two groups of high rangers of the Scutarii, the dozens of electrolytic prophets, how can they be put together just like that? The key to solving this problem is De La Roche himself. On his back, along the spine, 8 arthropod arms stretched out, which could drive his body, moving with extremely exaggerated sensitivity. And under his bionic skin, purple-gray electronic tendons provided tremendous power. This turned him into a ruthless melee killing machine. It was not easy for long-range firepower to hit him. Even if he was hit, he had a micro-void shield and super-high physical strength to withstand it. He could often withstand such firepower and quickly rush to the opponent's face. Then, the double swords held by his 2 arms, and the knife-like claws at the end of his 8 limbs had terrible destructive power. Under the extremely high attack frequency, he could often tear a Terminator armor into pieces in a few seconds, or at most a dozen seconds. When he fought in person, the elite troops accompanying him became a luxurious spectator group. This is a bit exaggerated. After all, they were not really spectators. They would also fight with all their strength, objectively distracting the attention of the Space Marines and creating better space for De La Roche. But it is undeniable that the most difficult battles were fought by De La Roche himself. In this way, he won the first battle and eliminated a 10-man New World Torch tactical team with minimal losses. Then, he quickly evacuated, leaving the large group of Space Marines who came to support him empty-handed, and took the opportunity to attack another 10-man tactical team. Unfortunately, this time, he only killed 6, and the other 4 escaped. Without a lingering battle, De La Roche calmly gave up the pursuit and chose to retreat to avoid being attacked by a large group of troops. He understood that his appearance, although with a strong single combat power, greatly strengthened his own defense line. But he was the ultimate target of the Space Marines. He came to the front line, which meant that the New World Torch warriors did not have to fight them layer by layer. They only needed to find an opportunity here to encircle and destroy him. He had to be careful. Otherwise, his proactive strategy to solve the dilemma would turn into a self-delivery. However, he was eventually defeated when he attacked the third team of Space Marines. 2 teams failed in a row, and 16 soldiers were lost in a short period of time, which was already a heavy loss. After all, except for the troops staying outside to block the reinforcements, there were only about 200 people attacking the command post. If De La Roche continued to hunt like this, and hunted a few more teams, he would not have to risk staying on the front line later, and the Space Marines with damaged manpower would inevitably slow down their offensive. At that time, the Sage could rest easy and watch the Space Marines spend an unknown amount of time in the next layers of defense. He had to seize this opportunity and directly take down this unexpected combat power. This was a very good opportunity. No matter how arrogant Eric was, he was just a new soldier, and he had no right to be arrogant. The main reason for Wang Mengsong's bad attitude was his hatred for the history of the regiment. But now, it was not the time to care about those things. He took the initiative to find Wang Mengsong and asked him what to do. Wang Mengsong also gave him the answer without hesitation: the strong against the strong. As long as there is a small team, it seems that it can be hunted easily. But there is a strong person in it who can fight against De La Roche, so that he can't succeed quickly, and can hold on until the whole large force arrives to support, and can entangle De La Roche, so that he can't escape, or even kill him independently. That would be the best. After hearing this, Eric was a little embarrassed. Our New World Torch doesn't seem to have such a powerful master. From the narration of the brothers who survived the previous battle, we know that De La Roche is a master. Perhaps Chamber Master Moretti can achieve the effect that Wang Mengsong said? Not even certain. At least, among the torches present, the most powerful Eric himself is not sure of this. As a result, Wang Mengsong pointed at himself. He is an out-and-out chapter master. Even though the entire New World Torch has never been famous for its individual combat power, but, as far as he is concerned, compared with the chapter champion of any chapter, he is definitely not weaker. But does Eric dare to trust him? There is nothing to be afraid of. A team of 10, a seemingly rash assault, which would cause heavy casualties if the Crusaders did not take care of it. The main force of the Space Marines was clearly far away. Even if they came to support him as soon as possible, it would take time on the road. These conditions were met, and De La Roche was attracted as expected. It was of course normal for him to come, and he had no reason to think that this was a trap. But here, it is indeed Wang Mengsong, who was only wearing ordinary tactical power armor, and didn't even wear the Terminator, immediately entangled with De La Roche as soon as he appeared. His sharp swordsmanship not only saved the first combat brother who was targeted, but also taught De La Roche a profound lesson. The 2 limbs on his back were cut off. Then, the fierce and continuous swordsmanship enveloped this so-called sage, who specialized in combat. Chapter 621, Loyalty or Destruction. Wang Mengsong's offensive instantly caused great trouble to De La Roche. This sage, whose body was transformed to be extremely good at fighting, killed a dozen Space Marines in the previous hunting operation. In his opinion, the strength level of Space Marines seemed to be just SOSO, not as exaggerated as the legend said. Of course he knew it was normal. No matter how powerful the Space Marines were, look at their power armor, which was only 50,000 tax coins per set. 100,000 tax coins per set? The person inside is amazing. But no matter how valuable that person is, how much can he increase his power? And he himself, the new technology he is wearing, the full set of equipment developed from the Zerg aliens, cost 30 million tax coins alone. This is just the cost, not counting the cost of the research and development process. Research and development, that is more expensive than manufacturing. What's more, even if this is produced, it is not a transformation that everyone can undergo. Only a sage like him can have enough ability to master this transformation technology. With such a huge gap, he can crush ordinary Space Marines. Isn't that natural? The so-called demigods are just religious concepts that give Space Marines some special characteristics. Their superhuman bodies are indeed powerful, and they can maximize the value of their power armor, but they can't compete with the sage-level full-body transformation that is 100 times more valuable. But the top Space Marines are an exception. De La Roche felt a huge pressure. Even, he suffered a loss at the beginning. Wang Mengsong wanted to kill him directly with a sneak attack. So when he attacked, he went all out. The weapon in his hand had been replaced with a phase sword. Originally, he was certainly not qualified to use this top weapon that the Alliance had not yet mass-produced. There were only a few in the entire regiment. What he was using now was Eric's own sword given to him, just to increase his chances of winning. The phase sword is still top-notch. Without this top-notch weapon, even a champion swordsman would find it difficult to cut off a pair of De La Roche's limbs in one move. After a loss at the beginning, De La Roche felt even more overwhelmed by the violent slashes. He claimed to be a sage who specialized in combat. When he transformed himself, he did not make it bigger, stronger, or more powerful like other sages, but focused on flexibility, skill, and strength, and maintained a roughly human-sized posture. But what is the reality? After all, he is still a sage of the Mechanicus, a civilian, a scientific researcher. His so-called training is just training, and he lacks the experience of fighting on the front line of the battlefield. Relying on the powerful, expensive equipment advantage, he seemed to be invincible in the few battles in the past. He himself believed that he was a master of combat. But when he really faced the champion swordsman of the previous Space Marine in a life-and-death battle for the first time, he felt what horror is. Objectively speaking, Wang Mengsong's various physical functions are not as good as De La Roche's. A champion-level space warrior, even if his equipment is still the same, his body strength is far beyond that of ordinary space warriors. However, he cannot compare with De La Roche in terms of hard indicators. Whether it is strength level, speed, or flexibility, he is theoretically one level higher than Wang Mengsong. However, the champion swordsman is called a champion because of his experience, technical and tactical swordsmanship level, which is even more overwhelming. In terms of actual combat skills and combat experience, De La Roche was far inferior to even an ordinary space marine. His skills and hardcore physical functions could not be used at more than 30% when he met a champion like Wang Mengsong. He fought very frustrated, and even tried to fight with injuries to his life several times, but they were easily resolved by Wang Mengsong. After being stabbed several times, when the self-healing of the void electronic tendon began to fail, he finally calmed down. He began to try to escape, but every time, he was intercepted by Wang Mengsong. He looked around anxiously, hoping that his powerful and luxurious entourage could provide some help. But it couldn't. In theory, the entourage, which should be able to crush the remaining 9 space warriors in terms of combat power, is indeed an advantage now, but it is far from being able to completely solve the opponent to help him. The warriors of the New World Torch, who participated in this operation, were all carefully selected. Although the proportion of them who trained company champions was more than 5 times lower than that of Phoenix. However, among the 500 people, they could still gather 10 company champions. They certainly did not have the level of Wang Mengsong, but they were definitely not weak. De La Roche still expected others to help him? Impossible. There was even a torch fighter who was skilled and brave. In the interval of the battle, he suddenly shot him. Not afraid of accidentally injuring Wang Mengsong in the ultra-high-speed battle, he did not hurt anyone by mistake. Instead, he accurately matched Wang Mengsong's attack, causing De La Roche to pause, creating a good opportunity for the champion swordsman, who fiercely stabbed the phase sword into De La Roche's chest. De La Roche quickly retreated, and the sword was separated from his body. This was not a fatal injury to him. The biological tissue formed by the technology developed from the Void Zerg quickly repaired the damage in the body. In a short while, he would be able to recover. However, at this moment, he suddenly received another sword attack from behind. That was Eric. More space marines were surrounding him from behind. But the second captain of the regiment could not wait any longer. He rushed over as soon as he received the news. He was strong enough among the champions of the company, enough to play a major role in this battle. He was hit by several swords again. Although the power sword was not as powerful as the phase sword, he managed to force Eric back slightly with great effort. But Wang Mengsong arrived again. Under the siege, De La Roche seemed increasingly powerless to resist. In the end, his body, which could quickly repair itself, was cut into countless pieces, and then burned again by the meltdown flamethrower, and could no longer be put together. After De La Roche's death, the war did not subside immediately, but at least its intensity dropped sharply. So far, most of the hawkish officials have died, and the localists, the fence-sitters, who have an absolute advantage in numbers, have become more aware of the situation. Under their efforts, the Crusader army no longer came to die. The sage was already dead. What else was there for? Even on Aramida, many of the Mechanicus ruling bishops had organized a temporary council and contacted Gu Hang, hoping that the alliance could send an ambassador so that the two sides could have a good talk. This was a very clear attitude, and everyone could discuss everything, and the war could be postponed for the time being. But unexpectedly, Gu Hang rejected this proposal. Moreover, the entire main fleet of the alliance suddenly pressed forward fiercely. His voice, through various channels of alliance agents and public broadcasts, spread to the entire Aramida, unconditionally rectify the chaos. I welcome everyone who revolts in battle. You have shown your loyalty to the Empire. And for those who still refuse to change their ways, I will also take the place of the Emperor and the God of all machines to bring down the most severe punishment. Loyalty or destruction. You choose. Chapter 622, Aramida Sect. After the death of several leaders of the Hawk faction, Gu Hang suddenly showed such an aggressive attitude, which was actually a strategy. The surrenderists on Aramida, under the instigation of the Alliance agents, actually helped the Alliance to kill several Hawk faction sages. The remaining neutrals, the fence-sitters, no matter how entangled they were before, during the process of the New World Torch operation, although they did not help, they did not stop it either, and leaned towards the side of Falai or De La Roche. In this case, do they have any other options besides surrendering? Absolutely not. Then what is there to negotiate? Their bargaining chips have been used up long ago. Of course, if it were under normal circumstances, Gu Hang would not mind playing the negotiation game with them. After all, he used them at the beginning. dispatch space warriors to carry out special military operations with their cooperation, and then abandon them when their value was low. This behavior is a bit fucked up and will damage Gu Heng's own political credibility to a certain extent. If there is time, I will perform it. Even if the final result is the same, my reputation will be better. But the problem is that Gu Heng does not have much time. In the Alfonso star field, due to the existence of the Mechanicus, the severity of the insect corruption is not high, but Alfonso's own combat power cannot be underestimated. When the Alliance was on Aramida, patiently planning to get this forge world as safely as possible, the main fleet of the Alfonso sect was also on the way. Just as Gu Heng wanted Aramida, the Alfonso sect could not accept a forge world being captured. This Alfonso fleet is definitely not weak. 2 mechanical arcs as the core, there are also 2 battleships, 6 battlecruisers. After Dubois sent a large wave, they were still able to put together such a fleet, which shows how strong the foundation of a Mechanicus sect is. From the strength of this fleet, compared to the fleet led by Gu Heng now, it is almost the same level, or even slightly stronger. Normally, there is no need to be afraid. With Gu Heng himself, he is fully capable of leading the main fleet of the Alliance to deal with an enemy that is a level stronger than himself. The Alfonso fleet is obviously not that much stronger than the Alliance fleet. However, Gu Heng must consider another issue. Is Varric himself there? He did not forget what the biggest challenge he encountered when he defeated the previous wave of Alfonso fleet was. The powerful psychic power of Sage Dubois over a Neurozoan formed a strong confrontation with Gu Heng. It can be said that the 2 sides were evenly matched at that time. Gu Heng used the advent of the heroic spirit, the astral warriors to attack, and other means other than psychic confrontation to win the battle. Of course, after devouring the neuroprotozoan, Gu Heng's psychic essence was further improved and became more powerful. However, could what Varric could use be more powerful than Dubois? Gu Heng had to consider this possibility. Varric must be regarded as a great enemy and treated with caution. Varric came in a hurry to save Aramida. Gu Heng had to settle the matter here before Varric arrived. Otherwise, when the great sage arrived with the main fleet of the sect, those fence-sitters might have some changes. Under Gu Heng military pressure, under the persuasion of the Alliance agents, under the intimidation of the space warrior stationed directly in the starport and in the industrial zone of the capital city on the surface of the planet, the people on Aramida, who really had no other choice, chose to surrender. A large number of Alliance landing spacecraft, accompanied by a large number of Alliance army and the new Fury Corps, landed on Aramida. The local crusaders were disarmed in an orderly manner. Although they surrendered, it was obvious that Gu Heng could not trust them in such a crucial battle. The problems on the ground were not very important. The most precious production facilities, such as the Foundry Nest, were not urgent. The Alliance troops mainly took over the orbital gun fortresses deployed on the surface, as well as the multiple planetary void shield generators spread all over the world, which together formed a void shield to protect the entire planet. In addition, there are starports, star fortresses, and armed space stations in the planetary orbit. The people of the Alliance have completely taken over all these facilities. With these things, it can be basically guaranteed that the Alliance fleet can rely on Aramida to fight against the coming Varric fleet. Of course, while preparing for war, Gu Heng did not forget some political work. He first paid attention to the New World Torch. He also saw the specific battle report. To be honest, Gu Heng was not very satisfied with the overall performance of the New World Torches. He understood that it might be because of their experience and mentality that the New World Torches were a little anxious. However, he could not help wondering if this was the so-called inferior gene, which meant that they were not good at all. But there were also some parts that exceeded his expectations. Wang Mingsong's performance surprised Gu Heng. He had already stopped treating this guy as a human being, but he did not expect that an old warrior who was abandoned and regarded as dust would become a key figure. Perhaps his existence is a good medicine to make up for the New World Torch that makes Gu Heng dissatisfied? He also heard that after the Battle of Aramida, the treatment of the redemption camp in the New World Torch was slightly better. The 2 sides are no longer completely separated as before, and the new torches are also accepting some of the culture and ideas of the old torches. Well, Gu Heng doesn't like the ideas of the New World Torch. Backstabbing, right? However, Gu Heng still has strong confidence in the Alliance version of the Space Marines, who came out of the political commissar training of Zhongxi Academy, and they will not be contaminated. He did not intend to intervene directly, but to observe. Another political matter was that Gu Heng released Sebastian Moreau back to the surface. At the same time, as the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Theater, he reiterated that Moreau's status as a forging general was recognized. Moreau's identity was originally registered in the Empire. It was Varric who removed him from the list, which was an illegal act. Gu Heng was just setting things right. Then, as the forging general, Moreau announced that Aramida had separated from the Alfonso cult and established the Aramida cult, and called on all members of the Mechanicus in the Star Field to cut ties with the Alfonso cult, and Aramida would open its arms. Then, as the forging general, he signed a series of cooperation agreements with Gu Heng, the governor of the Alliance. Chapter 623, Anxious Premonition. Gu Heng worked hard to deal with Aramida, even letting Moreau go. After fully controlling Aramida, he also provided generous conditions to those fence-sitters. All this is to make Aramida as helpful as possible in the next war. The productivity of the Forge world is still secondary. Starport, Star Fortress, Armed Space Station, Surface Orbital Gun Fortress, Void Shield. These things will provide a solid backing. In case of a disadvantage in the subsequent battle, they can have a reliable rear, and can hide in, temporarily avoid the wind and rain. This is a very cautious approach. The reason is that Gu Heng has an indescribable anxiety in his heart. It is even worse than when he dealt with the Dubo fleet. But obviously, that time, the gap in strength between the two sides was greater than it is now. But that time, Gu Heng was thinking about how to rob the ship and increase his own profits. And this time, the enemy has not even arrived yet, and he is full of anxiety. Why is this? Gu Heng will not ignore his abnormal emotions. He is a top psychic. For him, emotions represent a certain kind of power. Emotional instability represents a sign of turbulence. He is indeed not specialized in prophecy and the ability to predict the future, and he does not seem to have such a talent. However, the highest level of psychic power still allows him to have certain premonitions. This is an ominous sign. The next battle may have unusual changes. The pressure of emotions forced him to make all the preparations for the war as much as possible. He didn't know what this dangerous intuition meant, and he would not give up the military action directly because of his anxious emotions and possible crisis. Not yet. However, it is necessary to find a way out as much as possible to ensure stability. Facts have proved that Gu Heng preparations are valuable. Varric came with his fleet, just like the intelligence obtained by the Alliance. The size of his fleet is 2 mechanical arcs, 2 battleships, and 6 battle cruisers, which are all the main forces. The rest of the small and medium-sized ships, let's not count them for now. As for the Alliance, the Emperor-class battleship Jingguan, the Retribution-class battleship Iron Horse, these were all taken from the Alfonso sect led by Sage Dubois in the naval battle 2.5 years ago. In addition, there is a Juva-class aircraft carrier Eagle Horse, and 3 Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers, Yunlu, Ronglin Yuehe. The last Yuehe was also taken in the previous war. In general, the strength of the Alliance fleet is slightly weaker than that of the opponent. But it should not be weaker by a level. Not to mention, there is also Gu Heng, a top psychic, with a whole group of storm mages. In a fleet-decisive battle, Gu Heng should not be afraid of the opponent. But Varric fleet, however, is also showing an appearance of not fearing a decisive battle, approaching the Aramida galaxy step by step. For the sake of caution, Gu Heng did not order the fleet to leave the galaxy and take the initiative to attack, but stayed at the Aramida jump point, waiting for Varric fleet to arrive, and then take the initiative here at the jump point. By the way, there is also a star fortress dragged out from the orbit of Aramida, plus a dozen armed space stations, which can be used as helpers. They can't move, but in the ambush at the jump point, they can serve as a firepower platform and provide some firepower support. And if the enemy fleet wastes firepower to attack them, it will be even better. In short, it is a little help. Varric fleet did not force it. In the star observation of both sides, they can sense that the other side is on the other side of the star tunnel. No one is rash, but just confronting each other. But soon, Gu Heng received news. A fleet of the Mechanicus came from another star tunnel of Aramida. This fleet was not strong, and there were only 2 cruisers leading the way. It was the Ambition class, a civilian version of the Moon class. Although it was also a cruiser, it was much less equipped on the basis of the Moon class, and was more luxurious and commercial, and was used to sell to some planetary governors, wealthy people, and wandering merchants. The interior decoration is much more luxurious. and it is cheaper than the Moon class, which shows what kind of stuff it is. However, after all, there are 2 cruisers, and more than 20 destroyers and frigates. They appear on the side, and they cannot be ignored. The Alliance also divided a small part of its forces, 3 Moon-class ships with destroyers, to deal with it from the side. Varric wants to use this method to involve the main fleet of the Alliance and reduce the pressure when it jumps through the astral tunnel. Gu Heng would not give him this opportunity. However, relatively bad news came. When the Alliance discovered the small fleet, the cosmic observation clearly showed that the Varric fleet on the other side had already begun to shuttle through the astral world, and it was expected that after 3 to 4 standard Terra days, they would complete the jump and arrive at the jump point of Aramina. The confrontation was over, and the war was about to begin. At the same time, the small fleet that had been following the Alliance Moon-class ships on the side, and was circling around, suddenly accelerated, and started a battle with the Alliance ships. Logically speaking, the Alliance had an advantage in combat power, but when the battle started, they suffered a great loss. They failed to stop Alfonso's small fleet, and lost a Moon-class ship. According to the emergency report, the battle was normal at the beginning, but then, a bunch of things described by the Alliance Navy as spores suddenly released from several fast destroyers of the enemy. These things bypassed the radar detection and fire interception of the ship, and when they were discovered, they were already very close to the ship. They slowly passed through the energy shield and void shield, then suddenly accelerated and attached to the ship. Then, these huge spores not only corroded the ship's armor, but also released poison gas into the ship, as well as a large number of landing troops that were difficult to deal with. These troops were very strange. They looked like the common modified mechas in the Mechanicus, but they had a lot of flesh and blood on their bodies, a chitinous structure, and their combat power was quite fierce. If Gu Heng had not spent a lot of grace points to strengthen the strength of a wave of Alliance Marines during the previous truce, he would not have been able to stop them. But despite this, they still suffered a great loss, and a Moon-class ship was destroyed. The repelled Alliance fleet lost the trace of the small fleet and has not yet found it. At this time, Varric's large force was about to arrive. Originally, according to the observation of the universe, their ships would take another day to arrive. But in the next second, the shadow of Alfonso fleet appeared at the jump point. They used some special technology to deceive the Alliance observation. Chapter 624, Shadow of the Subspace. At the same time as the Varric fleet emerged from the jump point, not far from the main fleet of the Alliance, the small fleet of the Mechanicus that had previously lost its trace also appeared. Without any foreplay, these ships did not even try to open fire. They understood that with a little firepower in their fleet, it would not make much sense to fire at full force, and destroying 1 or 2 small boats would not have any effective impact on the battle situation. They have a more important mission. These Mechanicus ships are madly advancing towards the main position of the Alliance fleet, and their posture seems to be about to crash into it. Crashing. In some old and outrageous naval textbooks, it is also considered a tactic, but it is obviously too ridiculous, so that in actual wars, except for some unexpected situations, it is not seen. But these crazy ships seem to be doing this. We must not let them succeed. Even in the face of Varric main fleet, which appeared at the jump point in advance, the Alliance fleet still allocated some firepower to deal with these crazy ships, adhering to the idea that no matter what they want to do, if they are blown up, the problem can always be solved. The Alliance fierce concentrated firepower blew up the void shields and energy shields of these ships in a very short time. Only the ship armor was left, which was obviously not enough to counter the Alliance fierce firepower. Several more rounds of artillery fire, the armor-piercing firepower, turned almost all of these ships into space junk. At this stage, the main firepower of the Alliance fleet even still dealt with the main force of the Varric fleet, which had just completed the jump and had no time to deploy its shield. 2 fleets of similar size, or even stronger than Varric, fought a decisive battle at the jump point. If there was an advantage of first move, it must be used as much as possible. Firing first may not completely determine the outcome of this war, but it is obviously a big weight on the scale. As long as we can destroy 1 or 2 of the enemy main battleships at this stage, it will be a huge victory. Even if it doesn't work, destroying more frigates and cruisers is also good. The Varric fleet used some special technology to deceive the Alliance space observation ability and arrived early, which made the Alliance less prepared. This has already reduced the Alliance first mover advantage. The small fleet that came out from the side also attracted some firepower, which also reduced the pressure on the arrival of the main force of the Varric fleet. However, the Alliance fleet soon discovered that this was just a small matter. Originally, they thought that the problem would be solved after the small fleet that attacked from the side was completely destroyed. Although in the previous report, it was mentioned that they had a strange technology of releasing spores, which could directly threaten their own ships. However, since the ship was destroyed by you, no matter how powerful this technology is, it is useless. Right? Not really. After those ships were blown to pieces, they had just focused their attention on the battle at the jump point, and were fiercely projecting firepower, trying to take advantage of the stage when the enemy ships had no time to open their shields, and cause as much damage as possible, when suddenly more than 30 Alliance ships reported to the fleet command that their ships had been invaded. That spore appeared again. It looked like a huge insect egg, which looked larger than the average landing spacecraft. This egg-shaped thing seemed to have floated out from the wreckage of those small fleets. It was purple-black in appearance, and it was difficult to distinguish it with the naked eye. At the scale of the universe, it was actually not easy to observe anything with the naked eye. However, the multiple observation methods of the bird divination instrument and the star language tower did not detect the approach of this strange space object. By the time it was detected, it was a bit too late. As it slowly passed through the void shield, the close-range firepower of the ship shot down some of it, but not much. Generally speaking, whether it is fighting pirates, human civil war, or monsters like greenskins, when boarding a ship, the enemy usually has to choose some suitable places for landing. The deck of the ship, the gun port, the bottom cabin. These places are relatively weak, and there is a place to enter, even if you want to smash a hole to break through. It should be convenient. For this reason, the short-range defense firepower of the ship will also focus on these locations. However, the attack target of these eggs is not here. They just find a place to stick to it casually. The eggs have some kind of stickiness. After sticking, their surface melts quickly, and the mucus form dissolves the outer armor of the ship. The dissolution range is only about 10 meters, or even a few meters. For a huge warship, it is not a big injury. Even if the enemy firepower comes through the void shield, it is not easy to hit the dissolved part at a scale of thousands or tens of kilometers. As for the problem of air leakage caused by the dissolution of part of the ship's armor and hull, there is no need to worry. Any ship of a certain size has made very detailed plans for such risks. If necessary, it will be isolated. The ship's damage management department is not a freeloader. However, the key point is not the dissolution of the armor, but the huge number of Zerg soldiers that emerged from the eggs. The reason why it is described as a soldier is that it still looks like a person. And the prefix Zerg is mainly because its head, arms, and body structure have too many Zerg characteristics. And there are also many mechanical transformation characteristics. It should be some kind of insect swarm technology developed by the Mechanicus, a new type of modified mechanical servant. The mechanical modification and biological modification technologies are used together, and the individual combat strength of the things produced is really strong. From this point of view, these small ships that rushed over, their initial goal was not just to attract firepower. Rather than being blown up, it is better to say that they came here to commit suicide. After the self-explosion, these insect eggs released, caused at least 30 Alliance ships to fall into chaos. Among them, there were even two main battleships of the Alliance, the Eagle Horse and the Golden Pass. The former was an aircraft carrier, and the latter was a battleship. Gu Heng himself was on the Golden Pass. On the two giant ships, it was easy to deal with these problems. There was no need for Gu Heng to take action. The sufficient number of Marines in the ship, and the Glory Guards, could handle it. Not to mention, the Space Marines of the two chapters, the Fury and the New World Torch, were also deployed in place, enough to eliminate the invaders. It did not affect the ship operations. However, other small and medium-sized ships that were invaded were difficult to deal with. The Alliance Marines were generally upgraded to the T4 level. The ships were equipped with Sentinel mechas, single-soldier exoskeletons, armored vehicles with good passing performance such as walkers, and even a small number of elite troops wearing commander-type power armor. But despite this, without the help of space warriors and the large-scale Glory Guards or Battle Sisters, it was still difficult to completely suppress these invading monsters. These invaded ships were not doomed, but chaos inside the ships was inevitable, affecting the ship's combat efficiency. Gu Heng did not pay too much attention to these issues. They were all small tricks. After a series of small tricks, the Alliance first-hand advantage was indeed reduced a lot. But it was not important. These had some impact on the balance of victory. But to be honest, it was not big. He always remembered that his most powerful weapon was his own psychic power. As long as his psychic power can be used normally, the victory of the war will always belong to the Alliance. However, he also did not forget the inexplicable anxiety that appeared before. If it is understood as a dangerous sign, then up to now, this sign is far from being fulfilled. The combo tricks that Varric made are quite useful, but they are far from making Gu Heng anxious. It is nothing more than affecting the first-hand advantage of the Alliance. Seeing that almost all members of the Varric fleet have passed through the Star Tunnel, they have appeared in front of the Alliance fleet and set up their formation. All the void shields that should be opened have been opened, and the total cost is only 4 cruisers plus less than 20 destroyers and frigates, which is not a big deal. But so what? Gu Heng's psychic power is already stirring, and all the members of the Storm Mage Corps are in place. The targets have been selected, and they will first find the mechanical arc that looks the largest. Gu Heng is trying to tear open its void shield. The entire Alliance fleet. It is not the first time that they have cooperated with their boss, and they have turned their firepower, waiting for the void shield to be torn open before focusing their fire, and seeking to destroy it as quickly as possible. But in this process, Gu Heng also made full preparations and kept a little bit of reserve. If the anxious premonition before came true, it would most likely come true in this place. Varric might have some means to deal with his psychic power. Gu Heng wanted to see what it was. Then, it really came. When Gu Heng tore open the curtain between the Kingdom of Storms and the real universe, intending to use all his strength to descend the power of the Kingdom of God and tear open the void shield of the mechanical arc, he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. It wasn't dizziness, but it was really dark. That was the perspective seen through the Kingdom of Storms. A thick shadow enveloped his entire Kingdom of Storms. Varric method actually came from the subspace. This really surprised Gu Heng. I didn't expect it. The shadow of the subspace that enveloped the Kingdom of Storms isolated the power that penetrated from the Kingdom of Storms into the real universe. Even on the contrary, Gu Heng's own psychic power was affected. Then, the shadow of the subspace was still covering the entire battlefield. Not only Gu Heng, but all psychics felt heavy pressure. At the same time, Alfonso fleet opened fire. Chapter 625, Invasion of the Kingdom of God. The shadow of the subspace, this is a terrible thing. In the history of the Empire, this thing has been recorded. When a huge number of insect swarms appear, this phenomenon always occurs. The scholars of the Empire believe that this is a typical phenomenon of the real world affecting the subspace. To some extent, it proves the doctrine of an academic faction. They believe that the subspace is a projection of the real universe. The creatures, souls, thoughts, emotions, and other things in the real universe are projected into the subspace, forming a distorted force. The shadow of the subspace is the product of this concept. The swarm has no active consciousness, no thoughts, and no emotions. For this reason, when they gather on a large scale, and there is a swarm will, which consciously guides them, then these unconscious swarms can cover the subspace power of the corresponding area into their own appearance, without consciousness. There is no subspace power input. The subspace of the entire area will become dark. And naturally there will be no subspace power that can be borrowed from this area to the real universe. The direct manifestation in the real universe is that the psychic power of all psychics will be greatly weakened, or even directly cut off. If they are used forcibly, they can squeeze out a little. But it is very dangerous, and they are easily covered by the shadow of the subspace, which will directly lead to death, regardless of whether the doctrine of this school is true or not. At least, the phenomenon they describe is true. As for Gu Heng, the special thing is that Gu Heng is not an ordinary psychic. It is not that the shadow of the warp covers him and can cut off his connection with the warp. He himself has a part of the essence of the warp. An entire area of the warp constitutes his Kingdom of Storm God, which directly provides him with power. The shadow of the warp. Or rather, Varric was also surprised. This technology of controlling the shadows of the subspace was developed by him. But it also required a very high price, asking for help from the Great Mother. To achieve it, he originally used it to deal with Gu Heng. No doubt. Now, among these traitors, there is also a consensus that if Gu Heng's psychic threat cannot be resolved, don't fight him in an interstellar naval battle. That would be courting death. Even if our fleet is really 1 level stronger than the Alliance fleet, or even 2 levels stronger, and can defeat the Alliance fleet with Gu Hang's psychic advantage, we should not fight. Even if they win in this way, the price is too huge. Earlier, the means adopted by the Dubois fleet were to hang a Neurozoan inside. Generally speaking, this is a monster with the strength of an Alpha-class psychic, and it can be controlled. It can't defeat Gu Hang, but at least it can protect its own fleet in the fleet war. Right? The conclusion is no. Varric also studied that battle. According to the fragmentary intelligence after the war, he also pieced together the whole picture of Gu Hang defeat of the Dubois fleet at that time. That's why I came up with the Warp Shadow. I originally thought that Gu Hang was just a very powerful psychic, and once the Warp Shadow covered him, the problem would be solved. But when the moment really came, Varric found that it was not the case at all. That area that could not be covered by the warp. That kingdom of storms. So this is the source of Gu Hang's power? He can stably display the power of alpha-level psychic energy. Unlike the alpha-level psychics in the Empire, whose power is unstable and will hurt themselves. The reason is that Gu Hang is also a heretic. But how did he ensure that he was a human being while also possessing a part of the subspace essence? Similar to an evil god? As a researcher, Varric's curiosity was greatly aroused. He really wanted to get this precious scientific research sample, which might not have been recorded in the entire human history, win this battle and capture Gu Hang alive. As for the specific method, in the real universe, Varric no longer paid attention to it. His Skitarii Marshal will be responsible for the specific battle command, and he himself will immerse all his mind into the subspace to deal with and suppress Gu Hang. The shadow of the subspace evoked by him has already enveloped the entire kingdom of Storm God. Just this step, actually, is not enough. As long as the kingdom of God exists, Gu Hang can borrow power from the kingdom of Storm God in the real universe, and even share it with his storm mages. It's just a little more troublesome, a little more laborious, and a little more difficult to use. In fact, Varric could feel that Gu Hang was already trying this. We can't let you break out. The huge subspace shadow was not limited to encirclement, but began to squeeze inward, and even invaded the kingdom of Storm God. Our position is about to be lost. Request artillery support. Where are the armored forces? Come up quickly. We can't keep retreating like this. We must fight a counterattack and take back the position. Countless messages spread among the heroes, and the entire kingdom of Storm God was in chaos. The invasion of the subspace shadow had a very concrete representation, the swarm of insects. The large shadow covering the periphery of the victory fruit seemed to be a swarm of countless insects. When they squeezed in, they really turned into countless insect beasts, launching an all-round attack from all directions of the kingdom of God, from the sky to the ground. In the past years, the kingdom of Storm God had already changed under the persistent construction of countless heroes. The desolate scene when the original Angry Owl was in charge has completely become a thing of the past. The current Storm Kingdom is a huge city covered by the blue-purple land and bathed in thunder. Countless buildings stand in various forms, and the heroes live in them peacefully. They are all heroes who are loyal to the Alliance. After death, they can enjoy eternal peace in Gu Hang Kingdom. But the invading insect swarm broke everything. However, the fighting power of these heroes cannot be doubted. They quickly picked up their weapons and fought desperately with the insect swarms that crawled out of the ground, flew from the sky, and rushed in from all directions. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce, and the end could not be seen at a glance. The insect swarms were boundless and endless, but the number of heroes was limited. The total number of heroes enshrined in Gu Hang Kingdom of God was actually less than 100 million. But these tens of millions not only had a strong fighting will, but they were also immortal. After being destroyed by the insect swarms, they would often be resurrected not far away, in the area where Gu Hang's storm power was still covered. It was like an eternal war, with both sides consuming each other. Chapter 626, Adverse Situation. Gu Hang stood in the center of the Storm Kingdom. His consciousness spread throughout the Storm Kingdom. In this nearly eternal battle of consumption, who will be the final winner? Your Zerg is endless, and my heroic spirit is infinitely resurrected. But in fact, nothing is truly endless. What about the Warp Shadow? Did it really vacuum the warp? To put it bluntly, isn't it a force that belongs to the Zerg mapped into the warp? If they really fight in this way of mutual consumption, the invading insect swarms will be constantly killed and eliminated, which actually means that the subspace shadow is being weakened. When this weakening reaches a certain level, The subspace shadow may not be able to continue. But the same thing applies to Gu Hang. The invading insect swarms were destroyed by the thunder from the sky. And the thunder was also consuming the power of the Kingdom of Storms. If the insect swarms destroyed the heroes, then when the heroes were resurrected again, it would also be a consumption of the power of the Kingdom of Storms. If too much is consumed, the Storm Kingdom may collapse. But no matter what the result is, this consumption will be a very long process. It is unknown how long it will take to produce a result. Who will win, and who will lose in the end? Gu Hang does not know. At least, he does not have a clear answer at the moment. But Gu Hang has not forgotten how this eternal war in the subspace happened. It serves the confrontation between the fleets of both sides in the real universe. According to the current trend, no matter who will win in the end, at least the naval battle in the real universe is definitely over. What is the current situation of the naval battle in the real universe? It seems that the Alliance is at a disadvantage. In the absence of psychic power on both sides, the Alliance fleet is indeed inferior to the opponent in strength and scale. Judging from the situation of conventional naval battles, there are problems in the Alliance operations this time. There was originally some gap in the strength level of the fleet. When the opponent crossed the jump point, the Alliance did not have a good grasp of the first-hand opportunity, and was curbed by the continuous silky small combos arranged by Varric. The most dangerous moment of crossing the astral tunnel and arriving at the jump point has been overcome by Varric fleet. Now, both sides have set up their positions, relying entirely on the fleet's own firepower to fight. So what is there to fear about the mechanical fleet? The Alliance has an Emperor-class ship. But are the other two mechanical arcs vegetarian? Just a few years ago, among the three mechanical arcs of the Alfonso sect, Alfonso II, which was the most inclined to war, was destroyed. The two ships left behind are regular mechanical arcs. Regular mechanical arcs are of course no worse than war arcs in terms of ship specifications. But regular mechanical arcs have more production and scientific research functions. After all, mechanical arcs are not born purely for war. But despite this, their combat effectiveness is still good. They are a whole level larger than ordinary battleships, and can accommodate 10 times the size of regular crew members. After all, they are here. Although it seems a bit cumbersome due to the drag of other non-war equipment, the number of heavy artillery crammed in is there. Maybe one mechanical arc is not as good as one Emperor class, but two are definitely better than one Emperor. Not to mention, there are also Retribution class battleships and battlecruisers next to it, and the number is more than that of the Alliance. In the fleet decisive battle, the Alliance is inferior in firepower, armor, and shield. If the battle goes on in this conventional way, the loser will be the Alliance fleet. In fact, the Alliance also realized the problem. After asking Gu Hang, the Alliance adjusted its strategy in time after learning that it might not be able to rely on the support of psychic power in the short term. They no longer concentrated their firepower on the enemy main battleships. Without the support of psychic power, it was not the weak side's job to focus on the giant battleships directly. A mechanical arc was targeted. But so what? Such core giant battleships were all located at the core of their own fleet array, surrounded by many other ships as barriers. What are frigates for? Not only the short-range firepower of the giant ship itself will intercept the enemy artillery fire, these frigates will do the same thing. Under the layers of interception, the firepower that can hit the giant ship itself is already very small. The mechanical arc is large enough, and its void shield and armor are strong, so it is not easy to be destroyed. It is called concentrated fire, but the firepower that actually hits is so small that it is not enough to do anything to them. Even if you are unlucky, the interception efficiency cannot be improved for a while, and you get beaten, and the void shield even shows some signs of overload, but as long as there are more frigates, or even cruisers, moving directly in front of the giant ship to form a shield, you can also prevent your own giant ship from being destroyed and destroyed. If the weaker side adopts this tactic, it is a bit like gambling with their lives. Unless they are really lucky, some unexpected situation occurs on the battlefield, causing their firepower to really penetrate all kinds of defenses, and quickly destroy one of the enemy giant ships, reversing the balance of power on the battlefield. Otherwise, they will not get any results after fighting for a long time, which is a big loss. It is better to attack the small boats. If you destroy a frigate, the opponent will have one less barrier, and if you destroy a cruiser, the opponent's firepower will also be reduced a little. Such a change is indeed effective. The mechanical fleet began to suffer losses. Even if some small boats were destroyed, it was still a loss. However, under the same conditions, the Alliance lost more small boats, because the other side also fought in this way. In addition, the Alliance also tried other things, space marines. Although, without psychic power to help with teleportation, it was impossible to reach the enemy ship quickly, smoothly, and with a high success rate. However, psychic teleportation has never been the only way to conduct guild warfare. It is not that without psychic power, boarding cannot be carried out. In fact, a considerable number of war groups, their think tanks do not have the ability to carry out large-scale teleportation with the team. But when everyone fights, isn't it the same way? Landing spacecraft, boarding torpedoes, boarding cabins. These more traditional means are not unusable. What's more, the Alliance also has a Juga-class aircraft carrier on the scene. This giant ship, during the landing operation, can also play a significant role. That's what the Alliance did. The New World Torch volunteered, even though they lost more than 200 people in the battle against Aramina, but at this time, they were still willing to take the lead, even though they knew that in the current disadvantageous naval battle, there would be great sacrifices in boarding operations, but they were willing to do it. Wang Mingsong's previous actions eased the relationship between the Atonement Camp and the New War Group, and also made some of the ideas and culture of the old Torch acceptable, and the tactics were no longer so reckless. However, the thought of sacrificing to cleanse sins that emerged from the entire regiment has not changed. Fury also has similar ideas, but not as strong as Torch. They are also volunteering. Yi Lixia approved their attack, but did not let them really go out in full force. Let's try it first. Most of Gu Hang energy now is in the confrontation in the subspace. It's good that he can occasionally spare some energy to take a look at the situation of the naval battle. And he can't spare the time to make decisions. Otherwise, the current balance of confrontation in the Kingdom of Storm God might be broken. And it would be a big loss, stripping Gu Hang of his spiritual power. From the perspective of naval command alone, Gu Hang is not a professional, and should be handed over to Yi Lixia. The two regiments, New World Torch and Fury Flame, each deployed 200 warriors to board. At the same time, she also activated her high authority and mobilized another hidden force, the Shadow Regiment created with Phoenix Seeds. Of course, she didn't know what the Shadow Corps was about. No matter how much Gu Hang trusted her, it was impossible for him to tell her such a thing. But it didn't stop Gu Hang from telling her that it was just a powerful force, with an average quality much better than the other two corps, and could be used when necessary. This was indeed the case. The potential limitations brought by the Gene Seeds made the Fury and New World Torch, two corps created using the inferior Infinite Warrior Seeds, have a rate of only 2% to 3% in training company champions, while the Phoenix Seeds could raise this rate to 10% to 15%. In this Shadow Regiment, the number of company champions reached more than 100 people, which could form a champion company. Yi Lixia did not really destroy it. It would be too painful to lose some of this kind of troops during the boarding process. She only sent out 200 people, and put 20 champions in the normal proportion. 600 space warriors, assembled in batches on various warships, boarded landing ships and boarding torpedoes, and were launched. In the initial stage of flying in space, the risk is relatively low. It is far away, small, and not as noisy as light spears, missiles, and macro cannons. It is not easy to be discovered and intercepted at a long distance. When they flew about half of the distance of the battlefield and were about to enter the enemy key short-range fire interception area, the Eagle Horse took action. Before that, its presence was a bit low. It basically released the Kirin fighter, cooperated with its own fleet firepower targets, captured some cruisers, and attacked destroyers, playing a harassing role. Dragon Elephant fighters, even the suicidal patrol ships, have to be effective when they are released, otherwise it will be a big loss. But in fact, it was difficult to have such an opportunity in the previous battles. But now it is time for it to play a role. The target is directly aimed at the two Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers in the Mechanicus warships. These two warships are also the targets of the Space Marines. The Hippogriff launched a patrol ship and more than 20 fighters of various levels to the two targets. After these firepowers were deployed, they were fully fired, ignoring the threat of the frigates and the battlecruisers themselves, and trying their best to pour out their own firepower. The damage caused was relatively clear, especially after being thrown at the face. Some firepower could penetrate the void shield and directly hit the ship. The two Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers each suffered a lot of real blows. However, they failed to blow up the ship, which was a pity, and it would not have a clear impact on the battle situation. At this time, the Space Marines boarding torpedoes arrived one after another. The ships and fighters launched by the aircraft carriers were secondary in terms of damage. The most important thing was to disrupt the deployment of enemy ships and attract their attention through sudden attacks. They still achieved their goal. When the boarding torpedoes and landing ships arrived, the enemy interception firepower was not fully utilized. It was attracted by the ships launched by the aircraft carriers before. It was not enough to temporarily redirect firepower to intercept these boarding torpedoes and ships. There are a lot of boarding vehicles deployed. A considerable number of them are empty, or only have a small number of Army and Marines. To put it bluntly, they are indeed cannon fodder. If they land successfully, they will work with the Space Marines to provide assistance. But their biggest role is to serve as a distraction during the flight of the boarding vehicles. At most, only 1/10 of the boarding vehicles have Space Marines, and the rest are either empty or loaded with cannon fodder, even though the enemy short-range firepower was attracted away. In fact, 1/3 of the boarding vehicles were still destroyed, because the flight trajectory and formation of the boarding vehicles were specially arranged. Most of the destroyed ones were actually cannon fodder. In total, the number of Space Marines who died in the boarding process was less than 100. About 70 or 80. The rest basically completed the boarding. The boarding torpedoes and spacecraft smashed into the ship fiercely. The Space Marines and some surviving cannon fodder Marines rushed into the ship and engaged in battle with the Scutarii in the 2 Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers. As the battle went on, I began to feel something was wrong. The enemy was not just the Crusaders. The biological and mechanical units mentioned in the previous battle report all existed. These monsters were still no match for the Space Marines, and were eventually defeated. However, not all the Space Marines were able to achieve their combat objectives. They were certainly not here to seize the ship. There was no condition to seize the ship at all. They are here to destroy the ship. Whether it is to destroy the bridge part, which is the brain of the ship, to make the entire ship lose its command center, or to destroy the engine part, to make the ship lose power, or even to detonate in the ammunition depot, in the fuel depot, to destroy the ship directly from the inside. In short, they want to make the ship lose its combat effectiveness. And they have to do it quickly. If it takes a day or two to do it slowly, what's the point? I'm afraid the naval battle has already entered the end, or even ended. Chapter 627, You Will Pull. This moment may be the most stressful moment in Ylishia's life. She has been in Navy for a long time, but before joining the Alliance Navy, she was only the captain of a single ship at most. She became an admiral of the Imperial Navy in the Alliance, commanding the Alliance huge fleet. Battleships, aircraft carriers, battle cruisers, are all under her command. This is almost the peak of life that an Imperial Navy general can reach. Can an ordinary admiral command such a powerful fleet? I'm afraid not. Even a Navy admiral can't do it. But a Navy marshal might be enough. However, although many actions before this were commanded by Yilishia, Gu Hang's role in them cannot be ignored. Although her husband did not directly interfere with the actions of the fleet, the biggest means for the entire fleet to win was undoubtedly Gu Hang's spiritual power. The actions of the fleet must be coordinated with Gu Hang's spiritual power. Often, the fleet's firepower would be directed at the enemy ship whose shield Gu Hang tore open. And Yilishia didn't need to worry too much. Although victory after victory became her Medal of Honor as a naval commander, she was very happy. However, she also understood that those things did not belong to her completely, and were not obtained entirely by ability, but by taking advantage of Gu Hang. Of course, she would not be so ignorant as to ask others to give her a chance to prove her ability. War is not a joke. If you do this, even if the void shield of the ship is hit by one more shot, the energy of the curse shield consumed is worth a lot. If the armor is hit by one more shot, then the dents and cracks will be left. When repairing the ship, it is necessary to go into the dock and use large-scale engineering machinery to repair the surface of the ship. It all costs money. Nothing that touches the Navy is cheap. But putting aside the reality, she has had similar fantasies in her heart. She has always been a strong person, eager to prove herself. And now, unexpectedly, this opportunity is in front of her. Without the help of psychic power, Gu Hang is fully committed to the battlefield of another dimension, and has no time to care about the naval battle in the real universe, and he also fully delegates power and trusts her. She is now the supreme commander of the entire fleet, and everything is up to her. What she has to face is a huge challenge. An enemy that is more powerful than the Alliance fleet, and a disadvantageous situation. How is she going to fight this battle? When such a challenge was put in front of her, she regretted it, and would rather not have such an opportunity. A simple victory. Is there anything wrong with it? But the reason why a challenge is that it will not be transferred by her will. And she must face it. And she is also very pragmatic. This battle cannot be won. It is not worth it to win. Although, she does not know what Gu Hang is like on the battlefield of the two places. Whether he can quickly win, and then return to the real universe to help. But she couldn't pin her hopes on this. She had to make the right decision independently. Rather than staying here, using inferior naval forces, making huge sacrifices, trying to delay until Gu Hang was free, or striving for victory in the war. Yi Lixia decided that it would be better to be safe. She decided to withdraw, but she definitely didn't want to turn around and run with the fleet. Otherwise, under the pursuit of enemy ships, she didn't know how many ships she would lose on the way back to Aramina. The entire fleet, under the command of Yi Lixia, maintained the fleet formation. The coordination between the ships was relatively tight, and the entire fleet circled, ensuring that the frontal firepower was facing the enemy while trying to increase the distance between the two sides. The biggest advantage of this strategy is that the greater the distance between the two sides, the worse the effect of the firepower. When a macro cannon really takes a long time to fly to hit, even if the auspicious array, the psychic calculation array, and the trajectory calculation are powerful, the hit rate will be low to a certain extent. Light spears are slightly better, and the hit rate may not be affected that much. However, if the distance is too long, the power of energy weapons will be greatly attenuated. In short, the farther the distance is, the more intense the naval battle will naturally decrease. When the distance is far enough, you can leave the battlefield and return directly to Aramina, even if you are always bidden. As long as the intensity of the naval battle decreases, the loss of the ship is acceptable. It is not uncommon for such a naval battle to be entangled for 10 days or half a month. If it continues to entangle, won't you return to Aramina while fighting and retreating? At this point, Yi Lixia had to be thankful that the Alliance's previous strategy in Aramina was quite valuable. If they hadn't taken over the place quickly, had they not taken control of the orbital defense system and the ground orbital artillery fortress group, and had 5 army groups stationed on the planet one after another, with a total of hundreds of millions of Alliance troops, the situation would have been really bad. Now, they at least have a perfect backing to rely on. Back to Aramina, with the support of the orbital system, they don't have to worry. Although the strength of the Varric fleet is stronger, it is not on the same level. It is impossible for them to attack the Alliance fleet under the cover of the orbital defense system. If they dare to come up so recklessly, Yi Lixia will not mind using a head-on attack to add a few more glorious medals for herself. And if the Varric fleet chooses to besiege and cut off the external supply connection, there is no need to worry. In the case that the main fleet of the Alliance does not suffer much loss, it will continue to maintain the initiative. The Mechanicus fleet cannot be too presumptuous. Otherwise Yi Lixia can attack at any time and bite them hard. There is nothing wrong with the whole idea. The problem lies in execution. Will the mechanical fleet allow them to do this? It seems that they are unwilling. They speed up and rush up again, chasing. And if Yi Lixia wants to stop their pursuit, she must ensure that she has enough deterrence. The firepower of the main battleship is the most important aspect, and the 600 space warriors, who were ordered to attack earlier, are another aspect. The latest news Yi Lixia received is that they all landed successfully. However, they encountered stubborn resistance inside the fleet. In the end, only one team completed the mission. The 200 Shadow regiments finished the job. They detonated the enemy ship's engine compartment, energy compartment, and caused a violent explosion inside the ship. This explosion directly destroyed the Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser. There were even more than 100 Shadow warriors who, just before the explosion, snatched the small attached spacecraft that originally belonged to the Mechanicus ship, or found the landing spacecraft they used when they came, and ran back. However, the fate of the other 400 Space Marines was more miserable. They could only say that they had completed the mission to a certain extent, destroyed 60% of its weapon systems, briefly occupied the bridge, but failed to destroy it. When the more than 100 survivors of the Shadow Regiment came back, the 400 Warriors of Fury and the New World Torch were still at the current stage. They should not have died yet. And the second captain of the New World Torch, Eric, was still leading a considerable number of Space Marines to fight stubbornly inside the enemy ship. But the losses they suffered in the battle on their ships were too great. After the number of ships was sharply reduced, the possibility of completing the mission became increasingly slim. At the same time, they could hardly find any chance to evacuate. At this stage, they could basically be considered to have been wiped out. The total loss of 500 Space Marines was quite large. But in Ulysses' opinion, this sacrifice was worthwhile and necessary. It directly led to the destruction of one of the other battlecruisers, and the other one fell into chaos. Even if their subsequent ship damage management department can repair some of the firepower and some of the command system, the effect of emergency repairs will probably not be very good, and the ship's combat effectiveness will inevitably be seriously affected. Let one of the enemy's 6 battlecruisers be destroyed and one paralyzed, which has greatly reduced the pressure on our side. This is not only reflected in the frontal confrontation of the fleet. Ulysses' plan is to make a detour, increase the distance between the battles, and reduce the intensity of the battle. In this plan, the biggest threat is not the 2 mechanical arcs and 2 Retribution-class battleships in the Varric fleet. These 4 giant ships are powerful in frontal combat, but they are all clumsy. The real trouble is the 6 Dragon Snake-class ships. The battlecruisers run fast, and they can get entangled first, delay, and annoy the Alliance fleet. They can even temporarily break away from their own formation, detour to the path of the Alliance fleet, and intercept and delay it. Although Ulysses also had some plans to deal with it, the risk was definitely greatly increased. It would be the best if 2 ships could be eliminated immediately, and the subsequent pressure would be much less. Ulysses even thought about doing it again, even if she had to sacrifice another 500 Space Marines to replace the 2 opposing warships. It would not be impossible. However, for the sake of caution, she did not send so many troops in the second wave of attacks. Although New World Torch and Fury Flame still wanted to continue fighting, they even hoped to send them to the warship where their brothers had fought before, to complete the unfinished mission on the one hand, and on the other hand, to try to rescue some people. But it was rejected by Ulysses. She only quietly sent out 200 Shadow regiments, whose target was the 3rd Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser. But this time, the result was not ideal. There were still fighters launched by the Eagle Horse aircraft carrier as cover, but this time the loss during the boarding process was relatively large. More than 50 people were shot down on the way before they boarded the ship. Then, the 150 people who successfully boarded the ship, with the assistance of a small number of Marines, failed to complete the mission perfectly, still only paralyzed the enemy ship's command system, and failed to completely destroy it. Moreover, they were not able to withdraw. Ulysses also clearly realized that the previous success might have a small probability. She stopped gambling. After all, not all Space Marines could be used for such things. The Varric fleet was also boarding those strange anti-reconnaissance egg-like spores that could stick to the ship's armor and invade by corroding a hole were also quite disgusting. The invasion caused by the suicide squadrons that rushed up before had not been resolved after 2 standard Terra days at the beginning of the naval battle. Moreover, the Mechanicus is still persistently sending these boarding spores in the opposite direction. The Alliance fleet has greatly increased its vigilance against this, and has strengthened its interception. But just as our own boarding torpedoes can board enemy ships, it is also impossible for all the boarding spores to be intercepted. In fact, the probability of their successful landing is not low, at least higher than that of conventional boarding torpedoes and boarding ships. Now only a few of them occasionally float over, causing some trouble. But can we rule out the possibility of large-scale deployment by the enemy? I'm afraid it's not possible. In this case, the Space Marines have to take small boats and go to the invaded ships to rescue. We need to be on guard. Now, we have used the Space Marines' boarding tactics to destroy a battlecruiser, which has greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of the other 2 battlecruisers. That's enough. In the subsequent process of increasing the distance of the battle, or even fighting and retreating, the threat that the remaining 3 battlecruisers in the Mechanicus can cause will be relatively limited. They also tried to conduct a detour interception, but suffered a great loss. It did delay the pace of the Alliance fleet a little, but the price they paid was that a Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser was severely damaged and almost destroyed. After being repelled, they tried to launch a wave of high-density boarding spores. But the embarrassing thing was that this type of boarding spores had the advantages of being secretive and having a high success rate of boarding. But its speed was really not fast. During the high-speed maneuvering of the Alliance fleet, More than half of them failed to land at the designated position, and could only be embarrassingly recovered by the Varric fleet later. The remaining boarding spores that arrived at the scheduled location at the scheduled time did indeed play their role, except for those that were intercepted. A considerable proportion of the remaining ones completed the landing and released the half-mechanical, half-insect-modified servitors into the interior of the Alliance ship. However, they were fiercely counterattacked. Ulyssia trick came into play at this time. The Glory Guards, the Battle Sisters, and the Space Marines, the three elite forces of the Alliance, had already boarded various small ships and fighter planes when they detected that a large number of boarding spores were approaching, transferring between one's own ships. The risk is definitely small, being hit by the fire from the enemy fleet from afar. There are indeed cases, but they are very rare, and only very unlucky people can encounter them. The vast majority of them can complete the transfer smoothly. They are a rapid response force, and they will go to the ship that is most seriously invaded by the boarding spores, assist the Marines on the ship, and resolve the invading enemy. The whole process. The emphasis is on speed. This crisis, even so, survived. Afterwards, the Mechanicus fleet launched a full-force rapid advance, but the bulky mechanical arc with 2 Retribution-class battleships, it really couldn't be fast. Later, they seem to have accepted their fate. They even stopped chasing Ulyssia's ships, but directly changed their target and headed for Aramida. Anyway, don't you want to go back? Alliance? Then I'm faster than you, and I can intercept you at the destination, wouldn't it be better? But this time, they still failed. Part of the Alliance fleet returned to Aramida first. Chapter 628, Ground Rebellion. The number of ships that retreated first was not large, mainly 2 battlecruisers and mini-cruisers. After all, the Alliance also had a Retribution-class battleship, which was also a slow-moving ship. But as long as there were ships that went back first, it was a good thing. When the Varric fleet just arrived at Aramida, the main fleet of the Alliance also returned. Then, Ulyssia made a rather fierce decision, rushed directly into Aramida. At the same time, the Alliance ships that arrived earlier in the Aramida orbit will also attack to support. If you have the guts, intercept them. The Mechanicus fleet is also rational. If they insist on intercepting, they will first suffer from being attacked from both sides. Afterwards, the Alliance main fleet rushed up, and in a blink of an eye, they will be able to rush into the coverage of the Aramida orbital firepower. Unless they can annihilate the Alliance main fleet in such a short time, but it is obviously impossible. Once the main force of the Alliance rushes in, the mechanical fleet will be dumbfounded and will not be able to pursue them. Otherwise, if they rush into the vicinity of Aramida's orbit, the starport, the star fortress and the ground orbital artillery firepower, together, may not be able to match 10 battleships. Starships cannot engage in firepower confrontation with planets. If the planetary defense system does not have its own starships to cover it, it will indeed appear clumsy and inflexible. It is easy for enemy ships to destroy the outer space stations one by one, and it is also easy to catch the gap in the star fortress trajectory, deploy troops to the ground, and attack from the surface. But these plans will not work when there is still a strong fleet in the opponent's orbit. The two sides, again, confronted each other in Aramida. The Alliance fleet could not leave, and Varric fleet did not dare to force an attack under the anti-orbital firepower, so the two sides were deadlocked. Ulyssia was relieved. Looking at her command at this stage, there were some flaws, and some mistakes, but it should be correct in general. In any case, she saved the main fleet of the Alliance. Although one battle cruiser, that is, Wasteland, was severely damaged and was parked in the starport, and many small and medium-sized warships were lost in the naval battle in space in the past few days, but in general, the main force is still there. If we really compare the losses, the small and medium-sized ships of the mechanical fleet may have suffered fewer casualties. But in terms of the main battleships, one Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser was lost. 2 were seriously damaged. 1 had to be returned to the factory for repair, and its combat effectiveness was basically paralyzed. Although the other one can still fight. It is only the command system that is damaged. It was repaired temporarily, but it is estimated that due to poor command, it will lose 30% of its combat effectiveness. In comparison, it is not clear who has suffered greater losses, with a fleet size and strength inferior to the other side, and the ambush strategy at the jump point being cracked. Being able to do this should be considered a success. Gu Heng himself also thought so. He took some time to observe the naval battle situation in the real universe, and in a few words with Ulyssia, He praised his lady. Yi Lixiao was not happy about Gu Heng's praise. And the next strategy was to maintain a conscientious and conservative attitude, and confronted Varric fleet in Aramida for half a month. During this half month, it was quite peaceful, although the atmosphere was tense. There was almost no actual fighting, and even exploratory confrontations were rare. It seemed that everyone knew that the battlefield around the orbit of Aramida was a battlefield, and no one could do anything to anyone. Half a month later, the situation quietly changed. Yi Lixiao received news of a large-scale rebellion on the surface of Aramida on her flagship. Before that, there had always been riots on the planet. Even if the former casting General Morrow went down to appease and suppress the people, and with his relationship with the Alfonso sect, it would be impossible for them to rebel. However, the so-called Aramida sect he established, to put it bluntly, is composed of some of his own confidants, plus some people with wavering attitudes in Aramida. After all, this place has belonged to the Alfonso sect for thousands of years. Morrow certainly has the prestige he has always had as the casting general. But it is inevitable that some people on the planet have sympathy for the Alfonso sect. The Alliance attacked the ground with special operations, killing many leaders of the original sect on Aramida. But not all of them. Only the most important ones. And with this thunderous method, as well as the arrival of the Alliance military, forced the planet to surrender. It was not so bad on the starport. A short and brutal battle broke the bones of the opposition. On the ground, there were still leaders in the opposition who were not dead. And the middle and high-level leaders were not dead. And the backbone forces were still alive. They were stunned and frightened at first, but now they have recovered. And there is Varric, their biggest backer. Some people have become active, which is not surprising. Not to mention, Varric will definitely make some moves. Just as the Alliance knew when they came to attack Aramida that a strong fortress must be conquered from the inside. The people of Alfonso's sect also understand this. Coincidentally, they have quite unique conditions. If the people on Aramida were to vote collectively, would they want the Alfonso sect, or the so-called Aramida sect that had just been established for a month or two? It was hard to say who would get more votes in the end. After Morrow went down, he was able to realize the severe test he was facing. With the support of the hundreds of millions of Allied army troops that landed on the surface of Aramida one after another, he launched a series of cleansing operations internally. Many people died. To this day, it is still hard to say how many of those rebellions were real or forced to rebel by cruel means. But in general, before, all the rebellions on the planet were within the controllable range. Although the Alliance army was very busy, it had to go out everywhere and suppress everywhere, but in general, they were all counterinsurgency operations, killing stubborn elements, arresting suspects, and sending them to concentration camps for custody. How to deal with them specifically, that was the business of the Aramida sect, and the Alliance would not interfere too much. The scale of the battles is generally not large. In the worst places, it is not a war, it is just a military operation. Until now, an important industrial hive cluster in the southern hemisphere, a large-scale rebellion broke out from the base nest area. At first, it was the army of the Aramida sect to suppress it. It was said that it was suppressed, but soon, there were news of riots in successive areas, but soon they all claimed to have suppressed it. The Aramida sect was a little unconvinced, and asked the Alliance to send an infantry division in, and also investigators. Once they entered, it was like entering a black hole. And there was no news. Now, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Aramida's own army was unreliable, and no one knew how many potential traitors were hidden in this group of troops that were reorganized on the spot. The Aramida army that went to suppress the rebellion was not destroyed, but a large number of them defected. There was no other way, and the Alliance army had to go on its own. One division was not enough, so they sent an army group, but the scale of the rebellion was still underestimated. After the army group entered the city, it was fiercely besieged, and, surprisingly, a large number of half-mechanical, half-insect combat servants appeared among them. There were many of these powerful units, and even the elite Marines suffered a loss in the battle. Not to mention the ordinary Alliance army. The Alliance troops of an army group would not be destroyed instantly, but they could only defend a few places with great difficulty. And the losses were heavy. Afterwards, the Union Army headquarters began to increase its troops. One army group, another army group, and finally an entire army group were deployed there. But soon, another area in the southern hemisphere also became agitated, and the scale was even larger. Another army group went there, At this point, the Union's more than 100 million troops seemed a little stretched. Although, this only occupied 2 army groups. And there were still 3 that were not moved. They dared not move. If they moved, it would not just be the 2 highs in the southern hemisphere that would cause a commotion, but the entire world. In fact, after the 2 hives were controlled on a large scale, there were also quite bad situations. The political significance can be put aside for now. The most important thing in military terms is actually the railgun fortresses that they controlled. Some of these fortresses are independent in the wilderness, and some are set up in the hives. Their guns were pointed at the outer orbit of the planet, and they fired fiercely. The Alliance fleet was threatened from within. Fighting against the ground? Covering the army? Loss. Moreover, they also had to worry about whether Varric fleet would take this opportunity to launch a massive attack. If the ground didn't retreat in time, they would have to be attacked by Varric fleet from outside, which would be a real risk of a major defeat. The Alliance fleet was forced to evade the area covered by the orbital guns in the 2 areas of the southern hemisphere. At the same time, the orbital defense systems of starports, star fortresses, and armed space stations all had to change their orbits around the Earth. Otherwise, they would be attacked when they passed through the area covered by anti-orbital firepower. After this space was given up, the disadvantage was rapidly expanding. The Varric fleet then had a window to attack. They still did not dare to press forward with the entire fleet. After all, most of the orbital guns on the ground were still under the control of the Alliance. And the same was true for the orbital defense system. However, they can do something in the space controlled by the rebels. Although the corresponding airspace is quite narrow, they can relatively safely send more support to the ground. These rebels have a large number of local people who have been mobilized, but their equipment is somewhat lacking. They have already controlled many arsenals in the forging world and have begun to increase production. However, they still cannot withstand the limited area they control, the imperfect production lines of many advanced equipment and large weapons, and the lack of resources, which limits their production capacity. The Varric fleet, of course, could directly drop these things from space to replenish them. Heavy tanks, Titans, Knights, and more biochemical robots made with Zerd technology. The ground battle situation, which had been suppressed after the Alliance reinforcement, suddenly became worse again. A naval battle, now, has turned into the most critical stage of the ground battlefield. Caught off guard, Eulishia also had to take the challenge. She began to further deploy troops on the ground, and even sent out space marines. The New World Torch and the Fury Flame were all there. However, Eulishia was a little disappointed with their fighting power. So, she also secretly sent 3 companies of shadow regiments down. These warriors wearing gray, unmarked power armor will focus on several railgun fortresses as targets. At the same time, at the time of the attack, the Alliance fleet will send out ships to cooperate with the operation. Several destroyers and cruisers will risk coming to the Space Marines at that time, facing the threat of anti-orbital guns and the possible attack of the Varric fleet. To provide fire support for the Space Marines' actions, strive to seize some ground orbital guns as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Thunder Country Flashes. Gu Hang also noticed the troubles Eulishia encountered, and Gu Hang was a little pessimistic about the overall situation. The army troops carried by the Alliance fleet are not enough. 5 army groups are already the limit, but that's because the fleet brought many giant-bellied transport ships to transport the army. Now, they have all reached the ground. Of course, the Alliance army can still draw more troops, but they need transport ships to transport them from the mainland. There is definitely enough time. But the problem is, there is no fleet escort, and Varric ships are still surrounding outside. How can the transport ship get through? If they force it, it means that they simply do not take the lives of the soldiers seriously, and they are simply coming to die. In other words, the power that Eulishia can use in dealing with the current ground situation is destined to be limited. On the contrary, the power that Varric can use is relatively unlimited. He can constantly transfer troops from all over the half of the Alfonso star field that is still under his control, especially from the 2 forging worlds. The Alliance does not have enough strength, and can intercept in the middle. It is inconvenient for them to deploy, but at least they have the means to use the corresponding space domain of the part of the ground that has been occupied. There will definitely be losses in the middle, such as being intercepted by the Alliance ships, but the losses are acceptable. Moreover, if the Alfonso sect deploys more troops, their influence will continue to grow. Those on the planet who already stand on the side of the Alfonso sect will become more determined. And the fence-sitters in the middle will become more and more shaken. If the Arameda sect controlled by Moro is eventually overthrown and becomes a short-lived ghost, and the entire planet rebels, then the army deployed by the Alliance on the planet will be caught in the vast ocean of fighting against the local forces of the entire planet. No matter how powerful the Alliance army is, it will be completely overwhelmed. This situation has not happened yet. Even if Moro is suppressing and cleaning, it may not develop to this extent. However, as long as the war situation does not improve and the Alliance cannot show signs of winning, this scene will happen sooner or later. The participation of the Space Marines alleviated this sign. They recaptured some ground orbital gun fortresses. Every time a few are captured, the range of the Alliance ships can be expanded, as long as all are captured. When the Alliance ships can fully cover the positions of the ground rebels with orbital firepower, their doom will come. However, the further they fight, the more difficult it will be, especially when a large number of Alfonso Titans and various Knights land. Their combat effectiveness is also extremely strong. Often a Warlord Titan, coupled with a few Warhound Titans, and dozens of Knight Titans, with a large number of Crusaders, a fortress can be defended as solid as a rock. Even if a whole regiment was deployed, cooperating with the large forces of the Alliance army, even if they could win in a frontal battle, it would definitely be a very difficult battle. Severe casualties, and a long time to conquer are inevitable. Titans have always been the most magnificent and powerful combat unit of human forces on the ground battlefield. The entire war on the ground, at a speed that no one could imagine, evolved into an apocalyptic battle. The battlefield encompassed 2 hives, and the total number of troops deployed by both sides exceeded 200 million. And they were not just ordinary soldiers. Majestic Titans, heavy tanks, swarms of fighter planes, the most elite soldiers, space warriors, battle sisters, and modified mechas. They fought bravely against each other in these 2 hives, which were equivalent to the battlefield of half a continent. The interior of the hive was reduced to scorched earth and ruins, and the survivors continued to fight in the ruins. The change of flags in a region often requires fighting until both sides lose the last bit of strength, and then it can be temporarily calmed down. But soon, the next region will become the focus of the battlefield again, through the Space Marines, through the hard work and sacrifice of the army. Before the situation on the ground of Arameda deteriorates to a certain extent, all the fortresses will be recaptured at a huge cost, and the defense system of Arameda will be restored. The loopholes will be filled, and Varric will not be allowed to continue to send troops to the surface of the planet. Then, on this basis, Moro can quickly complete the internal cleansing and unify the thoughts. This is the right way for Eulishia to break the deadlock. But it is very difficult. Of course, no matter how difficult it is, she is working hard for it. However, there is a simpler way to break the deadlock. That is Gu Heng himself. If he can achieve the final victory in this war in the subspace, then there is nothing to worry about. The confrontation between him and Varric, or the confrontation between him and the shadow of the subspace that swept over, has lasted from the beginning of the war to now. And now only 2 months have passed. In the Kingdom of Storms, the fight between the heroes and the Zerg has never subsided. The battle is no easier than in the southern hemisphere of Arameda, because the Zerg is endless and the heroes are immortal. The confrontation between the 2 sides is even more cruel. In the 2 months of endless confrontation, both sides have undergone some obvious changes. The purple land of the Kingdom of Storms seems to be less rich in color, and the thunder and lightning that used to fill the sky all the time seem to have become less frequent. As for the shadow of the subspace that shrouded the Kingdom of God, it seemed to have become thinner. Both sides could feel a deep sense of fatigue, but neither of them was willing to relax. However, in the continuous confrontation, Gu Heng gradually pondered and found a way to win. However, that needed to be verified. In the past 2 months, in addition to coordinating the power of the entire Kingdom of God to invest in this endless consumption, another thing he did was to practice and explore whether the method he thought of was feasible. Until now, he felt that it was time. Eulishia, who was on the Emperor-class battleship Jingguan, received Gu Heng order. She assembled 500 Space Marines from the Shadow Regiment. This not only brought out the previously unused defense measures that had always been on the ship to prevent the Varric fleet from dropping spores on board, but also pulled out the people on the ground who were originally the core force in many battlefields. They assembled on the starship, all ready for battle, and stayed in an empty cabin. They didn't know what to do next, but they knew that this was an order from the governor. There would be a very important and very dangerous battle waiting for them. When the Space Marines were ready, Gu Heng would no longer delay. The entire Storm Kingdom, in an instant, was shining brightly under the shadow of the subspace. It was like a raging thunderstorm in an instant, and the light that bloomed in an instant could not be covered by any darkness. At least, at this moment, the entire subspace shadow that enveloped the kingdom of Storm God was dispersed and illuminated. Of course, this was just an illusion. The flicker of light was only for a moment. Just like lightning, the light at that moment was really dazzling, almost able to illuminate the night into day. But if the flicker was only for a moment, the darkness would certainly sweep back. Just like now, after the kingdom of Storm God flashed fiercely for a moment, it did not continue, and the subspace shadow surrounded the entire kingdom again. Originally, due to such violent energy flashes, all the insect swarms that invaded the kingdom of God were destroyed by lightning. But when the shadow of the subspace came over again, the endless insect swarms invaded the kingdom of Storm God again. It seemed that nothing had changed. But in fact, there were great changes. At least, there were 2 points. First, such a violent energy flash in the subspace was quite eye-catching, and many people could see it. In the past, Gu Heng would avoid making the kingdom of Storm God so conspicuous in the complex and treacherous subspace. Being conspicuous is not a good thing. Those evil gods and their minions are very greedy, especially since Gu Heng once swallowed a great unclean one, which offended the oldest of the 4 evil gods. If it was too conspicuous, Gu Heng was afraid that a dozen great demons would come to his doorstep. However, for a long time before, Gu Heng had been silently letting the kingdom of Storm God drift in the waves of the subspace, slowly drifting to a place as close as possible to the Golden Kingdom. Although, he was not quite sure whether the Golden Area, the cold sun that was so conspicuous in the subspace, was really so friendly. But it looked much better. After his kingdom of God flashed so violently, it would definitely allow the Golden Kingdom to see his situation. Of course, seeing it was one thing, but it was hard to say what actions they would take. Gu Heng waited patiently for a while. Not long after, the reaction came. Suddenly, an army emerged from the kingdom of Storm God. The first group was a group of soldiers dressed like Space Marines in black power armor, but with skulls and flames burning all over their bodies. Their number was not large, only about 2,000 or 3,000, but they were very powerful. The other type was very much like the angels in the legends of the classical era, with wings on their backs and golden light all over their bodies. These angels were even smaller in number, only a few hundred, but their combat power was even stronger. The most important thing is, whether it is the burning skeleton warriors or the angels, they, like Gu Heng heroic spirit, have the ability to revive infinitely. Their resurrection, however, is their own resurrection, unlike the heroic spirit, which is essentially using the power of the Storm Kingdom to reconstruct, which will consume Gu Heng power. Although not many, it is not enough to withstand such a large number, and the consumption of 2 full months. And now, suddenly with this group of powerful and elite warriors joining, Gu Heng found that the power he consumed every minute and every moment was reduced a lot. The speed of heroic spirit sacrifice has decreased, and Gu Heng pressure is naturally reduced. On the contrary, the insect swarm is destroyed faster. It seems that there is no difference. After all, one side is infinite and the other side is immortal. But in essence, it makes the balance of consumption between the 2 huge groups have a not particularly large but significant deviation. Often, such a small deviation can bring about a qualitative change. For Gu Heng, qualitative change, he can ignore the things in the kingdom of Storm God. The so-called don't care certainly doesn't mean not to invest. That's definitely not possible. After all, the main force of endless consumption is still his heroic spirit. However, he can withdraw himself and go to the real universe for a day or 2, without worrying that without him in person, the situation of the entire Storm Kingdom will be upset and quickly collapsed. This is very important. Otherwise, in this endless consumption, even if he can be sure that he will be the final winner, he doesn't know when he can win. After 2 months of fighting, neither side showed signs of weakness. It might take a year or 2 to decide the winner. How could Gu Heng have the time to waste 2 years fighting Varric? He must still consider the real victory. And that was about his second goal that was shining throughout the Storm Kingdom. He found where Varric was and figured out the details of this guy. Chapter 630, Emperor Family. Gu Heng flashed across the kingdom of God, delivering information, asking for some help. These flaming skeleton warriors, winged golden angels, came silently, and did not say a word, did not communicate with Gu Heng, just silently helped in the battle. Although Gu Heng did not get any additional information, no voice said anything to him. However, just the kingdom of God flashed, someone came to help, this matter itself already has a huge amount of information. Gu Heng was very grateful for this. Since the other party had no intention of communicating, Gu Heng did not force it, and did not say much. He did not forget that his most important job was to solve the problem. Those who came were just extra help, which could make it easier for Gu Heng to solve the problem, and help him to guard the retreat. The real problem still had to be solved by himself. And Gu Heng had already found a solution. The thunder flashed, dispelling the shadows, even if only for a moment. It was enough. The shadows dissipated, exposing the essence of everything inside. It was a thing in the subspace that looked like a figure. Gu Heng was sure that it was Varric, or Varric's soul, will, thinking, whatever it was, a projection in the subspace. When illuminated by the flash, Gu Heng could even catch the surprise on his face. Gu Heng didn't really care about what kind of emotions Varric had. What he cared about was the information he had sensed from his projection at that moment. This included his specific location in the real universe, and how to directly descend from the subspace to his side by using the collected information and coordinates. This was similar to conventional psychic teleportation, but the actual operating logic was completely different. Conventional psychic teleportation was not feasible when the shadow of the subspace was covering it. But at this moment, Gu Heng could forcefully flash the Thunder Nation once again, even if it would cost him a lot of power reserves and reduce the time he could last in this endless consumption. Anyway, he did not expect to win this war in the subspace through a war of attrition. In addition, Gu Heng also paid attention to another point, which was a long worm that was wrapped around the figure representing Varric. But he seemed to be unaware of it. This thing made Gu Heng very concerned. As expected, it was not something that a simple great sage could do. Gu Heng's Storm Kingdom, after all, developed from the level of a lesser god, and with the expansion of the alliance, the huge population size trusted Gu Heng, and swallowed a great demon, a brainworm tyrant, so the growth rate of the entire kingdom of God was very high. In the entire subspace, even those powerful natives, it was not easy to find someone who could defeat Gu Heng. In this case, a great sage who has been working hard for dozens or hundreds of years to research and create a subspace shadow. How can it be so powerful that it can completely cover and even suppress Gu Heng's powerful Storm Kingdom? From this point of view, it is obvious that this subspace shadow has another reason. In fact, if Gu Heng thinks more broadly, it is not just the subspace shadow created by Varric, his series of Zerg technologies, which may also have something fishy. The Empire encountered the Zerg, and it was not only the Empress Star region that fought against the Zerg. The Zerg was a typical threat to the entire Empire. There were many Imperial forces that had dealt with it, and the major Mechanicus sects had obtained various Zerg corpses as materials. And there must have been a lot of living samples. Why didn't other Mechanicus come up with such technology? Could it be because other sects were weak? This is obviously unreasonable. The Alfonso sect is considered a relatively strong Mechanicus sect, but it is definitely not the strongest one. For the Zerg, a great enemy of the Empire, there must be more than one or two sects. Even Mars is studying it. If they can't figure it out, then it's either useless, or the technical path is wrong. Alfonso was able to use biotechnology transformation because of some special factors. Then it can only be the Zerg Queen mentioned by Sage Moreau. Did Paul Varric really control the Zerg? Is the Zerg so easy to control? Gu Heng expressed doubts about this. The situation may be more complicated, but it does not affect what Gu Heng is going to do next. He has already locked Varric's position after the last flash of the Thunder Kingdom. So the next thing to do is to go to his side. The Thunder Kingdom flashed again, and the shadow of the subspace was dispelled again, although it came back in the next moment. The difference is that Gu Heng was no longer in the Storm God Kingdom. At the same time, on the Jingguan, the 500 Space Marines of the Shadow Regiment on standby also disappeared. Varric felt uneasy. In the subspace, the two flashes of the Thunder Nation really made him uneasy. Before that, he always felt that he had a sure win. In the real universe, his army had the upper hand. Although it was a pity that the main fleet of the Alliance successfully ran to Aramida, here, compared to the Alliance that had just stolen this world by beheading and military oppression, this place was more like Varric home court. even with the presence of the former forging General Moro. It is impossible to erase the influence that the Alfonso sect has established over thousands of years. If the Alliance completed the Great Purge in Aramida and eliminated the Alfonso sect, it might be a bit troublesome. But under the current circumstances, as long as Varric puts in a little effort, the resistance of the entire planet is justified. The Alliance was forced into a dilemma. Aramida, which was thought to be a solid backing, became a time bomb instead. Once this planet is taken from the ground, combined with the blockade of the outer periphery by Varric fleet, the main force of the Alliance will be destroyed under the two-sided attack. At the same time, the biggest threat in the Alliance, Gu Hang himself, is also firmly trapped by him with the shadow of the subspace. Unable to play a role, the whole war is carried out step by step according to his previous plan. He is very proud and feels that if he pushes forward step by step according to the plan, the final victory will be his. A mere alliance. Nothing more than that. Of course, not everything was as he expected. For example, he did not expect that Gu Hang actually owned a subspace kingdom. Nor did he expect that the Space Marine's attack would cause him to lose one ship and severely damage 2 battlecruisers. However, these were all plan changes. He had already overestimated Gu Hang's strength as much as possible, and now it was nothing more than Gu Hang performance. As expected. Anyway, the warp shadow he activated could still suppress Gu Hang. It was enough to achieve this, including the assault of the Space Marines. The loss of the battlecruiser was painful, but it was also within the acceptable range. As long as the main force of the Alliance could be annihilated here, the price paid would be bearable. Until the Thunder Country flickered, he began to feel uneasy. After the first flicker, he noticed that many things that should not have appeared in Gu Hang Thunder Country. As a great sage, he had some knowledge of many strange phenomena in the history of the Empire. Even if he had not done in-depth research, this kind of flaming skeleton space warriors and golden armored angels belong to this category. According to some sayings of the state religion, these are all manifestations of the Emperor. According to legend, when the most loyal citizens of the Empire are under great threat and face life and death, these extraordinary beings who guard the Emperor after his ascension will appear under the Emperor's golden throne to save the loyal citizens of the Empire from danger. Another group of scholars and the Mechanicus believe that these things are, in essence, similar to chaos demons. There are differences, but the differences are not big. Chaos demons are nothing more than those evil gods who are full of malice towards humans. They come to the real universe to spread chaos and do evil. These, however, are the followers of the Emperor and are kind to humans. But in general, the records of their appearance are actually quite rare. How could we take this into consideration when making a normal plan? If we must consider it, then we should not do anything. No matter how perfect the plan is, no matter how high the success rate is. If we take into account the Emperor followers who may appear at any time, no matter how many of them may appear, and whose individual strength is very strong, it will not succeed. Varric did not think he made a mistake. However, it is not important whether there is a mistake or not. But the current situation and the solution are important. At first, he was quite nervous. What if there were too many of these Emperor followers, and they came out with the heroes? But later he found that he didn't need to worry too much. The number of Emperor followers was not too large. Their existence was mainly to make the confrontation in the Storm God countries slightly biased towards Gu Hang. But it was not a big deal. After he breathed a sigh of relief, he remembered another feeling. At the moment when the Thunder Country flashed, he felt that he was suddenly exposed. It was like a person who was plotting in a dark corner, and was suddenly illuminated by a strong flashlight in the face. Although it was only for a moment, and although it seemed to have no consequences, he still felt as if he had been stripped naked. This made him quite uneasy. He subconsciously gave orders to strengthen the guards in the real universe and around him, although he kept comforting himself. This was just in case. Under the shadow of the subspace, no matter how powerful Gu Hang was, he could not use his psychic power to do anything to him in the real universe. However, that strong feeling of uneasiness was rapidly transforming into a certain foreboding of danger. Until the lightning nation flashed again, and the shadow of the subspace was briefly dispelled again. Now, he not only felt that he was exposed again, but the uneasiness and foreboding of danger in his heart were extremely magnified, and even materialized into a continuous, sharp buzzing sound of insects. A space marine wearing gray, without any markings, appeared in front of him. He moved subconsciously, and several biochemical weapons emerged from his black and red robe, and the firepower instantly enveloped the Space Marine. Before he could make any move, his power armor was corroded and riddled with holes. The next moment, Varric guards rushed forward and tore the severely injured Space Marine to pieces. But despite this, Varric's face was still very ugly. He only saw one Space Marine, but it was obviously teleported by some means to suddenly arrive in front of him. So the question is, will only one Space Marine teleport here? Obviously not. Varric heard fierce gunfire coming from various places around him, near and far. After a while, the report came in. The report said that they were attacked by unknown Space Marines. The number of Space Marines was unknown, and the attack area was scattered around Varric himself. They were gathering quickly. Varric figured out what was going on. Probably these Space Marines were too urgent to teleport, and used Varric location as the target location, and were not able to teleport accurately, so all the Space Marines were scattered around him. And now, they are gathering. The Skitarii on their own ships were also caught off guard. After all, no one could have imagined that a large man or a group of big men in power armor would suddenly appear around them. They could not stop the scattered Space Marines from regrouping. After they gather, the destructive power they can cause will increase further. Varric has calmed down from the panic, and the situation is not yet so bad that it cannot be contained. One command after another, sent from the electron beam connecting his body to the ship's command system, contacted the various Crusader troops on the ship. Their next goal is to prevent the Space Marines from gathering as much as possible. Even if they can't stop them, they must try their best to destroy their manpower in the process. In addition to the troops responsible for the encirclement and suppression, the Crusader troops also set up one line of defense after another under Varric's command, mainly at his location, and near the key locations on the ship. The goal is to protect his safety and the safety of the ship. At the same time, he also tried his best to make use of his own military strength. There was no need to mobilize troops from other ships. There were nearly 100 million people on the Alfonso I, where he was. After all, this was not an ordinary warship, but a mechanical ark. Just from the ship's specifications, it was several times larger than the average battleship. Putting aside the combat power, at least the number of people that could be carried was dozens or hundreds of times more than that of an ordinary battleship. As long as those Space Marines failed to complete the strategic mission of beheading or destroying the Ark in the first place. Then as time goes on, the Space Marines will be increasingly submerged in the surging crowd of the Crusader army. In other words, the longer it takes, the safer Varric will be. The most dangerous moment can even be said to have passed. Varric thought that he could start to study how Gu Hang managed to teleport under the shadow of the subspace. And how much does it have to do with the previous flash of the Thunder Country? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a loud noise. The grand and tightly closed door of the mechanical cathedral at the core of the ship where he was blown open by some more magnificent force. The flying fragments of the door caused the people inside to fall to the ground. Varric stared at the door and saw a figure floating in the air, slowly flying in. Chapter 631, Death of the Great Sage. You really disgust me, Varric. Gu Hang, who said this, was completely emotional. He didn't like to scold his enemies, whether they were traitors, chaos or aliens. Although, it was Gu Hang's responsibility to ruthlessly kill them all, but that was just a difference in position. It was a responsibility. Even if he encountered the most disgusting enemies on the surface, that is, those plague demons, the father believers, Gu Hang would only purify them without changing his expression. Those cysts, pustules, and secretions do look disgusting, but it is only physically disgusting. However, what Gu Hang saw when he entered the Cathedral of Varric really made him feel disgusted psychologically. It is only natural that there is a cathedral on one of Varric's mechanical arcs. In fact, in the ships of the Empire, the church is a standing facility, and there are even more than one on many large ships. During a long voyage, especially when traveling through the astral tunnel, ships will always be subject to strong subspace disturbances. Most of them are protected by the astral force field. The part that is left in the ship and affects people's minds is very small, and it can be basically determined to be harmless academically, but it will still cause psychological pressure. Moreover, the production of the astral field. Is each one perfect? Even if there is no problem when it leaves the factory, won't there be some damage that cannot be repaired in time during the long use? These will make the invasion of the subspace stronger during interstellar travel. Normally, it will not be a big problem, As long as the mental interference is slightly higher than the standard set by the Empire, it can be tolerated as long as it is not too excessive. At this time, some spiritual comfort becomes more important. This is also the reason why it is necessary to arrange churches and clergy on ships. Even without this factor, religious life has always been a part of the life of the people of the Empire. Especially the boring life on the ship needs more faith to relieve it. In addition, almost every imperial ship needs technicians to operate and maintain the ship. Most of them are clergymen from the Mechanicus. So naturally they need churches to meet their daily needs. The above reasons together make it necessary for imperial ships to have churches. And even more than one. This is the case for ships in ordinary places. Not to mention the mechanical arcs of the Mechanicus. On the Alfonso I where Varick was. The central church was built in an exceptionally grand and large manner. It was even larger than some of the core cathedrals on the ground and in the hives. And at most it was only slightly different in size. But it definitely exceeded in specifications. The image of the god of all machines, another incarnation of the emperor, was everywhere in the church, and was presented in various religious art forms such as sculptures, portraits, and stained glass. If it comes to this, it's fine. It can only be said that Varick hangs paintings and statues of the emperor, and does things that are quite despicable for joining the aliens. But it's not to the point where Gu Hang would say he is disgusting. However, in fact, it is not the case. Those portraits and sculptures have all been changed. The symbol of the god of all machines, which is composed of elements such as electronic eyes and metal pipes that are very consistent with the Mechanicus, is still there. But many of the Mechanicus elements on it have been replaced with things like purple biological eyes, fangs, and claw marks. The biggest change is that the skull in the middle of the holy emblem, which represents pure humans, has been replaced with a Zerg Titan skull, and even the fangs have been retracted, becoming a compassionate appearance that makes people sick. The gears surrounding the skeleton have also become twisted limbs. Not only the emblem of the god of all machines, but also various statues of the emperor in the church have undergone corresponding style changes. These things often keep the same attire as the original sculpture of the god of all machines, wearing the traditional clothing of the Mechanicus, but the key skull, gears, and other elements are replaced with the head, limbs, and fangs of the Zerg, and 4 arms extend from the back, forming the appearance of the 4-armed god emperor. The religious paintings of the emperor incarnating as the god of all machines, and the pictures of the emperor leading the earliest members of the Mechanicus, founding the Mechanicus with great difficulty, building huge planetary factories, and developing technology, are all distorted into pictures of the 4-armed god emperor leading the Zerg angels to save the world. Gu Hang would be extremely angry when he saw this. He was not a staunch believer in the emperor, and fanatical faith had nothing to do with him. But he was a human being, and the leader of a human political group across the star domain. His status and self-awareness undoubtedly stood on the side of the human race. And everything displayed in the Varick Church was not only a blasphemy against the emperor, but also the greatest blasphemy against the human race. Varick. He really deserved to die. The Look, who was judged by Gu Hang to be absolutely damned, was panicking at the moment. Gu Hang's personal appearance really surprised him to the extreme. Shouldn't Gu Hang be trapped in his Thunder Kingdom? His main focus should be on not being able to leave the Storm God Kingdom. Otherwise his Thunder Kingdom would lose his full support, and the balance of confrontation would be broken, thus suffering irreversible losses. No! The existence of those Emperor followers liberated Gu Hang, after the Thunder Kingdom flashed and briefly dispelled the shadow of the subspace. His position was exposed. So, the second flash took advantage of another brief dispersal of the subspace and teleported directly over. It was precisely because the action was too urgent that the teleportation could not be so accurate, which led to the scattered arrival of the Space Marines. But those are not the key. Gu Hang came in person. Even if he can't call on the power of his Storm Kingdom now, it doesn't hinder him. He always has the power of an alpha-level psychic. To exaggerate, this is enough to tear the stars apart. Of course, this is not a reason for Varick to surrender. He turned a deaf ear to Gu Hang's so-called disgusting statement. The order to attack was instantly transmitted to every unit responsible for guarding his safety in the cathedral. Those who could stay inside the cathedral were undoubtedly all-powerful units on Alfonso I's Arkansas. However, a considerable number of them were thrown to the ground by the shock wave caused by Gu Hang blasting open the magnificent gate of the cathedral, and they didn't have time to get up and adjust to a combat posture. There were even some unlucky ones who were crushed to death. The remaining survivors? although they also launched a collective attack on Gu Heng according to the request of the Great Sage. The damage caused by these attacks was quite limited to Gu Heng. In front of Gu Heng, the spiritual energy that protected his body expanded into a large area, dispelling all kinds of attacks. Gu Heng did not have a void shield, but it was better than having one. The characteristics between the two are quite consistent. Both of them dissolve the upcoming attack and transfer it to the subspace. The difference is that, with a normal void shield, no one knows where the firepower is transferred. Anyway, the subspace is an endless place. It is as big as the universe. It is a garbage dump that will never be filled. Isn't it just throwing garbage into it? The difference between Gu Heng and others is that he can accurately put these firepower into any area in the subspace that he can touch. Under the current situation, Gu Heng would definitely throw all the attacks launched against him into the shadow of the subspace that enveloped his kingdom of God. Varric felt very uncomfortable. Isn't this the same as attacking himself? But it is impossible to stop the attack. He can't just watch Gu Heng do whatever he wants. Right? The only way he can think of to turn the tables now is to use a strong offensive to suppress Gu Heng body protection spiritual energy. After all, Gu Heng is now cut off from his kingdom of God. And his own strength, even at the alpha level, is limited and belongs to the human category. It is said that the alpha class can tear the stars apart. But the legendary Great Sage has transformed himself with weapons. And the cutting-edge technology condensed in his body is also in existence that can defeat a planet with one person. When it comes to bragging, who is afraid of whom? He has fully deployed his combat status. To be honest, he has not done this for a long time. Even if he conducts a self-check every once in a while, his equipment must be in the best condition at all times. He does not have enough combat experience. After all, the promotion to the Great Sage does not depend on who is better at fighting. But as a Great Sage, he also has a solution. With all the equipment on him, whether it is the old mechanical parts, or the newly made biochemical limbs infused with the will of the swarm, he has developed a whole preset action algorithm and updated it in real time. As long as the algorithm is turned on, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to exert his combat effectiveness due to lack of experience. This algorithm, coupled with the hardware quality of the modified equipment, is indeed top-notch. Even if it is a warlord-level titan, he can destroy it in a head-on battle. In other words, Varric frontal firepower is even more powerful than that of a warlord-class titan. Can the psychic shield of an alpha-class psychic withstand the frontal attack of a warlord-class titan? Maybe. But can it last forever? Varric thinks it shouldn't be possible. Add to that the firepower of many elite units of the Scutarii around him, Gu Heng might be exhausted to death here. The situation before him is developing just as he thought. Gu Heng was pressed not far from the church gate, maintaining his psychic shield. For a moment, there was no sign of it being broken, but there was no time to do more. So let's just waste time like this. Anyway, the longer time goes, the more Cathars will receive his message and rush to help. The attacks Gu Heng will suffer will only become stronger and stronger, and eventually, Gu Heng will be destroyed because he can't hold on. Without Gu Heng Kingdom of God will not just be trapped, but will be completely destroyed under the oppression of the shadow of the subspace. This scene seemed to be happening right before his eyes. His face, which should not have any emotions, was all smiling. Wait, this doesn't seem normal. He felt vaguely that it all happened too fast. How could it be so smooth? Just thinking this, everything in front of him suddenly disappeared like a bubble. Oh! You woke up. He heard Gu Heng's voice. But he couldn't see anything, there was only darkness in front of him. This is because his visual system was removed. But it doesn't matter, as a great sage, he has many means of perception. For example, the hearing that Gu Heng preserved for him, and some other electromagnetic induction. He can also connect to the surrounding monitoring probes to observe the situation. Once connected, he found that he was still in the core cathedral of the Alfonso I, still sitting on his throne, but his body, which was originally in full combat form, should be as big as a small titan, but now only a 2-meter-long messy part is left, and the rest has been violently dismantled. And beside him, the elite units of the Crusaders that should have been there had all become a pile of wreckage. What have you done? His voice was trembling. I don't know if it was because of fear, or because his voice was accidentally damaged during the violent demolition. Shh, don't make noise. It was obvious that Gu Heng didn't want to pay attention to him. He didn't have time either. I thought he would sleep longer, but he woke up a little too early. It doesn't matter. Gu Heng directly removed his vocal part. It's not difficult to kill Varric. When entering his cathedral, Gu Heng used his psychic power to interfere with his mind. If this guy is not dealt with, his cutting-edge equipment will indeed pose a considerable threat. It is possible that Gu Heng will be suppressed on the spot. However, when Varric set up that set of combat algorithms, he obviously didn't think about how much he had to worry about when fighting an alpha-level psychic face-to-face. Or maybe he estimated it, but underestimated it. At least, he didn't defend against Gu Heng's spiritual power. This also made him killed almost instantly. Varric, who was trapped in a dreamlike bubble, no longer posed any threat. In fact, the firepower he fired was not aimed at the escort as he expected, but hit the elite crusaders next to him, which saved Gu Heng a lot of effort. Afterwards, Gu Heng cleared the crusaders in the church while guiding the space warriors with his spiritual power to gather in the cathedral. There are at least 450 shadow warriors still alive. Their mission is to build a defense line here, to protect Gu Heng's safety. Gu Heng needs them, because now he has to put his energy back into the warp. Unlike what he thought before, Varric was controlled, but the warp shadow did not dissipate. Does Varric need to be killed to end the warp shadow? Gu Heng felt that it was not the case. Somehow, Gu Heng had an intuition: if Varric died, the situation might become worse. At this moment, Gu Heng remembered the long worm shadow that he saw when the Thunder Country flashed around Varric. Chapter 632, The Essence of Shadow. Gu Heng's feeling was right. When Varric was controlled by Gu Heng's psychic power and fell into a trance, his body was torn to pieces, and he was left with only one breath. The subspace shadows surrounding his kingdom of God instantly became fragile. After Varric was controlled and dismembered, the most obvious manifestation was that Gu Heng could observe that he had become weak and demented in the subspace. Of course, the warp shadow itself still exists. Gu Heng can observe that the warp shadow is still surrounding his kingdom of God. He still cannot easily connect his storm kingdom with the real universe. And the Zerg attack on the kingdom of God is still continuing. However, there are changes. Gu Heng feels that the warp shadow surrounding him has become significantly lower in concentration. And at the same time, the number of the endless Zerg that invades his storm kingdom has also become less. This is most directly reflected in the sacrifices of the heroes and the number of people who have been resurrected. These changes are more dramatic than those caused by Gu Heng's confrontation with Varric in the past 2 months. Gu Heng took the risk and attacked Varric, which was the right move. The next step is to completely remove the shadow of the subspace that shrouds his kingdom of God. Gu Heng can now observe that in the depths of the shadow of the subspace, Varric has become demented and weak, and the shadow of the subspace has become dimmer. But the shadow of the long worm entangled with Varric has not weakened at all. On the contrary, it became even more violent and anxious, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit Varric projection in the subspace. But it couldn't bite. From this, Gu Heng had some associations, and roughly confirmed that his previous thoughts might be correct. In this shadow of the subspace, the most critical thing was actually this long worm. The so-called Zerg technology that Varric had developed was just an appearance, or even just a trick. The real thing that is working is that shadow. Gu Heng vaguely suspected that it was the so-called will of the swarm, or the will of the queen. Whatever it is, the subspace shadow should be mainly released by relying on it. But it should be parasitic in Varric's soul. If Gu Heng killed Varric in the real universe, then this long worm shadow would probably break free. And this is also very likely the source of Gu Heng's inspiration for not killing Varric in the beginning. Killing Varric would free the enemy. Letting him live would only make him a prison for the worm shadow. Seeing how it wanted to bite Varric to death, we knew what was going on. After all the speculations, the problem still came down to the core point: how to completely eliminate the subspace shadow. It's easy to do. After its strength drops significantly, just consume it in the current way. Even Gu Heng could choose to take the initiative to attack to a certain extent. The time required to completely disperse this subspace shadow is no longer as unpredictable as before. He can probably completely dispel this subspace shadow in 9 standard Terra months in the real universe. To be honest, the time is not too long. Spending 9 months to slowly dispel the surrounding of a strong subspace shadow. What else do you need? The Battle of Aramida lasted for 9 months. It's not impossible. Gu Heng could take Varric away from Alfonso I at this time. Imprison him, but not kill him. And ensure that the warp shadow is within a low intensity range, so that he can slowly dispel it. As for the Space Marines, who are also fighting on Alfonso I's mechanical arc, under the warp shadow, If they want to send people in on a large scale, they still have to use the Thunder Country's flashing to dispel the warp shadow. It would be difficult to go back, even if the shadows had faded. Gu Heng could only say, try to evacuate as many as possible, and forget about those who really couldn't be evacuated. Calculated from the perspective of cold interests, the loss of 500 shadow warriors was a loss, and the cost of making up for it was not that high. However, Gu Heng was indeed greedy. He didn't want the main part of this war to last for 9 months before he could use his psychic power to launch a counterattack. Nor did he want to give up the 500 elite warriors who followed him to fight at his command. I won't talk about the latter, I'll just talk about the former. A few months is too long. The current war situation is in a very fast-changing stage, which is completely different from the confrontation a few years ago. New news keeps coming from the battles on the northern and western fronts. Gu Heng is not so stimulated by the progress of others, and he never compares them. However, drastic changes in the situation will bring a lot of unknown risks. After spending more than half a year in Aramina, it's okay to miss the opportunity, but I'm afraid that there will be huge dangers. At the same time, he did not want to let go of the many ships of the Alfonso sect. If he could deal with the warp shadows when the enemy was caught off guard, and then use his psychic power to assist his fleet in the battle, he would have a chance to seize some more ships. If he had to wait for 9 months and slowly procrastinate, when the Alfonso fleet felt that the situation was bad, it would definitely not stay there stupidly, and would definitely evacuate. That means he had to find a way to get rid of the warp shadows as soon as possible. Gu Heng also quickly figured out what to do. Or start from the real world. The essence of the subspace shadow is the soulless monsters such as the Void Swarm. When they gather in a large scale, their soulless characteristics are projected into the subspace, forming a void. The subspace is an extremely magical place. The void is also powerful. This is used by the Swarm will, specifically to deal with various opponents who are good at psychic power. But it does not mean that if there are a large number of Zerg creatures gathering together, it will definitely form a shadow in the subspace. Here, a strong will is needed to integrate these wills, so that a whole can be truly formed in the subspace. In other words, whether it is the Zerg technology developed by Varric, or the powerful control of the Zerg will or the Queen's will, no matter how many times it is magnified, there must be a base number. This base number, that is, the number of Zerg creatures gathered together. If it is greatly reduced, the shadow in the subspace will naturally be greatly affected. And the ship where Gu Heng is currently located has hundreds of millions of lives. Chapter 633, Crumbling. The mechanical arc is so big, it is no exaggeration to say that it can hold hundreds of millions of lives. And after the transformation technology passed down by Varric, these direct troops brought by him, all have undergone biochemical transformation, and have Zerg characteristics. Or the second one, they are also infected by the void corruption, and parasitic insects. They are the main source of the subspace shadow. Of course, just over 100 million lives, actually. It is not enough to expand so much, to form such a huge subspace shadow. The number of creatures on Alfonso I is only about 15% to 20% of the total. After all, there is also a mechanical arc, and hundreds of ships, some of which are large transport ships that have just transported troops from the rear and are ready for Aramina's ground offensive. Alfonso has invested here, from sailors to army troops to logistics personnel. In total, there are 500 to 800 million. Only to this extent can they be thrown into the void formed in the subspace with special technology, or after the hive mind understands the tricks, and expand into the shadow of the subspace. As long as these creatures are eliminated on a large scale, the warp shadow can be attacked from the root. Although this starship is only 15% to 20% of the size, Gu Heng does not need to kill 500 million or 800 million people, as long as it is reduced by 20%, plus the weakening caused by Varric being controlled. The entire warp shadow will be weakened to the extent that Gu Heng can directly break through. At that time, the warp shadow will exist, but it can no longer completely cover the kingdom of Storm God. Gu Heng could then tear open a hole in the shadow's circle, and release the power of the kingdom of Storm God to the real universe to a certain extent. If he could do this, it would be enough. He would have sufficient means to interfere with reality and help the army of the Alliance to achieve the final victory of this war. At this moment, the difficulty facing Gu Heng was how to eliminate the hundreds of millions of people on this mechanical arc. It was impossible for him to kill them one by one with the remaining 400 or so space warriors around him. Will it take forever? The best plan now is to try to destroy this mechanical arc from the inside. The ship exploded, and the hundreds of millions of people inside, naturally most of them will not survive. But he was a little troubled. It's not that he couldn't do it. The current situation can no longer tolerate womanly mercy. What's more, although Gu Heng has always cared more about people's lives, these people who have been transformed by Varric and infected by the swarm are also hopeless, and can be regarded as dead people or aliens. Gu Heng's difficulty is that it is not easy to destroy the mechanical arc. Alpha-class psychics said they can tear starships apart with their hands, but there are differences between starships. Tearing patrol ships apart is also tearing battleships apart is also tearing. Can they be the same concept? Tearing void shields apart is relatively easy. After all, void shields are, essentially, also energy bodies, and even to some extent, they rely on the power of the subspace. Powerful psychic energy has a better tearing effect on them. Not to mention, when Gu Heng did this kind of thing in the past, he had a whole group of storm mages around him to assist him. Now, Gu Heng doesn't have to deal with the void shield, but it is more difficult to directly blow up the physical structure of this mechanical arc from the inside than to tear open the void shield. Even with the power of the kingdom of God, it can't be done, not to mention that he is now naked and doing it himself. The rough method seems a bit ineffective. Then use more rough means. Gu Heng stood up, looked around, and said, "Come with me. Let's find the core of the ship. We have to kill our way through." The method that Gu Heng wanted to adopt was to use the most traditional method when the Space Marines were boarding. To kill their way to the core of the enemy ship, and then place bombs to blow it up. But the problem is, how can a mechanical arc be the same as an ordinary ship? A frigate, a destroyer, etc. Find the engine core, blow it up, and then blow up the ammunition depot and energy cabin. The internal explosion alone can destroy the starship. However, at the cruiser level, it is not so easy to blow up. When the ship was designed, it was processed accordingly. There would not be only one energy compartment or ammunition depot, but they would be stored separately. Even if one of them was destroyed, the explosion would be controlled within a certain area due to the ship's damage prevention design, which would cause serious damage to the ship, but would not cause the entire ship to be blown to pieces from the inside. Even cruisers have this kind of internal damage prevention design, not to mention the huge mechanical arc like Alfonso I. But there is no good way, the only way is to move forward and destroy them one by one. Not everything can be solved by shortcuts. He has already realized this. With the Terminator squad led by several company champions as the vanguard, with Gu Heng himself as the core, they are a team of more than 400 people inside the mechanical arc, starting from the core cathedral and attacking in all directions. And on the way, although the Mechanicus troops have lost contact with Varric, they have not completely lost the command at all levels. One after another, either large in number or elite in quality, stood in front of them. And in the face of these obstacles, Gu Heng and his shadow warriors had no choice but to move forward bravely. Gu Heng's psychic power turned into one thunder after another, blasting forward, destroying one powerful war machine after another, while the Space Marines efficiently cooperated with their lord's powerful might, and swept away other enemies. Their primary goal was to destroy the command node of the mechanical arc. Unlike ordinary ships, there is a command center called the bridge. On Alfonso I, the cathedral performs similar duties. But many other churches can also do similar things. The command nodes of Alfonso I are scattered. But it doesn't matter. Destroy one, just one, find another engine core, blow it up, find another energy warehouse, blow it up, then the second one. Gu Heng and his space warriors, on Alfonso I, fought for 6 days. During these 6 days, they didn't even have time to rest. Such high intensity, continuous fighting. Only Space Marines and top psychics like Gu Heng could withstand it. But even with Gu Heng's care, all the most difficult points in the battle were directly opened up by Gu Heng's psychic power. And more than 200 shadow warriors still died. Now, there are only more than 200 people around Gu Heng. With such a great sacrifice, they fought day and night for 6 days, and destroyed more than 30 important nodes on the mechanical arc. The entire mechanical arc is now crumbling. Chapter 634, Alfonso retreats. After 144 hours of continuous fighting, the number of enemies killed by Gu Heng and the Space Marines has exceeded 300,000. On average, each person killed nearly 1,000 enemy units. And a considerable number of them were not small fry. The Crusaders on the mechanical arc tried to mobilize a large number of troops to block the passage, when they had no choice. The quality was not good enough, but the number was full, and the passage leading to the energy cabin was blocked tightly. But what's the use? Having more people is meaningless, and it even makes it easier for Gu Heng. There is no need to consider any precision strikes, nor to estimate how much effort to use when facing some high-quality units, to avoid not killing them, or overhitting them. The goal is to kill them, but too much effort is wasted. Without the Kingdom of God as a supplement, it can be foreseen that the battle on Alfonso I will be a long battle. And Gu Heng must cherish every bit of his strength. But it was rare to encounter such a group of miscellaneous soldiers. So there was no need to think too much. The power was kept to the minimum to eliminate the miscellaneous soldiers. And then, the range was expanded to the maximum. Such a lightning swept down, just covering the dense enemy area. In an instant, no less than 30,000 people were swept away by the lightning in a wide range. Only a few of them could withstand Gu Heng's attack and survive. However, the sudden death of the comrades around him was still quite shocking. More importantly, the original coordination was disrupted, and the miscellaneous soldiers, who were originally used as stepping stones and cannon fodder, were all gone. The few surviving advanced units were caught off guard and had to face the impact of the Space Marines. It was hard to say whether these so-called advanced units had the combat power of the Space Marines. What's more, they had to face the siege of Space Marines several times their number in various local battlefields at the same time. So they had no ability to resist. Just like that, after a flash of lightning, the passage that was originally crowded with a large number of enemies became a smooth road, and they fought their way out smoothly. After that, the command system of the Crusader army no longer tried to pile people. It was meaningless. No matter how big the mechanical arc was, the space for internal combat was relatively small, and the number of troops that could be deployed at the same time was limited. In a limited space, it was meaningless to pile up miscellaneous soldiers. It could only make the opponent's firepower more lethal. But the blocking effect was very poor, and it was just a waste of heads to be killed. Then, the Crusaders began to find other ways, changing to high-end combat forces to block. But the result was not much different. In the entire Alfonso I world, there were hundreds of millions of people. And how many high-level units that could fight against the Space Marines could be found? There were some, but most of them were very large and inconvenient to fight anywhere. There were also some small and powerful modified bodies, but they were too rare. More importantly, even if these people were dispatched, they hoped to stop the Space Marines, but they would often provoke Gu Heng attack again. No unit could withstand the thunderbolt that was summoned, and they were all blown to pieces. And to stop Gu Heng? There was no way. There was really no way. They did try. The two main sages on the Ark and more than 20 ruling bishops joined forces to launch a surprise attack on Gu Heng. First, they assembled high-level military units, made an ambush, and blocked outside an engine compartment to stop the advance of the space warriors. When Gu Heng's psychic power was used, they also rushed out and launched a surprise attack on Gu Heng. However, their raid ultimately failed. It must be said that the gathering of so many top forces within the Mechanicus still caused Gu Heng considerable trouble, which made his already limited spiritual energy reserves even worse. However, even if he paid some price, the final result was that Gu Heng killed them. A few ruling bishops escaped, but it was only because Gu Heng's target was the two main sages, and he prioritized killing them, and let a few people go. After this severe blow, Alfonso I not only lost its only top combat force, but also the top leaders who were in charge, and they were destroyed. Did these top leaders want to die? Obviously not. They just had no choice. It can be seen that Gu Heng led this wave of space warriors to stir up trouble in Alfonso I, and the ultimate goal was to destroy this great mechanical arc from the inside. These top leaders had a chance to leave the ship and escape, but if they still wanted to protect their own ships and make a final desperate attack, then they had to gather together and fight. Unfortunately, he lost the fight. But this was not the biggest trouble Gu Heng encountered during the operation. The biggest crisis was that after the destruction of these high-level officials, the remaining ruling bishops of the dimension took the idea of cutting off their arms to survive. It was a ruthless move. They took the lead and placed powerful bombs in an energy cabin and its surroundings. After Gu Heng and his space warriors approached, they detonated themselves. Bombing oneself was certainly not the purpose. The most important thing was to kill Gu Heng and his space warriors through the explosion and the detonation of the energy cabin. Even if they couldn't do it, a simple explosion wouldn't be enough to destroy them. The bombs placed around them would blow this energy cabin, along with the entire surrounding area, out of the mechanical structure of the mechanical arc. They would rather blow a big hole in their own mechanical arc, abandon part of their bodies, and isolate Gu Heng and his gang. They did it, but it was meaningless. The problem still lies with Gu Heng. The Space Marines, protected by psychic energy before the explosion, transferred them to a relatively safe structure and survived the dangerous explosion of the energy cabin. Then, they were collectively transported from the wreckage that was blown away to the mechanical arc. The remaining Mechanicus leaders in the mechanical arc were completely speechless. Under the shadow of the subspace, even some of their own tools made with psychic power were useless. This Gu Heng is too exaggerated. Not only can he call upon thunder, which is extremely powerful, but he can also teleport hundreds of space warriors. The shadow of the subspace is as if made of paper, and has no restrictive effect at all. But in fact, Gu Heng is not at ease. Every confrontation consumes his own strength, although he has been using his psychic power carefully from the beginning, knowing that he needs to fight for a long time, and it is difficult to get replenishment. However, one battle after another, which has no rest at all, just goes on like this. No matter how powerful Gu Heng was, no matter how carefully he used his strength, in the end, he was inevitably on the verge of exhaustion. But fortunately, the effect he achieved was enough. When Gu Heng led the Space Marines to destroy a key area again, the entire ship finally could not maintain its internal ecology. The life support system was being destroyed. The ship was disintegrating, and the internal explosion caused by the chain reaction occurred again and again inside the ship. The surviving high-ranking members of the Alfonso sect had abandoned the mechanical arc some time ago and fled on a small boat. There were also quite a few people who followed them. But in general, among the hundreds of millions of people in the mechanical arc, only a few of the few could escape in the end. In the end, the vast majority of people would be buried with this huge mechanical arc. The last vehicle to escape from the mechanical arc was the spaceship that Gu Heng and the 200 surviving Shadow Warriors were riding on. As for the rest of the spaceships, we would naturally destroy as many as possible to prevent the people behind from escaping. Gu Heng and the others who escaped on the spaceships, actually, were not having a good time either. They were in the mechanical arc before, and the Mechanicus fleet outside could not do anything to them. They could not fire at their own mechanical arcs, which would be useless. But now, after realizing that Gu Heng and the others had escaped on the small spaceship inside the mechanical arc, they would naturally not let them go. A barrage of firepower was directed at them. In an instant, their situation became extremely dangerous. But in the end, they successfully returned home. There were two main factors. One was Gu Heng's spiritual power, which played a big role. Even at the end of his strength, he could not easily deflect the enemy firepower. But for such a small boat, he could have a good control, making it as invisible as possible, not easy to be locked, and then making the trajectory of the ship mysterious and unpredictable during detection, making it extremely difficult to be hit. Another reason, naturally, is that the main fleet of the Alliance came to assist. This was because they had received Gu Heng's order early on and took the initiative to attack. What could the Alfonso fleet do? The most important flagship in the entire confrontation, Alfonso I, was already in an irreversible state of collapse. Although it has not been completely destroyed yet, it can no longer be saved. The boss of the family, the great sage Varric, was eliminated by Gu Heng according to the few senior officials who escaped from Alfonso I. Having lost both the flagship and the leader, the entire fleet was already in chaos, and the fighting spirit was even weaker. These infected members of the Mechanicus were not like the regular Zerg, and there was no morale. They would still panic and have internal disputes. Moreover, even if they had strong Zerg characteristics, Gu Heng had dealt with Varric, the current supreme leader. Varric could be regarded as the highest level node creature. His capture would also cause chaos in the lower level node creatures and the vast number of severely infected people. In this state, the Alfonso fleet had no intention of fighting the main fleet of the Alliance head-on. After a little gesture, it gave in. This allowed Gu Heng to successfully return to his own starship. After a quick meeting with Yulixia, Gu Heng returned to his quiet room and sat down. He did not rush to return his spiritual will to the kingdom of Storm God, but rested for half a month. In the previous battle, he was too exhausted and could not bear it without rest. Moreover, it would take time for all the hundreds of millions of infected and transformed creatures on that ship to die. The scale of the mechanical arc was too huge. After the collapse, there might be many survivors in some fragments and wreckage. Or they might be lucky enough to find a ship wreckage with an independent life support system and barely survive. Or they might bring equipment that can survive in space. So they would not die immediately. Maybe many of them would be able to wait for the rescue ship of Alfonso fleet. But no matter what, those who can survive and be saved are a minority. The rest of the people will die in large numbers in the next few days. 10 days. Or a month. Gu Heng doesn't need to rush. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When Gu Heng was about to finish his rest and project his spirit back to the kingdom of Storm God, there was movement in the real universe. Alfonso fleet withdrew. How could we let you run away? Yi Lixia received the order. And the Alliance fleet set out to pursue. They would not push too hard, but would just chase behind, watching eagerly. The formal attack would have to wait until Gu Heng completely solved the subspace shadow. Gu Heng himself returned to his kingdom of God. Just as he thought, the subspace shadow had obviously faded a lot. Chapter 635, Great Victory of Aramida. The shadow of the subspace that shrouded the Kingdom of Storms had dimmed a little. The insect swarms did not even attack Gu Heng Kingdom. Instead, the heroes boarded one lightning transformed shuttle after another, broke out of the border of the Kingdom of Storms, went outside the Kingdom of Storms, and fought in the endless darkness. Each hero was a little light, like a firefly in the dark night, even if it was weak, but it could illuminate a place. In the shadow of the entire subspace, there are dots everywhere at a glance. These dots of light are annihilated from time to time. But soon new ones are resurrected in the kingdom of God and rush into the shadow, one after another, never stopping. In the shadow of the sky, there are thousands of fireflies, flickering continuously. This is Gu Heng's method of dissipating the shadow of the subspace. To completely dissipate the shadow of the subspace, the time required has been reduced from the original 9 months to 3 months. The weakening degree of the warp shadow is similar to Gu Heng's previous estimate, which is about 15% to 20%, which is consistent with the number of infected and transformed people lost by Alfonso Mechanicus. Don't underestimate the weakening of 1/5 of the strength. Quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. Without this 1/5, the balance of confrontation between the warp shadow and the kingdom of Storm God will be completely unbalanced. The speed at which the warp shadow is weakened will continue to increase in the following time. Because of this, it was completely consumed by Gu Heng, and the time of expulsion was directly reduced to about 1/3 of the original time. But Gu Heng was not even satisfied with this degree. Before, he was not willing to take risks and take the initiative to attack for 9 months. Now, he has already won the battle. But it will take another 3 months? He is also not willing to wait obediently. This is to mention that when the subspace shadow weakened by 20%, it caused another qualitative change. It could no longer block the kingdom of Storm God. Gu Heng intended to tear open the curtain of reality and project the power of the kingdom of God into the real universe. It was no longer impossible. It was just a little more difficult than normal. And the projected power was a little less. But it was enough. At that moment, Gu Heng requested that in the real universe, the Alliance fleet that was chasing him should no longer just follow and drive him away, but start chasing at full speed. After the battle, Gu Heng power was displayed in the real universe. Indeed, it was much more difficult than normal, and the projected power was quite insufficient. But the key was that, after tearing open the shadow of the subspace, and then tearing open the curtain of reality, no matter how difficult it was, this area would eventually be reconnected with the subspace. As a result, in the ship, the storm mages who had been in a state of decline since the beginning of the war regained their abilities. Furthermore, these storm mages, in turn, became Gu Heng helpers, and could assist Gu Heng in the same way as before, projecting power to the outside to attack the enemy ships, directly trying to tear apart the void shield of battleships. Mechanical arcs and other top-level ships is not very realistic. After all, this is not an easy task. Not to mention that Gu Heng has less power borrowed from the kingdom of Storm God, which is quite difficult. But it doesn't matter. Tearing apart those small and medium-sized ships, even cruisers can be put aside for now, and specifically looking for those frigates and destroyers to kill. Destroying one will not only damage the enemy ships, but also mean that tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of enemy ships will be destroyed. More importantly, after several ships were blown up, the transport ships inside were exposed. Those transport ships, their shapes looked a little different. But in essence, they were still giant-belly transport ships, which were quite capable, cheap and easy to use. If they were used to transport troops, it would not be a problem to load 20 million troops in one ship. But apart from being big enough, capable of carrying, and cheap, there were no other advantages. Usually, transport ships were enough. There is no need to worry about anything else when sailing in a safe area. When sailing in a dangerous area, there must usually be an escort fleet. It has almost no combat capability. Even if it is barely converted into an armed merchant ship, it is just a big belly. Firepower, defense, maneuverability are all bad. The combat capability may be worse than that of an ordinary frigate. If there are enough escort fleets, there is no need to make such a change. It will not increase combat capability much, but will become slower. And also reduce the internal loading capacity. Moreover, generally speaking, in fleet combat, they are not very active, and they will specifically attack transport ships. There is little need. If they can defeat the escort fleet, destroy it or repel it, then the remaining transport ships are like fish on the chopping board, and they can do whatever they want with them. But if they cannot defeat the escort fleet, then they should not waste firepower on transport ships, otherwise it will be a waste of firepower. After all, when they attack the transport ships protected in the depths, they will also be attacked. But the current battle situation is naturally different from the general situation. The transport ship can easily carry tens of millions of lives, which is exactly Gu Hang's goal. If a few more ships are taken down, the number of enemies will be greatly reduced. And when projected into the subspace, the shadow will decline faster. This is exactly what happened. In fact, since Varric has been captured by Gu Hang, and the technology related to the subspace shadow is not available to anyone else without him, even the senior leaders of Alfonso, who are still alive, may not know what the warp shadow thing is. They did not realize that the Alliance, despite being at a disadvantage in the frontal battle, had to withdraw some main battleships to attack their escort ships first, and then the transport ships. What was the purpose of that? When 7 transport ships carrying a large number of people were destroyed in succession, and the number of lives destroyed exceeded 100 million, the warp shadows surrounding the Kingdom of Storm God finally couldn't hold on, and collapsed completely. Looking up from the Kingdom of God, in the heavy shadow, the flickering fireflies are becoming more stable, and the light is more magnificent. The heavy shadow was illuminated, even ignited, became scattered. It was about to collapse. At this time, Gu Hang put more effort. The Kingdom of Storm God began to emit violent lightning and flickered again. The subspace shadow was completely dispelled like the previous 2 flickers. But the difference is that this time, after the flash of the Thunder Kingdom ended, the shadow could not be restored again. It was not just that the power of the void was insufficient, but also that the core of this subspace shadow, the long worm entangled in the subspace projection of Varric, was caught by Gu Hang at the moment of the flash of the Thunder Kingdom. Gu Hang originally wanted to capture Varric's subspace projection and the long worm shadow on it into the Kingdom of God, to study what it was, and then think about whether he could get any benefits from it. However, when he took away Varric projection, the long insect shadow that was still struggling suddenly stopped moving, and only a pair of eyes that seemed to be there, and not there, stared at Gu Hang coldly and bloodily. Gu Hang felt a little scared by being stared at. After a moment, the long insect shadow disappeared. Gu Hang was stunned for a moment, thinking in his heart, if I guessed that this was the work of the Zerg well before, then the glance just now, did it mean that I was being stared at? It was quite creepy. But after thinking about it again, Gu Hang stopped worrying about it. Who cares if you are targeting him or not? The 2 sides are enemies with no room for reconciliation. And there is no possibility of reconciliation. If you are targeting him, then so be it. I will dig your eyes out sooner or later. When the long worm shadow ran away, the projection of Varric was left behind. There was no point in keeping it. Gu Hang checked again and again, but there was no way to find any strange traces on the projection of Varric. With a wave of his hand, he ignored it. Without the connection with Varric in the real universe, and without the support of the suspected Zerg will, he could not maintain himself, and completely dissipated. At this moment, the shadow of the subspace had dissipated, and the power of the Kingdom of Storms could once again be unbridled, according to Gu Hang will, and projected into the real universe. This means that the most powerful weapon of the Alliance fleet in the Star Wars, Gu Hang's psychic power, is completely unsealed at this time. Gu Hang's eyes were fixed on the Alfonso fleet, which had already sensed the dissipation of the subspace shadow, but was at a loss as to why it dissipated. The obstacles had been cleared, And what remained was the hunting moment. The two major regiments of Fury and New World Torch were preparing. And the Shadow Regiment was also preparing. Seize the ship! This chase in space lasted for another 2 months. After the last mechanical arc of the Mechanicus was torn apart by Gu Hang Void Shield and destroyed under concentrated fire, the Alfonso fleet no longer had any intention of fighting. However, the Alliance was not responsible for the ship grabbing this time, but Fury and New World Torch. Although there were Shadow Warriors to help, they could not attack openly, and they had also suffered serious damage in the previous battle. In fact, it was not just them. Fury and New World Torch also suffered heavy losses. At this time, they were not so powerful when it came to boarding and robbing the ship. By the end of the war, the Alliance had already captured a battleship, which was the end. The rest were not easy to grab, so they were destroyed directly. However, some fast cruisers, destroyers, and battlecruisers were scattered. The Alliance fleet was limited by its size, and was not big enough to chase them separately. Otherwise, they would be bitten back by the enemy. That would be bad. But at this moment, it was a great victory to have such a result. Overall, Gu Hang saved the Forge world of Aramida. Varric, the supreme leader of the Alfonso sect, the great sage, was arrested by Gu Hang. The last powerful fleet of the Alfonso sect was broken apart. 2 mechanical arcs were destroyed. 1 Retribution-class battleship was captured, and 1 was destroyed. The remaining main battleships and non-main battleships, a total of 200 ships, large and small, were destroyed. Although some battlecruisers and cruisers survived, they might escape back to the 2 Alfonso Forge worlds that still exist, and cause trouble for Gu Hang when the Alliance marches into those 2 places in the future. But it's not a big problem. As for the current harvest, it is enough for the Alliance to digest for a while. The active offensive capability of the Alfonso sect has been completely cut off, and there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. This is the great victory of Aramida. Chapter 636, The Rebellion is still going on. In this universe, it is pure luxury to expect the war to end completely. Even if the so-called victory of Aramida has become a foregone conclusion, the Alfonso sect has lost all its ability to take the initiative to attack. The top leaders of the Alliance military have already opened champagne in joy. But in fact, the ground war in Aramida has not ended yet. It is estimated that the number of active rebels is at least 200 million, and the total population in the area they control may exceed 2 billion. But despite this, it was still just a scratch. Without the external support from Alfonso's sect, the rebels in Alameda were like grasshoppers in autumn, and they would not last for a few days. The Allied army did not send more troops to the ground, and the existing force was enough to solve the problem. The remaining troops needed to suppress the rebellion came from Alameda. After Varric was arrested and Alfonso's main fleet was defeated, Moreau, whose internal situation was originally turbulent and whose rule became quite unstable, suddenly became as stable as a rock. Those local forces that were originally wavering now need them one by one to prove their loyalty. The local rebels who are still resisting stubbornly are a place for verification. Rather than saying that the Union Army is the main force to suppress the rebellion, it is better to say that it is a supervisor. The outcome of this war is doomed. But this war itself can be used. The cleansing that Moreau wants to carry out can be carried out here. Not a traitor? Very loyal? Then strike hard at the rebels and beat them to the point of almost extinction. That is also to be loyal to the God of all things and Governor Gu Hang. If he is a traitor and has defected to the rebels, it is no big deal. They are all trash, and we will deal with them together. According to Moreau, after the war on the surface of Aramida ends, he will return a loyal Aramida to Gu Hang. And even if the war is still going on, it is actually just a small matter. The most important task for the entire Forge world at the moment is to restore productivity, especially the production capacity of ships. On Aramida, there are a total of 30 billion people. Among them, the vast majority are various types of laborers, technical workers, and machine servants. In fact, the world's food self-sufficiency rate is very low. Even if there are many starch factories, they still need to import a considerable amount of food from outside. The dozens and hundreds of worlds around Aramida actually serve this forging world. They provide food, population, and various resources. The greatest value of the Forge world, of course, is in itself, but to fully exert these values, it is actually necessary to coordinate the power of dozens or hundreds of surrounding worlds. To achieve this, fortunately, After the Alliance destroyed Alfonso's main fleet, the worlds around Aramida became easier to deal with. A considerable number of them had already been taken down when the Alliance marched. For the rest, whether they surrendered at the sight of the enemy, or sent a detachment to take them down with some effort, it was not difficult to do it anyway. The production capacity of the entire Aramida is currently about 15% of its peak period. Moreover, as the Great Purge continues, the progress of the rebellion stabilizes, and the resource supply of the surrounding world recovers. This number will continue to rise over time. Even the current 15% should not be underestimated. It means that the shipbuilding industry can be initially started, which means that the Alliance ships, even those that are seriously damaged or just captured, do not need to find tugboats, and can be escorted all the way to the local shipyards outside the 2-star fields for repair. In Aramida, we can carry out the corresponding repairs, preparations, and modifications. This will save a lot of time. After all, the round trip takes almost a year, not to mention the production of some important shells, fighter planes, and army equipment is also very important and can be supplied nearby. Aramida is the wealth that Gu Hang values most. It's a pity that the other two forging worlds of the Alfonso sect are not as easy to take as Aramida. On the one hand, there is no one like Moreau who can help Gu Hang unify those worlds. On the other hand, seeing the army of Alfonso's sect coming, almost all of them are infected, composed of Zerg biotransformers. So one can imagine what the remaining two forged worlds will be like. Gu Hang is very pessimistic about this. He believes that those two forged worlds may be beyond salvation, and can only be destroyed at that time. It can also be seen from another point. The battleship that Gu Hang had taken back, during the process of repairing it, found a lot of blasphemous technology. Not only did they transform the church into a spiritual blasphemy, like the four-armed god emperor, but also used a lot of biochemical structures inside the ship. Those materials similar to Zerg chitin were arranged in many places, and there were several digestion tanks, and incubation tanks, and other facilities inside the ship. Varric didn't have much time, and he couldn't transform the entire ship from beginning to end into a biological ship, otherwise he couldn't use it after taking it. But even so, on Aramida, it would take a lot of time to dismantle and modify all these blasphemous technologies. Even the ships are like this. What will happen to the two forged worlds? There are already small ships of the Alliance, carrying agents and observation equipment, heading to the two forged worlds. It is probably hopeless to subvert, but at least we have to find out whether the two forged worlds are really as bad as Gu Hang estimates now. As for why the army didn't just take advantage of the momentum of victory and directly attack those two worlds, it was mainly because the Alliance fleet needed to rest. The Alliance fleet was also seriously damaged. Anyway, most of Alfonso's main battleships were destroyed, and new ships would definitely not be built within a year or two. The two forging worlds would not run away, so there was no need to worry too much. In addition, Gu Hang also gained a lot of gift points from this war. He had to spend some. The first thing is to make up for the loss of the Fury, New World Torch, and Shadow regiments in the battle. The three regiments, together, lost nearly 1,000 people. This is equivalent to the loss of a regiment. Without their sacrifice, the Battle of Aramida would not have been won from the beginning to the end. But in general, although it costs a lot of gift points and money to replenish the manpower loss of the Star Warriors, it is completely affordable for Gu Hang now. Chapter 637, 30 consecutive draws. The great victory of Aramida brought Gu Hang an income of 27 million grace points. This income is more than the previous defeat of the fleet led by Du Bo that invaded the Proud Claw Star region. But it is roughly at the same level. In fact, the fleet led by Varric is indeed of the same level as the one led by Du Bo in terms of scale. Although Varric has an extra mechanical arc, the two ordinary mechanical arcs are not as strong as the war arc. At the same time, in the Duba fleet, there were more battleships, and the battlecruisers were basically captured, destroyed or captured. In the victory against the Varric fleet, in fact, many fast ships escaped, which was one of the reasons for the difference in the income of grace points. It was because the Alliance destroyed several fully loaded transport ships in succession, and many people died in them, and they recovered a little. And if the monthly grace points accumulated in the past 2 or 3 years were also counted, the cash in Gu Hang hand now exceeded 45 million. It was precisely because he had such a large amount of gift points in his hands that Gu Hang did not feel much pain about the casualties of the Space Marines. Gu Hang completed the replacement of the 1,000 Space Marines on the spot. There are also many permanent residents in the ship. The so-called ship families. It sounds good, but in fact, they are just the lower-level crew members who cannot get off the ship, forming a family in the ship and having children. These ship families that used to live in the Imperial Navy or in the ships of the Chamber of Commerce have always been ignored. Just being able to work is fine, other things are nonsense. The alliance is much more reliable. The military and political department has requirements within the Navy, and the Civil Affairs Department of the government also has a special management agency for permanent residents on merchant ships. These crew members also have their own ranks. With ranks and military ranks, they should naturally have the treatment that Alliance citizens should have. In the propaganda, the Alliance government, the military, are trying their best to publicize that. If the crew members get married on board, if they have children, they should try to take the children away from the ship. This is also a humanitarian consideration. Don't let an accident happen and the ship explode and end up losing a household registration book. This is not mandatory. It's just propaganda, advocacy, and if one party wants to leave, the Union government will provide convenience, and in some places where people need to move in, will arrange for living and work. Those who stay on the ship will also sign a work contract, which will have a time limit, and when the time comes, you can choose to renew the contract or end the contract and change jobs with a large amount of Union coins. The Navy also has a retirement mechanism for crew members. Even if they do not resign or retire, they still have their own vacation and can go back to visit their families. In essence, it is to dismantle this unreasonable situation of crew families. Of course, although the Alliance policies have changed compared to the traditional policies of the Empire, the power of tradition is very strong. At the same time, the ships sail in the Star Sea for a long time. It is okay to stay for a few months or years. The key is that the planet where the family stays, the ship may not go back for a long time. And because of the war, even civilian ships, most of them are always requisitioned and have missions. The development of civilian passenger ships has not been very good, whether the crew is on vacation or retired. If they do not leave the planet where their family is, it is really difficult to reunite with their family through civil ships. These objective factors make the dismantling of crew families not very smooth. At present, whether on warships or ordinary commercial ships, there are still many crew families. Under this realistic background, the Alliance can only try its best to equip the families of these crew members with medical clinics, schools, etc. on the ships. However, it must be said that the medical and educational conditions are not very good. It is just a basic level. It is unlikely to go to college. And for these young children, being able to become space warriors is of course a very, very good opportunity. Of course, not everyone who is selected can become a space marine. There are tens of millions of people on the 200 or 300 ships of the Alliance. There are about 1 million people in their teens who meet the requirements of being a space marine. From them, 1,000 space marines are selected, which is just right. There will also be many accessories for the cultivation of new space marines. These 1 million young people between the ages of 16 and 18 will have a relatively good future. A small number of them, who only have T5 qualifications, will be added to their own ships as seamen. Most of the T4 and T3 levels can be added to the Marine Corps. Their quality will not be bad, and their ranks will be promoted quickly. Anyway, it is definitely better than being a low-level crew member. The remaining soldiers, who can reach the T2 level, can be absorbed into the Glory Guards. The T1 level soldiers, who are just over 1,000, are the seedlings of Space Marines. Gu Heng exchanged the gene seeds, and let them receive gene seed implants one by one in the biological laboratory of the ship, and then assign them to different battle groups according to the different gene seeds they received. In addition, due to the urgent need for troops, Gu Heng also exchanged out the exchange items for accelerated growth of extraordinary organs and the special training of space warriors. By the way, they all had to be equipped with political commissar training. All of these, added up, cost Gu Heng 1 million points of grace. Just sprinkle some water. He still has 44 million grace points left. If the number of gene seeds was not enough, Gu Heng could have opened 40,000 cans. They are all veterans in the cans, elites. And since these more than 40 million grace points cannot be used to directly improve the combat effectiveness of his own army, Gu Heng turned to use the grace points for lottery. He left 14 million as a temporary reserve, and the remaining 30 million was directly used for 30 consecutive draws of the million level. In the million level lottery, The probability of getting apocalypse-level technology is 10%. I was quite lucky, and got it in the third draw. After that, the probability of getting apocalypse-level technology dropped to 5%. Then in the 28th draw, another draw came. Then the probability dropped to 1%. These two technologies are War Master Titan and Earth-Blasting Planet Destroyer. The former is a Titan that is more powerful than the Warlord Titan and a higher level. The latter is a weapon of extinction that is more powerful than the Burning Sky Torpedo and can really smash a planet into pieces. Chapter 638. Virus Bomb. War Master Titan and Ground Destroyer are undoubtedly very powerful technologies. If they are produced later, the former will greatly increase the strength of the Alliance army. After all, Emperor Titans above the War Master level are not seen under normal circumstances. Only in the most powerful Titan legions of the top Mechanicus sects can you see this kind of most powerful war weapon that humans can use in ground warfare. Unless it is a battle that may decide the life or death of the Empire. The extremely rare Emperor-class Titans will not be deployed in the war. In a conventional war, even if it is an apocalyptic war, the appearance of one or several War Master-class Titans is just the beginning. If the War Master-class Titan is still of great significance to the Alliance, then the Ground Destroyer is a bit. What it can do, the Burning Sky Torpedo can barely do. Both are Extinction Order weapons, but their uses are different. The Burning Sky Torpedo is nothing more than igniting the atmosphere. It is not as shocking as the Ground Destroyer, which directly blows up a planet from the center to the crust, but the effect is almost the same. Anyway, if it hits, it will be the effect of the Extinction Order. In addition, after the Burning Sky Torpedo is burned, if the planet is still wanted, then you can wait for the planet to cool down, and then use the Planetary Climate Transformation System to restore the planet. Although, doing so is costly and extremely expensive, if the planet is really valuable and has a particularly strong strategic position, then this is at least a feasible thing to do. But if it is blown up by a planet-destroying explosion, then it is really hopeless. Some of the fragments of the planet will fall into the star. Some will form an asteroid belt. In short, don't expect them to be able to gather together into a planet again. If you have to say it has a particularly practical effect, it is that some alien races will hide very deep underground, and they may not even need oxygen to survive. Burning the surface for more than 10 days cannot eradicate them. At this time, the Earth-Blasting Star Destroyer can be useful. In addition, if a planet is hopelessly corrupted by chaos, the entire planet is mostly dragged into the warp. Then in order to prevent the planet from becoming the anchor point between the warp and the real universe, the Chaos Army will continue to pour out, and the Earth-Blasting Star Destroyer will be used to fight. In short, it is very useful in certain scenarios. However, the Extinction Order weapon was rarely used, and its use was narrow. Not to mention that the Earth Destroyer was even narrower, and it was ridiculously expensive. These characteristics determined that a finished product should be made in a black box and kept as a backup. It was not like the War Master Titan, which did not bring much help to the Alliance war capabilities, and was basically useless in conventional warfare. In fact, the War Master Titan technology did not have much impact on the current war situation, but only increased the war potential. After all, whether it is deploying a production line or producing finished products directly in a black box, it takes a long time. It is estimated that after a year, 1 or 2 finished products can be produced, and it is good enough to just deploy the production line in the hometown. In addition to these 2 apocalypse-level technologies, Guhang 30 consecutive draws also have 4 epic-level technologies, and 24 technologies below the elite level. Some upgrades to the technologies obtained in the past have duplicate functions, so let's put them aside for now. The 3 technologies worth mentioning are Virus Bomb, Epic Materials Research, and Vengeance Knight Armor. Virus Bomb is a technology that Guhang urgently needs. This kind of thing is relatively expensive and has strict requirements for deployment, but the effect of a single deployment is quite reliable. Its main principle is that it can analyze the genetic samples of a certain species after being captured by the Alliance, and then create a bomb with special attack capabilities against this type of monster. This bomb can be used with M-type or L-type missiles, or with macro cannons to launch it. Its characteristic is that its attack range is 10 or 100 times larger than that of conventional macro cannon shells or missiles of the same level. With the explosion, the released genetic virus can often cover an area of tens of kilometers, and in most cases, it will only cause fatal damage to this type of creature, and is harmless to other creatures, or the harm is average. Virus bombs are not very useful for human civil wars, or fighting traitors, or fighting chaos demons. In human civil wars, or fighting traitors. Your own people will also be attacked by virus bombs. Its too wide attack range and certain transmissibility will also cause great ecological disasters if it is used in scenarios where your own army is not available. For long-range bombing, its price is a bit too high. It is better to use ordinary firepower to bomb directly, which is cheap and easy to use, and it can also save you from being attacked by others with some biological defense measures, such as protective clothing, masks, etc., and vaccines that are quickly developed. As for demons, these chaotic monsters from the abyss, their genes are disordered, and they cannot be targeted. Even the genes they express are different, so they are useless. But it is quite useful to fight non-human aliens, especially the Void Zerg and the Green Orcs. Of course, it is not a panacea. After the Green Orcs suffered losses, they may also produce biochemical protective equipment. After the Void Zerg suffered a big loss, they can quickly iterate their biological genes, and the next batch of bugs, or even this batch of bugs, can undergo genetic transmutation, greatly reducing the damage of the virus bomb. And even after a long time, they can be completely immune. However, biochemical protective equipment may not be able to completely protect against it. There is a probability. Even if the Zerg evolves faster, it takes time to update and iterate. Virus bombs can still cause a fairly reliable attack effect. Moreover, since the Zerg has iterated its genes, can humans no longer capture it and then create new virus bombs? Of course they can. With this thing, the biggest use is that when the ground forces attack, they can carry one, or use artillery, the orbital gun of the starship, to fire one, to cooperate with the actions of the ground forces. Gu Heng needed this technology urgently. He thought about it, and even planned to materialize it directly at his own hand, instead of getting it to the base through the black box factory in the subspace. Otherwise, it would take too much effort to make bombs from the Eagle Horse Star region and then transport them here. It would be better to materialize it directly at his own hand, and then send it to Aramida to directly manufacture the finished product and deploy the production line. At the same time, the existence of this black box will also greatly increase Aramida's loyalty. Which oil man can resist the temptation of the black box? Chapter 639, Direction of Advance. The virus bomb is the most helpful technology among the technologies Gu Heng extracted this time, for the current war. If not, Gu Heng would not be so anxious to deploy production in Aramida. After it is produced, it will be of great help for the next, and even the current war. As for the other two, Epic Materials Research can also directly use the black box to pull out many high-tech, materials-related research facilities. After being equipped with excellent researchers, the most important role it can play is to transform the products that Gu Heng had drawn in the past that could only be produced by black boxes, and even to deploy new production lines using black boxes. If it is separated from the black box, many technologies in the Alliance will no longer be used and will be lost. Even if this issue is not considered, the black box must be relied on to expand production capacity, which itself seriously affects the Alliance expansion of production capacity for those high-tech and urgently needed products. Scientific research. This type of technology exchange is used to solve these problems. Gu Heng had drawn similar technologies before, and he basically figured it out. The black boxes provided by these technologies, the laboratories and research institutes that can be built, are divided into levels and types. The epic ones are, of course, better than the elite ones. Biochemical technology research, materials research, also correspond to different technical directions, which can make the Alliance digestion of different technologies faster. The most direct manifestation of material science research is that the refined gold material technology that Gu Heng had drawn before is expected to be cracked. For a long time, refined gold has been considered a precious material that only exists in a very small number of worlds in this universe, and can be applied to the production of various high-level equipment. Its uses are too wide. Some precision parts that need to bear extremely huge pressure must be made of refined gold. Generally speaking, this is the main use of refined gold. It is too rare, too precious, and can only be used in places where less material is used. But it is very important. But if you really want to be extravagant, some people even use it to make armor. Where does the gold color of the golden armor on the Emperor guards come from? It is pure gold. Doesn't Gu Heng want to use it? If the armor of the Space Marines can be coated with a layer of pure gold, the defense can be greatly improved. The smelting technology of pure gold materials has given Gu Heng this possibility. The finished black box of that technology can directly input ordinary metal ores to generate refined gold. However, the output of the finished black box is quite small, which is the level of the smallest refined gold mine. The mother machine black box can be pulled out to smelt ordinary ceramic steel into a refined gold production line. But the production line is deployed slowly, and the amount of refined gold output of each production line is also very scarce. Gu Heng used to think that his own alliance could synthesize such top materials, and then the production capacity would be high in the future, and there would be natural wealth. These precious materials could even be exported to generate income for the alliance. However, even after several years of development, the weak production capacity has not been improved, and it is not enough even for self-use. The alliance is building Titans, battleships, starports, and heavy artillery above Class L. The refined gold consumed, some of which even need to be imported, relying on the support decrees provided by the Empire during the war. The alliance can still buy them at a reasonable price. If it were in the past, without special material allocation, it would be difficult to import, and there were too few sellers. If we only use the black box to do it bit by bit, if we want to expand the production capacity to meet our own needs, or even to be rich enough to use it to make some ordinary products refined, then we don't know when we will have to wait. The technology of this material research and development facility, like the fine gold, is epic, which should be of great help in digesting the fine gold technology. Of course, its role is not just as simple as that on the fine gold. The optimization, research and development of various materials can all be solved in the laboratory, and the mass production plan can be explored. The advancement of materials will also stimulate the development of engineering technologies in various fields, so that better solutions can be obtained. Of course, it is of no help for black box products. After all, what is produced by the black box is the most standard and refined. The products produced by the production line pulled out by the black box are also standard enough. But the degree of refinement cannot be guaranteed to the extreme. After all, there will be some manual errors for those products that have expanded their production capacity on a large scale. Even the production lines are rubbed by themselves, which will be even more uneven. And there will even be a large number of inferior products. Even some technologies, in order to expand production capacity, but some key technologies are not fully understood, then we can only make inferior parts to replace them. The most typical example is on Titan Starship. Materials, engineering, biochemistry, the construction of various research institutes and facilities will better solve the problem. As for the last item, Vengeance Night Mech, it is the most needless to say, it is just a night mech. The largest type of night mech, if you really want to count, it is larger than the Warhound Titan. The reason why it is still called a mecha, rather than a Titan, is mainly because the operation method of the Vengeance is still the single-person operation of the traditional mecha, rather than the Titan, which requires an operation team. At present, the Alliance has established a complete set of Night Mecha series, from the two low-level mechas Sentinel Mecha and Acolyte Mecha, to the real Night Mechas, Ranger, Domination, and Nemesis, combined with the Alliance current technology for building Titans from the Warhound, Warlord, and War Master levels. The Titan Legion and Knights formed as a frontal force are the Alliance's most powerful combination of forces on all frontal battlefields. Even the Space Marines cannot compare to such a Titan Legion in terms of their role on the frontal battlefield. The two sides are not of the same type, and the roles they can play are also completely different. Just because the Space Marines are strong enough, we can't let them go head-on against a Titan Legion. The commander's brain is wrong, unless there is no other way. In short, with the Goddess of Vengeance, it means that the Titan Legion system of the Alliance will be further supplemented and improved. The technology just extracted cannot be quickly transformed into the combat effectiveness of the army. But despite this, Gu Heng and his main force of the Alliance stayed in Aramida for a long time. The main thing is to wait for the ship to be repaired. During this period, there are also some discussions about the next move of the main force of the Alliance. To put it bluntly, there are two directions: go to the other two forging worlds, and completely pacify the situation in the Alfonso star field. Or, march from Alfonso to the Princess star field, and at the same time, let the detachment led by Martins, from the Nepa star field to the Princess star field. The two forces of the Alliance can meet in the Princess star field, and together penetrate into the heart of the iron armor. Moreover, they are not the only ones who will do this. The Imperial armies on the northern and western fronts are also doing this. The commanders-in-chief of the two fronts also invited Gu Heng, hoping that Gu Heng would join them to complete this mission. The three-sided attack will definitely end this huge rebellion that has swept across the eastern border of the Empire and involved 4 universes. Chapter 640 How Stupid. Lefo Star Region. The main fleet on the northern front is gathering. Marshal Leroy, the commander-in-chief of the theater, is holding an important military meeting here. The northern battlefield has made great and decisive progress. At least, Leroy reported to Holy Terra. He was not lying. From the beginning, the northern battlefield was not highly valued, only slightly better than the southern front. At the beginning of the Iron Armor Rebellion, the Empire actually counted on the Phoenix Regiment on the western front. Later, the Phoenix Legion collapsed, and Holy Terra put a lot of effort into forming a large army, and even sent out the most powerful legion, Ortopus, together with the Solar Fleet and the Solar Auxiliary Army, to form a large army to reconstruct the Western Front army. In contrast, the Northern Front received less support. At the beginning, the Northern Front, like Guhang on the Southern Front, was just a local cosmic domain, and was formed by local troops. Unlike the Southern Front, the Iron Armor's invasion of the Devouring Star domain was much more fierce than their attack on the Eastern domain. On the one hand, the Devouring Universe mobilized its own troops and requested support from several warbands operating in the Devouring Universe. On the other hand, it also quickly sought help from outside. The 2 founding warbands, the Space Marines and the Bats, both accepted the call. Of course, they all had their own reasons for accepting the call. The Bats was their home planet, which was on the Devouring Universe. The Infinity War Band came because the rebels were their own children, and it was not too far away. But only one company came from both war bands. Not many. And there are reasons. The initial battle group has a lot of work to do, and it is very busy. They are usually dozens or hundreds of them, scattered in various places throughout the universe, with different tasks. It is already good to be able to draw a full company here. Moreover, the equipment level and strength level of the initial battle group are top-notch. But after all, the number of initial battle groups is too small. And even the several battle groups in the Devouring Star universe have their own threats to face. To be honest, the Space Marines raised by the Empire are not raised in vain. They all have jobs to do. The Empire calls for them. The chapter responds to requests for help from all over the world. And the chapter expands its power to a star field. So it naturally has to protect the safety of the star field. Rebellion, aliens, chaos, corruption. All kinds of jobs have to be done. In fact, many chapters were directly placed in places with particularly high threats by the Empire, and were directly ordered to guard them, unless their own home planet is directly threatened by a fatal threat. It is difficult for the chapter to concentrate all its forces to do one thing. Oh, Phoenix, Raging Flame, New World Torch, Blood Shark, these chapters are different. They have no other work to do, only the work of the Alliance. That is why the number of Space Marines gathered at the beginning of the Northern Line was only a little over 1,000. With such a force, it was only barely enough to stabilize the situation in the Devouring Star realm, and it could only make the situation of retreating step by step less. A counterattack was even more impossible. Until the arrival of the Black Crusaders. Leroy is the Marshal of the Black Crusaders' 3rd Fleet. He not only has a battle barge, but also 2 battlecruisers as the main force, and 1,000 Space Marines. Well, speaking of the topic of overbirth, it's hard to say which one is more overbirthed, Ironclad or the Black Crusaders. The Black Crusaders have 8 expeditionary fleets, each with 1,000 Space Marines. It's hard to say how many reserve recruits they have secretly prepared. Anyway, when the Black Crusaders lose troops, they can quickly make up for it. Their overbirth is legal. The Holy Code also stipulates that during the expedition, the number of personnel can be exceeded to a certain extent. The Black Cross is using this law to make their actions legal. As for why other war groups cannot do the same, first check whether the name of their war group is Black Cross. In addition, the Black Cross people do work without a home planet. The 8 fleets are all over the Empire, fighting on the front lines of various battlefields, actively responding to the war calls of various empires, and have almost no bad records. Strong, less conflicts of interest, active, background, no one really bothered them. The arrival of the 1,000-man 4th Fleet directly stabilized the Devouring Star region, and even allowed them to counterattack, until they entered the Lefo Star region, which was only 1 step away from the Princess Star region. Then, they encountered a whole hive fleet, and were firmly blocked outside. until they received reinforcements. The Inquisition was very interested in the war here, and the Void Zerg strategy of cooperating with Iron Armor. They sent out the Inquisitors, and also sent out the Silver Watch Space Marines, which were formed by elites drawn from various war bands, and were specially designed to fight against alien enemies. In addition, a large number of stormtroopers formed the support provided by the Anti-Foreign Order. Although there were not many Space Marines, the 300 Silver Watch were all combat experts against the Void Zerg. The hundreds of thousands of stormtroopers led by the Inquisitors were also a force that should not be underestimated. This also allowed the battle on the northern front to begin to move forward with difficulty. Then, when the Phoenix on the western front collapsed, Sacred Terra also panicked. Not only did they engage in fierce political struggles internally, they fired Prime Minister Ogeron, and Gallardo came to the fore, and quickly reorganized the main force on the western front. At the same time, they also looked for people from all sides to reinforce the battlefield. Gu Heng obtained a considerable amount of strategic material support on the southern front, which happened against this background. Of course, there were reinforcements on the northern front. Not to mention the various troops, the most important one was the Black Crusaders. They have another expedition fleet. The Black Cross 7th Fleet joined the battle sequence, and at the same time, the number of Space Marines active on the northern front directly increased to nearly 4,000, and the fleet was powerful. The Marshal of the Black Crusaders' 3rd Fleet, Matthew Leroy, as the Commander-in-Chief of the northern front, led his legion with high spirits and changed the previous difficult advancement. Although it was not unstoppable, it was at least progressing rapidly. It is not easy to completely eradicate the Zerg. They won a crucial battle, using a planet as a battlefield, turning it into a meat grinder, attracting billions of Zergs, and also attracting the main force of the Hive fleet. Then, they won, destroyed the main force of the Hive fleet, only a small part escaped, and the billions of Zergs on the ground turned to ashes under a sky-burning torpedo. Although there are still Zerg shadows everywhere in the Lefostar region, but Lelua no longer wants to continue to drag his army into this quagmire. The Hive fleet can no longer threaten the main force of the Northern Front army. So shouldn't they take this opportunity to directly attack the Princess Star region? Before the trip, he needs to hold a military meeting to confirm the thoughts of the entire legion. It is true that he is the commander-in-chief, but the so-called Northern Front army is so complicated that it is not true that everything can be done at his command. The first topic of the meeting was not their own strategy and tactical direction, but a discussion of the distant Southern Front battlefield and a reply sent to him by Gu Heng. That Gu Heng refused to cooperate with us from the South Front to march into the Princess Star region together? How stupid. Chapter 641 Calling. How stupid. Marshal Leroy concluded this about Gu Heng's decision. Gu Heng didn't know what he was rejecting. But it's no wonder. He was just a leader from a small place. He just rose up in a few decades because of some opportunities and chances. He solved some problems, and happened to meet someone who could take the lead in the South. So the closest so-called alliance became the main force, and made him the so-called commander-in-chief. It's hard to say how many illegal, and heretical factors are there in his so-called alliance. Is Gu Heng fighting for the Empire, or for his so-called Grand Alliance? The alliance he established is so independent. How much of it is for the Empire, and how much is for himself? He said that the problem of the Alfonso Starfield has not been solved. Is he trying to solve his retreat? Or is he separatist? Just thinking about expanding his territory and digesting the territory? Of course, I am not questioning his loyalty. If someone thinks so, it doesn't matter. However, this matter is not the focus of today. Whether Gu Heng and his independent alliance will become the next Iron Armor is a matter of the future. Maybe we will settle this issue in the future. But now, we are all standing on the same front and working for a goal. Since he said that the problem of Alfonso Star domain has not been solved, let him rot in his Alfonso Star domain. A leader with separatist tendencies, a lucky man who got his start by chance. Humph, I still want to say. He doesn't know what he is rejecting. He rejected the opportunity to fight for the Emperor. He rejected the most severe punishment for traitors. He rejected the highest reward bestowed by the Emperor, loyalty. He may not care about these. A separatist warlord, who only wants so-called interests, does not understand what is a truly noble pursuit. But I am different. And so are everyone here. We understand what the highest honor is. And that is what we pursue all our lives. We have already defeated the Zerg and Lefo. Now, it is time to get rid of the quagmire. Rush into the traitor's homeland. And put an end to this war. On the Western Front, Captain Salilius of Ortabes is also attacking rapidly. Come on. Let's compete. Let's see who can be the first to step into Reduches. Destroy those traitors, and the Emperor will see our glory. Leroy's words drew a roar from the attendees. He looked around, feeling very satisfied. In this way, the effect of such a military meeting was achieved by half. By stepping on the commander-in-chief of the southern line, Gu Heng, who rejected the proposal of attacking together, and using him as a negative contrast. He successfully aroused the fighting spirit of all the members attending the meeting, and made everyone have the same goal. The so-called loyalty is the best reward. This is an undoubted common value in the Empire, and cannot be opposed. By making Gu Heng a negative example, anyone who disagrees with Leroy's full-scale attack, flattening the home planet of the Iron Armored Corps, and the strategy of Reduches, will be like the negative example Gu Heng, a person with ulterior motives. As for competing with Salilius on the Western Front to see who can be the first to step into Reduches, he is also speaking the truth. The honor of war will always fall on the person who has achieved the most iconic victory. In the Iron Armor Rebellion, the biggest villain is naturally Iron Armor. What is the symbol of defeating Iron Armor? Of course, it is to completely cleanse the home planet of this traitorous war group. At this point, Lolua also put his ambition on the surface without disguising it. And what he said about not caring about actual interests is not necessarily true. The Iron Armor Rebellion affected 4 universes, tens of thousands of worlds, and attracted great attention from Holy Terra. If he could achieve outstanding performance in this war, then whether it was through the results of the war, the actual benefits that could be obtained from Holy Terra, or the great political prestige that the corresponding political faction represented by him could gain, wouldn't it be actual benefits? Of course, Lolua didn't think there was any conflict between the two. Gu Heng didn't participate in the attack on the Princess Star domain. On the contrary, he was more than happy. Just let it rot in the south. The greatest glory must belong to the Black Cross. Gu Heng also heard Leroy's comments on Gu Heng. First, the Alliance's own intelligence organization collected the information and told Gu Heng, then the Prime Minister of the Imperial Military Affairs Department, Gallardo, personally called him in astropathic language and discussed the issue with him seriously. The fact that Gu Heng could hear these words was not because the Alliance intelligence organization was so powerful, but because Leroy's words were widely spread. The scene of his speech was not kept secret. There were many people attending the meeting, with complicated identities and backgrounds. These words quickly spread everywhere, and even became a hot topic. The Alliance had people on the North Front, the West Front, and even Holy Terra. There were a small number of spies, bribed informants, and liaison officers who were openly stationed. The news had spread to this extent, and no matter how weak the Alliance intelligence organization was, it was impossible for them not to hear it. And what was Gu Heng's reaction? I certainly can't say I'm dismissive, but deep down, I'm not too upset. What Lolota said, there are too many problems. Gu Heng's mentality is just like that. He's in such a hurry to enter the Princess Star region. Isn't that a problem? The conquered territory hasn't been digested yet. The Black Cross, Ortopus, and the like. Their northern and western fronts are all large armies that have been summoned by the Empire and assembled. No matter what area they conquer, it will not become their base. They have no intention of occupying land, but only want to gain merit, honor, reputation, military exploits. These are their first goals. This is why Lolua made the first step into Radix the biggest strategic goal. In fact, Gu Heng has no doubt that this guy can make very irrational decisions for this goal, and even pay a lot of sacrifices. After all, what if he sacrificed himself? He might really feel bad for the death of the Black Cross. What does it have to do with him if more Star Realm troops recruited from the Devouring Universe died, some fighting brothers from other regiments died, some people from the Anti-Foreign Inquisition died, and the army that Gu Heng brought, basically all of them were his own army, his own assets, and he would feel bad if any of them died in vain. But having said that, Gu Heng couldn't really say nothing about these words and let them ferment. He soon gave a speech, describing his own strategy, and also stepped on Leroy, implicitly accusing him of squandering the Emperor currency, disregarding casualties for his own honor, hindering the overall situation, and laying the foundation for the risk of defeat. Failure to complete the Emperor mission is the greatest blasphemy. Who doesn't know how to put an accusation on others? Chapter 642, How did corruption happen? The commanders-in-chief of the northern and southern war zones of the Empire's rebellion had some quarrels. To be honest, in the public opinion field of the entire Empire, Gu Heng must have suffered. What kind of reputation is the Fleet Marshal of the Black Crusaders? What kind of reputation is Gu Heng? Although in terms of status, both of them are war zone commanders, in terms of the actual power they control, the two are also very different. Gu Heng's assets are all his, unlike Leroy, who is actually just a leader of the alliance. And it is temporary. Leroy does have the powerful Black Crusade behind him. But he is not the Supreme Marshal of the Black Crusade. Gu Heng actually controls 3 star regions, and is about to conquer 2 more star regions. He has more than 2,000 worlds under his command, which is definitely stronger than Leroy. However, he is a Space Marine, a famous Fleet Marshal of the Black Crusade, and his fighting figure appears in many places in the Empire. His fighting stories are widely spread and known. In this regard, Gu Heng is far behind. Gallardo did use various methods to promote Gu Heng on Holy Terra. His stories of defeating the Great Demon, saving the world, and defeating the green-skinned orcs were indeed quite good. He even arranged his actions more artistically and emphasized heroism. But the people of the Empire still love brave and fearless warriors the most. Space Marines are cooler than psychics. And pure military commanders are more popular than politicians, who stand behind and point fingers, hiding many conspiracies. What's more, Gu Heng deeds were limited to the east of the eastern border of the Empire. They were not like the Black Crusaders, who were showing off everywhere. They were a war group with thousands of years of history, and they had accumulated a lot of reputation, which Gu Heng could not compare with. Gu Heng's voice could not compete with the other side. However, Gu Heng did one thing right. He did not fall into the trap of self-justification. For things like confrontation, you must not make excuses. No matter what people scold you, you can explain that you did not have it. I am not. Don't talk nonsense, or you will be scolded for the rest of your life. As soon as the person who is speaking opens his mouth, the person who is defending will speak until his mouth is broken. This is especially true when there is a difference in the volume of the two sides. When Lelua heard people scolding Gu Heng, there were people from various war groups, commanders of different star armies, and the Inquisition at the first time. But when Gu Heng spoke, his own men could hear him, so his voice outside was lower. At this time, you have to scold him back. Scold him. You say I am separatist and want to preserve my strength, so I will scold you for not caring about your head and your, but for the sake of military merit, which will lead to failure. It's not just accusing each other. Gu Heng really thinks so. Ever since the Iron Armored Corps defeated the Phoenix on the Western Front and entered the Mager universe, their actions seemed quite strange to Gu Heng. As for the offensive, they did have one. In a very short period of time, they almost swept through thousands of worlds in the Mager universe, as if they had split up the main force and attacked here and there. The momentum was huge, especially with the reputation of defeating the Phoenix before, which really scared people away. But Gu Heng still felt strange. Their mighty momentum was like duckweed without roots, without strategic focus. They just kept expanding the attack area. Sooner or later, they would have to vomit out everything they had eaten. Even if Gu Heng could understand, they were trying to spread the Zerg infection and make more worlds become a source of soldiers for direct biomass conversion. They did achieve this to a certain extent. However, each planet had resistance and would not be willing to be eaten so easily, as Iron Armor's power was too dispersed. The resistance of many worlds could not be suppressed quickly due to insufficient power. How far can the Zerg infection spread? And how much biomass can it eat? Facts have proved that Gu Heng was right. When the Western Front was reorganized, with the Ortopus Regiment led by Sililius as the core, after returning to the battlefield, the vast area of the Mager universe was quickly taken back, and the Iron Armor was beaten to oblivion. According to the report from the Western Front, it is said that the Iron Armor's forces were dispersed a lot, and they caught the Iron Armor several times on small battlefields, most of which ended in victory. But after carefully analyzing their reports, which he got from Gallardo, Gu Heng believed that the situation on the Western Front was far less optimistic than what Sililius reported. The Iron Armor was beaten to a pulp, and the main force on the Western Front was indeed advancing rapidly. However, hidden under these bright battle reports was that they had never annihilated the main force of the Iron Armor in a key battle in an organized and large-scale manner. Even their victories in small-scale battles, if you look closely, were mostly fought against the rebels, cultists, and infected clusters that develop on the native lands of various planets. The few records of exchanges of fire with the elite of the Princess Legion or even the ironclad Space Marines will be written in great detail. But if you look closely, the words such as defeated, expelled, annihilated and killed are relatively rare. This is what Gu Heng saw without considering the water content in the battle report. Can a battle report be water-free? To be honest, even the well-disciplined Alliance army cannot do it. Not to mention the deliberate water content. The battlefield statistics themselves are quite complicated. There are many situations, and sometimes some estimates are needed. Or to put it bluntly, they are made up. Even Gu Heng, with the Alliance battle report, had to compare it with the battle report his system gave him after each war to confirm some data. Gu Heng didn't think the report submitted by Celilius would be very reliable. And combined with the information Gu Heng got from Varric, he pieced together a very likely fact. The Queen Larva that the Iron Armored Corps got that year must have a big problem. After it was handed over to Varric for research, some results were indeed achieved at the beginning. The Queen of Zerg, who was gradually growing up, seemed to be controlled by the equipment developed by Varric, and could help humans control the Zerg swarms, just as Iron Armor and the Alfonso sect hoped, forming a chain of humans controlling the Queen of Zerg, and the Queen of Zerg controlling the Zerg swarms. Iron Armor has achieved unprecedented development since then. They can not only obtain a large amount of resource support from the Empire through the threat of the Zerg swarms, but also boldly establish their own independent kingdoms in the Queen Star region, and even in various places in the entire Spider Web universe. If anyone disobeys, then release the Zerg. The reason why the Zerg cooperates so well is naturally because of their control. This is also true for the center of the Empire. Holy Terra does not believe in the Zerg threat we talk about. Then let you see it for yourself. After seeing it, you will believe it, and the necessary resources will be allocated, then Iron Armor will go out, and there is no need to fight desperately. Just use the Queen of Zerg to move the Zerg away. At this stage, both Iron Armor and Alfonso still felt that everything was under their control. They did not think about expanding the size of the Zerg to the limit. Nor did they respect the Zerg. In Iron Armor's view, the Void Zerg was just a tool of his own. A biological weapon. Alfonso also believed that it was a huge source of scientific and technological progress. By studying the structure of the Zerg and raising the Zerg, precious biological materials could be obtained. By studying the organization of the Zerg, new technological inspiration could be obtained. By studying the extreme individuals in the Zerg, whether it was the powerful Hive Tyrant or the Brain Tyrant, research on biochemical machines, psychic machines, etc. could be made to achieve particularly great progress. Some of the biotechnologies developed by Varric have even leaked out. Members of the Mechanicus always have the habit of modifying their bodies. Normal Mechanicus believe that machinery is a kind of beauty. Binary information is a noble evolution. And flesh and blood are not worth mentioning. However, there are also some sects that are proficient in genetic modification and biochemical modification, and are moving in the direction of mutation. The original Alfonso sect was a relatively normal Mechanicus. But these high-level biotechnologies that gradually spread out have attracted the interest of many people. Using some cultivated Zerg materials, they have made some mechanical and biological body structures and modified their own bodies. The sect also developed some potions, which can greatly improve physical fitness and mental concentration after injection, and give people incredible strength, and almost no sequelae. These precious injection drugs are also used as a kind of combat drug within the Iron Armored War Band. So far, everything is good. But when Gu Heng heard it, he felt a little cold. Using the body of the Zerg, gene fragments, and construction materials to modify himself. Using the genes of the Zerg, making potions, and injecting them into his body to strengthen his body. Oh my god! If you don't corrupt, who will? Hearing this, Gu Heng was not surprised at all about the subsequent complete loss of control. But in fact, no one knew when all this got out of control. It was not that on a certain day, the Queen of Zerg suddenly got out of control and reversely controlled all of them. Gu Heng speculated that it was more like a silent process. Using the Zerg to force the Empire was always dishonorable. It was highly confidential within Iron Armor and Alfonso, and only a few people could access it. And it was these highest levels of power that were corrupted first. Their understanding of the Queen of Insects, from the initial tools, biological weapons, they only valued and were wary of them. But gradually, they turned to respect, believing that this thing was very useful, and that the Queen of Insects was always gentle and well controlled. Later, they worshipped her. believing that the power of the void insect swarm was very great. Until the final complete control. They call the queen of insects the princess. Naturally, if there is a princess, there should be something higher. Varric called it the Supreme Mother. He repeatedly said that the Supreme Mother was about to descend upon this universe, and that it would devour everything and take away all living things. Everyone who believed in the Supreme Mother would become a part of the Supreme Mother, and everyone would be able to obtain eternal life, and everyone would be an ascended god, and would never be destroyed. Those who did not believe in the Supreme Mother were the lowest of the lowly bugs, and would only be devoured, digested, and eventually all traces and meanings of their existence would be wiped out from this universe. The above information was all dug out by Gu Hang from Varric. The digging process was quite difficult. Gu Hang initially planned to use psychic power to directly search the brain of this great sage, but failed. As a great sage, Varric body modification was very high. Generally speaking, the Mechanicus is more tolerant of body modification. The bottom line is that you cannot modify your brain, and you are only allowed to put a chip inside. Of course, there may be many people who secretly cross the bottom line, and there will definitely be big problems if they are discovered. But as long as the things in your brain are not exposed too obviously, who would do a craniotomy to check it out for no reason? Who dares to examine a great sage? Varric brain had long since changed. He would certainly use the biological technology he got from the Zerg on his own brain. The dissected appearance was no longer in the shape of a human brain. And he should say it, can no longer find a clear soul. The image it projected into the subspace was more like a shadow, a black hole, a part cut out of the subspace. Unlike a normal creature, the soul was bound to the material basis. The biological structure is different. And there is no soul. Even if Gu Hang wants to piece together the facts from his memory, it is impossible. But fortunately, this guy has become increasingly crazy since he was captured, although it is quite difficult to communicate with him, and he often speaks incoherently. The best thing is that you can still talk to him and ask him some questions. He will always answer from a strange angle. The above information was pieced together slowly from his crazy words during such difficult questioning. There will definitely be many places that are inconsistent with the actual situation. However, in general, it should be quite credible. When Gu Hang communicated with Gallardo last time, he also told this political ally in Holy Terra about the information he had obtained and expressed his concerns. The two discussed it and made a decision. First, there will be a ship coming from Holy Terra. A team of the most elite from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Military Affairs will come to pick up the great sage Varric. The Church of Mars is very interested in him. And the High Lords of Holy Terra are also very interested in publicly letting such a great traitor be tried and punished. A living Varric can be sold at a very high price. In this rebellion, his value may be second only to the great traitor Humphrey Paul. In addition, Gallardo also expressed his importance to Gu Hang warning. But he also said tactfully that he could not control the actions on the northern and western fronts. The authority of the two commanders-in-chief is the greatest. He can only package the information and tell them. Chapter 643, Good words cannot persuade the damned ghost. Gu Hang asked Gallardo to inform the situation on the northern and western fronts. In addition to the process of corruption, there are some speculations about the current situation. In today's situation, the enemy should no longer be recognized as a group of rebels, but should be treated as a cult infected with the pest virus. Although this cult is very special, not only has a large number of space warriors, but also expanded to thousands of worlds, they are still the type of pest cult. This will directly reflect the huge difference in their motivations for action. Their ultimate goal is not to occupy, but to devour after extermination. With this understanding, looking at the Empire's two-line strategy, it is undoubtedly stupid. Especially the northern line. Holding the idea of entering Reduches first, and treating the Iron Armor as a Space Marine regiment, they think that if they attack their home planet, they will give up everything and return to defend. It is simply stupid. Apart from the fact that it sounds a bit better, the rest are all shortcomings. Gu Hang judged that Leroy would suffer a great loss. In contrast, the Western Front was a little better, but not much better. Although they also targeted many worlds on the Western Front battlefield. They did work to eliminate pests and infections. And some of the methods were even very good. Gu Hang learned and used them. However, he could not help but have a similar mentality to Leroy. The situation he cleaned up on the Western Front was only slightly better than the situation on the Northern Front, where they completely ignored their buttocks. But there are also problems. The star-devouring universe in the north is still strong. And the invasion is not that serious. It can clean up its own mess. The Mager universe was destroyed. But Sililius didn't care much, and even had to draw resources from the universe to support his expedition. Then the situation in the universe might be problematic. The West and North lines each have their own difficulties. Gu Heng didn't want to rush to the Princess Star region like them. This is the reason. He did not deny that he had the separatist thinking of the local leader. Although he could not admit it to the outside world. There was no need to lie to himself. And there was nothing to be ashamed of. But even if we put these aside, from the perspective of a commander, Gu Heng also believed that stabilizing the situation in the rear, strangling the Zerg enemy's possible biomass harvesting behavior, and advancing step by step were more reliable options. It was unwise to rush into the Queen Star region rashly. The main forces on the western and northern fronts are likely to face the following situation. The princess and her men are facing ruins. Worlds that have been eaten clean. And huge, countless swarms of insects. Behind them, the problems that have been ignored have erupted. And the new swarms of insects have cut off their retreat. Gu Heng has already passed on this warning. And Gallardo also said that he would help and warn the two commanders-in-chief on the western and northern fronts. In this regard, he felt that he was too selfless. Even if he had conflicts with Matthew Leroy, he never forgot to remind and warn him. However, Gu Heng was actually pessimistic about the effect of warnings. Salisbury might be better. Gu Heng had never dealt with him, and didn't know what his personality was. But he would not be worse than Matthew Leroy. As for the latter, Gu Heng was 90% sure that he would not listen to advice at all. And it was not just the two commanders-in-chief in the west and north who did not listen to advice. As the messenger, does Gallardo really speak for Gu Heng sincerely? The two have a good relationship, are firm political allies, and have roughly the same interests. That's not wrong. But roughly the same is not completely the same. For example, on this matter, there will be some differences between the two of them. Report to the Prime Minister. The warning has been sent to Commander-in-Chief Salisbury and Commander-in-Chief Leroy. Okay. Gallardo, who was tidying up his appearance, responded simply. The secretary hesitated a little, but still said, "Is this enough? I'm afraid they won't take it seriously. Are you sure you don't need to communicate in person? It will be much more persuasive." No need. Gallardo's attitude was still quite nonchalant. This is just a reminder. It is to pass on some opinions of the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Front to the commanders of the Northern and Western Fronts. Just let them know. Don't take it as a serious matter. And it does not constitute a suggestion to the commanders on the front line. Or even an order. Let them figure it out for themselves. If that's the case, I'm afraid the two commanders on the front line won't pay much attention to Governor Gu's opinion, and will continue to attack. What's the harm? Gallardo's rhetorical question made his secretary a little stunned for a moment. Who doesn't know that? Their prime minister, the closest political ally, and the biggest local supporter, is Governor Gu. Previously, the secretary also listened to the conversation between Gallardo and Gu Heng without missing a word. Didn't you promise to help Governor Gu persuade him? Gallardo sighed and said earnestly, "There is nothing wrong with Xiao Gu's idea. It is better to be prudent. However, for such a large-scale military operation, the final decision is still the commander's own idea. The Empire has appointed a commander, so they should fully trust their judgment. Gu Heng judged that he should be cautious on the southern front. So he should be cautious and take steady steps. It is reasonable. As for the other two, if they still decide to continue the attack after receiving Gu Heng intelligence and speculation, then we should trust their judgment. Gu Heng concerns are reasonable. But we must also trust Captain Sililius and Marshal Leroy." After saying this, he looked at his secretary again. There is no reason to let the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Front decide the overall strategy of the Western and Northern Fronts. And there is no reason for us to sit in holy terror and directly interfere with the decision-making of the Commander-in-Chief of the front line. This is a taboo. What's more, it's also very important to attack early and solve the princess's problem early. If I go to persuade them now, and let the Prime Minister and other High Lords know, what will they think? The Prime Minister did not directly interfere with the military command. So should I take the lead? The Prime Minister strongly supports the reconstruction of the main force on the Western Front. He is looking forward to the commander of the Sililius War Band leading the direct line of the Sun Legion to win the most important honor and achievement. If Leroy is removed, it will once again boost the reputation of the traditional Space Marines, and the Prime Minister will be unhappy. Hearing this, his secretary suddenly realized, if this level is taken into consideration, then it is indeed wrong to advise. Moreover, he can draw inferences from one example and figure out another thing. The Western Front represents the Prime Minister, and the Northern Front represents the prestige of the traditional space marines in the Empire. This is determined by the formation and composition of the main forces of the two fronts. What does the Southern Line represent? Gu Heng on the Southern Line, of course, represents Prime Minister Gallardo. That is why the Secretary was worried about Gallardo before. The two lines are about to march into the heart of Taikai, while the Southern Line is still dragging its feet under the command of Commander Gu. After the victory, wouldn't the credit go to others? Since Governor Gu is unwilling to march, they should find a way to stop the Western Line and the Northern Line, so that they can also take steady steps. That would be better. But if you think about it carefully, it seems not to be the case. Gu Heng on the Southern Front is indeed representing Gallardo. But does he only represent the Prime Minister on the Western Front? No. The opportunity for rebuilding the main force on the Western Front lies in Gallardo's defeat of the former Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Ojiran. This move was achieved with the support of Prime Minister Chibodu. And after Ojiran fell, Gallardo took the seat of the High Lord and served Prime Minister Chibodu. In the process of forming the main force on the Western Front, the Ministry of Military Affairs, which was close to the Ministry of Military Affairs, put in a lot of effort. From this perspective, the success of the Western Front also means the success of Gallardo. In this case, what is there to persuade? The current situation is clearly the best. If Leroy Northern Battlefield quelled the rebellion of the princess and was regarded as the first great achievement, then not only the Prime Minister would be unhappy, but Gallardo would also be unhappy. When Gu Heng cannot be relied on, it is reasonable to rely on Salilius, who is indeed stronger. Once the situation changes, the battle situation in the Princess Star region is really a trap, as Gu Heng judged. And the threat from the rear is particularly large, which eventually led to the deterioration of the situation. Then Gallardo can accept it. I have warned the two commanders on behalf of Gu Heng, and it is all your fault for not listening. Moreover, there will be only one person left on the Southern Front. And by chance, he is my good brother Gallardo. Even if we take a step back and say that the most undesirable situation happens, that is, Leroy wins the highest honor. So what? The credit for cleaning up the mess left by Phoenix on the Western Front will not be small. And that is Gallardo's share. The Southern Front destroyed the Alfonso sect, which is a real achievement. And it can be regarded as the second greatest achievement in the entire rebellion campaign. To put it bluntly, Gallardo is the most stable person no matter what. And he will not lose anything. In this case, what is there to worry about? After thinking through these things, the Secretary was much more stable. He relaxed his brows, smiled, and followed Gallardo, who had already walked out of the house, all the way to the balcony, and walked out again. There was already a hovercraft waiting on the landing pad. After getting on the hovercraft, just a moment later, they arrived at a banquet hall. Following Gallardo, the Secretary watched the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, talking cordially with one high-ranking official after another on Holy Terra. He occasionally talked about Gu Heng, praising his victory in Alfonso, praising him for his foresight, his steady approach, and his ability to consolidate the front. When talking about Marshal Leroy's criticism of Gu Heng, Gallardo would also cleverly defend Gu Heng in many aspects, and praise Salilius by the way. It was not certain who would take down Riaduchas by then, and Leroy might really suffer a big loss, as Gu Heng warned. The more he listened, the more the Secretary felt that his Prime Minister was really amazing. Gu Heng certainly didn't know what happened on Holy Terra. He wouldn't care even if he knew. He could guess what Gallardo might be thinking. But it didn't matter. He had said what he should say, and done what he should do. If he still doesn't listen, forget it. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. The only thing worth worrying about is that if they really ruin the Western and Northern lines again, and Gu Heng is the only one left on the Southern line, the pressure will be too great. Thinking of this, Gu Heng was also very annoyed. This was not just a simple idiot teammate, but also an idiot teammate with whom he had a bad relationship. It was not right to save him, nor was it right not to save him. But no matter what, Gu Heng would not take his own troops to the Queen Star region to die when the enemy situation was unclear. At most, he would only increase the intelligence investigation into the Queen Star region, and at the same time increase the communication intensity with the West and North fronts. If the relationship on the North front was not good, then let's talk about it later. At least on the West front, We should try our best to grasp their strategic dynamics. Not to mention being able to help at critical moments. But at least, we should know what happened in the Queen Star region at any time. Chapter 644. Strict, heavy, and quick. After arranging tasks for the intelligence department, Gu Heng immediately devoted himself to military and political affairs. Gu Heng said that the Alliance now has no spare energy to enter the Princess Star region and needs to stabilize the occupied area. Of course, this is not an excuse, but it really needs to be done. It is not an easy task. There are too many things to do. In terms of military alone, there are already many. This is still a large-scale operation in the Jingjia Star region, which does not require Gu Heng management. Otherwise, he would be even busier. After he defeated the main fleet led by Varric himself, it would certainly cause a huge response in the entire Alfonso star field. At this point, within the star field, who didn't know that the Alfonso sect had become a thing of the past? Varric himself was captured and sent to Holy Terra by Gu Heng for trial. What was there to worry about? Of course, this was only within the scope of normal Mechanicus believers, which caused such an impact. Those who have been infected, but there is no such thing. They have become slaves of the Void Swarm, and their only personal will is just an illusion before they are eaten and transformed. They can't be expected to surrender. The question now is, how serious is this situation in the entire Alfonso star field? It turns out that it is quite serious. During this period, the diplomatic department of the Alliance, the Aramida sect led by Moro, are making every effort to contact every planet that can be contacted in the entire Alfonso star field. Not only did they lay down their weapons and stop resisting, but they also had to realize that Varric had committed a serious crime and had dragged the entire sect into the abyss. They had to accept transformation and become corrupted. They had not only betrayed the Empire and betrayed the god of all machines, but also lost their self-awareness and were enslaved by the Zerg, which was a more tragic fate than death. Those planets that were still clear-headed, whether they were members of the Mechanicus, who had not been corrupted, or the planetary governors, government agencies, or the ruling class, who were not directly ruled by the Mechanicus, could understand and accept this statement and were willing to stand on the side of the Alliance, whether they really believed it, or were forced by the Alliance victory. Alfonso no longer had the ability to resist in the interstellar space, as long as they could accept it. But the problem was that the scale and extent of the infected were beyond imagination. It was mainly beyond Moro imagination. The Alliance had certain psychological expectations for this. More than 400 worlds directly experienced civil strife. When the Loyalists decided to correct the chaos, the infected people stopped pretending. Large-scale rebellions occurred on various planets. At first, Moro's report also stated that this was caused by some planets being too radical in carrying out internal cleansing. But soon, his whitewashing was slapped in the face. On the contrary, those who carried out cleansing, although there were rebellions, were at least controllable. Those who acted slowly, the rebellion became more serious, so much so that it could not be solved by relying solely on the power of the planet itself. Gu Heng called Moro over, and did not bother to show any good face to the casting general who had come to surrender, and severely reprimanded him. For those infected, what is there to appease? If they are not cleansed, will they be grateful? Impossible. We must be strict, severe, and quick. Moreover, the Alliance fleet also attacked everywhere. The main force did not move, but often a cruiser, or even a destroyer, with some frigates and patrol ships, ran to the orbits of various planets to provide some orbital support, or assist local forces to recapture the orbital system occupied by the infected. The two regiments of Fury and New World Torch were also split into strike teams one after another, following the fleet. The method used by Celilius on the Western Front was carried forward in the Nepeta star domain, and then Gu Heng began to use it on a large scale in the entire Alfonso star domain. Send special envoys, establish a pest control office, coordinate the local forces of the planet and the troops sent by the Alliance, and solve the pest problem. These are all proven and relatively mature solutions. If the problem is relatively minor, then a few Alliance ships will go around, and a few thousand or tens of thousands of people will be sent down to show their presence. If the problem is serious, then the army will be deployed, the fleet will be stationed, and the Space Marines will carry out targeted strikes. Anyway, there are ways to solve them. The biggest problem is that more than 50 worlds directly ignore the contact between the Alliance and the Aramida sect. According to the assessment, These worlds may have been completely lost. It's not that there is no living loyalist in there, all of them are corrupted, infected, but at least the ruling class has fallen. On some other planets, there are also cases where the top management has been corrupted and turned into traitors, even on a large scale. But at least, this planet can still have a ruling class, an interest group, or even just a hero, to stand up and lead the loyalists on the planet, to unite them, to resist the infected traitors, to contact the Alliance and the Aramita sect, and to accept support on behalf of the planet. And these completely disconnected worlds, even this cannot be taken out. This means that, either the entire world has been extremely corrupted, the loyalists can only exist in the dark in a scattered manner, and cannot form a reliable force, or although there are representative loyalist forces, the entire planet is blocked very tightly, they have no contact with the Alliance and the Aramita sect. In addition, they have one thing in common, that is, they are very close to Alfonso other two forging worlds, and can even be said to be the core world surrounding the forging world. The serious corruption was expected. In this case, the mature plan of the Insect Control Office could not be used. If the Alliance wanted to solve the problems of these planets, it had to bite the bullet and attack one planet at a time without any intelligent support. If this method was used, even with the current national strength of the Alliance, it would not be able to support a large-scale war on 50 worlds at the same time. Whether it was naval power or troop projection capabilities, they were not enough. There are not enough resources. And the Alliance cannot afford the money. But if we don't solve it, will it work? Maybe there are Zerg swarms on these planets. When the digestion pool is opened, the meat blanket is spread, and the infected are sent in one by one. And then the meat blanket and the incubation pool are used to raise a huge Zerg army. Or even a biological ship. That would be great fun. Chapter 645, Subspace Trek. This is the dilemma that Gu Hang faces. 50 seriously lost worlds, and even the 2 forging worlds can be counted. The problem is very serious. If we want to manage, then we have to take action on these worlds at the same time, but we don't have the money and resources. In the Insect Control Office model, the Alliance plays a leading role. The Alliance's army is the force to break the balance, essentially. It still uses the power of the planet's native land as the foundation, integrate the army on the spot, recruit soldiers, produce military resources to eliminate serious or not serious infection groups. In the world where the Insect Control Office model cannot be used, the expeditionary forces of the Alliance not only have to take on tough tasks, fight key battles, but also have to shoulder the responsibility of comprehensive annihilation wars. That is too difficult. And the Alliance cannot afford to launch so many fierce battles in so many worlds at the same time. But if we choose to concentrate our forces and take down the worlds one by one, how long will it take to take down the 50 worlds? But we can't just ignore it. Otherwise, if something big happens later, it will be too late to regret it. From this point of view, there is no good solution by conventional means. But who can blame me for pulling out the good stuff before? The virus bomb will be of great use at this time. If there is really no other way, the virus bomb can even be used as an extinction order weapon. Although, its explosion coverage area is at most an area of 100 by 100 kilometers. But even if it is the most rustic naval gun washing the ground, as long as every inch of the planet's surface is carefully bombed, it can be regarded as the execution of the extinction order. The explosion range of the naval gun is not necessarily as large as the virus bomb, and there is no spreading effect. As long as there are enough virus bombs, they can be used as extinction order weapons. And one bomb can be dropped every few dozen kilometers, which can also be regarded as an extinction order. And it is a green version. Virus bombs targeting insect pests have a small probability of affecting ordinary people. But this is destined to be just a fantasy, at least for the time being. This is a newly developed technology. The first black box production line has just been laid out, and the output of finished black boxes is not enough. If you want to use it as the ultimate means to solve everything, it will definitely not work. Moreover, even if the production is increased in the future, the cost of this thing is here after all. If it is used to launch an extermination order in the manner of a naval gun, the price is too expensive. The virus bombs produced now can basically not solve any problems. If you must use it to solve the problem, it will take another 1 to 2 months. The Alliance can still wait for this time. The purpose of the first batch of virus bombs is not the 50 completely fallen worlds, but the 2 lost forging worlds. In any case, these 2 worlds must be solved first, and then other problems can be solved. The remaining Varric main fleet has already hidden in the orbits of the 2 forging worlds. Their number is not large, But if they rely on the strong defense capabilities of the forging worlds, they still have strong defense capabilities. If they sit back and do nothing, these remaining ships can still rush out from the orbits of the two forging worlds at any time and give the Alliance a hard blow. The Alliance operations staff also formulated a series of operational plans, studying how to break through the outer defenses of two forging worlds and drop the expensive, scarce virus bombs. But in this fourth stage, another thing happened. A forging general found a way to contact the Alliance. Barasha is one of the three forging worlds of the Alfonso sect, and its forging general was not infected. Of course, he was not an oppositionist like Moro. Before, he also supported Varric actions, but when he was carrying out the biological transformation income, he held back a little and did not get infected. After Varric was defeated, he thought again and again, and felt that if he continued to mix with this group of infected people, he would be doomed sooner or later. So on the one hand, he continued to pretend to be with the infected people, and on the other hand, he contacted the Alliance and asked the Alliance to come to Barasha as soon as possible. The main reason why this casting general was able to hide in a group of infected people was that he developed a technology that could deceive the infected people and the swarm, and disguise himself as a part of the infected. But this disguise has certain limitations. In a message to the Alliance, he said that he could no longer pretend, as the unified will of the Zerg strengthened its control over the infected. His disguise was increasingly at risk of being exposed. He could help some small ships of the Alliance bypass the orbital defense system and reach the surface. He could also, at a critical moment, have some of his subordinates launch a rebellion, destroy the defense systems of the starport and star fortress, and cause unrest so that the Alliance army could break in. This is very good. The series of plans previously formulated by the Alliance staff can be thrown aside for the time being. Making plans based on the premise that there is an insider in Barasha will significantly reduce the difficulty of the battle. But these, Gu Heng just took a look and didn't care about it anymore. It's not that he didn't pay attention to it. On the contrary, at the beginning, he still invested a lot of energy in Alfonso's strategic plans for various places. However, something happened suddenly, which directly involved his energy. At first, he saw a new message pop up in his system panel, in the event panel that had not been moved for many years. It was about the Phoenix chapter. As one of the first chapters, the Phoenix chapter, which is very famous in the entire empire, is facing one of the biggest crises since its establishment 10,000 years ago. Their chapter leader, and the famous Glorious Queen-class battleship, forced the subspace engine to start in the chaotic defeat, directly toward the reality curtain, jumped into the subspace, and tried to get rid of the pursuit of the iron armor. This is an ancient technology, with extremely high risks. Now, they are lost in the subspace. Your psychic power can contact them. Please decide your actions carefully. Your behavior determines the next development of the incident. Event branch, unknown. This incident naturally aroused Gu Heng great interest. Gu Heng was very interested in both the Phoenix Regiment and the Glorious Queen battleship. Of course, it is unrealistic to get a star-up regiment, like the several regiments that Gu Heng is now. But even if you can't get them, just saving them and gaining the ironclad friendship of the Phoenix Regiment is also invaluable. Gu Heng has to think carefully about how to make use of this incident. Chapter 646, The Fate of the Phoenix. Hello, Captain Su Lai. When Su Lai heard this greeting, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw a man in a golden and red military uniform. He knew this face. Marshal Gu Heng, the commander of the southern line of the Empire during the Iron Armor War. Although it was a long time ago, he still remembered it. Although they had never met, Su Lai had certainly seen Gu Heng's photo. He sighed and said to Gu Heng, "Do you really have no other way? Have you tried to turn into something that has nothing to do with me?" As he spoke, he picked up the sword at hand. It was a finely crafted power sword. The purple gold color would not fade even after thousands of years of wind and frost. At the end of the hilt was a soaring phoenix, the first inheritor of the chapter's genes, the first phoenix, the son of the emperor, a piece of jewelry made by his own hands. This was a treasure that had been passed down by the phoenix for a long time, an authentic chapter holy object, and it was named Phoenix. You can deceive me with lies, but I can see through it. You can deceive me with the illusion of fighting brothers, but I can still see through it. Even if you transform into the appearance of the God Emperor to deceive me, you cannot shake my faith, not to mention the current appearance. As he spoke, Su Lai's pace became faster and faster, and the phoenix in his hand was raised high. A fierce purple flame rose from the sword and suddenly slashed towards Gu Heng. The next moment, Gu Heng's figure shattered like a bubble and appeared behind Su Lai. As if he knew what was going to happen, he swung his sword backwards. Although the distance seemed to be at least 30 meters, the illusory sword blade made of purple fire, like sword energy, reached Gu Heng's chest in an instant. This sword really caught people off guard. Gu Heng's spiritual power was released fiercely, forming a spiritual energy ball, colliding with the sword energy. For a moment, Gu Heng's face changed. He thought that the so-called sword energy was just a special ability of the weapon in Su Lai's hand, which could release energy to attack. But it seems that this is not the case. Its strength is comparable to the full force of an S+ psychic. Psychic energy is the extraordinary power of emotions and souls. From this sword energy, Gu Heng can even feel Su Lai's unwavering will. This sword will naturally not hurt Gu Heng. However, although he is in the subspace at the moment, he is quite far away from the source of Gu Heng's power, the Kingdom of Storm God. If the power cannot be transmitted, it means that Gu Heng is not at his peak. Su Lai's sword, even if Gu Heng could resist, it would not be comfortable. After finally breaking it up, in the blink of an eye, Su Lai himself was already in front of him, with the phoenix blade in his hand, slashing down with brilliant flames. "Wait!" Gu Heng shouted. While fighting with spiritual power, the top space warrior, he finally experienced the combat power in person. In the previous concept, Martins, including Urso, the former commander of the Fury, were already the best in combat that Gu Heng had seen with his own eyes. However, in front of Su Lai, those two were not good enough, and there was a significant gap. The champion of the battle group? I am afraid that Su Lai can no longer be described in this way. Moreover, when facing this top warrior, Gu Heng also had a feeling, when his psychic power acted on him, it would be offset by another psychic power. This was very unusual. Gu Heng could confirm that Su Lai did not possess any psychic power, and he should be a pure warrior. But in addition to their powerful bodies, which are not only far superior to those of mortals, but also far superior to those of ordinary space warriors, top warriors like Su Lai also possess extremely terrifying spiritual will. The role of spiritual will does not only mean that they will not be defeated by difficulties, but also that the spiritual will itself is powerful in this universe. Their powerful and tenacious spirits naturally possess extremely terrifying psychic potential. This is why if a space marine is trained to become a psychic, a so-called think tank, they will often be more powerful than mortal psychics. Even if they do not become think tanks, or have no psychic talent, the strong willpower of the space marines will give them very strong psychic resistance. In ordinary space marines, it may not be obvious enough, but as long as they reach the level of veterans, it is already a little different. The psychic energy that can crush mortals to death in large numbers, when applied to a space marine veteran, may just be a powerful shock wave. When applied to a sergeant or a sergeant major, it would take the power of a lion tank to crush him to death with psychic energy. When it comes to the company champion, it will be even more difficult. When it comes to the chapter champion, ordinary psychic energy will almost become ineffective on them. Even for Gu Heng, if he wants to take down a chapter champion in a one-on-one match, it will take some effort. Of course, it will take effort. Not that it cannot be done. But when the strength reaches a higher level, to the level of the so-called emperor champion like Su Lai, it will be very difficult for Gu Heng to control him with psychic energy. Especially since he cannot borrow the power of the Storm Kingdom now. Before, Gu Heng was not only resisting the sword energy slash by Su Lai, but also using psychic energy to form a force field, trying to bind Su Lai, so that the two of them can have a good exchange. However, Gu Heng had to admit that he underestimated the other party. The psychic power that formed the force field had no effect at all, and Su Lai broke free. Then, there was a series of super fast and super violent sword strikes, which made Gu Heng a little overwhelmed for a moment, so that when Su Lai slashed at his face again, he was a little unable to resist. However, although he opened his mouth to shout to stop, Su Lai obviously had no intention of stopping. After the sword was blocked, Su Lai did not add more force, but instead retracted the long sword, and then at a faster and more violent speed, he slashed at the psychic shield in front of Gu Heng with 15 fierce swords. No matter how strong the psychic shield was, it could not stop an emperor champion from slashing like this. In the end, it shattered into nothingness with a sharp squeak. However, when the sword slashed Gu Hang body again. It was completely cut. Gu Hang body also dissipated like a bubble, and appeared dozens of meters away. Su Lai reaction speed was extremely fast. He turned around and charged again. After suffering losses continuously, and personally experiencing the top combat strength of the commander of this newly founded regiment, Gu Hang dared not underestimate it anymore. Mobilizing his spiritual energy, with the strongest posture, he summoned a lightning spear, and stabbed it fiercely at Su Lai. The Phoenix Lord rushed forward, and slashed fiercely with his sword. The purple gold long sword broke through the thunder, and tried to slash at Gu Hang again, but a more ferocious thunderstorm appeared behind him, and exploded directly. This time, Su Lai couldn't bear it anymore, and was blown away for dozens of meters, and smashed against the wall. He didn't suffer too much injury, but just felt the strong impact. He can still fight again. At this time, Gu Hang's voice, with a little helplessness, sounded again. Captain Su Lai, I know you have been under great pressure for a long time, but I believe that, with your spiritual will, you should be able to distinguish what is an illusion, what is the temptation of the evil god of the subspace, and what is real and unobstructed. Su Lai, who fell from the wall, did not rush over again. Gu Hang breathed a sigh of relief, and glimpsed that several elite members of the Phoenix Guard, who heard the fighting inside, were walking in with guns. He was a little angry, and with a wave of his hand, the shock wave knocked him away, and locked the door. Turning his eyes back to Su Lai, he saw that the Phoenix Lord did not take any further violent actions. He obviously realized that Gu Hang's attack would not cause any substantial harm to his subordinates. At this time, Gu Hang was relieved again. He continued, let's get to know each other again. I am really Gu Hang. Su Lai did not launch an attack. But he did not speak either. He just looked up and down, examining Gu Hang. And his expression was still very alert. How could he not be on guard? The Phoenix Regiment and their flagship, the glorious Queen battleship Phoenix Crown, have been drifting in the warp for 10 years. The time that the Phoenix Regiment disappeared from the real universe, of course, was not that long. In fact, it was only less than 3 years. But the warp is a magical place. Here, time and space are distorted. The clock on the Phoenix Crown, the time record, and the physical sense of the time spent by the Space Marines themselves all clearly show that they have spent 10 years. 3 years in the real universe were only distorted into 10 years, which was actually considered relatively mild in the warp. This was thanks to the protective force field on the ship, which was also ancient technology, the so-called Geller force field, rather than the currently commonly used astral protective force field that was only used to ensure safe navigation in the astral tunnel. Otherwise, the situation would be much worse than it is now, including the engine that the ship has that can navigate in the warp, which was also a technology that existed before the Emperor ascended. In that era, there was no such thing as astral tunnels. To fly faster than light, to cross galaxies, one could only travel through the very dangerous subspace. Ships would have subspace engines, and then they would have Geller fields to protect themselves in the subspace. But the danger of the subspace is much greater than that of the astral tunnels. The time spent in the subspace is unstable. In modern astral tunnels, you can clearly know where you will enter a galaxy, where you will come out, and how long it will take. But primitive subspace navigation, there is no such thing. Maybe 3 or 5 days will pass, maybe 3 or 5 years will not come out. In most cases, the destination is correct, but there is also a high probability that, even with navigation, it is possible to get lost somewhere. Just these instabilities in navigation are already fatal. Don't look at the current administrative efficiency of the Empire. In that era, because of communication and transportation problems, it would be even worse. In addition, there are risks in the voyage itself. The whispers in the warp will seduce, drive the crew crazy, and even warp demons will invade the ship. The Geller force field can protect against most of these situations. But there are always strange warp forces that will sneak in without warning. From time to time, there will be reports that a ship came out of the warp and arrived at the port. All the people on the ship have become mutated monsters. But they still think they are human. Once their cognition is exposed, they lose their minds and go completely crazy. All these situations, after the Emperor ascended and the astral tunnels were widely formed, gradually became history. The warp engine and the Geller force field also gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Only some ships built in that era retained these ancient and useless things. The Phoenix Crown Feather is a warship from that era. By the way, the Empire no longer has the ability to build a Queen of Glory class warship. At present, The Glory Queen class owned by the Empire was all built in the era before the Emperor ascended to heaven. Each ship is parts designed by the Emperor himself, and is undoubtedly the most powerful warship in the Empire. Even though the subspace engine and Geller force field on the Phoenix Crown feathers have not been used for thousands or tens of thousands of years. At that time, when they were forced to do nothing, and only this method could get rid of pursuit and siege, these two devices still faithfully played their due role. Otherwise, the Phoenix Regiment would have been finished, and it would not have been able to hold out for 10 years. However, despite this, the problem of the Geller force field being in disrepair still exists, and the Phoenix Regiment has been under great pressure in the past 10 years. There are always warp demons that invade the ship and are solved by the surviving 300 Phoenix warriors. But in this process, there will inevitably be losses. At this point, Phoenix has sacrificed nearly half of its manpower. Among these sacrifices, not everyone died in battle. Sometimes, they were seduced, mutated after being invaded by the power of the warp, and then executed in tears by their own fighting brothers. What's worse is that something in the warp seems to have set its sights on them. The unspeakable existence is most interested in nothing else but Sulai himself. Sulai could always hear his voice. He promised him that, as long as he nodded, he would immediately be able to gain eternal life, eternal perfection, eternal joy, and be promoted to prince. And every time, he firmly refused. No matter what sweet words that existence said in his ear, what beautiful illusions it built in front of him, he was unmoved. When Gu Heng appeared, he thought it was another temptation from him, although it didn't feel like it. But the fact that Gu Heng suddenly appeared in the Phoenix Crown in the subspace itself was even less realistic. Chapter 647, 10 Years of Wandering. Sulai could actually sense Gu Heng reality. When he appeared, he didn't look like an illusion. Although he had strong psychic reactions, he was completely different from a demon, nor did he look like a demon in disguise. Before this, whether it was the illusions he had created, or the demons that followed his instructions and came before him in various disguises, they were all different from the state of Gu Heng that he saw at the moment. Moreover, the psychic power used by Gu Heng was violent and fierce. But it did not have the irritating, disgusting, and inexplicably desirable evil feeling of the warp demon. On the contrary, it had a bit of the meaning of cleansing evil demons. These all seemed like a serious psychic, consistent with the rumored Gu Heng. But even though he noticed all this, he still didn't dare to believe it. Rather than believing that Gu Heng, who had little to do with him from countless galaxies, would appear here to save him, it would be better to believe that this was a new trick that the enemy had come up with. All his real feelings were the other party's further progress in deception technology. However, when he tried it himself, his thoughts changed a little. Gu Heng showed a very strong power. Although the fight with Gu Heng just now was short, it was very intense. Sulai thought that he had used all his strength, but still couldn't do anything to Gu Heng. Gu Heng looked a little embarrassed, but Sulai could also feel that Gu Heng was a little careless at the beginning. If both sides get serious, Sulai feels that he has a chance of winning, but it's not too great. From this point of view, it still proves that the person in front of him is indeed Gu Heng, who is rumored to be very powerful in psychic power. Although it is still possible that this is a powerful demon who disguised himself like this. But if you think about it carefully, it seems unlikely. In a high-intensity battle, it is difficult to continue to disguise. Just like Gu Heng, he was still trying to use force field psychic power to control him at the beginning. But when he realized that he underestimated the enemy, he had to show his real skills when the intensity increased. That is, those violent thunders. This is a truth. Even if it is a big demon, Sulai does not believe that it can continue to maintain its disguise under his coercion, and does not show some real skills. From various angles, they are using objective facts to make Sulai believe. But the experience of being lured and deceived for 10 years has made him unable to believe blindly. If he believes wrongly, in this subspace, he will be doomed. However, they have indeed reached a point where they are almost doomed. After 10 years of sailing in the subspace, the engine that had not been turned on for a long time had some problems, and the Geller force field was gradually losing its power. These were actually normal situations. But the more troublesome thing was that it had been 10,000 years since the era of direct use of the subspace for space travel. As for the maintenance technology of these equipment, it was true that the ship had retained it, but the operators had been replaced by hundreds of generations. And among the living maintenance personnel, no one had actually operated or maintained these ancient devices. Everything is just the old technical documents. And their use now. Learning, of course, requires tuition. Although the maintenance personnel, the monks of the Mechanicus, are becoming more and more skilled. Some costs are inevitable in the process of becoming skilled. Under the current circumstances, these losses are even irreparable, and they cannot find a place in the subspace to carry out thorough repairs. The problem is not only in the ship equipment, but also in navigation. The Astronomicon on Holy Terra is still burning, and can be observed in the warp. However, using the Astronomicon to navigate in the warp also requires very strict technical requirements. And after 10,000 years, this type of work has also disappeared. The think tank of the chapter, as well as the astropaths and psychers on the ships, were all pulled out to perform this work. It was like forcing a duck to climb a tree. But there was no other way. In the past 10 years, they have worked very hard to find a way for the chapter to return to the real universe. But they failed almost every time. Often, that path not only can't bring Phoenix Crown Feather back to the real universe, but it makes them sink deeper and deeper into the subspace. Although there is no evidence, Sulai still suspects that the reason for this is that, in addition to the navigator's poor skills, there are also some malicious beings who deliberately misled their psychics. But even so, what can be done when the think tank and psychics say every time that they have found a suspected path? Sulai will have more doubts and more reviews. In the end, as long as he is sure that the psychic who proposed this plan has not been seduced or corrupted, he will most likely follow the route he proposed. But who can guarantee that the inspection will definitely find corruption? Even if there is no corruption, who can say whether the psychic has been deceived? Even if there is no corruption and no deception, who can be sure whether the navigator has made a mistake? Multiple risks are filtered out, which is really fatal. Although Sulai still maintains a tenacious belief, and still firmly lets the more than 100 Phoenix warriors, who are still alive, to maintain the same firm belief. The mortals on the ship cannot be used simply by encouragement. Amidst the occasional whispers, and the horror and supernatural events that often occurred on the ship, the mortal crew members inevitably gradually collapsed. The ship's problems, the navigation problems, the morale problems, all of these weighed on Sulai's mind. He knew that no matter how determined they were subjectively, objectively they could no longer hold on, and were heading towards inevitable destruction. He had even made the worst plan. At the last moment, he would kill every collapsed person on the ship, and every demon that invaded the ship. He would take the most determined warriors in his regiment and stay with his ships forever, until they themselves lost all supplies, reinforcements, and were destroyed under the siege of endless enemies. That would mean that he had fulfilled his duty to the Emperor. But at this time, Gu Heng appeared. He could now believe with a high probability that it was not a deception or an illusion. Was it a turning point? Although he had prepared for the worst, it would certainly be better to lead the regiment out. Although his face was still alert, his heart was actually pounding. Gu Heng, who was on the opposite side, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Phoenix Lord finally did not raise his sword to chop him again. He hurriedly spoke about the situation. Gu Heng did not mention how he found the Phoenix Crown Feather. The system certainly could not tell him, but if it did not mention it, it would have to lie. Gu Heng felt that, under the current situation, lying would definitely be a very bad choice. I'd rather be frank. This matter cannot be said. The focus afterwards is mainly how Gu Heng intends to help Sulai. In short, Gu Heng can give Phoenix Crown Feather a navigation coordinate in the subspace, which is actually his Storm Kingdom. When they reach the vicinity of the Storm Kingdom, Gu Heng can tear the subspace apart and take them out. It sounds simple. Actually, it is quite simple. The premise is that Sulai must believe it. Sure enough, after Gu Heng finished speaking, Sulai did not say a word, but just stared at him with a pair of eyes. Gu Heng felt uncomfortable being looked at. At this point, he also realized that, since the two met, fought, and then talked, he was the only one who spoke, and Sulai never spoke, which made people wonder if he was a mute. After talking to this extent, Gu Heng had nothing to say. He was silent, and his eyes just stared at Sulai. After a long while, Sulai finally spoke. "I let my people try." "What?" Gu Heng was stunned. But he quickly reacted. "That would be great. As soon as possible. I hope you can still catch up with the final battle." At this point, Gu Heng also told Sulai about the current situation of the Iron Armor War, and complained about his successor, and the commander-in-chief of the Northern Line, being too reckless. Sulai listened carefully. but did not give any comments. He rarely commented on things he did not have a deep understanding of. After returning to the real universe, Gu Hang was generally in a good mood. Although there was a fight, there was no winner. He was not going to fight, but to rescue people. Even if he couldn't get the Phoenix, it was at least a friendly force. More than 100 space warriors, even if they were the elites of the founding regiment, Gu Hang didn't really think much of them. No matter how good they were at fighting, could they all be company champions? Even the founding regiment couldn't do that. However, this glorious Queen battleship was so exciting. It's boring to fight alone. But if there is a whole escort fleet to protect it, it's not too much to say that a glorious queen can defeat 10 battleships. Gu Hang didn't know how Phoenix, which had a glorious queen, lost the war with iron armor. He wanted to ask. But unfortunately, the atmosphere of the previous meeting was not suitable. Su Lai didn't believe him completely yet, so he couldn't ask. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities to find out later. Even if we can't get this glorious queen, it can be used temporarily in the war, which is also a very important weight. However, the commander of the Su Lai regiment still seems to be a little hesitant. Before leaving, Gu Hang met with the think tanks of Phoenix and left a navigation mark. In the subspace, the Kingdom of Storm certainly has no sense of existence, and it can't play the navigation role of the Star Torch on Holy Terra, which represents the projection of the Emperor Golden Throne in the subspace. However, the special navigation route left by Gu Hang, the Lord of the Kingdom of God, cannot be used on a large scale, but it can provide a reliable approach route for only one ship. By correcting the navigation path, Phoenix Crown Feather can sail to the Kingdom of Storm God. Gu Hang's spiritual power clearly guides the way. As long as their navigators walk in this direction unswervingly, they will definitely not go wrong. But in fact, there are still two problems. First, are they willing to keep going? Until now, they have no intention of following the navigation left by Gu Hang. If they refuse to follow the route given by Gu Hang, and refuse to believe it even if they die, then let them do as they please. All I can say is that the situation is not critical enough. They can still hold on, and they still have a choice. When they are really desperate, they have to leave even if they don't want to. Anyway, Gu Hang is not in a hurry. There is another problem that Gu Hang cares about more. That is the one who has set his sights on Su Lai. The one who has set his sights on Feng Wang. At first, Gu Hang thought it was just an ordinary demon from the subspace, or a lesser god. Gu Hang was not worried about enemies of this level. However, when he really felt the pair of vague eyes looking at him, he changed his mind. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. Gu Hang felt that it was of the same level as the Kind Father. It was one of the 4 greatest and most unspeakable evil gods in the subspace. He was still far away, and although he coveted the Phoenix Crown and Su Lai, the war captain, they were all the Emperor property, and were protected by the Emperor might. The lustful prince could not directly snatch them, and was afraid of causing trouble, so he would not even pay full attention to this side, but would only knock and hit at the edge. However, he was afraid of the Emperor, but he was obviously not afraid of Gu Hang. If Gu Hang brought the Phoenix Crown to the vicinity of his own Storm Kingdom, would that also attract the attention of the lustful prince? His Kingdom of God cannot withstand the gaze of a truly great evil god. To be honest, he had this experience once before. That was when he killed and devoured the great unclean one, Galaga, and attracted the gaze of the Kind Father. Gu Hang had to thank the Emperor. At that time, it must have been the Emperor who helped him, hiding his Kingdom of God, and not letting the Kind Father really see it. Otherwise, Gu Hang might not have developed so comfortably, and after his storm trial, he would have faced the attacks of endless plague demons. And this time, if he took the Phoenix without thinking and let the beings of the same level see it, then Gu Hang's Storm Kingdom would probably be baptized by the swarm of desire demons. Gu Hang must think of a way to avoid this from happening. What to do? He did have some ways to cover his tracks, but they were only for himself. He couldn't guarantee that he could hide the entire ship under the vague attention of the Prince of Lust. To do this, he still had to rely on the Great Emperor. Gu Hang couldn't contact the Emperor directly, but he had 2 indirect methods, which he could try one by one. Chapter 648, Sending a Message. Gu Hang used both of the indirect methods he had thought of. The first one he used was the priest. How to communicate with a god. The most direct way is of course through his clergy. That is, his priest. According to the teachings of the state religion, every citizen of the empire should devoutly believe in the emperor. In this way, Every thought and every prayer of the people can be heard by the emperor. As long as you are devout enough, you can even get a response. Of course, whether it is true or not is another matter. But in this statement, what Gu Heng can confirm is that the sincere prayers of believers can really be heard by the gods. Gu Heng himself has experienced this in the kingdom of Storm God. As for the priest group, although not everyone is extremely devout, at least in terms of population probability, they are indeed more devout. Moreover, some of the prayer rituals they master can also strengthen the connection with the gods. Of course, Gu Heng himself did not like to listen to those so-called prayers. Moreover, he never presented himself as a god in the alliance, nor did he develop any heretical religions. Therefore, he did not hear many prayers, and it was easy to block them. What about the emperor? Gu Heng did not know. After all, he was not at that level. He had never been chanted by millions of people all day and night like the emperor. Naturally, he did not know. In that case, could he still block them? Can you accurately hear useful sounds among the trillions of voices? But it's an attempt anyway. What if you hear it? Gu Heng has asked the priest on his ship to pray, and also told Su Lai to let the priest on his ship pray. Even, Gu Heng himself started to pray in a fake manner. Gu Heng had a feeling that he might have made an appointment with the Emperor of God. He even used prayer to tell the Emperor of God about his actions. Maybe the Emperor of God could really hear it. Anyway, it doesn't cost money, so let's try it out. Maybe it will work? The second method is more direct. Before, when the Storm Kingdom was shrouded in the shadow of the subspace, he lit up the Storm Kingdom many times and made it flicker. On the one hand, it temporarily dispersed the shadow and confirmed the location and status of the mastermind inside. On the other hand, it also reported to the Emperor and made himself conspicuous. Then, there really were golden armored angels and black armored warriors who suddenly appeared in his kingdom to help him fight. After this, Gu Heng was actually still worried. Since the Emperor had seen it, could other powerful beings in the subspace also see it? Especially those who had a grudge against him. He was afraid of being retaliated. But nothing happened later, which made Gu Heng more confident in the Emperor. Taking advantage of this, Gu Heng's more direct method was to make the kingdom of God flash again. But later he thought that doing so would make too much noise. A less noisy method would be to use the messenger sent by the Emperor to see if the message could be delivered. Among the golden armored angels who came to help, 2 of them stayed after the battle. The other helpers disappeared quietly after the battle. Only these 2 stayed in the Storm Kingdom in silence. Finding a random place to stay, they said nothing, did nothing, and stood there like 2 golden statues. Gu Heng did not dare to do anything to them, and even considered repeatedly not to test them. Let them be statues wherever they want. Gu Heng didn't think that he had any secrets that he needed to hide from the Emperor. Oh, he couldn't hide it. From this perspective, it seemed that these 2 statues standing here would only have benefits and no disadvantages. Before, Gu Heng was not sure what the specific benefits were. But now, isn't it here? After praying in the real universe, Gu Heng came to his Storm Kingdom, and in front of the 2 golden angels, he began to mutter for a while. It's strange. After Gu Heng repeated it several times, the 2 golden angels who had been like sculptures all along turned their heads at the same time, looked at Gu Heng, opened their mouths slightly, and a series of voices came from them. I know. Gu Heng was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. Then, he realized that the psychic mark he left on the phoenix crown feather had moved. Perhaps their chapter priests had also received the Emperor will? In short, the flagship of the Phoenix Regiment finally began to follow the navigation route he left behind and began to move in the subspace with difficulty. At this point, Gu Heng was already at ease and had nothing else to worry about. After returning to the real universe, Gu Heng found that good news was coming. And it would come in a series. The Forge World Barasha was also conquered. Moreover, the cost was not high. Through the loyal survivors who contacted the planet, they secretly transported several virus bombs. All the virus bombs produced temporarily were used here. 1 exploded in the starport, 1 exploded in the star fortress, 1 exploded near the important fortress group. After precise calculation, it covered 3 orbital guns. 1 exploded in the core city, not only causing a large number of casualties, but also temporarily paralyzing this large nest, and the air defense facilities in it naturally had no effect. And taking this opportunity, the Alliance fleet also launched a fierce attack. After losing a star fortress and a star port, The Alliance fleet took advantage of the fact that the ground orbital defense system had a relatively large loophole and had not been repaired in time to deploy troops, and occupied the starport and star fortress, the orbital artillery group, and the upper level of the nest city. It went relatively smoothly, except for some intercepted by other surviving orbital defense systems and anti-aircraft artillery systems. Those who landed did not encounter any resistance. The effect of the virus bomb was very outstanding, ensuring that the number of infected people who survived the bombing area would not exceed 1%. The casualties to normal humans do not exceed 5%. The troops that landed on the ground and in the starport began to defend these key areas. And the starships, when the enemy orbital defense system was greatly weakened, began to clear other orbital defense facilities, as well as some ships parked in the orbit of Barosia. Most of these ships escaped after the Battle of Aramida, and now it seems that they can't escape. The surviving loyalists in Barosia also revolted on a large scale and responded to the Alliance offensive. Although the battle has not ended yet, the most difficult part has passed, and finally taking over Barosia should only be a matter of time. As for the last Forge world, Fengao, after many judgments, this world is truly hopeless. There is not even a trace of the loyalists in it. It is also the Forge world that has gone the furthest in the technology of using Zerd materials to carry out self-biochemical body transformation. Varric has stayed here all year round. Gu Heng issued an extermination order for it. Chapter 649, 7 Extermination Orders. When the extermination order was issued to Fengao, the forging world, Gu Heng was actually very distressed. On Aramida, he had already realized how valuable the industrial foundation of a forging world was. The technical difficulty of the virus bomb was not low, but in addition to the black box, these oil guys quickly built a production line, which could be used for small-scale mass production. Otherwise, on the battlefield of Barosia, it would not have been so smooth. The same thing, even if it happened in Gu Heng hometown, he spent decades to build the Angry Owl Star, Flying Wing Star, Karogia Frontier, which is the ruling core of the Alliance. It is unlikely to be built so quickly. The cutting-edge facilities, the complete industrial chain, the abundant high-level talents. These are the unique advantages of the Forge world, which are difficult to make up for in a short time in other places. The output value of a Forge world, when fully utilized, is equivalent to that of an entire star field. It was a pity for Barosia. The casualties were huge. The members of the Mechanicus killed themselves. There were not many loyalists left. The huge industrial facilities on the planet would probably be severely damaged in the war. But no matter what, some foundations would be left. It would take some effort to rebuild, but as long as there is peace, it would be possible. If he hadn't been forced, Gu Heng wouldn't have issued an extermination order to Fengao. However, there are really no loyalists in Fengao. Maybe they exist, but they cannot be contacted, and cannot play a role, which is no different from non-existence. And if the Alliance wants to attack with perfect defense facilities, it is almost impossible. It can be defeated, but the cost is too heavy, it takes too long, and the destruction of the planet will be huge, and the cost of reconstruction will be much higher than that of Barosia. Unfortunately, there are a large number of infected people on it, and they are all former members of the Mechanicus. And they have a large number of production facilities, which can continuously produce powerful equipment, arm the infected people, and even build ships. This threat alone is not small. And what is more worrying is that if they begin to transform into a swarm, tens of billions of people, and all the organic biomass on the planet will be fully utilized. What kind of strength will that be? Under various factors, the extermination order has become a helpless choice. There was no use for the Earth-blasting Star Destroyer. It has not been produced yet. And there is no need for it. The Burning Sky Torpedo is enough. But the bigger problem is how to launch this extinction weapon. If you throw it stupidly, it will definitely be intercepted. The Alliance fleet besieging Fengao requested support. The Eagle Horse aircraft carrier, carrying most of the Storm Mage Corps, was transferred from Barosia. The Alliance ships launched a fierce attack on Fengao, attracting most of the orbital firepower. Then, a large number of ground-bombing missiles disguised as Burning Sky Torpedoes began to be dropped on the ground. These bombing missiles attracted most of the defensive firepower. Although the infected on the surface did not know that they were about to be set an extermination order, they at least knew that these missiles with destructive power were bombarding the surface artillery group. If one landed, their anti-orbital gun system would lose a large part. When Fengao's firepower was attracted away, the Eagle Horse sent a destroyer to the maximum distance from Fengao's surface in one breath. At this time, The real Burning Sky torpedo was dropped. In fact, there were more than one. Although the Burning Sky torpedo is very expensive, and only one explosion is needed to be effective, but since it has been deployed, the goal is complete destruction. No matter how expensive it is, we must ensure success. After making many preparations in the front, in this final deployment phase, the necessary insurance measures are still needed. The destroyer that was launched too. At the same time, among those ground attack missiles, 3 were mixed in. It is not clear which Burning Sky torpedo exploded in Fengao's atmosphere. But as long as it exploded, it means the mission goal has been completed. The Federation fleet suffered heavy losses in this attack. For example, the destroyer that was launched by the Eagle Horse and fired the Burning Sky torpedo at close range was unable to withdraw and was blown up by the ground orbital system. For example, when the Alliance army launched a full-scale attack, in order to attract enough firepower, the entire fleet was relatively close. 1 battleship was damaged, and 2 cruisers were destroyed. But at least Fengao's threat had been completely eliminated. The Alliance members could watch from afar in space as the planet turned into a huge fireball within a few hours. The raging fire burned in the atmosphere of the entire planet, and then burned the entire surface of the planet. The temperature rose rapidly, and it baked for more than 10 days before the flames gradually disappeared. After waiting for nearly a month, the entire planet gradually cooled down. At this time, the main force of the Alliance had already left, but there were still small monitoring ships nearby. They were responsible for monitoring the implementation of the extermination order. They approached carefully and did not suffer any attacks. The ground had been burned into ruins, and only some buildings and facilities that could withstand high temperatures retained some of their original appearance. The rest had been burned to ashes. The orbital starports, star fortresses, and armed space stations did not survive. They were too close to the surface. When the atmosphere burned to a certain extent, they were also affected and fell to the ground one by one. The main force of the Alliance fleet that left went to another place where Gu Heng had signed an extermination order to carry out the mission. After Fengao was destroyed, the Alliance used star language broadcasting to broadcast the matter to the 50 nearby planets that could not be contacted as much as possible, and carried out high-frequency propaganda. The loyalists on those planets may not be able to contact the Alliance in the starry sky, but they will definitely receive the information. After hearing about Fenghao's fate, these loyalists were also very anxious. No matter what they thought before, whether there were any objective difficulties, they had to contact the Alliance as soon as possible. Otherwise they were worried about Fenghao's fate, which would be their fate. No one would like to be buried with a group of infected people. Those who were wavering began to actively contact the Alliance. The loyalists, who were in a very difficult situation objectively, tried their best to contact the Alliance. Facts have proved that as long as you are willing to think, there will always be a way. In a world where no solution can be found, it proves that there are no loyalists, or the strength of the loyalists is too weak. If the population of this world is densely populated, or the ecological environment is good, in order to avoid becoming food for the insect swarm, Gu Heng will sign an extermination order for this world. Gu Heng signed 7 orders one after another. Chapter 650. Waiting for the right time. How does it feel to sign 7 extermination orders in 4 days? Gu Heng felt very heavy. According to the standards for signing extermination orders before, those worlds were not only difficult to solve, but the loyalists inside could no longer be contacted and could not provide assistance. The most important thing was that these were all core worlds with abundant populations. The smallest one had a population of more than 5 billion before the war. In addition to population, another dimension of evaluation was whether the orbital defense system of the world was strong enough. If the orbital defense system is mediocre and has no defensive effect on the Alliance fleet, then Gu Heng will not easily sign an extermination order, but will be more inclined to dispatch ground troops to attack the enemy on the surface with the orbital support of the fleet and try to search for survivors. These participating troops do not necessarily have to be the Alliance direct troops, but can be mobilized from some planets in the Alfonso star field that are in better condition to fight. For this, the Alliance may only have to pay for the transportation capacity when deploying troops, and a few frigates or destroyers that can provide ground support. Even ammunition can be requisitioned from those planets. The fleet will attack areas on the ground where the defense is particularly stubborn, and cooperate with the ground forces. In addition, the virus bombs that are constantly being produced are now transported to where they are needed as soon as a few are made. While the infected bodies have not yet had time to get the information and evolve, and transform their own genes, so as to play the role as much as possible. In this way, a planet with a population of only 300 to 500 million, or at most 10 to 20 billion infected people, can be conquered slowly, and with the help of virus bombs and orbital support. The cost may not be particularly high, but if the population of this planet is too large, exceeding 5 billion, and the orbital defense is relatively complete, the cost of fleet breakthrough is high, and there will be huge losses in the process of deploying troops. Ground war is a huge quagmire that is difficult to solve even with virus bombs. This is the target of Gu Hang Extermination Order. 7 extermination orders, in total, 60 billion people will be exterminated. Of course, Gu Hang felt heavy-hearted, not because he decided the fate of 60 billion people. In fact, their fate had already been decided during the insect infection. Gu Hang would not be naive, and think that these infected people were still alive. What made him heavy-hearted was that the loss of 60 billion people meant that 7 worlds were completely destroyed. And on these planets, according to the data model, there were probably 3 to 5 billion loyal humans with normal minds, and they were all gone. All are losses. Of the remaining 43 worlds that lost contact before, 17 were finally contacted, and with their help, the planets can be pacified. The other 26 have never been contacted, but they are all within the scope of solvable problems, with small populations, or the planetary defense systems are not very good, and they can be slowly gnawed. If, since the victory of Aramida, the situation in the Alfonso star field has been largely settled, then now, the situation will not have any more twists and turns. As long as we proceed according to the established strategy, the victory or defeat of the battles involving tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people on the planet will not affect the general trend at all. What is the general trend? The general trend is that the Alliance will completely control the entire Alfonso star field. In addition, with Martins as the head coach, taking down the Jingjia star field, the area currently under the actual control of the Alliance has reached as many as 5 star fields. Among them, Longing and Minghe can already be regarded as the concept of local. The government agencies of the Alliance are distributed on almost every planet in these 2-star regions. The human and material resources on these planets can be used by the Alliance. The Aljwa star region is advancing this work at full speed. In a state of war, the work of the Alliance government is also very tiring. Not only is it preparing for various wars, but there is also another task, which is to take over the various areas occupied by the Alliance. The focus is on Aljwa. Many places in the Proud Claw star region have ended military control, ended the appointment of local power groups, and established an alliance system. This is the only way to digest the territory into the power of the Alliance itself. Of course, construction is always more difficult than destruction. It is not easy to transplant the Alliance political system and establish direct ruling relations on many planets. But despite the difficulties, we must always move forward step by step. At present, the Alliance has 3 ruling modes. The most important thing is to completely establish the political system of the Alliance, including the job level system, and a highly centralized government agency. The place where these political constructions are completed can be regarded as the core territory of the Alliance. The Alliance will develop the planet as much as possible according to local conditions, and can fully mobilize the various resources of the planet, adjust the production model of the planet, and help the war or development. The other is to not completely establish the political system. The job level is only used by some people, and a considerable part of the population is outside the job level system. The government agencies are also directly managed by the top government of the Alliance. But there are quite a few people in them who have traces of the old forces and have not been completely transformed. Places like this are currently classified as territories by the Alliance. In Gu Hang system interface, it can be clearly seen that these territories are providing him with gift points. And the Alliance can also call on the manpower and material resources in them. As for the difference, in these included territories, there are quite a lot of negative conditions, such as unstable rule, wavering classes, conspiracy groups, and so on. Specifically, there are more constraints, not so smooth. The people below will pretend to obey, will try to corrupt the officials of the Alliance. Some are really corrupted, and they are in collusion with local interest groups. These things, when found out, will fall into the government report and be integrated for Gu Hang to see. Of course, there are still many hidden underwater that have not been found. But now Gu Hang has no chance to pay attention to the situation of every planet. He can only fully believe that the many officials he has trained can complete their work on these planets, according to the general strategy formulated by the Alliance. The third possibility is that the alliance system has not been completed, and the local ruling structure and government agencies still retain the appearance of the original planet. The alliance controls the planet through special envoys, military occupation, and other means. In the system, it is vassal. In general, all the territories of the alliance have a three-layer structure from the inside out. Moreover, the alliance is constantly turning the directly ruled areas into core territories and turning vassals into directly ruled areas. In this regard, Gu Heng has two great advantages that other rulers cannot have. First, in terms of talent. Through the system, Gu Heng invested a lot of gift points in this area. Many of them have been trained by Zhongxi College, and even trained by Political Commissar, and have been enlightened by the Hero Interface. They have different, but absolutely excellent levels in government affairs and economic construction. These heroes are the driving force for the alliance booming development. Another thing is that Gu Heng can intuitively see on the monthly income interface whether a planet is recognized by the system and counted as the alliance territory. This is very important. Who can really know whether every territory and every planet under their command really obeys their orders and is reliable enough? The people below will pretend to obey, deceive, create information cocoons and illusions. However, Gu Heng sees the real actual situation in the system interface. This reduces huge uncertainty. Although Gu Heng does not know what happened on those planets, as long as he sees that the loyalty level of a planet has dropped, for example, a negative state has occurred, or even separated from the alliance territory and became a vassal territory, or even rebelled, then he can directly know that there is a problem with the planet and send people to investigate and solve it. When the loyalty level of a planet rises, Gu Heng will know that if the officials of that planet, be it the planetary governor or the government agency, do a good job, he can easily reward them. Although it is a bit result-oriented, it is an objective fact anyway. It is better than being fooled by the colorful articles below, thinking that the situation is good. But in fact, the situation below is rotten, and the supreme ruler knows nothing. Now Gu Heng will basically not be fooled. When a government department praises someone for doing a good job, or criticizes someone for doing a bad job, Gu Heng can tell whether it is a boast or criticism or a matter of fact by just glancing at the system. Flattery, whitewashing, fraud, these things have no effect on Gu Heng. After several severe punishments, the alliance government can generally maintain a relatively pragmatic, efficiency-oriented and results-oriented atmosphere from top to bottom. As the scale of governance increases, bloatedness and reduced efficiency are inevitable. But the alliance also implemented many strategies, such as delegating more power to local officials, allowing them to act at their convenience. Ordinary governments cannot do this. Oh, in fact, that's what the empire did. After all, it is too big, so it can only delegate as much power as possible and let the planetary governors do things on their own. But this will lead to too much independence, and it will not be able to use it as it pleases. Mobilizing human and material resources mainly depends on political inertia, military oppression, and the loyalty of local people. It mainly relies on imperial taxes, and it is difficult to say whether there will be additional resource support. But Gu Heng is not afraid that the local officials will have too much independence. This is still the benefit from the loyalty of the personnel, and the system interface that Gu Heng can use to monitor the situation in the area in real time. It doesn't matter if the independence is high, the officials are not likely to have dissent. Of course, Zhongxi Academy, the political commissar training is not completely 100% mind-locked, it just strengthens education, and is not easy to rebel if it is loyal enough. There are also some people who have a rebellious mind, but Gu Heng can immediately see it from the state of the planet. Separatist tendencies, pretentious disobedience, the ruler is unruly, etc. You can tell what is going on in a glance, and you can completely nip the problem in the bud as soon as it shows a sign. Being able to directly see loyalty is the biggest golden finger for the ruler. Looking at the core territory and the direct territory expanding over time, Gu Heng is very satisfied. In a sense, he even hopes that this rebellion war can last longer. I don't ask for more territory to be conquered, but at least it can buy Gu Heng more time to digest the occupied areas, which is also good. If it ends early, it will be difficult for the alliance. At that time, once Gu Heng's position as the commander-in-chief of the southern line is removed, what will happen to the occupied territories? The central government of the empire will definitely reward people according to their merits. But no matter what, it is impossible to give all 4-star regions of Minghe, Aozhua, Jingjie, and Alfonso to the Alliance. Spanning 2 universes, a total of 5-star regions, a total of more than 3,000 worlds. Too exaggerated. Some small universes with few colonized planets. There are only so many worlds. If all are given to the Alliance, wouldn't the Alliance instantly become a local force more terrifying than iron armor? Speaking of loyalty, what if Gu Heng rebels one day? The commotion caused may be even greater than iron armor. The Masters on Holy Terra, aren't they afraid that just after they conquer iron armor, they will raise a separatist force with greater potential for future development than iron armor? They can't help but consider this. At that time, on the political level, there are still areas that need to be negotiated. How much the Alliance can finally take, and in what way, and what kind of relationship the Alliance and the Empire will have in the future, all seem to be unknown now. In general, Gu Heng doesn't want to spit out too much of what he has taken, nor does he want to turn against the Empire, be labeled a traitor, and then be besieged by all parties in the Empire. Did iron armor fail militarily? Of course not. They set out from the Princess Star region and quickly swept across the entire universe. On the battlefield, the Western Front, which had the presence of the Creation Corps and the full support of the Inquisition, was beaten back step by step and finally collapsed. At the beginning of the Northern Front, Leyua was also blocked by the Zerg and could not be bitten. Gu Heng was always very cautious on the Southern Front, advancing step by step, although he had won a series of victories. To put it bluntly, they were fighting against Fury and Alfonso, not iron armor's main force. But what does it matter? Victory after victory, Empire lost one army after another, but in the end, they kept losing. If the Empire lost one legion, they could send 2 more. If they lost a Phoenix Legion, they could immediately pull out and were Topus. If the Black Crusaders couldn't handle it with one fleet, then they could send another one. What about the Silver Watch, the loyal stormtroopers, all kinds of elite troops that could provide continuous support from different places? Win 1 game, 10 games, 100 games, what does it matter? Wouldn't there be losses? If we lose a big one, we will lose everything. Gu Heng saw all of this, and took it as a warning. Even if Gu Heng had confidence, even if the 2 armies on the western and northern fronts came south to deal with him after defeating Tai Kai, he could withstand it. But that would be meaningless. If he won, he would be like Tai Kai, completely overwhelmed by the endless stream of Imperial armies, wave after wave. The best state is to hide under the banner of the Empire, gradually develop, and wait for the right time. Chapter 651 Kitalu. September 10242. It has been more than 2 years since the great victory of Aramina. Father Sidiv is on the planet Kitalu 6, struggling to eliminate the last important stronghold of the infected. He leads the Aramina Corps, the 147th Army, the 301st Mechanic Division. To be honest, Sidiv is not familiar with this kind of corps organization. The Alfonso sect did not organize troops like this before. The army of the Alfonso sect has a strong religious legion nature, and often adds many beautiful prefixes and suffixes, and then compiles them in binary mechanical language to have a so-called mechanical aesthetic. Within the Mechanicus, these characters with mechanical aesthetics are used to address each other and mobilize troops. To the outside, the translated legion names are used, such as the High Precision Worm Cavalry Regiment, the God of All Machines Glory Gear Corps. This way of naming looks messy? So what? It's an external command system anyway. Isn't it normal that you can't command the Mechanicus army? If the command is not smooth, then it's not smooth. Who asked you to command? As long as the Mechanicus can only be smooth. However, in the current situation, this system is no longer feasible. Can the Alliance tolerate the Aramina sect, which it has supported, and the local troops formed are so disobedient and inconvenient to command? Taking advantage of the internal rebellion of Aramina, the Alliance military and political department dispatched a large number of military and political commissars, and many officers of the army were transferred to the newly formed Crusader Army, which was organized according to the organization of the Alliance Army, basically abandoning the original system of the Mechanicus. This actually aroused a lot of dissatisfaction within the Aramina sect. All along, our Mechanicus and the Empire have been on an equal footing. One of the heads of the Empire's double-headed eagle symbol, isn't it our Mechanicus? How can the Skitarii be reorganized in the same way as your army? However, I think so in my heart, but at most I just talk about it, and my body still obediently follows the Alliance plan. In the past, Seedorf was like this too. The Alliance home base, after all, is too far from the Alfonso Star region. with 2-star regions in between. And it takes at least 4 months to travel. A little trade is good enough. Does the Alliance want to directly rule the entire star region? In the end, it still depends on us. However, these ideas were greatly changed after Sita participated in an ideological training arranged by the Alliance military and political department. He began to think carefully about faith, the future, the people, technological development, personal ambitions. These things kept churning in his mind, and finally made him realize the problem when he was thinking about what kind of future he should go to. You should follow the Alliance and work with Gu Heng. That is the best way to show your faith in the God of all machines. After thinking this through, Sid even felt that he had understood a lot of knowledge that he had not understood before. In the past, his position in Aramida was a combat priest, which was at the same level as the mechanical priest. Of course, the people of the Mechanicus have nothing to do with kindness. But showing cruelty is not the same as being good at fighting. In fact, they generally don't like to participate in battles in person. In wars, they usually give orders indifferently, and have their own crusaders, followers, etc. to solve the problem. For example, Sidov is actually more interested in fighting and war command. At least more interested than his colleagues. He is indeed one of the few people in the Mechanicus who is willing to join the army and command operations. However, he must admit that he is still not comparable to those real generals. But it was also after participating in the training of the Alliance military and political department that he suddenly felt that something in his mind had been integrated. And even the machine soul in the built-in logic chip was cheering. A lot of military command knowledge that he didn't understand before. He understood in a very short time. Thank you to the God of all machines. Thank you to Governor Gu. Since then, he has become a staunch supporter of the Alliance in the Aramida sect. This identity also allowed him to be promoted quickly. The right stance, at this special time, can play a huge role. He was soon promoted to a division commander, and also obtained the status of lieutenant colonel of the Alliance, commanding a crusader army, and was transferred to the planet Kitchula 6 to participate in the battle. This planet is quite close to the forging world Fongeo. After Fongeo was destroyed by the extermination order, the loyalists of Kitchula 6 who were not infected finally stopped wavering, trying every possible way, breaking through obstacles, and contacted the Alliance. The newly formed Guardian Corps that Sid belongs to is here to assist the local planet in fighting. Kitchula 6 is not a very large, rich planet. It is a resource planet with a large number of power plants built on it. It collects stellar light energy, converts it into electrical energy, and then converts it into energy crystals. The energy plant is the largest industry of Kitchula 6, and the others are built around it. The total population of the planet is only about 700 million. 3 Alliance armies, 2 Aramida Crusader army groups, a total of 46 million troops, were deployed here. With the orbital support of a destroyer, they helped the local survivors in 2 years and reversed the situation. Now, the war situation has been roughly stabilized. Although the number of infected people is estimated to be at least 300 million, the liberated survivors have also armed an army of tens of millions. Those infected people were not strong in terms of equipment and individual mutation intensity. The number alone was not very meaningful. Their fate was to be slaughtered by the Alliance army and the Crusaders. There were more than 200 million survivors, in addition to recruiting a large number of troops. The remaining people had already started to restart various energy factories. The entire planet was gradually being rebuilt and producing again. As long as the situation continued like this, the threat would become smaller and smaller, and Kitchula 6 would eventually return to peace. Seedorf has experienced all of this in person over the past 2 years. He is full of pride, since he changed his mind after training at the Union Military and Political Department. He now feels that he is on the road to practicing his ideas. This makes him feel very satisfied, and he is more convinced and devout about all of this. But since this morning, he has always felt a little uneasy, as if something particularly big is about to happen. He is a little suspicious. He and his troops were carrying out the mission of entering an occupied factory area and clearing out all the infected people there. He had carried out this kind of mission many times in the past 2 years. It was risky and difficult, and they often had to face enemies that were many times their own number. However, in terms of equipment and training level, they were not something that the infected people could challenge. They were always able to defeat the many with the few. That was not even a victory worth boasting about. Will there be any surprises this time? Is the intelligence wrong? The number of enemies is not only the 150,000 mentioned in the data. Or are there a large number of advanced infected bodies among the enemies? Or do they have equipment levels that exceed the norm? He was worried. When performing the mission, he naturally needed to be cautious. He arranged for the troops to slow down their march, and actively sent out many reconnaissance companies, driving reconnaissance vehicles, or walking secretly, extending far away, to ensure that they would not be ambushed on the way, and at the same time to investigate the situation in the target area, and constantly report the situation. Once an unexpected strong enemy appeared, they had to prepare and plan in advance. However, nothing happened. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. On the way of the large army, not even a few scattered infected people were seen. The intelligence sent back by the reconnaissance company also said that they saw nothing. It was extremely abnormal. It stands to reason that in an area with about 150,000 infected people on the way to the area, there would definitely be a large number of scattered infected people. It is unlikely to be so quiet all the time. What went wrong? He ordered the troops to slow down further, and even asked 2 infantry regiments to set up defense lines on the spot to ensure the stability of the rear. At this time, the reconnaissance company that rushed to the front sent back a piece of information that made Sidov shudder. The scouts said that they finally saw the enemy in the target factory area. Their number was surprisingly large, but also surprisingly small. The so-called small number was that there were some infected people in the role of guards around, and there were only 10,000 or 20,000 of them. The scouts managed to bypass it, and saw at least 200,000 infected people gathered together. They were densely packed, and jumped into one temporary puddle after another in an orderly manner. The puddle was turbid, with green and red thick liquids mixed together. The people who jumped in floated up and down for a while, and then were dissolved and disappeared silently. The dissolved biological fluids were transported to an uncertain area along the peristaltic pipes. That direction is the hive area with the largest number of infected people in Kitchula 6, and the most dense area. What are these infected people doing? Sidov is not an ignorant person. As a mechanical priest, he has a lot of knowledge. In the era of Alfonso's sect, the most popular knowledge in the entire sect was the knowledge related to the Void Zerg. He was not very interested in it, but he also learned a lot from what he saw and heard. The answer to this phenomenon now is clear. The infected people have been summoned by the genes and are being actively digested. Those thick liquids should be the so-called biomass. The biomass is being gathered through the pipeline and concentrated in the core area of the central nest. As for what these infected people will do with such a large amount of biomass, this answer, Sidov really can't think of it. What is the use of biomass? As far as he knows, the infected people cannot use biomass directly. They can only turn themselves into biomass. Only the Zerg with Hachi ability can use biomass to build biological weapons. But Sidov had been fighting on Strange Road 6 for 2 years, and had not seen any real Void Zerg. According to the intelligence, there should be no Void Zerg on this planet. In this case, why would the infected transform themselves into biomass? While reporting the intelligence he had gathered to his superiors, he thought carefully for a while, and made a decision. No matter what the enemy wanted to do, he just had to stop them. Biomass was always easier to deal with than the infected. No matter how weak the latter is, it still needs a bullet. The enemy may have a few broken guns, and our side may suffer some casualties. As for biomass, it's just a lump of organic liquid. Once it is burned, the high temperature will make a large area inactive, while the enemy is densely gathered and the guards are few. Bomb them and cut off the biomass transmission channel. The artillery was deployed and began to bombard the factory area fiercely. The artillery regiment and the artillery companies of each regiment were all mobilized, and more than 1,000 cannons of various calibers fired wildly at the factory area. Those huge steel and concrete buildings are very strong, but under the intensive bombardment, they will still be damaged to some extent and collapse. When one building collapses, a digester is destroyed. At the same time, the infantrymen take armored vehicles and advance quickly. Under the cover of artillery fire, they will eliminate the guards, and eventually blow up those buildings one by one, or enter the buildings, kill all the unarmed infected people waiting to be digested, and then destroy the digester. At the same time, the reconnaissance company that arrived earlier also applied for action. When the battle started and became fierce, these hidden scouts also cut off the pipeline buried in the ground that transported biomass to the distant central nest. The whole battle went quite smoothly. They eliminated this group of enemies without much effort. However, Sidov was not happy. Instead, He was a little anxious. New orders from his superiors soon arrived. His troops were cancelled from the rest time originally scheduled after the mission was completed. The superiors asked him to continue moving forward immediately. The target was still a digester. In the next 72 hours, Sidov's 301st Mechanic Division had almost no time to stop. Each regiment, each company, could only take a few hours off at most. Several logistics battalions were already busy, continuously transporting ammunition from the rear, supplied with battlefield food, and ensured the supply of frontline troops. They had already taken down many digesters, both large and small. In addition, they encountered some other friendly troops in the middle, and found that they were all doing similar things. The battle was easy, but it was urgent, very tiring, and the troops suffered some unnecessary casualties. Some commanders, still dissatisfied, did not understand why it was like this, and suggested that the troops should take a rest. But on the one hand, the superior's orders were very urgent, and on the other hand, Sidov himself could feel that something was wrong, so all these opinions were suppressed by him. As it turned out, he was right. When he led the divisional guard team in person again to conduct a combat attack, Sidov heard a series of muffled noises coming from the distant infection center. The ground shook slightly. Sidov found a high place and looked over there. He saw one biological ship after another rising from the ground and flying towards the dim sky. Chapter 652, Only 5%? Sidov and his troops, at this moment, were not very close to the infection center. But those biological ships are things that can sail in the starry sky, and are so large that even at such a long distance, they can clearly see the shocking scene with their naked eyes. This is especially true for Sidov himself. His mechanical eyes, after optical zoom, can see the situation in the distance more clearly. Biological ships, he muttered. The huge biological structure, although not completely visible in his eyes, at least he could see clearly what it was. It was like a huge monster, with a huge head and a long tentacle tail. Its entire body was covered with a thick carapace. And there were dozens of such biological ships at a glance. This was the first time he had seen such a thing, but it did not mean that he did not understand what it was. Biotic ship. The focus is on the organism, not the ship. Calling it a ship is just more in line with the human definition of its function. In essence, it is a living organism, but it is too huge, and can even travel in space. There is a complete environment inside for the Tyranids to survive, and different organs will evolve inside it according to different uses, which is equivalent to different facilities of a starship. But why? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be that only the existence of the hive mothership and the queen can evolve powerful Zerg creatures through biomass? On Strange Road 6, there was not even a trace of a real void Zerg, even if the biomass was very sufficient. How could such a terrible thing be born? With his limited knowledge, Sidov couldn't figure it out. It was flying in the sky, and it seemed to be slow. But in fact, it had already flown quite high and far in a short while. Of course, during this time, it is impossible for humans not to react. There is no large-scale orbital artillery group on the planet Kichilu, but there are still many basic anti-aircraft guns. When these guns began to fire fiercely into the sky, although the firepower was not effective against its hard shell, they still shot down 2 of them under the concentrated fire. At the same time, Sidov also saw firepower coming down from the outer orbit, bombarding these biological ships. That should be the Alliance destroyer that recently stayed in the orbit of Kichila 6, and it hurried over. The M-class firepower it possesses is ideal for killing biological ships. After the initial shock, Sidov can also see that these biological ships are not as big as he imagined. Each of them is only about 1,000 meters long. And in terms of specifications, they are even smaller than human frigates. Although, in general, the carapace of the Zerg biological ship is much harder than the armor of human ships. And the internal structure is a complete organism. It is not as easy to be destroyed as a ship. However, it also has a weakness. That is, it does not have additional protection, such as void shield/energy shield. If it is hit, it can only resist. The kilometer-sized biological ships we see now can still withstand S-class firepower. But the M-class firepower of the destroyer can be taken away with 2 shots. According to what Sidov knows, the name of the Crazy Shark-class destroyer, the Windglorious Waytreader, has 2 heat hammer macro cannons, a sky-splitting axe missile launcher, and a melting light spear. Before those bioships broke through the atmosphere and left orbit, the Windtreader had destroyed 7 of them. After entering space, these bioships had no intention of fighting with the Summit Treader. They scattered and sped away as a crazy shark-class ship. The Windtreader also brought a Silver Sword-class frigate and 4 patrol ships, and there was no way to catch up with them all. A few days later, Sidiv, who was cleaning up the battlefield on the ground, learned that the number of bioships destroyed in the end was more than 20. Nearly 10 of them still escaped, and their whereabouts are unknown. At this time, after entering the original core infected area with many friendly forces, Sidiv and his soldiers found that there was no one here. Logically speaking, there were hundreds of millions of infected people in this area, but only very scattered and rare individuals remained. In this sense, the war on Chitla 6 has ended. They have achieved their initial strategic goal, and the threat on the planet has been eliminated. There is no need to deploy so many army troops here. The defense forces recruited from the local area, which account for almost 20% of the population, can also be dismissed on a large scale and return to production. The remaining things are to eliminate the scattered infected people who are not dead, and burn all the mucus groups, meat blankets, digestion pools, and so on left by the infected people. To put it bluntly, it is to clean up the ruins step by step and rebuild the home. These have nothing to do with Seedorf. His mission has ended. Originally thought to fight on this planet for 10 years, but unexpectedly, it ended so cleanly in just 2 years. However, after witnessing more than 30 biological ships rising from the ground, although most of them were destroyed, but there were still a dozen ships that escaped, Sidiv didn't know whether it was a victory or not. Gu Heng believed that Chite Lu, and this special battle that took place on many similar planets, could be considered a victory. What happened in Chite Road was, of course, not an isolated case. In the Alfonso Star region, including in the Nepeta Star region, Gu Heng had received reports of similar incidents. Those worlds with a large number of infected people seemed to have received the same order at the same time, and they absorbed all the biomass that could be absorbed regardless of everything. The infected people jumped into the digestion tank by themselves, and the plants, animals, and even a large amount of ordinary organic matter were also carried in by the infected people. Of course, their losses in this process were very large. Just like what happened on the strange road, the infected people who started to transform biomass recklessly completely handed the situation to the Alliance. Many of them were killed before the transformation. During the transformation process, many digesters were destroyed, pipelines were cut off, and even the core infection area was conquered. But the number was too large. In those worlds with serious infections and extremely large numbers of infected people, it is inevitable that biological ships will be transformed and then fly into the sky. They will suffer a large loss under anti-aircraft firepower, orbital interception, and pursued by Alliance ships, although many bioships escaped in the end. According to the estimates of Gu Heng experts, scholars, and Mechanicus researchers, the amount of biomass that these bioships actually successfully took away was no more than 5% of the total number they infected and controlled. Those bioships looked quite intimidating, but each of them was about a kilometer in size, which was about the same size as a patrol ship. Moreover, they have almost no combat capability, and they only know how to run away with a belly full of biomass, even if they find a place to gather again. Rely on these biomass, evolve the fleet, and evolve the army. They will not be a very powerful force, and they are completely within the scope of being dealt with. However, this is the situation of the 2 star fields of Alfonso and Nepeta. In the Spiderweb universe, what about the other star fields that were controlled by iron armor in the past and were infected by insect pests? The Western Front and the Northern Front were not important, and they only focused on advancing all the way. What about those worlds that were left behind and ignored? Just thinking about it makes Gu Heng shudder. Chapter 653, Let me see how you win. In the Alliance ruling area, the infected people's desperate riots, transformation of biomass, and evolution of biological ships actually did not have any good effect in the end. The so-called less than 5% of biomass was plundered, and the number of Zerg that could be spawned was not terrible enough. At least the Alliance was not afraid. The reason why those void Zerg were forced to this extent, even to a considerable extent, was that the Alliance strategy of eliminating the infected people in the 2 star fields of Jingjia and Alfonso, which was set up by the Zerg Control Office, was relatively successful. If the Zerg does not take any action, then in a few years, let alone the 5% of biomass, they may not be able to eat any of it. The 5% of biomass in the infected area is almost equivalent to the resources of an ordinary planet being eaten up. However, in the Alliance, 2 star fields are equivalent to a planet being completely eaten up, which is not a big problem. Then in the northern and western star fields, won't they be finished? Under Gu Heng instructions, the intelligence department of the Alliance did 3 things. The first was to estimate how much the Void Zerg could eat if the worst situation occurred. The Alliance intelligence department believed that they could at least eat more than 50% of the area under their control. This was 10 times that of the Alliance. But the bigger problem was that in the 2-star regions of Nepeta and Alfonso, under the fierce attack of the Alliance before, the number of planets that could be called controlled by the infected might not exceed 80. Among these 80, the average controlled area and population might be only about 30%. But on the north and west fronts, the total number of these items will be at least several times higher. There may be 800 infected worlds, and the average degree of control will be higher. The intelligence organizations of the Alliance basically believe that according to this situation, the biomass eaten by the Zerg may be equivalent to 150 worlds being completely devoured. This is without counting the Queen Star region. The situation in the Queen Star region will obviously be several times worse. If the extent of being devoured is so high, what size will the Zerg horde that can be spawned be? The northern and western fronts are afraid that their butts will be beaten to pieces. The second thing the intelligence department did was to immediately contact all the intelligence personnel sent to the northern and western fronts of the Alliance, and ask them to immediately investigate the local Zerg infection reports and pay close attention to similar incidents on Chi T Road 6. As a result, I don't know whether I should be happy or unhappy. The good news is that in the star fields of the western and northern fronts, there has not been a large number of biological ships evolved and rising from the ground. What is disturbing is that the intelligence personnel did find some digestion pools and some digestion ducts. From this point of view, it seems that the problem is still within the scope of solution. Deal with it quickly. At least we can minimize the losses. However, the intelligence analysts believe that this is just an illusion. Why not rush to eat? Because in these worlds, the infection can develop further, and the infected can be fully digested. Instead of having to eat quickly like on the planets under the control of the Alliance, the instructions of the Zerg swarm, there is still enough time, which can allow them to eat more, evolve into biological ships, and take away the food. From this perspective, it is absolutely bad news. The third thing is to urgently integrate the above intelligence, whether it is the situation within the Alliance, the actual situation collected from the outside, and the reports of analysts, and quickly send it to the commanders of the western and northern fronts, and even to Holy Terra. On top of these reports, Gu Heng also attached his own views, in a very serious tone, saying that this was a serious, huge crisis, even more serious than the simple Iron Armor rebellion, and hoped that all parties would pay deep attention to these issues and try to find ways to solve them. Gu Heng had no idea what the reaction of the 3 parties warned by Gu Heng would be. He only hoped that these big guys could really take it seriously and stop being confused. But that was all he could do. He also had his own things to do. First, he sent out the Alliance patrol fleet to quickly search for the escaped biological ships, and asked the Alliance fleets to destroy them once they found any trace of them. While those biological ships were only evolved to carry biomass and had almost no combat power, they should be taken down as soon as possible. It is easy to destroy now, but when these biomasses are transformed into real biological warships and Zerg armies, it will be much more difficult to destroy them, and it will cost more. In addition, it is necessary to urgently mobilize troops and construction personnel to go to the Nepeta Star region, the border area between the Alfonso Star region and the Princess Star region, to build defense facilities. They even dismantle star fortresses from some rear worlds, use tugboats, and tow them to the border to strengthen defense. Gu Heng was preparing for the worst. Once the situation inside the Princess Star region was out of control, and a terrifyingly large insect nest fleet really came out, he would try to stop them at the border as much as possible. Of course, this was on the premise that he could defeat them. If the enemy was too strong, Gu Heng would give up. Although Jingjia and Alfonso were now considered his territories, they were not the core territories of the Alliance after all. And, when there was really no other way, he could give up. Even the Proud Claw Star Field can be abandoned. But Gu Heng actually didn't want to go that far. If the Alliance army couldn't stop the enemy in Jingjia and Alfonso, then let them in, and then eat up these 2 star fields. When the Zerg swarms move south and really threaten their core territories, they will definitely become stronger. At that time, how to stop them? When he thought of this, Gu Heng felt very irritated. Then, the response from the Western Front, the Northern Front, and Holy Terra made him even more irritated. They are all a bunch of insects, he cursed. The reply from Holy Terra said, they knew, they will study it carefully. That's it. The commander of the Sililius Regiment on the Western Front said, he knew, he will pay close attention to the situation, and he also said that he would suspend the advance and look behind. This is still a little bit normal, although it is still different from what Gu Hang hoped. They can withdraw immediately, go back and clean up before the big outbreak, but at least it seems that there is still hope. In comparison, Marshal Leroy on the Northern Front, what makes Gu Hang most dissatisfied? Leroy said, their main force, it is not far from the enemy corps, and they are about to win. Everything, wait until we win. Win? Let me see how you win. Chapter 654, Signs of Collapse. Did Lulua really not know that danger was coming? Not necessarily. At first, he really didn't take Gu Hang warning seriously. For the same reason as he criticized Gu Hang in the meeting before, he didn't think that Gu Hang was doing this for the sake of the war on the Northern Front. But he thought that Gu Hang was making up and exaggerating in order to stop the Northern Front from advancing and get the highest honor in this war. But later, when one irrefutable piece of evidence after another was presented to him, he was not really brainless, and naturally changed some of his ideas. Even, in those sincere warnings again and again, his mentality has changed. On the one hand, he has a little respect for Gu Hang. Not everyone can put aside their past grudges, and remind him wholeheartedly for the ultimate cause when the real big thing comes. On the other hand, he is more and more determined in his heart to defeat Radix as soon as possible and obtain the final victory. It's not because he doesn't believe the information given by Gu Hang, on the contrary, he has taken the information seriously, so he has to do this. What was said in the past cannot be taken back. Even if he has changed his mind, he cannot change his words in public, which will only destroy his prestige. He is the commander and the leader of the alliance. But he is not the founder and leader of this army. At most, he will not mention these things anymore and let them go. Although others will inevitably grumble. As long as things do not evolve into open opposition, it proves that everything is still within the controllable range. At the same time, after careful consideration, Lulua believed that there was no turning back now. It was impossible to deal with the problems behind the scenes step by step, like the Alliance did. The situation in the two-star regions of Lufu and Jianin was already very bad because of the Zerg invasion. Due to the previous rapid advance, they did not even completely eliminate the Zerg fleet, leaving some behind, not to mention the Zerg forces and infected people on various planets. Before, they thought that it was easy to deal with. The enemy had been dispersed, and the remaining threats were limited to the star field level, or even multiple star districts, which could be considered local threats. As long as they entered the Princess Star Field and took down Riadushes, they could be considered to have won a victory at the battle level. As for the remaining cleanup issues, the noble Space Marines did not need to do it. Let the local government that had been rebuilt and the Empire figure out what to do. But now, it is proved that the trouble behind them is probably too big, and they have already entered such a deep situation. Even Radix is in front of them. It is impossible to turn back now. Even if Lelua issued such an order, the coalition forces under his command would support his decision and go back with him to clean up the mess. But according to the intelligence provided by Gu Hang, those bugs are likely to directly drive all the infected people in the two-star fields, just like Gu Hang, to undergo a comprehensive transformation. Moreover, since they had only dispersed before, not counting the destroyed Zerg fleet, the two-star regions of Lefo and Jianin would probably become a huge quagmire of war. By then, Lelua and his army, let alone winning the war, might even have a problem escaping. From this point of view, even if they don't talk about victory, the only way to save their own army is to move forward bravely and conquer Radix. He even stopped thinking about what to do if the war was not over after the conquest, and the expected victory was still far away. He had no choice. An internal military meeting was held again, in which Lulua once again gave an excellent speech. He did not mention Gu Hang at all, but only emphasized that the current situation was critical. But everything was not at the end of the road. Everyone should be brave and fight to the death, so that they can fight their way out in this critical moment. However, this time, his speech to boost morale was not as effective as before. Everyone could see that it was dangerous now. The key point was that this danger was caused by Leroy Radical's strategy. His eloquence was not fully developed. Leroy did not say anything more. Just let the facts speak for themselves. On the way to Radix, Leroy personally commanded the troops. especially his most reliable troops, the two fleets of the Black Crusaders, and fought several beautiful annihilation battles. After destroying two local troops in the Royal Star region, who were responsible for reconnaissance and sluggish, they conquered a planet with good infrastructure and used it as a backup for the entire army. At the same time, the entire army rushed forward, and Radix was already within the reach of two star shuttles. The persuasiveness of victory is still stronger than words. The army, which had regained its spirits, finally arrived at Radix a week later. Here, they won a brilliant victory. The reason why it was described as brilliant was, of course, not that they captured the target without bloodshed. On the contrary, the Ironclad Legion had a strong defense arrangement in their home base. Starports, star fortresses, planetary void shields, dense orbital gun fortresses. All the necessary defense facilities were there. There was even a strong mobile fleet deployed here. At the same time, the cumulative number of Ironclad Space Marines found in the battle had exceeded 1,000. Not to mention that the Royal Princess Legion, as an above-level auxiliary army, also showed strength comparable to that of the well-known Star Army. But under Leroy Offensive, they defeated the enemy within a month. The planet has not been completely occupied, but the important strategic points mentioned above are already under their control. Then, Leroy could not wait to spread the news of victory to all parties. Western Front, Southern Front, Holy Terra. In addition to the victory news, he also said pragmatically that next, they will stay in Ria Duchess for a while, clear out the resistance forces on the ground, and consolidate the planet's defense system. For example, repairing the planetary void shield is the top priority. They will be here, waiting for the victory meeting with Commander-in-Chief Gu and Captain Sililius. This message is also the last battle report received by the Empire from the Northern Front Legion. On the third day after they conquered Radix, the shadow of the subspace that covered the sky and the sun completely blocked the Princess Star domain, and no news could be transmitted. At the same time, Lefu, Jiamin, and Guang, Baimu, Tangu, the 5-star domains in the Spider-Web universe under the nominal control of the Northern Front and the Western Front began to see a large-scale digestion of infected people and the rise of biological ships. Even in the Mager universe, this situation has occurred. At the same time, the main force of the Iron Armor Legion, which Sililius claimed to have been defeated by them in his report, suddenly appeared from the west, from the direction of the Mager universe, and surrounded Sililius' main force from west to east. From the Queen Star domain, a large-scale insect nest fleet surrounded Sililius from east to west. At this time, Sililius' main force was still at the junction of the White Curtain Star domain and the Queen Star domain, and was involved in the cleanup of the local infected people and digestion pools. Chapter 655, It's the Alliance. When Major Akanji saw another landing airship crashing into the defense zone, he was already somewhat desperate. As a member of the Sun Auxiliary Army, it's not right to have such emotions. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that his mission will not be completed. He is afraid that the Changchi Star where he is stationed will be lost. Akanji is not a senior officer, he just originally belonged to the Sun Auxiliary Army, and now he is with the Ortopus Regiment, forming an expeditionary force, coming to the Spider-Web universe to participate in the war. And now, although he didn't know much about the general situation, he could see some problems from the orders he received recently. First, the Big March was stopped. Originally, the comrades were discussing with the Northern Front Corps to see who could break into the enemy base camp, Radix, earlier, but suddenly, the order became to stay on the spot and do their best to eliminate the local insect infestation. An infantry regiment he led had just taken down a few digesters when they saw a swarm of insects. The Solar Legion, among all the well-known Astra Militarum Corps in the entire Empire, is also considered the top one. Putting aside the training level, in terms of equipment level, as the direct lineage of the Astra Militarum Corps of Holy Terra, their level is quite high. Although it is only an infantry regiment, it has a large number of equipment from heavy artillery to heavy bolters. These can even be considered conventional weapons. In his regiment, in addition to the 3 ordinary combat battalions, there is also an elite combat battalion. All members are equipped with exoskeletons. In the regiment's artillery company, there are also 2 ferocious mobile artillery vehicles, the petrified lizard cannons. These armed forces, coupled with elite training, made his troops perform quite bravely in combat. They not only defended their positions, but also gathered many troops that had fled from other directions. These troops, recruited from the locals and armed, were not even at the level of the Star Army, but were just ordinary planetary defense forces, and could not be asked to do too much. Akanji only executed military law on a small number of people who only wanted to flee, and the remaining troops were gathered together and deployed to various fronts to strengthen the defense. They held out until the arrival of reinforcements, including the Copper Warriors of Ortopus, just as he was about to accept the order from his superiors to launch a major counterattack against the hateful insect swarm. A transfer order made him and his troops leave the position, leaving only some local defense forces to garrison. He protested, thinking that these defense forces were not up to the level of defense and would cause the situation to deteriorate. But his superior shut him up with just one sentence. "I know, but there is no way. We have more important tasks to complete." What is the so-called more important task? Guarding the starport. A fleet under the banner of the Iron Armored Corps has entered the Changchi Galaxy and is attacking the planet. For the defense of the planet, the starport is the top priority. His mission was to enter the starport and station there. He could not help much in the confrontation between the space fleet and the planetary orbital defense system. However, there were constant insect swarms of living landing capsules flying into the starport. The starport observatory where he was stationed had been attacked again and again in the past half-month. He had to face not only the insects that came from the living landing capsules, but also the infected who fought with the insects. These infected people were not the garbage or waste that we encountered when we were clearing the planet's surface. They were all wearing standard equipment of the Star Army, under the various body fluids and the proliferating flesh. One could still vaguely see from their gray purple outfits that they were the Royal Legion. At least they were before, when the expeditionary force just arrived in the Mager universe. He had fought with the Royal Legion. He had to admit that this legion was a strong opponent. Not only was its equipment level quite good, with the support of the so-called Alfonso Mechanicus, but its training level was also better than some unknown Star Army legions. However, the infected people of the Royal Princess Army that he was facing at the moment were even more powerful than he had imagined. The difference was that these infected people had stronger physical fitness, and they would not necessarily die even if they were shot. And they had strong vitality. Moreover, they really did not fear life and death, and there was no situation of morale collapse or being repelled. Of course, from another perspective, they might have become weaker. The marching and combat modes of the entire army had changed greatly, and they were more like a swarm of insects, and less like human troops. This often led them to adopt some particularly radical combat strategies, resulting in many unnecessary casualties. However, they could not withstand the large number. There were also real bugs next to them. The most critical battle was in front of them. Suddenly, 3 space marines in black and gray armor appeared. They were from the Ironclad, the elite combat battalion that Akanji was proud of suffered a tragic massacre. Just when his defense line was about to be broken irreversibly, an Ortopus warrior holding a round shield, a spear, wearing red copper armor, and a horizontal crest on his helmet, symbolizing his status as a champion, arrived on the battlefield. He killed the 3 armored space warriors single-handedly, and only got shot a few times. But it didn't seem to be a big deal. After the battle, he had just gone up to express his gratitude when he was given a new order: counterattack. It turned out that an electric power facility guarded by a brother regiment next door had been breached, and they had to recapture it. Although the troops had suffered heavy casualties, Akanji still gritted his teeth and squeezed out the mobile forces he could use, and handed them over to the Ortopus warrior to take away. Then, there was no news from them. Then, his troops had not even had time to catch their breath. And even before they had time to replenish their ammunition, they were attacked again and again. Now, he couldn't even contact the division headquarters. He knew that the battle situation was getting worse and worse. How bad was it? It happened that the key point he was guarding was the observation platform. The technical specialist who accompanied the army, at his request, operated the observation platform and took a look outside. The iron-armored fleet is getting closer and closer. Each of their attacks will cause some damage to the armed platforms of Changchi Star. Now, their attacks are becoming more and more radical. The planet's defense system is collapsing, and the observatory where he is stationed seems unable to withstand the next attack. The troops he has available are no more than 200. The guard company, the logistics battalion, the artillery, all those who can fight on the front line must go. Another powerful attack will surely lead to the collapse of this place. However, on this last day, He saw the technical specialist, who was with the army, running to him. With a happy face, "We have reinforcements." "Which unit is it?" "It's the Alliance." Chapter 656, Not a Traitor? "Report the situation, Major." Akanji's throat moved, a little nervous. The one in front of him was a space marine, and he should be respectful. But looking at the paint on his body, he felt he didn't know what to say. The space marines were mainly white with green paint. From the paint, Akanji could recognize that they were members of the Dragon King's Spear. He knew this regiment, not because of how famous the Dragon King's Spear was, but when he joined the expeditionary force, before setting off, during the internal officer training, they mentioned the enemies they would face in this expedition. Among them, the focus is of course on the mention of the various rebel war bands in the rebellion. Iron armor is the top priority. But other traitor war bands also need attention. What are Stone Shield, Fury Flame, New World Torch? Their paint schemes. Akanji has seen them all, and learned them all, just to avoid making mistakes when encountering them on the battlefield. This white and green painted Dragon King's Spear, isn't it one of the traitor war bands? If they encounter them on the battlefield, they should open fire at full power to intercept these space marines, and it is impossible for them to enter the inner defense line. But they came under the banner of the Alliance. From the observatory, Akanji's technical specialist saw that the ships under the Alliance banner were cooperating with the orbital defense system of Changchi Star to attack the Iron Armor fleet. At present, good results have been achieved. At least the orbital defense system, which was originally shaky, can finally take a breath. In addition, many landing spacecraft flew out from the Alliance ships and entered the Starport and the Star Fortress as reinforcements. Upon hearing the news, Akanji was of course very happy. He was almost doomed, and if some reinforcements could arrive, it would really save his life. However, he never expected that the ones who came were the Dragon King's Spears. At first, he thought that the reinforcements had not arrived yet, but the strong enemy had arrived first. Akanji, who only had 200 men left, felt that he was doomed at that time. The 3 Dragon King's Spears alone could kill all his troops. Not to mention that there were 2 full infantry battalions following the Space Marines. He was ready to die on the battlefield. But the subsequent changes surprised him a little. The scout reported that the 3 warriors of the Dragon King's Spear led the troops and cleared all the bugs they encountered around them. At the same time, there was another detail. The Space Marines were wrapped in armor and could not be seen clearly. But the ordinary soldiers next to them, although they must have been fully wrapped in space battles, but from the perspective of body shape, they were normal humans, unlike those infected people, who would have very exaggerated deformities. Because of this, when they said they came on behalf of the Alliance, Akanji believed them a little. Of course, the most important reason why he let them in was that they couldn't be stopped. So, he not only let them in, but also, at the request of the leading Space Marine officer, reported what he knew. Then, he looked at the other party anxiously. So far, the possibility that the other party is an enemy cannot be ruled out. They might come to steal the intelligence, and then kill all the remaining people. But he made the right bet. The worst situation did not happen. The Space Marine nodded slightly, and then called a commander of his own side, who was also a major by looking at his rank. After a conversation, the major came forward and saluted Akanji. "I am Major Li Guijin of the 8th Regiment of the 277th Division of the 6th Army Group of the Alliance. We decided to follow the intelligence you provided, and see what happened to the direction of support from the Ortopus warrior, who took your troops away before. However, your defense line here also looks precarious. I will leave you a combat battalion, which will obey your orders. I hope you can hold on." Akanji was stunned for a moment, and then he was greatly surprised. He thanked him again and again, but the Space Marines and Major Li Guijin did not talk to him anymore. Time was short, and the task was heavy. They had to go to support as soon as possible. Akanji watched them leave, and then looked at the combat battalion left behind by the other side, which was actually more in number than his current living subordinates, and was a little overwhelmed. It's not just reinforcements, even the style is different. With the addition of this new unit, his troops are close to 1,000 again. However, he won't really be so reckless in commanding these friendly forces. Although, the other side only has a captain battalion commander, the current situation of both sides is very different after all. Working together, keeping the place safe, is Akanji's greatest wish. "Captain." The captain of the 4th Company of the Dragon King's Spear Ricardo Lazio, who strode over, is the person in charge of this operation. His company, riding on a fast strike cruiser, brought 8 other small and medium-sized warships, as the vanguard of the entire army, first arrived at Changchi Star, at the most critical moment of the entire planet. They immediately joined the battle. Not only the fleet was outside, but also the planetary orbit system attacked the armored warships from both sides, and also deployed troops to the starport to relieve the pressure inside. But it is a bit ridiculous. Changchi Star is still asking us to prove our identity. The mortal liaison, who was speaking, had a somewhat annoyed tone. It was normal. It was already this late. Why were they still arguing here? When they arrived near the galaxy, they spent a lot of effort and finally contacted the command center on Changchi Star. However, a general of the Solar Legion, who was in charge of the war command, and a sergeant of the Ortopus regiment had great doubts about them. On the one hand, although the Dragon King's spear had not done anything bad, they were part of the rebels before. Now they said they were working with the Alliance and came to support. It was normal not to believe it, wasn't it? On the other hand, the Alliance was so far away, and it suddenly came to the White Curtain Star region, which was a bit unbelievable. Lazio waved his hand and said, "It is normal for them to have doubts. After all, we acted too fast. Moreover, we are the only ones who have arrived at the scene for the time being. Most of the regiment, including the main force led by Captain Martins, are still on the way. We should forgive them and look forward." As he spoke, he handed out an electronic document board. The contact received it in his hand, and his pupil shrank. "This is, on the other side, we have contacted the commander of the Solilius Regiment, on behalf of the Ortabes Regiment and the entire Western Front Corps. He welcomed us and ordered all the Imperial troops and Ortabes warriors on Changchi Star to cooperate with our actions. Now, convey the order and encrypted files to Changchi Star. Next, I will take over the Battle of Changchi Star. Let those dirty iron armor liars go to hell." Chapter 657, Opening Up. With a whole company of the Dragon King Spear Regiment and their auxiliary troops, and the participation of the Alliance Army, the situation on Changchi Star was quickly reversed. Of course, the main reason is that this is not the main battlefield, and the Iron Armor Regiment's force here is actually not much. They did not predict the sudden arrival of the Alliance Army, so they immediately fell into a dangerous state of being attacked from both sides. After stabilizing the situation at Changchi Starport, Lazio's fleet and the planetary orbital forces simultaneously attacked the invading enemy from both sides. The main cruiser of iron armor was severely damaged and fled, and was then chased by the strike cruiser led by Lazio and destroyed in space. The remaining ground problems should be solved by the existing troops on the planet. But Lazio stayed for a while longer to ensure the stability of the planet. And, before leaving, he left some troops behind. According to the plan, Changchi Star is on the route of the main force of the Alliance to support the Western Front. Stabilizing the situation here will help ensure the smooth passage of the Alliance Western reinforcements. After he finished all this, he continued to lead his fleet to the next battle. To be honest, can a company of space warriors plus a small fleet mainly composed of strike cruisers reverse the situation on the entire Western Front? That is obviously not possible. Although their combat effectiveness is not weak, the scale gap is too large. Compared with the scale of this war spanning hundreds of worlds, it is just a drop in the ocean. Not to mention, when both sides concentrated their main forces and launched a head-on confrontation, the role that a strike cruiser and 100 space warriors could play was even more negligible. However, their mission was not to completely reverse the situation. When the news came that the Zerg rioted, the Northern Front Legion lost contact, and the Western Front Legion was attacked from both sides. Martins immediately proposed to Gu Hang that he would attack to rescue the Western Front Legion. Gu Hang was definitely unable to move, and it was too late. From the Alfonso star field to the White Curtain star field where Solilius was besieged, there were 2 star fields in between. In addition, the troops needed to assemble before they set off, and logistics needed to be prepared. Moreover, since Alfonso bordered the princess, the army had to be deployed on the border. After all these were done, they would set off again. If the time for the journey was taken into account, I was afraid that the opportunity would be lost. The situation is different for another Alliance unit whose main forces are in the Jingjia Star region. Martins can complete the preparation. Departure and arrival in 2 months if he is fast. In fact, this is not fast. 2 months refers to his main forces, all of which have arrived at the core war zone of the Baimu Star region. In fact, if you really pursue speed in all aspects, send the fastest vanguard, then it will arrive in 1 month. After all, it saves the time of assembly and preparation. Moreover, the vanguard can also be the fastest ship. The army led by Ricardo Lazio is like this. The Spear of the Dragon King has not been with the Alliance for a long time, and it was incorporated peacefully. Many of its internal mechanisms have not been reformed yet, and it is relatively independent. This is of course a problem, but it has become an advantage at this moment. Strong independence and intact internal mechanisms mean that the Spear of the Dragon King does not need much support from the Alliance, and can quickly mobilize its own forces to carry out tasks. So, at Martin's request, Gu Heng thought again and again, and felt that he couldn't let the Western Front be ruined. Otherwise, when there was no news from the Northern Front, and it was in a dangerous situation, if the Western Front was allowed to collapse, Gu Heng would be the only one left, and the pressure would be too great. Iron armor Zerg, these two opponents will face each other sooner or later, and there is no room for maneuver between the two sides, and they will definitely fight to the death. And since they must fight, they must take advantage of the friendly forces, and fight on other people's territory, which is far better than waiting for others to attack them actively and enter their actual control area after they are alone. I can't go, but Martins can go, so there's nothing for Gu Heng to stop. Of course, there are still some worries. Gu Heng's own people are there, which is a huge backup, and he himself is also a terrible strategic weapon. If he's not there, although Martins has 3 battle groups, a total of 3,000 people, 3 battle barges, a battleship, and 2 battle cruisers, they are certainly a very powerful force, but Gu Heng is still a little worried. Although this force is strong, if it is lost, Gu Heng will be very troubled. That will be the biggest loss suffered since the establishment of the Alliance. However, he thought about it carefully, and felt that he should let Martins act on his own. Gu Heng could not make it by himself. Moreover, as the Alliance has become so big, he cannot personally participate in every war. Similar situations will happen sooner or later. So let him do it. After receiving Gu Heng permission, Martins was preparing to march. The Spear of the Dragon King was the vanguard, and Lazio was the vanguard among the vanguards. On Changchi Star, it can be seen that a week after Lazio left, a larger fleet arrived. That was the main force of the Spear of the Dragon King. More Alliance army, and the warriors of the Spear of the Dragon King came to the surface, on the one hand, to deal with the remaining enemies on the ground, to ensure the safety of the planet. On the other hand, there were more construction personnel on the scene. They unloaded more air defense and orbital firepower from the transport ship, deployed them on the planet, built orbital gun positions, and even rebuilt orbital gun fortresses. Even in the orbit of the planet, star fortresses and armed space stations transported by tugboats were deployed. These things will greatly enhance the defense capabilities of Changchi Star. According to Martin's order, Changchi Star will be built as an important forward base. Later, a large amount of war materials will be gathered on Changchi Star, and the subsequent reinforcements will also arrive at Changchi Star first. It will become a base camp. The main force of the Dragon King Spear did not stay on Changchi Star for long. After putting down many materials and construction personnel, they set out again soon, following the route previously laid out by Lazio, heading deep into the Baimu Star domain, and also deeper into this war. The pioneer mission undertaken by the entire Dragon King Spear Corps is to ensure that a road from the Jingjia Star domain to the depths of the Baimu Star domain is unobstructed before the main force of the army arrives. Afterwards, they completed the task quite well. This was obviously not the direction of attack by the Iron Armored Regiment and the main Zerg forces swarming out from the Princess Star region. With the strength of an entire regiment, it was not difficult to complete the task. When the main force of the Phoenix and Blood Shark led by Martins arrived at Changchi Star, Ricardo Lazio, who ran the fastest, had already connected with the Sun Expeditionary Force of Sililius. Chapter 658 Urgent. Thank you for coming. During the call, Sililius was very polite. Martin's reply was also very polite. We are friendly forces, so we should be polite. But the politeness was limited to this. The battle situation was critical, so there was really not much time for small talk. Afterwards, Sililius introduced the battle situation on the Western Front to Martins in detail. After receiving Gu Heng's last very severe warning, Sililius's own sense of uneasiness also rose to the highest level. At that time, he did want to compete with Leroy, to see who could enter Riaduchus first. It was normal. As a commander, he had participated in this mighty war. Who wouldn't want to take the final honor? But in the end, his reason prevailed. For the sake of honor, he was unwilling to risk the destruction of the entire army. Combined with Gu Heng's warning, if everything was true, Ryudush's was obviously not the end of this war. Taking it down is not a victory. Moreover, Lolua had already seized the opportunity before him. If the Princess Star Domain was easy to fight, then he would definitely not run as fast as Lolua. If the Princess Star Domain really became a worm nest as Gu Heng said, it was extremely dangerous. Then stepping into it would be a pure death. After a whole day of consideration, he figured out a lot. He finally let go of the idea in his mind. And against all odds, he followed Gu Heng's advice. Stopped the troops, established a defense line on the spot, cleaned up the local infected, and tried to establish a stable base to ensure that there was no worry at the moment. And then look at the situation and make plans for the next step. Then, he waited for the full outbreak of the insect pest, waited for iron armor to attack from behind, and there was no news of Lelua on the northern front. At that time, he was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. If he really led the army like Lelua, rashly entered the Queen Star region, his fate would probably be no different from that of Lelua, whose situation is unknown now. But even the current situation has made him anxious. The Zerg army that escaped from the Queen Star region is actually relatively better. Although they were numerous, they did not step into the Princess Star region and held the defense line. More than a dozen worlds were at war at the same time. The fleets provided support everywhere and used the planets as fortresses to stabilize the front line. Although the war was very intense and the sacrifices were great, they were able to hold the front line and consume each other. In terms of the battle loss ratio, they still had a large advantage. Of course, the battle loss ratio is not easy to talk about. After all, if the battle loss ratio of the Zerg swarm is not good enough, then there is no need to fight, and they will be exhausted to death. After all, although human life is not valuable in the interstellar war, the lives of the opposite insects are even less valuable. In the current consumption, being able to gain an advantage is at least not that bad, as long as the number of insects is consumed to a certain scale, and then certain strategies are adopted, such as a decisive battle or a life-threatening assault to eliminate the core insect nest fleet of the insect swarm. The war can be won. This is also the way that humans and the void insect races often win in the battle for hegemony in this interstellar sea in the past 6 months. But the bigger problem was the main force of the Iron Armored Corps that was attacking from the west to the east. That was life-threatening. The Iron Armored Corps had not been seen for a long time. During the eastward advance, Celilius's troops occasionally encountered them and achieved some results. But the two sides did not engage in a substantial full-scale confrontation. The Iron Armored Corps seemed to break at the slightest touch. In the war spanning hundreds and thousands of worlds, they were beaten back step by step. According to the battle report, Celilius's offensive was too fierce. The full-scale offensive made the Iron Armored Corps unable to resist, and they had no time to gather. So they were beaten back step by step, so that in a series of small-scale battlefields, they suffered great losses, which could basically be considered as destruction. But Gu Heng thought this was wrong from the beginning. It was impossible for Taikai to be so easy to deal with. Did Celilius lie about military intelligence and exaggerate his military achievements? He didn't think so at first. He thought he really defeated Taikai. But now, the facts are in front of him. He must admit that he was careless. Before, he received battle reports that claimed that he encountered Taikai team in battle after battle. It might be true, but the cumulative number of casualties exceeded 4,000. This number seems really unreliable. Maybe in a battle, you encounter 10 ironclads, and when you cover them with artillery, you don't see any of them, so you think they are all wiped out, and then you report it. This is probably the case. The error of a single occurrence may not seem high, but accumulated in countless battles, it is not a small number. And these problems, accumulated until now, have exploded a big bomb for him. The ironclads that came out from behind have at least 11 main battleships, and the strength of the Space Marines is still unknown, but the planets they focus on attacking, everyone is reporting that they were attacked by thousands of Space Marines, and they fell quickly. At the same time, in the deeper battlefields, you can often see iron armor ships and tactical teams coming to harass. Just like the Changchi Star before. Once the defense is insufficient, it will be conquered, causing great trouble. The gains and losses of a planet may not be critical. The risk of iron armor rushing directly to the defense line and attacking from both sides causing the main force of Sililius to be threatened, is much greater, but it is not impossible to solve. After all, Sililius still has a lot of troops, and can still withdraw some troops to arrange defenses facing the west. But the biggest threat comes from the cutoff of the logistics line, which would be the end of us. The entire Solar Expeditionary Force. Such a huge fleet. The Solar Legion Star Army, and the Star Army and Defense Forces recruited from the local Mager universe add up to hundreds of millions, even billions of troops. And the daily consumption is huge. If the basic food and ammunition consumption can be provided on the spot through the many planets currently occupied, then it would be too difficult to replenish the equally large amount of advanced shells, the high compression energy crystals required by the ships, the naval gun shells reserves, the lost high-tech weapons and equipment, such as tanks and fighters. The Bimu Star region is not a place with developed productivity. Providing some primary assets can only be said to be reluctant, and it is not enough, after all. Production and transportation capacity are problems. As for advanced war resources, it is even more helpless, and it can't even produce them at all, not to mention these worlds that have suffered from war disasters, and the recovery of productivity is also a problem. In this case, Martin's arrival solved the urgent problem. Chapter 659. Unhappy. With the arrival of the Alliance, Sililius's first concern was not the issue of troop strength, but the issue of supply. The ammunition and munitions reserves of the large forces on the Western Front, especially the reserves of advanced weapons and equipment, can only sustain a month of high-intensity combat at most. This is still the overall situation. Due to the uneven distribution of supplies, the logistics are not running smoothly due to the war. On some planets, there has been a serious shortage of ammunition. With the battle report, the front line had run out of ammunition and was facing the attack of the swarm of insects. So everyone had to put on the bayonet. It was brave enough. But in the end, it was inevitable that they would be completely submerged in the endless sea of swarms. Unfortunately, in such a tight transportation capacity, in order to give priority to the operation of warships, the fuel supply of transport ships was also greatly reduced. There was no other way. Warships must be given priority. Otherwise, when the enemy army pressed in, their own warships would not be able to run due to fuel problems, which would cause a big trouble. What's more, the bugs coming from the east are easy to deal with now, as they are firmly blocked by the defense line built. The armor coming from the west is a real problem. They have not only fought fiercely with Sililius's troops in several major battlefields, but also gained the upper hand. It is only a matter of time to win. Moreover, they still have spare power to send many small fleets and small troops to the hinterland of the control area of the Western Front Corps to carry out harassment. Without the cover of warships, relying only on transport ships, they can only become prey to the enemy fleet. The arrival of Martins directly solved the two most troublesome problems for Salisbury. Before he set out, he was reminded by Gu Hang and realized that after Salisbury's retreat was cut off, the biggest problem and risk was logistics. So, when he came, he brought a large number of transport ships. The abundant supplies were enough to solve Salisbury's predicament. Moreover, the power in Martin's hands was enough to directly affect the balance of victory or defeat in the key battle. Not to mention that the most direct request at the moment was to hope that the Alliance could transport the corresponding logistical resources to the right place. After a brief discussion, Martins agreed to Sililius' request. Then, the Alliance provided the first support to the dozen battlefields that were in the most critical situation due to lack of supplies. These places were basically concentrated on the western front of the battlefield. After replenishing the logistics, they could have stabilized the front line by their own strength. Not to mention the elite divisions of the Alliance that came with the supplies. So they could simply launch a counterattack. Several attacks were thwarted in succession, and one of them could even be considered a key battlefield. Iron armor suffered only a small loss each time in these battles. But when added up, the losses were not small. At least 500 iron armor space marine infected died in this phase of the battle. Compared with the 10,000-man army that iron armor might have, the number might not be a big deal. But if you really look at it, 500 people are equivalent to half a full-strength regiment. The most important thing is that, after many attacks were thwarted and suffered a lot of losses, the iron armor's offensive had to slow down. They no longer dared to send troops recklessly into the heart of the Western Front and carry out all-round harassment operations. The threat to the main force of the Sun Legion was immediately reduced. Taking this opportunity, the fleet under Martin's command was divided into a group, escorting a large number of transport ships, and transporting the important materials needed by Silesius to him. Among them, the most important ship-specific fuel, that is, those compressed energy crystals, directly made the fleet of Silesius, which was on the verge of paralysis, active again. The warships can be dispatched at full frequency. The transport ships can also run, and there are ammunition and supplies sent by the Alliance, which are enough for them to transport. It is not to say that before the Alliance came, they couldn't even run the fleet. It's just that, when the logistics are cut off, even if the temporary reserves are enough, the psychological pressure will become very great. When fighting, we must not only look at the present, but also look at the future. In order to last longer, we must naturally try our best to preserve supplies. Otherwise, the fleet's operating efficiency will definitely not improve. Now we don't have to worry about these things, and the efficiency will naturally improve. There is even help from the Alliance. The Alliance ships have not only transported a large amount of supplies to the base camp of Salisbury, but also helped them with all their heart and soul to transport these supplies to the frontline battlefield. There is no doubt that the Alliance helped a lot. In a recent report to Holy Terra, Silesius sighed, "Emperor, if it were not for the help of the Alliance, we don't know how many casualties we would have suffered, and even annihilation is possible. I must say this, in this war, the Alliance led by Gu Heng played the greatest role on the southern front. If they hadn't destroyed the Alfonso fleet, the western and northern fronts would have faced the powerful Dark Mechanicus, which would have been extremely difficult. If they hadn't conquered the Nepeta star field and forced the Dragon King's spear to surrender, we would have faced greater pressure during the offensive. If they hadn't conquered the entire Alfonso star field, the entire Mechanicus's power would have been integrated, and we would have faced the triple threat of the iron-armored infected, the Zerg, and the rebellious Mechanicus. In that case, perhaps the war has already failed." His words caused dissatisfaction among many people in Holy Terra. The reason is very simple. Among the several fronts, only the Western Front represents the authority of the Holy Terra government. They all hope that the Western Front will win a great victory in a normal war and take the most important merit. By then, the Ortopus Regiment will be the direct regiment of the High Lords. The fleet will be the Solar Fleet, and the Astra Militarum will be the Solar Legion. If they win, and it is the greatest merit, the generals and officers will be rewarded according to their merits. From forming the Legion to providing logistics, from making decisions to resolutely implementing the rear leaders, those who should reap political benefits and gain huge prestige are all waiting. As a result, you, the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Front, Silesius, said that the Alliance was the biggest contributor. You are the commander of the direct lineage. However, no matter how much dissatisfaction you have to hold it in at this moment. The life and death of the entire Western Front Corps is now in the hands of the Alliance. Political interests and political prestige can only be obtained after the war is won. If you lose the war, or even lose all the Western Front Corps, then everything will be in vain. That will not only be a major blow to the dignity of the Holy Terra government, but also a serious loss in strength, even if Holy Terra is rich, powerful, and represents the central government of the empire. It will be very difficult to immediately form a force of the size of the Western Front Corps. Those who are unhappy can only be unhappy in their hearts, and must praise the Alliance with their mouths, and then look forward to new changes in the war. The remarks on Holy Terra have no impact on Silesius. He has already started to meet with Martins. The two supreme commanders have already started to discuss the counterattack. At present, their situation has improved. Their troops are sufficient, and their goal is definitely not just to maintain the status quo. They certainly want to go further and win the war. Chapter 660, The Great Trend Linked. The Battle of 1-0 Star has begun. This battle is regarded as the most important battle on the Western Front. The three parties involved in the battle, the total number of interstellar warriors deployed exceeded 10,000. On the surface of 1-0 Star, with hundreds of millions of elite troops, they fought fiercely. In the galaxy, the two sides had more than 20 giant ships in total, with thousands of warships, attack each other. The battle has lasted for 2 months. This is actually the 7th month since Martins led the army to the heart of the White Curtain Star region to support Silesius. Solving the initial problem is only the first step. After the military meeting, Martins and Silesius decided on the main strategy of stabilizing the east and attacking the west, facing the swarm of insects swarming out of the Queen Star region on the eastern front. The main strategy is to defend. The basic strategy is to keep the current force configuration unchanged. with about 1,500 space warriors and a fleet guarding here. Of course, in terms of war resources, we will definitely make full use of them. The core element of this strategy is to judge that from the Eastern Front, in the Queen Star region, there will not be a swarm of enemies of a higher order of magnitude. The reason why such a judgment can be made is that Governor Gu has also moved. On the east side of the Queen Star region, the main force of the Alliance led by Gu Heng entered the subspace shadow covering the entire Queen Star region from the Alfonso Star region. Of course, after Gu Heng's large force entered the subspace shadow, it was still able to maintain contact with Martins and Silesius. It's not that Gu Heng has come up with some communication methods that can penetrate the shadow of the subspace. On the contrary, he just used some crude methods. Gu Heng would regularly send some ships to leave the Queen Star region and return to the Alfonso Star region. If there is any news, he can use the star language tower built in the Alfonso Star region to communicate with the Western Front across two star regions. After entering the Queen Star region, Gu Heng actions can be described as steady and solid. Moreover, the means have changed from the past gentleness, becoming fierce and cold. In the galaxy, the battle between the human fleet and the Hive fleet was basically a steady one. The Hive fleet has no resistance? No one dares to make such a judgment, and Gu Heng himself will not speak nonsense. But at present, at least the Hive fleet has not shown the intention of gathering all the ship forces to fight a decisive battle in the Star Sea with Gu Heng. This also makes the Zerg give up the sea control of many worlds. Facing these worlds, Gu Heng adopted three plans: full-scale occupation, extermination order, and abandonment. The number of the three situations decreases in sequence. The number of planets that will be fully occupied is the least, even only in the single digit. They are taken down to be used as important bases. The way to fight is definitely not to send troops to fight bit by bit. Garrisons are definitely needed. But Gu Heng asked the Alfonso sect to expand the production capacity of virus bombs at full speed during this period, regardless of cost. After several months of stockpiling, there are already quite a few. It is a bit difficult to use it in full, but at the necessary moment, on a few planets, in key battles, be more willing to spend more, bombard more. Not only can greatly reduce casualties on your side, but more importantly, it can save fighting time. The one responsible for launching is the most accurate launch method on the starship, missiles. It certainly costs a lot of money, but the effect is also obvious. After the bombing, it is construction. The Alliance will mobilize its own construction capabilities, as well as the construction capabilities of the Araminus sect, which is equivalent to the remnants of the Alfonso sect, in a very short time, and arrange rail guns, star forts and other things. The former is easy to say. The latter is definitely not manufactured on site. But the star fortresses that have already been built, or even those that already exist on other planets, are dragged out and placed in new places. After the defense force is built, a large amount of supplies and reserve troops will be transported and stored on these planets to provide strong support for subsequent operations. As for the second category, that is, the category that has been ordered to be exterminated, there are a lot of them. They generally have two characteristics on the road of the Alliance advancement, and there are a large number of swarms or infected people inside the planet. This kind of planet must be destroyed. Even though there is nothing nearby that can break through the atmosphere, enter space, threaten Gu Heng power. However, after experiencing the previous riot, Gu Heng realized that when the number of insect swarms reaches a certain level, they digest themselves, reorganize biomass, and evolve into biological starships. This kind of planet must be eliminated. One of the reasons why the Northern Front Corps was destroyed was that they did not anticipate this. There was no similar report in the Empire's previous battle reports on the Zerg. The Zerg build their hive fleets, usually in the rear, which is stable for them, or simply on the hive mothership after absorbing enough biomass. The Zerg, in cooperation with the Ironclad and the Alfonso sect, has demonstrated a new ability. At present, it is still unknown whether this ability is originally possessed by the Zerg, but has not been used or observed in past wars, or whether it is a new means of evolution. But since Gu Heng knows it now, it is impossible to leave such a big hidden danger on his marching route. The extermination order is used at such times. As for whether there are still loyalists on the planet, it is not within the scope of consideration. But this action is a huge challenge to the Alliance extermination order weapons inventory. Gu Heng is only one of the new ground-blasting planet destroyers he has obtained so far, and it has not been used yet. This one was pulled out of the black box. All of them are burning sky torpedoes. The production line of this thing has never been fully operational. After Gu Heng drew this technology, he felt that its use was relatively narrow, so he did not produce it vigorously. In most cases, this is of course correct. But isn't this just a minority of cases? The places where the extermination order is needed are so dense. Back then, when Gu Heng entered the heartland of the Iron-Tooth Orc Empire and cleared out those green skins, he didn't use so many. Of course, the situations are different, and we cannot generalize. But then again, even if that is the case, Gu Heng did not regret not mass-producing the burning sky torpedo. He only built a production line, and used the mother machine black box to slowly produce it. That was correct. The cost of building a burning sky torpedo is nearly 2 billion tax coins. The cost of the black box is not counted, which is very low. Expanding its production line is very expensive, and the cost of manufacturing it is also very high. The price of making one burning sky torpedo is enough to make a Moon-class cruiser with 5 of them. The burning sky torpedo can only destroy, but not occupy. Moreover, it is easy to be intercepted. It is useless to make too many of them. So far, the number of burning sky torpedoes in the Alliance is only less than 20. But if used well, this weapon can completely destroy 2-star regions. Of course, this number is still very different from the overall scale of hundreds of worlds in the Princess Star region. But Gu Heng had never thought of using the extermination weapon to plant mushrooms on every planet in the Queen Star region. That would be too expensive and unrealistic. Moreover, the conditions of many planets did not require the use of the burning sky torpedo. This was Gu Heng's third approach. There were some planets that were not on his route. That did not block his way, and that had a small number of swarms or infected people, which he would ignore after a rough calculation. It's not that we don't care at all. We just need to arrange an observation post to watch. We only need to pay attention to one point. Don't let a large Zerg fleet suddenly fly out on this planet. The probability of this is actually not high. The Zerg needs to evolve a large-scale biological ship, which requires a huge amount of biomass. On those planets where the infected people and Zerg swarms are relatively small, the natural environment is often quite harsh. It is not realistic for the Zerg to accumulate so much biomass. At best, some small ships will fly out. But the threat level is very low. If all dangers can be eliminated, it will definitely be the best. However, the time cost and manpower cost are very high. If we really have to clean up the planets one by one, no matter how strong the Alliance is, it will not be able to support such a large investment. Comparing consumption with the Zerg is a decision that only the stupidest commander can make. From this point of view, we also need to have a certain degree of understanding of Marshal Leroy, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Line. When he was thinking about ending the war as soon as possible, he had no way to manage the rotten worlds in the rear like the Alliance. The situation in Jingjia, Alfonso's starfield, which was much better than the 2 starfields of Lefo and Jianmin on the Northern Line, took Gu Heng more than 2 years to slowly clean up. How long would it take for Laruba to clean up Lefo and Jianmin? 4 years? 6 years? He couldn't wait. Then he was finished. But Gu Heng didn't really believe it. The Northern Line Legion, which had a huge fleet, more than 4,000 space warriors, and strong support from the Inquisition, was completely wiped out? There are hundreds of millions of troops, and many of them are elite. As long as the ship is destroyed while everyone is still on board, and all the members are buried in space, it is normal that a considerable number of them can survive until now. It is not easy to kill hundreds of millions of pigs. Going to get a hand and see how many are left in the Northern Army is one of Gu Heng's secondary goals for this march. His main goal is to find the main force of the Zerg, especially the Void Queen that was sent to the Alfonso sect, cultivated, and then released. Only by eliminating the Queen of Zerg can the harm be put to an end. Of course, this cannot prevent the complete destruction of the Queen Star region. This is already an established fact from the dozens of worlds that Gu Heng has passed through. Perhaps there are still living, uninfected humans on the planet, struggling to survive. But the number is extremely small, probably less than 1% of the total population. The entire Queen Star region is probably like this. Even if Gu Heng finally wins the war and eliminates the Queen of Zerg, these planets will eventually be eaten up by the Zerg. However, without the Queen, a large number of hub organisms will lose command, or even die directly. Without the Queen's biotin stimulation, the hatching pool will stop evolving, and will only operate mechanically according to the current mechanism until all biomass is consumed and then collapses. By then, the remaining cleanup work will still be heavy. But it will only be cleanup work after all. The war has been won. However, this main goal is not easy to achieve. Therefore, there is a secondary goal of finding the possible remaining Northern Legion, in order to strengthen their own strength. Another secondary goal is also for this purpose, to attract the attention of the Void Swarm in the Queen Star region as much as possible, to create conditions for the counterattack on the Western Front. The general trend is linked in this way, with Gu Hang direct penetration into the heart of the Queen Star region. Although there has not been a particularly large-scale war yet, a large number of Zerg forces will be attracted, and a big fight is a matter of time. Otherwise, the planets that had not been eaten would be burned one by the Alliance, which would be a huge loss for the Void Zerg. This ensured that there would not be an order of magnitude more Zerg swarms on the western battlefield, rushing out from the Queen Star region to attack the defense line arranged by Sililius. It was also because of Gu Hang containment in the enemy core area that Martins and Sililius were finally able to retain only the relatively small defense force in the east, gather heavy troops, and counterattack to the west, completely defeat them, eliminate the main force of the infected Iron Armored Corps, open up the logistic supply channel of the Western Front Corps on the one hand. On the other hand, it can also liberate the combat effectiveness of the Western Front Corps while completely solving the worries, allowing them to enter the Queen Star region relatively smoothly from the west, cooperate with Gu Hang actions, bind the core force of the Zerg together, eliminate the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen is not a unit that stays in one place obediently, without the ability to fight back. After being threatened, the largest number of Zerg forces will gather around it. A decisive battle is inevitable. At that time, the stronger the strength of the party, the better. Martins and Sililius fully understood Gu Hang idea. They were determined to launch a counterattack against the Iron Armor in the west. After several months of war, the results were not small. The number of Iron Armor regiments was indeed huge, even if they were still considered to have a scale of 10,000 people. However, the forces in the hands of Martins and Sililius were definitely not small. The main force brought by Martins from the Nepeta starfield alone was more than 3,000 Space Marines. Sililius himself had more than 4,000 people. In addition to his own Ortopus regiment, there were also 3,000 Space Marine regiments from various parties when the expeditionary force was formed in the Solar Star field, as well as reinforcements received in succession during the war. The total of 7,000 Space Marines was not much less than that of the Iron Armor. Even if they left 1,500 to block the Zerg swarms from the Princess Star region in the east, they still had at least 5,000 Space Marines. Moreover, in terms of eliteness, they must be better than Iron Armor. Martins has confidence in his own regiment. The Blood Shark is also a powerful regiment, and the Dragon King's spear is quite ordinary. On the other hand, the Ortopus regiment is the favorite of the High Lords, and its eliteness is also extremely exaggerated. It is definitely the first line among all regiments. The quality is enough to make up for the difference in quantity. The 1-0 star battle is the most important battle in this great counterattack. Chapter 661, The Battle of 1-0 Star. The Battle of 1-0 Star was a defensive battle, and Iron Armor was the one who took the initiative to attack. When counterattacking westward, Sililius and Martins also observed a weakness of Iron Armor. There was also a problem with their supply. Although the Iron Armor regiment was fully infected and transformed into insects, the bodies of the Iron Armor warriors killed on the battlefield were stripped of their armor, without dissection. You can tell from the appearance that the flesh inside is like a combination of insects and humans. Deformed skull, chitinous structures growing on the body. Further dissection revealed that the superhuman organs inside had also changed. To be honest, these changes made the Iron Armor stronger in terms of physical strength. Combining the superhuman physique of the Space Marines with the advantages of the Zerg as a biochemical weapon. After their transformation into insects, their average strength was even stronger than that of some ordinary warband warriors. But precisely because they were not completely transformed into insects, they could not be like real insects, almost independent of supplies. Of course, the Void Zerg units will get tired, injured, hungry, and run out of ammunition. However, when they are hungry, they can eat their own kind to replenish their energy, and their own kind will not resist. Everything is the order of the node creatures. Since the lower-level bugs have no self-will, they will not object. Their so-called ammunition is the super-hard chitin bullets differentiated from their bodies. which are fired by the guns that are essentially biological organs and serve as symbionts. All of them are biological products, and all of them can be provided by themselves. When they run out of ammunition and food, they can even digest unnecessary organs in their bodies. For example, if they are sure that they can't eat anything, they can just be cannon fodder and die. The digestive system can break them down and differentiate them into bullets. Or they can evolve by eating their own kind, eating the corpses of their enemies, and eating the parts of nature that can be used. Those soldier bugs, gun bugs and the like are not obvious yet. When it comes to biological cannons, biochemical tanks and other units, the same logic applies. The Zerg also has a special corpse collection team, a group of small insects with only digestive organs. At night, in the intervals between battles, they sneak onto the battlefield and the surrounding areas to eat corpses, whether their own or the enemy, to recycle biomass and provide it to the hatching center in the rear. In this way, even in the case of extreme lack of logistics, the combat effectiveness of the Zerg will not be greatly affected. In theory, the Zerg need logistical biomass supplies when they fight, but in reality, it is almost impossible to defeat them to the point where their logistics are cut off. The logistical difficulty of the human army and the Zerg army is not on the same level. However, the Zergization of the Ironclad Legion is not so thorough. Their combat mode still maintains the human appearance. Basically, all infected people are like this. After all, they are just infected by parasites. Their brains are replaced, and their bodies are transformed. But they are not designed by the Queen from the beginning, and they are not biological weapons born from the hatchery. Ironclad warriors still need power armor to provide space marine-level combat power. Their bolters still need explosive shells to fire. Their ships are still made of steel and require fuel, rather than the Zerg biological ships that can fly by themselves. This makes them need similar logistical supplies like human armies. I don't know what Humphrey Paul's current condition is, but in terms of military affairs, his mind is probably still clear. Before launching the war, he not only hid his troops, but also must have stockpiled a considerable amount of war supplies. However, it has been so long since the war began, and a lot of the necessary supplies have been consumed, especially after Martins and Salilius joined forces to launch a fierce counterattack to the west. The intensity of the war increased significantly. As the intensity increased, the consumption of various war supplies of the iron armor also increased sharply. By now, the Iron Armor Corps has been in a difficult situation. The number of Zergs that emerged from the Princess Star region was less than expected, and they were unable to put enough pressure on the Empire. This was due to Gu Hang attack from the Alfonso Star region into the Princess Star region. The Western Front Army's offensive, which was originally intended to destroy the Empire from both the east and the west, was also disintegrated due to the northward advance of the Alliance Martins division. Now, it was their turn to face the most embarrassing situation. The previously stored war supplies had been consumed greatly due to the fierce war that lasted for half a year. The key is that there is no place to replenish. In the past, iron armor had to support such a large-scale war. Who could it rely on for the huge logistical supplies? First, it relied on the Alfonso sect. This ally is a powerful mechanic order, which not only owns an entire star field as a resource mining site, but also has 3 forging worlds. With the productivity started, it is certainly no problem to arm a large army. Second, it relies on core areas such as the Princess Star Field to provide a large amount of war supplies. After all, before the Princess Star Field rotted, it was their core nest, and the resources that hundreds of worlds can provide are still abundant. When the war expanded, iron armor occupied almost the entire spider web universe at its peak, and resources were put into operation everywhere to supply the army. Now, these 2 most important sources of war resources are gone. The war supplies they had accumulated during the previous dormant stage were the last of them. Now, even if they gathered again and reappeared, they still occupied many worlds in the process of attacking the Western Front Legion of Salilius. However, the supplies they could get from it were not enough. There were some resources, but not much. Insect infection had been spreading repeatedly over the past few years, causing great damage to productivity. Moreover, Salilius's troops also needed supplies, and they had also skimmed oil from the local areas during the previous war. After several rounds, there was no longer enough oil to skim. They did have another way, which was to continue to evacuate westward, retreat to the Mager universe, and collect resources on the spot. But if that happens, how can they put pressure on the Imperial army on the west side? By then, the Western Front Corps will stop chasing, join with Martin's troops to charge into the Princess base, and go east and west with Gu Hang to fight the main force of the Zerg army. Then Humphrey Paul will be dumbfounded. What's more, is it really that easy to retreat westward? Not necessarily. When they showed up more than half a year ago, and the Western Front Corps was in crisis, Sacred Terra also reacted as if it was on fire. Over there, new troops are being formed. For the central government of the Empire. It must be prepared for the situation in the eastern border to deteriorate further. Later, when the Alliance took action to stabilize the situation, these formed troops were not disbanded, but were sent to the Mager universe. On the one hand to strengthen the defense of the central territory of the Empire, and on the other hand, to provide support to the Western Frontier Army. Although, the scale of this army is not too large, too strong. But when the iron armor retreats westward, it will inevitably be entangled with them. It's hard to choose. It's like a noose, it's already wrapped around iron armor's neck. The current task is to slowly tighten the rope, and finally strangle this powerful army of infected people at the junction of the Spiderweb universe and the Mager universe. This will be a long process, but it is also the most stable strategy with the highest winning rate. Although, Gu Hang is still waiting for the Western Front to be liberated and attack the Princess Star domain with him, but, after discussion, Martins and Saligius decided to take it slow. They had discussed this idea with Gu Hang, and Gu Hang said it was okay. Victory was the most important thing. If you had to pursue winning, and winning quickly, then if you didn't do it well, you would lose everything. At worst, Gu Hang would try to slow down his actions in the Queen Star region. It just so happened that he also needed to take time to steadily clear his way in the process of advancing and ensure a stable route. The two sides reached a consensus, and the overall situation was also developing in this direction. That is, the rope around Taikai neck was getting tighter and tighter. At this time, Humphrey Paul made an amazing move. He assembled a powerful force and suddenly launched a fierce attack on Wanzhou Star. Wanzhou Star was the logistics supply center of the Saligius and Martin's coalition forces when they attacked iron armor, and a large amount of supplies were stored here. He fought this battle very beautifully. The troop mobilization before the war was particularly exquisite, and the Empire almost didn't notice it. When it started, it was even more powerful. A single point breakthrough. And when it came in, the Empire's troop mobilization had not yet been formed. This put Wanzhou Star in a huge crisis. Once Taikai took Wanzhou Star, not only would they be able to obtain a valuable wave of supplies, but also, the Empire's supplies would be temporarily in short supply. Although there would be supplies from the Alliance, they would be continuously replenished from the rear, but resources cost money, and the Alliance was not that rich. At the same time, it would take time to operate. At that time, not to mention the possibility of the army's collapse. At least, it will have to restrain its edge and temporarily suppress the large-scale attack. The war that was originally expected to take a long time to win may drag on for a long time. As one side gains and the other loses, the situation is reversed, which Saligius and Martins will definitely not accept. At this time, the latest news came. Wanzhou Star was not conquered. Although the main force of iron armor surrounded the entire galaxy, an Ortopus company stationed on Wanzhou Star, plus half of the Dragon King's Spear Regiment, fought desperately in the battle. In addition, with the cooperation of the brave mortal soldiers of the Solar Legion on the ground, they have been controlling the locations of many key areas on the planet. In this case, the coalition forces that were already gathering troops and preparing for the worst to retake Wanzhou Star must step up their actions. The first batch of reinforcements arrived soon, but they failed in the naval battle and suffered heavy losses. It doesn't matter. The second batch, the third batch, the assembled army will arrive soon. The fleets of both sides were entangled in the Sea of Stars, and the troops that had been deployed on the ground were attacking each other with all their strength, and the reinforcements of the Empire were also deployed on the ground. To put it bluntly, the offensive of iron armor against Wanzhou Star was just one breath away. They were unwilling to fail, and they increased their forces more and more. The forces deployed by both sides became more and more in a very short time. This surprise attack on the logistics hub of Wanzhou Star launched by iron armor was developing in the direction of a decisive battle between the two large armies. It was normal that the Empire did not want to give up the logistics center. On the other hand, although the surprise attack had already failed, Taikai had no intention of stopping. The Empire's staff analyzed that Taikai was risking everything. Of course, They also knew that if they continued to fight like this, they would be heading for a decisive battle on Wanzhou Star. However, when it was obvious that the battle would become more and more difficult as time went on, Taikai did not mind fighting such a decisive battle while his combat effectiveness was still at its peak and all the war materials could still support it. The Empire would not retreat. Apart from anything else, after sending a considerable number of reinforcements, they would not retreat. Unless they were not only willing to hand over a large amount of logistical supply resources, but also to abandon the many troops that had been deployed on the surface of Wanzhou Star. That was of course unacceptable. Although the Empire was not mentally prepared for this before the Wanzhou Star battle began, by now, they had already unified their thoughts. In Martin's words, it means, we will give the traitors the most painful defeat on behalf of the Emperor in Wanzhou. The Battle of Wanzhou reached its peak when the two supreme commanders Martins and Celilius arrived with their most loyal troops. The fleets of both sides are still entangled in space, and it seems that neither can win quickly. The battle on the surface has reached an extremely tragic level. More than 7,000 ironclad warriors have landed on the ground. Many orbital gun systems have been captured, and the starport has fallen into enemy hands. This made it difficult for the Empire's ships to enter the planet's orbital system. Many strategic materials have been transported out and given to the ironclad as supplies. In this situation, Martins and Celilius both led their troops to land on the ground. The fleet withstood the attack of the small number of captured orbital guns, went around to the other side of the occupied starport, and released the main ground forces. Since then, the number of space marines on the ground of the Empire has exceeded 3,500. On a large plain, the two sides launched a fierce battle. On a battle line of about 300 kilometers, the two sides gathered tens of millions of troops, forming a wide and deep confrontation battlefield. The Empire took the initiative to launch a single-point assault. As the spearhead of the assault, the most eye-catching unit was not the Space Marines, but the Alliance National Knights from the Alliance. This army with a large number of Titans, with the cooperation of a large number of infantry and armored units, launched a fierce attack on a defensive position of the iron armor. Chapter 662, Healthy Competition. The Alliance National Knights, with the three words Knights, but in fact, it has long been positioned as a Titan Corps. There are indeed a large number of Knight mechas, but the main force is still the many Titans. From the Warlord level to the War Dog level, there are dozens of them, supported by 3 times the number of Knight mechas of various levels. For example, the Domination level Knight mecha, its size is almost comparable to the War Dog level Titan. They roam across the plains, and every time they step on the ground, it will bring heavy tremors, like an earthquake. The huge cannons mounted on them caused lasers, macro cannons, and rockets to splash freely on the battlefield. At the same time, their huge bodies also provided the best cover. The tanks and armored vehicles that were advancing with them fired recklessly. Behind the assaulting armored forces, the 100,000 artillery pieces assembled fired various types of shells densely into the enemy positions at a speed that did not care about the life of the gun barrels. The width of this attack was limited to a range of about 10 kilometers. At this width, such dense firepower caused the iron armor's defense line to be shaken to a great extent. The resistance on the position was almost suppressed to the point where they could not raise their heads. When the tanks rolled over the trenches, the enemy soldiers hiding in the hiding caves and the corners of the trenches had no way to come out to resist. Then, when the infantry rushed up and began to clear the enemy trenches one by one, as soon as they showed signs of resistance, tank guns and even Titan guns would immediately bombard them. No matter how strong the hiding caves were, they could not withstand such bombing. Those bunkers, those close-range support firepower points, were all ruthlessly removed one by one. At this time, the long-range firepower of the iron armor also showed its power. The artillery, which was no less than the number of the Empire, covered the attacking National Knights and the Empire's artillery positions that had already opened fire in the rear. Artillery is of course useful. In just 2 rounds of attacks, many Empire tanks were destroyed, and the artillery positions in the rear also suffered losses. But the most critical Titans were not seriously damaged. The agile movements of Titans and Knight mechas made them less vulnerable to being hit than tanks. Despite their size, the energy shields they were equipped with, and even the void shields used by warlords, made it difficult for them to be substantially damaged unless they were hit by a lot of concentrated firepower in a short period of time. The artillery positions launched by the iron armor side were also quickly destroyed. Not only did the Empire's artillery hit them, But the attacking Titans also had enough ability to pour firepower over them. Taking a step back, under the premise that the ground position could not withstand the assault of the Empire's armored forces, with the speed and off-road capability of the Knight Mecha, it would take just over an hour to reach a place 40 kilometers away from the front line. The artillery commander of Iron Armor also understood this, but under the strong request of his superiors, he still fired 2 more rounds of firepower as much as possible. In the end, of course, it was meaningless, and this 15-kilometer-long position was completely breached. At the same time, because of the 2 extra rounds of firepower, it was a bit too late to move the artillery positions. There were losses in the long-range bombardment, which was fine after all. They also had achievements. But being attacked by dozens of Knight Mechas in the face, that was really the end of the balls. At close range, the artillery positions with powerful firepower had no ability to resist at all. They could only flee in a scattered manner, with huge casualties. If they ran now, they could take advantage of the fact that there were not many Knight Mechas, and they could not take care of all the people who escaped. If they delay for a while longer, waiting for the equally fast-moving mobile forces to arrive, then no one will be able to escape. During the entire process, the most powerful Space Marines on the rebel side never appeared. Space Marines are indeed powerful, but in such a large-scale battlefield, what can the most elite Space Marines do? Facing the roar of 100,000 artillery pieces and the carpet-style bombing, Space Marines will die if they are hit. They are not like Titans, each of which has energy shields and void shields, which can withstand artillery fire to a certain extent. They cannot continue to advance forward under fierce firepower like Knight Mechs. Even if they stand in front of the steel torrent, they will be crushed. In this scenario, there is not much difference between Space Marines and high-level infantry. Space Marines are not used in this way. The use of Space Marines was also demonstrated by Iron Armor that night. At night, they organized an infiltration strike. The Space Marines formed dozens of 3-person teams, quickly infiltrated the Empire's front, and began to slaughter. They did not just kill without purpose. They destroyed the ammunition depot, captured the prisoners and asked about the camps of the Knight Mech and Titan operators, and then slaughtered them. Destroyed the artillery positions. They came quickly, and were like ghosts. When they evacuated, they left in a long way, and it was impossible to stop them. Often, the Empire would launch similar retaliatory actions, or station troops there to fight the armored warriors who infiltrated. On this 300-kilometer-long front, similar situations happened all the time. This time, the situation was a little different in that, after using so many Knight Mechas and Titans to break through a 15-kilometer-long defense line, it was definitely to continue to accumulate strength for the next attack. It was a grand strategy that affected the entire war situation. How could it allow such destruction? The Space Marines on the Empire side had been arranged to come here long ago. After the large-scale attack during the day, they did not show up. With the Iron Torrent pushing forward, there was no need for the Space Marines to go down. However, in this special attack and defense operation at night, facing the infiltrating Space Marine vanguards, only those of the same level could fight against them. The number of their own Space Marines was less than that of the infiltrating iron-armored warriors. Only about half. However, when the battle really started, it was very successful. The 2 teams with the most brilliant results were the Phoenix Squad and the Ortopus Squad. They were organized into groups of 3, and each group eliminated at least several times more armored warriors than itself. After dawn, they compared their results. The Ortopus Regiment was slightly better, with 17 people, while the Phoenix Squad on the other side had only 14 people. 3 less. However, the Phoenix Trio remained intact after the battle. Although all 3 were injured, they all survived. On the contrary, one of the brothers from the Ortopus Squad died after a night of fighting. From this perspective, it is hard to say who won and who lost in the end. This healthy competition between the 2 regiments has been going on for some time. At the beginning, the Ortopus warriors were quite arrogant and indifferent. In the cooperation and communication with other war bands, they have always been like this. Better equipment, better treatment, stronger personal strength. They are the direct war band from the center of the Empire. Except for those newly founded war bands with glorious history, they will look up to them. Others, they don't pay much attention to them. However, the results of the Phoenix Warband made them. While they were not convinced, they had to admit that it was a strong competitor. Although, during the brutal war, the middle and high-level officers of the 2 regiments were restraining their arrogant soldiers and generals, strictly prohibiting private fights, duels, even just training and practicing martial arts. If you have that strength, it would be better to stay on the battlefield and use it to kill the enemy, wouldn't that be better? But when facing the same enemy, using the heads of the iron armor as a comparison tool is very useful. The results of the battles on both sides are often similar. What else can I say? They certainly won't admit defeat, but in their hearts, they all undoubtedly regard the other party as being on the same level as themselves. In comparison, the other regiment, the Blood Shark Regiment, is also enough to attract people's attention. They may be a little bit behind the iron armor and Ortopus in terms of combat effectiveness. However, the tactical tradition of rapid assault, which this regiment is particularly good at, has enabled them to achieve very significant results in various attacks on key enemy targets. In terms of preventing their own side from being infiltrated and special operations, their performance was mediocre. But if they were sent to perform similar tasks, they would be slightly more efficient than Ortopus and Phoenix. In contrast to these three outstanding regiments, the remaining 7 regiments all performed mediocre, belonging to the normal level, and were even slightly worse than iron armor. Among these 7 regiments, except for the Spear of the Dragon King, the other 6 only had about 100 or 200 people each. They were sent by their parent regiment to support the formation of the Sun Expeditionary Force. The confrontation between the Space Marines is also very important, and very cruel. There are always some frontline command centers on both sides, which are suddenly destroyed at the critical moment. Various decapitation tactics emerge in an endless stream, and key strategic points are quickly taken down by the Space Marines. Often only a few dozen people, or even a few people, can have a decisive influence on a battle involving tens of thousands of people on both sides. And the mutual fighting between them also causes both sides to lose personnel rapidly. Up to now, more than 500 Space Marines of the Empire have been killed. On the other hand, the number of ironclad warriors who have been killed must have exceeded 1,000. Among these results, more than half were killed by Phoenix, Ortopus, and Blood Sharks. On the one hand, these 3 regiments have the largest number of people, and on the other hand, they are also a manifestation of their strong combat capabilities. Together, more than 1,500 Space Marines died in less than a month, which shows how intense the war was. Even the Space Marines died like this, not to mention the ordinary troops. Millions of people fighting each other on this not particularly large plain. Hundreds of people died every minute from bullets, artillery, and bombing. In a month of fighting, the total number of soldiers killed by the Empire has exceeded 2 million. There is no difference between minor battles and major battles. For a position, both sides fought hard and continuously, filling it with countless shells, bombs, and the blood of soldiers, the wreckage of tanks and armored vehicles. The trenches were filled up. Even the elite Sun Legion and the Alliance Army, under such horrific casualties, had their morale shaken. Perhaps it was still okay on the overall front, but when it came to the most intensely fighting division or regiment, the sacrifice rate could reach 50% or 70% in a short period of time. It was normal for the remaining survivors to have their morale broken. Even if it was an iron army, the people who made up the troops were not really iron. However, no one would lose their minds and run away. Even if their morale collapsed, they would not abandon their positions and run away. If they ran away, they would have no chance of survival. Not to mention how daunting the military court treatment would be, even if they were in an environment where brutal fighting was taking place every moment, day and night. They could not run away. If they stayed at their positions honestly, they might be able to survive a little longer. If they ran back, they would probably be shot in the next second, or fall to the ground after being hit by a cannon. Except for the anti-artillery holes, the trenches, and the distance of several kilometers behind them, were all within the enemy artillery range, and they could not run away at all. On the other side, the iron armored do not have any concerns about morale. Those infected whose brains have been completely parasitized are not afraid of life and death. However, they also have no subjective initiative, are rigid, stiff, and clumsy. Even if they are like human troops, holding similar weapons, wearing similar protective gear and armor, they can only act according to the commander's orders. This certainly makes them organized and disciplined, but they also lose their humanity, cannot show the bravery that belongs only to humans on the battlefield, cannot create miracles, and often make a mistake, pay a huge sacrifice, and then do not know how to adapt. When they were asked to charge a position, With a heavy grenade launcher, they really rushed forward. According to the order of the superior commander, it was indeed worth it if they could charge down, but when the firepower attack from the side suddenly came, they didn't know how to hide, and were wiped out in large numbers. Before the superiors came with new orders, the frontline troops carrying out combat missions didn't know how to adapt. Because of this, after the Empire suffered millions of casualties, the number of casualties suffered by the infected army on the opposite side would only be higher, and even reach a difference of about twice. Moreover, the infected do not have the ability to eat corpses, recycle biomass and hatch new troops. If they die, they die. From this perspective, if they continue to consume the Wanzhou star, will the one who can't hold on be iron armor? No. There is another huge variable, which comes from the sky. The warships of both sides are always trying to provide support. A fierce orbital bombardment can bring about a huge change in the ground battle. Chapter 663, Titan War. The ships of both sides are entangled with each other in space. If one side comes to the vicinity of the planet orbit to support the ground battlefield, the other side will definitely not agree. However, both sides can always be caught in similar opportunities. The other side's ships will come to rescue immediately, and the orbital guns on the ground will often open fire at this time. Soon, the starships that come to interfere with the ground battle can be driven away. However, it doesn't take a long time for the starship to come to support. Just a short while, dropping a few missiles, macro cannons, light spear shooting, can make a significant change in the ground battle. Both sides had to rely more on orbital gun groups to drive away enemy ships and intercept orbital firepower. What needed to be intercepted was not only the orbital strikes from the occasional starships, but also the enemy land-based missiles. The battle unfolded in this plain area had a seemingly long contact surface of 300 kilometers. But in fact, under the attack of high destructive weapons, it was actually very short. Some DF-level missiles were carried to the ground, and then equipped with missile launchers to directly attack the opposite position from land, which was also a feasible option. One DF missile can cover dozens of kilometers. If more missiles are fired, the enemy entire front line can be covered. Under this missile, all exposed personnel within a radius of 6 kilometers in the central area will be eliminated, no matter how many soldiers are stored inside. For soldiers in the trenches, the killing radius can reach about 3 kilometers, which means that hiding in the trenches is not very useful. Unless you are in some solid permanent fortifications or shelters, you may be able to survive as long as you are more than 1 kilometer away from the impact point. With this super bomb as the core, it is a conventional tactical means. After the huge missile explodes, the ground troops will take the 3 defense equipment and come up to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Both sides also have this weapon on the ground, in the sky, and on larger starships. After a bombing, there are often tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of casualties, and the battle lines of both sides will change greatly. But the reason why the battle line is not fully covered by this big bomb is that it relies on the interception of various anti-aircraft firepower. This thing is expensive, and the reserve is small. If it is released once, and then intercepted at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it can still have some power, but it is relatively limited, and depending on the interception position, it may also hit its own people. To put it bluntly, the interception methods of these colleges and universities are the key to the continuation of the ground war. But who doesn't want to bomb the opponent while not wanting to be bombed by the opponent? Soligius and Martins thought. Before, they tried to conduct space warrior infiltration operations to attack the enemy defense interception firepower and orbital gun fortresses, trying to destroy them. But it failed every time. Iron armor attaches great importance to the defense of this, just like the Empire attaches great importance to the defense of its own interception positions. And this is the reason why the precious Titans were used earlier to create a large salient in the battle line. This salient is an excellent starting point for attacking, and it is easier to encircle the enemy, because this salient itself poses a threat to the enemy flank, and it is also the closest to the strategic target behind the enemy, shortening the distance needed to advance. The salient created by the Alliance National Knights directly points to a core area behind the enemy. There, not only is the iron armor's material distribution center on the ground, but also the Empire's large storage base before the outbreak of the Wanzhou Star battle. At the same time, there are also key fire interception positions and orbital guns deployed there. If we take that place, not to mention winning the battle, at least some of our own super large bombs, which can be dropped by missiles or strategic bombers, will have a better chance and will be less likely to be intercepted. But from a defensive perspective, The salient position is extremely disadvantageous, because the length of the defense line of the salient is much longer than the length of the defense line stretched into a straight line. It means that more troops are needed for defense, and because the flanks are exposed, it is easy for the enemy to break in from the roots of the two wings and be surrounded. It is precisely because of the obvious advantages and disadvantages of the salient that both sides of the war fought fierce battles around the salient, and even strategic decisive battles. At the moment, the Empire was unwilling to give up the opportunity to attack, so it invested a large number of troops to protect those salients. Iron Armor was naturally aware of the Empire's strategic goal. In order to eliminate the threat of this offensive springboard to the important base in the rear, it also tried its best to eliminate the salient that penetrated deep into its own defense line. After a night of mutual competition between the Space Marines, the genius was about to dawn, and Iron Armor launched a fierce attack on the salient. In the early morning, the heavy artillery covered the positions of the Empire. It almost bombed every inch of land. The heavy artillery of the Empire also fired back. It was a bit difficult to bomb the enemy artillery positions. Both sides moved their artillery positions to a relatively backward position, but the direction of the enemy attack could be predicted. Regardless of whether the enemy had really launched an attack, it would be correct to cover them with countless shells. However, the Iron Armor's infected army still rushed up under the pressure of the bombardment. In a place where every inch of land had been bombed, many human soldiers appeared at this moment. Machine guns, rifles, and company-owned howitzers were pushed out from the anti-gun holes one by one. Both sides even faced each other and fought with bayonets. Moreover, both sides were still constantly sending reinforcements to the front line of the battle. However, it was very difficult to send reinforcements. It was not easy for artillery to directly bombard the troops of both sides that were fighting face to face. But the bombardment line could be moved back a few hundred meters. Whether it is the infected troops of Iron Armor, or the infantry and armored troops of the Empire, if they want to come up, they have to cross this bombardment line, and it is unknown how much it will cost. In this process, the situation of the reinforcement of the human side is more ideal than that of the Iron Armor side. Humans are smarter, and they know to dig tunnels to reinforce the troops. When the tunnel is blown down, they know to stop for a while and climb over the ground. They also know to take it step by step, find cover, and move forward in the gaps between bombardments. There were still huge casualties, and they could only reinforce the front line. Fortunately, the other side was in a worse situation. The stupid infected people. The proportion of reinforcements was even lower. They stared at the salient and worked hard for a whole morning, with heavy casualties, a lot of shells. But the effect was average. The Empire also faced a great challenge, with heavy casualties, but at least they held on. By noon, the number of new infected troops coming to reinforce was getting smaller and smaller, and the remaining enemies were eliminated one by one. The Empire soldiers on the position thought they could calm down for a while, relax, and fight the next battle. As a result, the expected calm did not come. Instead, the whole earth shook. The soldiers were a little surprised. They were familiar with this shaking feeling. The footsteps of the Titans. 2 days ago, when they fought out of this salient, they fought with the Titans. The Titans are coming again? But I haven't heard of any large-scale offensive operations recently. Titans are not defensive weapons. They are the most powerful offensive weapons. Perhaps because it was difficult to defend the salient, the superiors sent out Titans to fight, to teach the attacking infected people a lesson? But soon, they felt something was wrong. As time went on, it was not just the shaking of the earth that was heard, but when the real footsteps appeared, they suddenly discovered that the direction from which the Titans came was actually from the enemy. The Iron Armor Titans were dispatched. The Iron Armor rebels, of course, also had Titans. Previously, they had such a good relationship with Alfonso's sect. And of course, they would ask Alfonso for support from the Titan Legion. Titans, Knight mechas, they also had them all. However, the number of Titans and Knights owned by Iron Armor was definitely much less than that of the Empire. In previous battles, they rarely used this powerful but precious weapon. But today, they used it. And once they used it, they invested a lot. At least 200 Knights and Titans rushed into this position. A few days ago, the Iron Armor side suffered a lot under the attack of the Alliance Titans. And now all the frustrations were returned. After paying a great price and defending the defense line for a whole morning, it was broken. The iron armor rebels even pushed the artillery positions forward a lot, and fired at the artillery positions of the Empire. The Titans did the same. In an instant, the artillery positions of the Empire, which had been firing fiercely before, became somewhat subdued. If they continue to bomb like this, I'm afraid the whole place will be destroyed. What's worse is that the iron armor rebels' attack this time is aimed at the root of the salient. Once they really penetrate it, the troops in the entire salient will probably be surrounded. In the entire salient, there are not only 16 divisions deployed as defenders, but also a large force ready to launch an offensive from the salient. If the iron armor rebels really surround it, their retreat will be cut off, and with no logistic support, they will probably have to bear the consequences of being annihilated as a whole. That's millions of troops. If this happens, it will be a tragic defeat. At this critical moment, it was still the National Knights of the Alliance that showed off their might. When the Titans of the Iron Armor rebels were showing off their might, the Titans of the Alliance also appeared. Instantly, on the land of 10 Star, a rare battle between Titan Corps broke out. Colonel Gu Zhouhua was on the operating table, and he was nervously doing two things at the same time. On the one hand, he was observing the enemy's situation, and on the other hand, he was always paying attention to the information coming from the various parts of the warlord-level Titan he was in. Beside him, there are two major-level assistant operators. Inside the Titan, there are 14 other operators and coordinators responsible for various components. Together, they form the operating team of this warlord-level Titan. This is the biggest difference between the Titan and the Night Mech. The Titan requires a whole operating team to operate, while the Night Mech only has one person. According to general tradition, there is no distinction between military ranks in the Titan Corps. It is also easy to understand. The Titan Corps of the Empire basically all belong to the Mechanicus. Each Mechanicus does not use military ranks to distinguish superiors and subordinates. So naturally, there are no military ranks in the Titan Corps. But the Alliance is obviously not the general case. The National Knights, with the title of the Knights, drive Night Mechas and Titans. But in fact, they are still part of the Alliance Army and are directly led and governed by the Alliance Army Department. Their precious equipment, most of which is produced by the Alliance itself, and some of which is sent from the Mingyang sect on Jindy Star. But even if they were from the Mechanicus, they were bought. The drivers and the Titan operating team were all trained by the army itself, so they were naturally managed according to military ranks. Colonel Gu Zhouhua was one of them. His last name was Gu, and he was from the same family as Governor General Gu, but their bloodline was quite distant. His grandfather was a middle-level manager of the Gu Trading Company. By his generation, the Gu family had long been not only in the trading company, but also in the transport team. Although Governor Gu had not taken special care of them, they were able to achieve some results in various aspects in the entire alliance system just by virtue of their surname, family background, and their own abilities. Gu Zhouhua studied in a military school, Shongxi Academy, and then entered the Titan Corps with good grades. And in a few years, he took on the role of warlord-level Titan commander. However, he was still very nervous at the moment. Before this, although there had been many confrontational trainings between Titans, can training and actual combat be the same thing? Training was mainly for drills, and the shells fired were all fake training shells. In close combat, they were even more cautious, fearing that if they damaged a little, it would be very expensive to repair the Titan. Of course, they were not without actual combat experience. Wasn't the battle a few days ago fought by Titans? Going back further, as the decisive force in the army, they had participated in many battles. However, in previous battles, they always used superior forces to fight inferior forces, and used superior equipment to fight infantry, tanks, and fortresses. This kind of life-and-death battle between Titans was indeed the first time. But what made people feel relieved was that the number of enemies seemed to be less than theirs. After receiving the urgent order to attack, the Alliance National Knights came out in full force. There were 300 Knights and Titans, while the opposite side seemed to have only a little over 200. This made Gu Zhouhua feel a little relieved. We should be able to win, right? But he soon became worried again. Winning or losing, that is a matter of strategy. When a real battle breaks out, who lives and who dies on the front line has nothing to do with who wins in the end. But these messy thoughts, when the first shell hit the Warlord-class Titan he was in, disappeared. Confirm Void Shield loss. Weapon system ready. Lock on the target. Hit the most prominent traitor mech. Fire. Fire again. Charge. Kill them! Chapter 664, Can't Be Tough. The Titans' movements look quite slow from a distance. But in fact, they take a step, they have to take dozens of meters. The Titans of both sides, seeing that there is still some distance, they are still shooting at each other with long-range weapons. But just a moment later, the two steel behemoths, they collided fiercely. The Titans' close-range fighting, emphasis on control. At the beginning of the battle, Gu Zhihua had already eliminated 3 enemy armored giants. The heavy artillery equipped on the Warlord-class Titan is extremely powerful. The main gun equipped on Gu Zhihua's Titan is a laser cannon. This laser cannon, which cost a lot of money to build, can even be regarded as a reduced version of the M-class melting light spear in terms of power. Without such a large attack range, the Titan cannot use it. And without such great destructive power, it cannot bear it. However, the concentration of the light spear is more concentrated. And while it is much thinner, the area hit by the light spear can cause damage that is no less than that of melting. Under the attack of such weapons, the energy shields and void shields used by large Titans can still withstand it. But ordinary knight mechas are really no match for them. The target targeted by Gu Zhihua suffered a major blow. For example, a small knight mecha like the Squire class. With one shot, the shield and the mecha itself were destroyed. Even a standard knight mecha like the Ranger class, which is not small, but with one shot, the energy shield is directly overloaded. And it is the kind of overload that cannot be repaired, and the shield generator explodes. Then, there is no need for the main gun to fire. The operator in charge of the weapon system can destroy it with one shot from the secondary gun. That's how the 3 records were achieved. But the powerful Warlord-class Titan cannot always be used to fight such small things. Gu Zhihua's Titan is one of the fastest large Titans in the entire Legion, and it should have been subjected to the enemy's concentrated fire. In fact, not far from Gu Zhihua, a Warlord-class Titan had already fallen. It's not that the Void Shield is not powerful, nor is it that the armor is not thick enough. It's just that it was being targeted and attacked. And no matter how strong it is, it can't withstand it. Of course, there were also Warlord-level Titans falling on the opposite side. Gu Zhihua was not so unlucky, and he did not become the enemy's biggest target of concentrated fire. But despite this, the fierce artillery fire also turned his Void Shield into the most dangerous purple-red color, and it was about to overload. At this juncture, under his constant urging, the operator in charge of the power supply had already made the engine smoke. The entire Warlord-class Titan rushed into the enemy camp first, and its target was an enemy War Dog-class Titan. After the fierce collision, both sides stopped in an instant. At this time, Gu Zhihua could breathe a sigh of relief. After being caught in close combat, the enemy artillery fire could not focus on him, even if the enemy insisted on fighting regardless of friendly casualties. There was a War Dog in front of him. However, he had to lift up his breath again. Close combat, is it easy? Even if the opponent is just a War Dog, you must not be careless. In close combat, the Void Shield is useless. When he was still a trainee, he knew that, waving a melee weapon, slowly passing through the Void Shield, and then speeding up to cut and attack the enemy. He didn't believe that. The Titan operator on the opposite side didn't know. Even if the infected driver on the opposite side has lost his brain, but in fact, he just lacks some flexibility, and the execution of orders is rigid, they will still think, after all, their brains have been eaten. At least not completely eaten, and they can still work normally. In some cases, it is an advantage. But in the operation of such high-precision weapons, and the confrontation of top equipment, lack of humanity is fatal. The War Dog Titan could only rigidly try to stand up straight, and rigidly throw its weapon at Gu Zhihua's Titan. However, Gu Zhihua, as if he had a sudden inspiration, issued several instructions in succession. The power group cancelled the balance control of the machine soul, operated the legs alone, and with one force, knocked the War Dog down. Following the trend, the weapons team used a huge power fist to hit the enemy on the head. If one punch didn't solve the problem, they would hit it a few more times until the entire War Dog Titan was smashed. During this process, Gu Zhihua, the commander of the Titan, did not pay attention to the enemy in front of him, but retrieved the information of the entire battle situation in front and on the side from the observation system. What he was most worried about was that when he knocked the enemy down and beat him up, he would be hit by other firepower. When the Void Shields were close to overload, they were actually quite fragile. What reassured him was that the enemy did not aim at him. Only a small amount of firepower hit him, and the void shields that were close to overload still blocked 30% of the firepower. The remaining 70% made the Titan shake. However, the strong enough armor and the structural strength of the Titan itself still allowed them to hold on. And the damage was not even serious. The reason for this was, of course, not that the enemy showed mercy, but that at this moment, the two sides had already come into contact on a large scale. The war machines, surrounded by comrades on both sides, rushed up and collided with each other. The collision of steel and steel made a deafening roar. These steel giants, which were more than 10 meters high, or even dozens of meters high, were strangled in a primitive and cruel way. The huge chainsaw swords tore the steel apart. The power fists with unparalleled power smashed the shell, and the gun barrels extended into the inner layer of the energy shield, firing at the face. In this area that was not too big from a distance, the fierce fight between hundreds of steel behemoths was rare. Even the well-informed Ortopus chapter master Sililius, who had fought in many places throughout the empire, had to admit that this war was almost like the classic battles recorded in ancient times, from the perspective of the entire empire's history. In such a narrow area, such intensive Titan battles, and battles where both sides fought to the death, there were not few, but they were not many. He couldn't help but ask the person next to him, Sage Barnes, "What do you think of this Titan Legion of the Alliance? Have you changed your evaluation from a few days ago?" Barnes was silent for a long time. He came from Mars, from the headquarters of the Mechanicus, as the chief consultant of Sililius and even the entire Western Front Legion. A few days ago, when the Alliance Titan attacked, he gave a forward evaluation, nothing special. At that time, he still had a bit of arrogance, saying, "I came from the center of the Empire, and I have seen Titan legions that are much stronger than this." But now, he couldn't say it. Perhaps, the number of Titan legions that the Martian Mechanicus can directly mobilize is much larger than this. However, the Martian Titan Legion, how many years has it been since it fought a similar war? It is often good enough to put a few Titans on a battlefield and crush the enemy. There are not many people on Mars who have similar experience in large-scale battles between Titans like this. At least he himself has never seen it. At this point, he can't be stubborn. He can only cough twice and say, "It's still good." Sililius chuckled and sighed. "If it weren't for the help of the Alliance, we would not be able to defeat the situation today with only dozens of Titans in our hands." Knights. Chapter 665. Stupid work. Since we had Mars to help us at the beginning of the formation, the Western Front Corps also had Titans. However, the number of Titans was not large. Just as Sililius said, including the Night Mechs and Titans, there were only more than 50 in total. To be fair, this number was already quite a lot. Since the Holy Terra government has come to me for help, I will just give them some money. There are dozens of Titans. And what about the Knights? What else do you want? Generally speaking, according to inertia, no matter how harsh or challenging the battle situation is, if you put dozens of Titans on the ground, you can always solve it. Right? Can't solve it? Then you can do it yourself. To be honest, Sililius is dissatisfied with this situation. Everyone knows that there is an Alfonso sect behind iron armor, which is a powerful order with 3 forged worlds. You just give me these 50 or so. What's the use? However, even if he is dissatisfied, there is no other way. He has no connections that can impress the masters on Mars. That's the only way. If he really encounters a large army of armored Titans, then, we see, he is not completely helpless. It is unwise to use Space Marines to fight Titans head-on. It is a waste. But when the battle comes to a critical moment, there is no other way, even if he has to be an idiot. The situation is forced. What can he do? But now? Wait. What is that? Sililius, who had just finished his sigh, frowned again. What he said was not a question. He saw it clearly. He asked it, but just mentioned it casually, following his finger. Sage Barnes adjusted his optical eyes and looked over. He saw a gray-black torrent, gathering from the rear of the enemy Titan, rushing to the battlefield. It was countless ironclad space warriors. Don't worry, Barnes said. Keep calm and see how the situation develops. Sililius did not reply, but just clenched his fist and watched. Before these iron-armored space marines arrived, the Alliance Titans had already gained the upper hand on the battlefield. In the brutal fight between the Iron Giants, Titans from both sides kept falling. But in general, More Titans from the iron-armored side were destroyed. And they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If the fight continued like this rare confrontation between Titans would end with the victory of the Empire. I just didn't expect that the commander of the iron armor side would be so desperate. As mentioned before, no matter how strong the Space Marines are, they are still at a disadvantage when facing Titans and Night Mechs head-on. And they have a smaller chance of winning. Seeing these Space Marines rushing up, the Titans also opened fire to intercept them and tried to destroy them. These iron armor Space Marines did not ride on vehicles such as chariots, tanks, and aircraft. The Iron Armor Legion will definitely not lack these. But there is a reason why they don't ride them. A tank, the firepower of a Space Marine aircraft, is still not a big threat to the Titan. If there are more Space Marines inside, more people will die if they are destroyed by a single shot. At present, the Space Marines rush up in a scattered formation, and one shot, sometimes they can't hit anyone, because Space Marines are small targets, and they can move quickly and flexibly. Of course, if they are hit, even a Terminator with an energy shield will die. After all, the Terminator is so small, and the shield generator that can be stuffed in it is also small. It can block the same level of firepower, but it is definitely not able to stop the Titan cannon. During the charge, the ironclad Space Marines were being slaughtered unilaterally. But so what? Standing on the high ground, looking at Siligius from afar, one can see the ironclad Space Marines coming out of the smoke and dust. There are simply too many of them. There are too many. The number of ironclad Space Marines killed during the charge was not small. And there must have been hundreds of them. Under normal circumstances, precious Space Marines would die hundreds of times during a charge in the plains? That's unimaginable. A whole regiment will be destroyed. That's why it's stupid to use Space Marines to fight Titans. Where are there so many Space Marines? Can they be wasted on the battlefield? But Ironclad did it. And it really works. When Space Marines get close to the face, Titans and Night Mechas, with these little things, there's no such good way. They often get into energy shields, void shields, and then, the heavy, powerful melee weapons of Titans and Knights, but it's very difficult to hit them. There were indeed some guards accompanying the Titan. But no matter whether they were infantry or sentinel mechas, what could they do to the Space Marines? On the contrary, the Space Marines became deadly. The iron-armored infected warriors relatively easily cleared out the guards around the Titan. Then, they had a variety of ways to deal with the Titan and the Night Mechas. When facing the relatively smaller Night Mechas with less thick armor, they would climb up like flexible monkeys, attach the hot melt bombs to the key parts, and destroy them after detonating them. Facing a Titan that is larger in size and has much thicker armor, it is not easy to destroy it by simply attaching a hot melt to it. However, Titans also have their own weaknesses. The coordination between multiple operating groups is a problem, which will put them at a greater disadvantage when facing the close-range and flexible Space Marines. In addition, the door to the operating space can be violently blown open. Once this door is blown open, how can the Space Marines rushing into the Titan be resisted by a dozen operators, who only carry small handguns at most? The operator was killed, and the Titan naturally couldn't move. Not to mention that it could recover after the war. Maybe the Space Marines still put a bomb in the operation room. Even if it didn't, it wouldn't be destroyed. At least in this battle, we can't rely on this war machine. In a short while, more than a dozen war machines were destroyed, although the Space Marines paid a heavy price. It seems that if there is no more interference, Iron Armor may be able to completely eliminate the Alliance National Knights here after paying 1,000 or 2,000 Space Marine casualties. This is absolutely unacceptable. We can't wait any longer. Silas ignored the advisors around him, turned around, picked up his helmet, and left quickly. Before this, he had called the Loyalist Space Warriors to gather here, but it seemed that they couldn't wait for more troops to gather. A moment later, the Kirin fighter he was riding had already arrived above the battlefield. The entire craft firepower of the iron armor side shot down many Kirin fighters. Whether it was the Titans, the Knights, or those ironclad warriors on foot, they all had anti-aircraft weapons in their hands. If a Kirin was shot down, the Space Marines inside would be killed as well. But just as the ironclad could withstand casualties, so could the warriors of Ertopus. There were still many Kirin fighters alive. They maintained their speed, lowered their altitude to 12 meters, and opened the hatch. One by one, the copper-colored Space Marines jumped out of the hatch, landed on the ground, rolled a few times as a buffer, and then fought with the ironclad warriors. Among them, the most prominent one was Sililius himself, wearing the champion's crown, holding the two sacred objects of the regiment, a round holy shield, and a spear with a strong classical atmosphere. He began his killing. Chapter 666, I Help You. Sililius is of course the top warrior. Just champion is not enough to describe his strength. After landing, the iron-armored warriors naturally surrounded him. Their number is far greater than the 100 or so Ortopus warriors who landed. 10 against 1 is not enough, I wish 100 against 1. Ortopus warriors are strong, yes, but even if they are generally stronger by a level, they are still space warriors. The copper warriors could only stand back to back, rely on each other, attract 3 to 5 times the number of enemies to attack, try their best to hold on, don't lose men, and try their best to kill one enemy. But Sililius was not like that. With his 8-man guards, he killed every armored warrior who came before him. I didn't see any exquisite means, but his long spear as fast as a dragon, with one stab, the armored warriors who came head-on, or from the side, could not dodge or block it no matter what, and were pierced through the heart by the holy spear, killing them on the spot. Whether it was ordinary tactical armor, or the much heavier Terminator armor. Under the holy object, there was no difference. It would penetrate with one stab, and it would kill with one stab. As for the enemy attacks, a few were dodged, and most were blocked by the red copper shield. When blocking this, no matter how much strength the attacker used, or how powerful the long-range firepower was, Sililius's shield remained motionless. And it was as if Sililius himself could not even feel the after-effects. All attacks were completely eliminated on the surface of the shield. Sometimes, Sililius only needs to raise his hand slightly, and the red copper shield can even reflect the enemy attack. The long-range firepower will follow the direction of the shield's deflection, and blast to the position where Sililius wants to hit. The close-range sword slash, or the heavy hammer smash, will also be deflected to himself by the power of the shield, and feel the huge force of the recoil, and thus lose balance. Often at this time, a fatal spear will follow. A warrior with a champion's headdress suffered this great loss, while Sililius was dealing with the enemy coming from another direction. He fired a burst of bullets at Sililius with his bolter. In the crowd, the bullets accurately found the captain, but Sililius ducked down like a prophet, put his shield under him, and rolled to avoid a string of bullets. Then, when the champion abandoned his gun and drew his sword, Sililius, who was half crouching on the ground, jumped up first, and stabbed with his spear at lightning speed. After all, he was a champion. At the critical moment, the iron armor pressed down the sword and chopped on the spear. It was hard to block it. But the next moment, in his sight, a fiery red bull head was infinitely enlarged. It was the pattern of the holy shield in Sililius's hand. The next moment, he was lifted up by the round shield, and the heavy blow made his whole body shake. But before he could regain control of his body, a spear from bottom to top pierced his chest. It seemed to be just a wound, but in fact, during the piercing process, the scattered energy field carried by the spear destroyed his 2 heart and 3 lungs. With a champion on his spear, Sililius's figure was deeply engraved in the hearts of all the surrounding iron-armored warriors. Their brains, which had been infected by insects, were all trembling because of this scene. For a moment, they dared not come up to die in vain. They watched Sililius slowly put down his spear, stepped on the corpse, and pulled out the spear. But at this moment, there was a burst of footsteps, getting faster and faster. Sililius looked over there, and saw a guy who looked no different from an ordinary Terminator veteran, stepping towards them. But the strange thing is that all the infected armored warriors moved to the left and right, making way for this seemingly ordinary Terminator to walk over. If there is anything strange, it is his weapon. The claws, the pair of claws, which extend long from the back of the fist, have 4 claws each. They are actually very long, extending from the back of the hand to the ankle. But they do not look slender. On the contrary, because they are thick enough and have enough curvature, they look more like a pair of claws. No one would doubt that if this thing grabbed your head, it would be torn off with a twist. Even someone as strong as Sililius felt a little oppression from this guy. But at this moment, with a tit-for-tat between the soldiers, how could there be any calm thoughts? Now, there is no Western Front Commander Sililius here, but only a pure warrior. He roared, raised the holy shield, raised the holy spear, and charged towards the newcomers. The guards around him also raised their weapons and charged. No matter who you are, die! The one with claws in his hands also roared. This is quite rare. After the infected have their brains and hearts eaten by insects, they will roar. But it is difficult to make such a strong sound. However, with his roar, the armored space warriors around him also roared. The armored space warriors, who far outnumbered the Ortopus, followed the leader in charge. The gray-black waves slammed hard against the bronze-colored reefs. In an instant, the waves were separated, but the reefs were also peeled off a little. 3 of Sililius's guards were washed away and knocked down. Among them, 2 actually died at the hands of the double-clawed warrior. Sililius's guards were already the top masters in the Ortopus Legion. In such a large-scale confrontation, the number of enemies they faced in an instant was more than 10 times their own. But only one person was knocked down by an ordinary iron-armored warrior. But in an instant, a personal guard of Sililius was accurately hit on the head by the claws. Under the fierce tearing, the connection between the helmet and the armor was even violently destroyed, and the cervical vertebrae inside were cut off. He threw it away casually, and it flew away like a ball. The next moment, a personal guard of Ortopus swung a long-handled battle axe horizontally, as if to cut the iron armor Terminator in half and avenge his fighting brother. However, the sharp claws, which were still covered with blood, held the axe blade steadily. With another twist, the copper warrior who refused to let go of the battle axe was dragged to the side of the iron armor Terminator. The guard was willing to let go of his palm at this time, and raised it high, intending to give the Terminator a hard punch. The iron claw firmly grasped his fist, and the sharp claw buckled inward, piercing the armor, and probably also pierced the bones and blood of the Ortopus warrior. But his firm will prevented him from even uttering a muffled groan. But the gray Terminator refused to leave any room for him. With a big step forward, the other claws stretched forward. All 4 claws penetrated the helmet of the strong copper warrior. 2 claws penetrated from the eyes of the helmet, and 2 claws penetrated from the cheeks. Through the entire helmet, the claws extending from the other side carried the blood of the warrior in front, and merged with the blood of the warrior in front, so that they could not be distinguished from each other. No! A roar came from the side. Sililius himself, who had killed 3 iron-armored warriors, arrived. It seemed that there was one more victory. But in fact, the loss of 3 iron armors. What did it mean to the iron armors? However, the death of 2 Ortopus warriors was equivalent to the death of a quarter of the guards around Sililius. Of course he was furious. However, the swift thrust did not work. The iron armor Terminator, who had been killing and attacking fiercely before, cunningly dodged the stab of the Holy Lance. The action was so swift that he avoided the attack that no iron armor could escape before. The sharp claws went to Sililius's head, and he raised his shield to block. However, the iron armor Terminator was still able to avoid the head-on confrontation. He stretched and turned in the air, and his claws scratched the shield with a sharp sound, accompanied by fierce sparks. The next moment, he actually appeared beside Sililius. He twisted his waist and abdomen, and his strong core strength led his sharp claws to pierce the leader of Ortopus. But immediately, he had to retract his sharp claws under the threat of the turned spear, retreated several steps, and avoided the extended thrust of the spear. After one round of fighting, the 2 of them were evenly matched. But after a short pause, the 2 of them went on to fight fiercely. Fires flew everywhere, and the dazzling fight was dazzling. Each of them had moments of extreme crisis, but they were resolved by their own superb skills. During the confrontation, Sililius was secretly surprised. The warrior on the opposite side was definitely not at the level of the regiment champion. His technical and tactical level was definitely higher than the so-called champion. But if that were all, Sililius still had full confidence that he could win the battle with the holy spear and holy shield in his hands. After all, the opponent was not really at the level of the so-called emperor champion or emperor chosen that Sililius had sparred with before. Sililius himself, with the help of the 2 holy objects, had already approached this level infinitely. However, this gray-black Terminator had extremely strong strength and body control, so that when his claws were on the holy shield, he could not even rebound, so that even after he had done his best, he could still change his posture in an instant, connecting to the next attack or dodging like an inhuman. These unexpected fighting moves caused Sililius to suffer a lot. His body had been torn several times by sharp claws. This set of fine power armor, which was made by the most famous armor master on Mars, was like paper, and was easily torn apart, hurting the flesh inside the armor. Sililius was so skilled that he did not let these injuries have a serious impact on his body. The toxins that invaded through the wounds were also blocked by Superman's body. The universal antidote secreted by the organs removed a small amount of invading toxins, and more toxins were locked in unimportant areas by the tightly closed muscles. And he didn't let the other party have an easy time. The holy spear stabbed hard a few times, and also easily penetrated the armor. But the flesh under the gray-black armor was even stranger. Not even blood flowed out. If they continued to fight like this, perhaps the two would fight to their utmost, or someone would make a major mistake due to physical strength, because of injuries, and then give away the victory, and also his own life. But I'm afraid the reality is not a one-on-one fight. When Sililius was completely entangled and fell into a confrontation of equal strength, without his backbone, the remaining 5 bronze guards could not withstand the siege of dozens of times the number of iron-armored warriors. They were strong in combat, but after killing 3 times their number of enemies, they could not hold on, and fell one after another. On the other hand, without the protection of the guards, some enemies could participate in the siege of Sililius himself. Some experts tried to join the battle with power swords. But even if they died after 3 or 5 rounds, their bodies were pierced by the holy spears. However, their advances on Sililius had already taken effect, often allowing the gray-black Terminator to leave a few more wounds on the leader of Ortopus. There was no need for experts to come to help in close combat, as long as some sharpshooters took the opportunity to shoot Sililius from a distance. He would suffer a lot in the battle where he had already given his all. If the fight continues like this, Sililius will definitely lose. He knows this himself, but he has already used up all his strength. He will not despair. He will only continue to fight with all his strength until his death. And at this moment, there was a large number of unicorns in the sky, the sound of the whistling of the Wind Falcon fighter planes. Although there was the sound of the fighter planes being destroyed by anti-aircraft fire, but Sililius's ears still caught the most crucial cry, "I'm here to help you." Countless space marines in red armor, gray armor, green and white armor, and even armor of various colors, jumped down from one fighter plane after another and participated in the battle on the ground. The leader who led them was none other than the Phoenix Battle Group leader, the Alliance Commander-in-Chief appointed by Governor Gu. Saruth Martins, the Scarlet Angel who descended from the sky, raised his dark green phase sword, and killed an iron-armored Terminator veteran when he landed. Then he took the lead, and led his personal guards, the Nirvana Guard, and rushed into the core of the battlefield. The Nirvanas, composed of all the company champions, engaged in a fierce battle with the iron-armored warriors. Martins himself directly intervened in the battle between Sililius and the gray-black Terminator. Martins had undergone training, enlightenment, level improvement, and enlightenment, and was blessed by the god symbolizing the subspace storm. His strength should not be underestimated. The phase sword in his hand, although not a holy object, is also the top individual weapon that cannot be mass-produced until now. With such strength, he is certainly qualified to join the battle. With the combined efforts of the two, the powerful double-clawed Terminator was finally suppressed. So much so that under a dangerous slash from Martins, his helmet was destroyed. He simply grabbed the helmet with one hand and threw it far away, revealing the face underneath, which was filled with thick purple-red blood vessels and was unrecognizable. But even though it was no longer human, Martins and Sililius still recognized this familiar face. Humphrey Paul, the biggest traitor. Chapter 667, The Death of Iron Armor. You have to be careful, he is very strange. During the battle, Sililius gave a kind reminder. But Martins had already felt it, and he thought it was normal. Humphrey Paul must be the first one to be infected among the iron armor space marines. He was probably the favorite of the Queen of Zerg, who had undergone a deeper transformation. This iron armor chapter leader, compared to ordinary space marines, the difference between him and humans is even greater. On this basis, the original vital point may no longer be a vital point, and his body can perform many inhuman actions, which may be normal. It is also based on these foundations that Humphrey Paul can show such strong fighting power, so that he can compete with Sililius. Normally speaking, the living Humphrey Paul may be an outstanding leader, and may indeed be the most powerful warrior in the iron armor. But his strength, in the scope of the entire universe, is definitely not as good as Sililius. Logically, he should have been stabbed to death by the holy spear after holding out for 20 or 30 rounds. But it was meaningless to say anything. After Martins joined the battle, no matter how exaggerated the insect transformation of Humphrey Paul was, He could not fight against two top warriors at the same time, especially with the Nirvana Guard brought by Martins. Dozens of people directly separated the battlefield and prevented other iron-armored warriors from supporting Paul. In the end, when Humphrey Paul was dealing with the phase sword, Sililius pierced his body with a spear and nailed him to the ground. Seeing that his body was still squirming, trying to break free, he pressed on him directly and pressed him to the ground with the holy shield. Martins also took this opportunity to be quick-witted and cut off his head with the phase sword. Seeing that Humphrey Paul's body was still squirming, he went up a few more times and completely dismembered his body. Now, even if Humphrey Paul, who had been transformed into an insect, could continue to fight without a head, it was useless. Sililius picked up Humphrey Paul's head with a spear and loudly proclaimed their victory. The enemy leader, who had set off a shocking rebellion, involved 4 cosmic domains, mobilized countless manpower and resources to fight a war, and even caused a greater disaster, was finally killed. His head was still important, worthy of being picked up by Sililius with his holy spear, and displayed as a trophy to boast of victory. It also had practical significance, to show all the enemies around that your leader was dead. Of course, this action would be much more effective when facing enemies such as green orcs and chaos traders. Even if it is a chaos trader, eliminating a traitor leader will have a great impact on the morale of the remaining people, not to mention the green-skinned orcs, who may be directly defeated. However, the symbolic meaning of raising the head of the enemy leader is meaningless to the infected or the swarm, but the elimination of the leader is of great significance, even greater than the greenskins. For the greenskins, the boss is dead, some of them will panic, lose morale, think that they are weak, and can no longer win. For the orcs who think of whatever they want, this loss of faith is catastrophic, not to mention that, after the death of the highest leader, the second level, and even more second level ambitious people, will stand up to compete for the position of the highest leader, and start fighting each other, and internal strife. This is already a very scary thing, especially when such an incident occurs during the war. However, compared to the Zerg, the impact of the death of an orc leader may even be considered small. The death of the orc leader only caused a sharp drop in morale, civil strife, and panic. But for the Zerg, losing the leader means losing the ability to think. The thinking of the Zerg, the infected, depends on the superior unit. They may have the intelligence to handle current affairs on their own, but there is no such thing as subjective initiative. This means that, for the swarm and the infected individuals, they roughly know how to do it, but they don't know what to do, and they don't understand why they do it. The most direct manifestation of this is that after they complete the current instructions, but do not receive further instructions from the upper level, they will become real primitive beasts and stay where they are. At this time, they will indeed be attacked. But that is just the instinctive action of the beast. But at this stage, who would be stupid enough to risk human lives to fight in the face? A few dozen kilometers away, with a huge cannon, they can just bombard them one by one. They don't know how to run or hide. For the infected and the Zerg, if only some squad leaders died, similar to the middle and low-level officers in the human army, it would be fine. After all, the command rules of the Zerg can be covered downward. At most, the high-level node units or other node units of the same level can take over the individuals under the dead node units. Unless it is an independent action, then there is really no way. The Zerg needs to send out new node creatures to connect to those out-of-control subordinate units and remanage them before they can restore command. Even, some scholars in the Empire who specialize in studying the Void Zerg believe that the structure of the Zerg is such a divergent network. The scholars boldly assume that the Zerg has a void will, which is the source of everything. From this point, it radiates to the main body of each Zerg hive, forming a cluster of what scholars call tentacles. The will of the hive is authorized to countless queens, forming one hive fleet after another, and is regarded as part of the tentacles. The queen provides the gene factors, hatching the swarm army including biological ships and advanced node creatures, and authorizing generals, overlords and other units. These units, as commanders, authorize the intermediate hive tyrants. And then, there are layers of authorization. In this way, a network is formed. But if any node is destroyed, it means that all units below the node will be disconnected from the network. This principle, in fact, is the same regardless of the size of the swarm or the infected, from small to large. This is also the reason why killing some low-level node creatures has almost no effect on a large-scale battlefield. After they die, there are still a large number of node creatures of the same level on the field who can take over their authority. And even their original superiors can directly govern the subordinate units. The extra computing power cost has almost no effect. However, if the node creature with the highest authority dies on a large battlefield, it will be a complete disaster. Under him, all high-level node creatures have lost their brains. If these high-level node creatures lose their brains, the intermediate node creatures will also lose their brains. The entire Zerg or infected army will have a chain reaction like a domino effect. And the final result is that the entire Zerg army will stagnate. The death of Humphrey Paul brought about a similar effect. Can a node creature of the same level take over his authority? No. Can a higher level node creature take over his command? No. Of course, higher level node creatures exist, like the Queen of Worms. However, the distance between him and the Queen of Worms is too far. It is impossible for the Queen of Worms to take over his command of an entire army across 1- or 2-star regions. She cannot even temporarily replace a higher level node creature with authorization. Unless he can send a higher level node creature, obtain authorization, come to the west of the Bimu star region, and then authorize a highest level node unit, and let it reconnect the lower node units one by one. But that was impossible. And humans would not give her this opportunity. Humphrey Paul's death triggered a chain reaction in the entire Ironclad army. In front of Sililius and Martins, the Ironclad warriors, who had just been fighting desperately with their own space marines, became wooden and mechanical. They would still fight according to their instincts, but they were much more rigid than at the beginning. They would only attack the enemy in front of them, and would not care about the situation a little further away. Even the basic battles were like this. Not to mention the execution of sophisticated tactical coordination. The same was true for the Titans and Knights of the Iron Armor. Martins and Sililius immediately ordered the troops to break out and leave the battle. The order was executed quite smoothly. After the troops left, the long-range firepower arrived. The group of enemies just stood there and took the bombing. In fact, it was not fast enough to just bomb like this. The Mechanicus masters who followed the army, after careful calculations, determined several explosion points. The troops retreated, and the land-based version of the DF missile was launched, and it exploded accurately at the calculated explosion point. At this time, it was not appropriate to calculate the exposure casualties, cover casualties, and casualties in fortifications. They could not hide, and that DF missile would sweep across an area equivalent to that of an ordinary city. It was no problem, and hundreds of thousands of enemies would be wiped out by this missile. It can be said that the moment Humphrey Paul was killed by Salisbury and Martins, the 1-star battle was a victory. Of course, the overall victory does not mean that the war is completely over. After all, there are still countless enemies on 1-star that need to be eliminated, and it is impossible to use DF missiles to bomb the land inch by inch. That would be too expensive, and the ground troops still have to deal with it. The general process is that the ground personnel are divided into small teams and search in all directions. If they encounter enemies, if the number is relatively small, there will be sharpshooters in the team, who will use ultra-long-range sniper rifles to name and clear them one by one. If you encounter a strong individual, use anti-armor heavy firepower to shoot it down remotely, and then name it. If you encounter a large-scale cluster, call for long-range artillery to clear it. There are still dangers. For example, when the team is walking, they may walk into the face of an undetected infected person or a swarm of insects, leading to being chased. Or some of them are in buildings, debris, or tunnels, which are not easy to attack directly with artillery. Then you have to find out the situation in person. If there are too many of them, the buildings and tunnels will collapse directly, burying the enemies. If there are too few of them, there is no way. Master, clean them up one by one. These will cause casualties. In fact, these casualties can be avoided in theory. However, a missile from the DF costs 800,000 tax coins, and the life of a Star Army soldier is only worth 5 yuan. The commander above will settle the account. What earth-penetrating bombs? What powerful weapons attacks? Unless it is necessary after evaluation. Otherwise the army department will pay with its life. The cost of killing dozens or hundreds of big heads is much lower. Not only 1-star is like this, but many galaxies and worlds ravaged by iron armor may become like this. At present, it seems that Humphrey Paul himself is the largest node creature in the Iron Armor Legion. Other Iron Armor units fighting in distant worlds are acting under his authorization. He died The authorization chain was broken, and he could no longer get a connection with the Queen. All the authorizations expired, and everyone was disconnected from the internet. Until a new line that can connect to the highest void will is reconstructed, they can't move. Their destruction was terminated. Even if humans need to spend many years in the future to fight against these disconnected, non-aggressive Zerg swarms and infected groups, but to put it bluntly, they are all some post-processing actions, and the cost will be very low. In the sky, the starships operated by the iron-armored infected were also stopped. They were rushed up by the combined fleet of the Alliance and the Western Front Corps and destroyed one by one. These ships were not worth occupying. The internal structure had been changed too much. It was not the bugs or the infected that made them unable to operate. It was not impossible to tow them back for repair and modification. But the time and cost would be better than building a new one. Mars took away several infected warships and forced people to go up and clean up the infected inside. After the cleanup is completed, they will arrange a tugboat to take away the spoils. Their decision has caused a lot of complaints. There will be many sacrifices when going on board to clear the infected. But obviously, those oilers don't care. They only care about these precious research samples and how many new things they can come up with later. In this regard, Silesius is powerless to stop it and can only turn a blind eye. In fact, he assigned all these aftermath work to his staff and subordinates. He and Martins wrote a joint battle report. After polishing, one copy will be sent to Holy Terra as a good news to calm the mood of the Terra Masters and to praise their merits. The other copy will be sent to Gu Hang. If nothing unexpected happens, they will leave a part of the troops responsible for the aftermath to deal with the Baimu Star region and even the troubles left by the many worlds that were ruined by iron armor to the west of Baimu. And their core force will launch a counterattack on the east side of the Baimu Star region, defeat the swarm of insects that emerged from the Queen Star region, and try to enter the Queen Star region to meet Gu Hang. Chapter 668, recorded in the war history. Gu Hang received the battle report of 10 Star several weeks later. There was no other way, being in the Royal Star region completely shrouded by the shadow of the huge subspace. Information communication was so troublesome. After reading the content, he was quite emotional about the battle of 10 Star. Afterwards, statistics showed that both sides had tens of thousands of space warriors participating in the battle. The Empire had 700 Ortopus, 900 Phoenix, 600 Blood Shark, 600 Dragon King Spear, which was 2,800. The remaining warriors were distributed in other battlefields. Not all of them came. In addition, there were several hundred Space Marines who were left behind by the original Phoenix-led Western Front Legion. When the new Western Front Legion was formed, 7 regiments sent more than 1,000 people. In this battle, these miscellaneous regiments also gathered 800 people. The Empire had a total of at least 3,600 Space Marines appearing on this single battlefield. On the iron armor side, the number was much larger. Not only 6,000 iron armor warriors gathered, but also 2,000 stone shield warriors. As the Stone of Iron Fury Stone, they have an even closer relationship with iron armor than Fury Flame. After the Iron Armor Rebellion broke out, they have been fighting beside iron armor. Naturally, their entire regiment did not escape the fate of deep infection. Their regiment leader, actually, was also on the battlefield, but did not participate in the battle between Silesius and Humphrey Paul. If Humphrey Paul knew that he was under a fatal threat, he would definitely call for the Rock leader. Although that guy's strength level may be even weaker than Martin's, but he is a great help after all. However, Humphrey Paul may have thought that he had already won against Silesius, so he kept Captain Rock to eliminate the Knights and Titans of the Alliance. When Martin suddenly arrived for support, he immediately called Captain Rock, and even several other champion-level warriors of the regiment to come, but it was too late. As soon as Martins arrived, the situation of the battle changed too quickly, and Humphrey Paul died before he could wait for support. Once Paul died, no matter how many masters remained, no matter how strong they were, it was meaningless. The epic battle came to an abrupt end when Humphrey Paul died, just as if the story was suddenly interrupted at the climax. But no matter what, it cannot be denied that this battle, in which more than 10,000 Space Marines participated on both sides, and there were hundreds of Titans each, totaling nearly 1,000, will probably leave a heavy mark in the war history of the entire Empire. Moreover, the separatism of the Space Marines, the most serious civil war in the last 10,000 years, the infection of the Space Marine leader by the insect pest, which led to the rebellion of the chapter, and the technology of trying to cultivate and control the queen of the insect. These factors will probably remain in the historical records of the empire, and will have a profound impact on many things in the future of the empire. For example, what Gu Heng was most worried about was the rebellion of Taikai, which aroused the vigilance of the central government of the empire against local forces with separatist tendencies. To put it bluntly, it was himself. However, in any case, that was something that needed to be considered in the future. For now, we still had to fight the war well. Following Gu Heng into the Princess Star region, the troops that went straight into the shadow of the subspace, in terms of space warriors, were not as many as those on the Western Front. On the Western Front, the Empire had more than 3,000 people under Celilius, plus the 3,000 brought by Martins, which was 6,000 in total. Without this force, it would be difficult to fight the iron armor for so long. And Gu Heng had less than 3,000 people around him. New Fury Flame, New World Torch, plus a Shadow Regiment. The full complement should be 3,000 people, but in the previous battle with the Alfonso sect, many were sacrificed. Even if Gu Heng immediately selected people to fill in, the acceleration options and training options that should be exchanged were all used, but after all, growth still needs time, and not all of them were filled. The war was pressing, and there was no time for him to wait any longer. At this stage, Gu Heng clearly realized that the Western Front was the main battlefield, and his side was secondary. The core task was to attract the attention of the Zerg, and not let the Zerg send more forces to harass during the decisive battle on the Western Front, which would cause the Western Empire to divide too many troops to defend. Gu Heng completed the task quite well. In order to ensure the safety of his own troops, his legion almost completely stopped advancing, and used a planet selected as one of the forward bases as an anchor point to attract a large number of Zerg forces to attack. Taking a defensive stance, after all, it would save more effort. Moreover, this defensive stance would last longer. Although the decisive battle on the Western Front had been declared a victory, the main forces on the Western Front had to stockpile resources and rest before they could regroup and launch an attack again. They also had to defeat the enemies rushing westward from the Queen Star region to the White Curtain Star region, before they could enter the Queen Star region and join forces with him. Before that, Gu Heng didn't think much about doing anything big on his own. There was no need, the risk was too high. After confirming that the entire Princess Star region, and even the 2-star regions of Lefo and Jianmen in the north were beyond saving, Gu Heng was no longer in a hurry. Just treat it as if you had taken over 3-star regions, and deal with a powerful enemy of nearly 2,000 worlds. On this basis, Gu Heng even considered giving up some of the forward base worlds that had already been captured and giving them to the Zerg. As long as the Zerg has invested a lot of troops on the planet, and their retreat is relatively smooth, they will drop a burning sky torpedo. Although the reserve is running low, it still needs to be used at critical moments, as long as the killing efficiency can meet the standard. In addition, Gu Heng did not forget that he had a secondary goal to find the traces of the Northern Front Corps. Gu Heng felt that it would not be so easy for them to die, as they were a force that was no less large than the Western Front Corps. Even if they were in the most desperate situation, they would not be wiped out in less than a year. Even if it was the worst situation, at least some traces could be left. Right? I'd rather die knowingly. For this reason, Gu Heng also sent out a number of detachments, driving small fast shuttles, to explore, search, and scan areas outside the battlefield. And there were results. For star systems away from the world that attracted the Zerg attack, an Alliance exploration team discovered an abnormal gathering of Zerg. On the planet, there was a battle, and there were signals from human warships. It failed to connect, but it was exciting information. Gu Heng quickly conveyed a new order to them. Run again, confirm whether it was the remnant of the North Line Legion, try to get in touch with the other side as much as possible, and tell them to hold on, the Alliance has arrived. Chapter 669, Defeat of the Northern Front Army. Qin Jiping can be sure that this is the biggest challenge in his career. After joining the Anti-Foreign Inquisition and becoming an inquisitor specializing in combating alien enemies, it cannot be said that he has risen to prominence overnight, but at least he has been promoted step by step. He does not have any special background. It is purely luck or bad luck. Qin Jiping always encounters some particularly serious alien incidents, but unfortunately, they can be resolved relatively smoothly in the end. Although he paid the price of an eye, 3 fingers on his left hand, and his entire right arm. In the social environment of the Empire, when his identity and status were improved, these physical injuries were no longer a problem. Installing mechanical prosthesis and artificial eyes can solve the problem, and may be even better than the original ones, if there are still some requirements for appearance. Then, in addition to the mechanical limbs, a layer of finely crafted bionic skin can be put on. And then, it can look no different from a normal person. Of course, ordinary people are not worthy of such a set of things. However, when Qin Jiping made a great contribution in these serious, but successfully resolved alien incidents, he was promoted all the way, then. As a rising star in the anti-foreign Inquisition, the problem of not being able to afford it, and not being worthy of it was solved. As the backbone of the Inquisition, he led many assistants with whom he had worked the longest, and led a whole team of loyal stormtroopers, and also many assistant judges. In this way, a team with top strength was formed, as one of the backbone forces sent by the anti-foreign Inquisition to the Northern Legion. In other words, when Marshal Leroy, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Front Corps, convened a high-level military meeting, Qin Jiping was able to sit in and listen. When the Western Front Corps reorganized and defeated the Iron Armor without a trace, the support from all parties on the Northern Front was also in place. Some regiments sent more Space Marine companies, the Black Crusaders sent a full-strength squadron, and more Silver Watch from the Anti-Foreign Order arrived on the battlefield. All of these greatly increased the strength of the Northern Front Corps. They did indeed win a crucial victory in Lefo and Jianmen Star region with great momentum, and annihilated the main force of the Zerg that had been entangled with the Northern Frontier Corps for several years in those two-star regions. After ensuring that there were only some local Zerg threats on the planets behind them, and that there were no enemies in space that could harm them on a large scale, the Northern Frontier Corps crossed the border with great vigor and entered the Huangnu Star region. At that time, from Marshal Lelua to Qin Jiping and ordinary soldiers, they all believed that they would win the biggest medal in this major rebellion war in the eastern border of the empire. Then, the infected people in the rear were collectively eaten and digested. The swarms that were originally thought to be scattered on various planets and posed no threat to the space army ascended. If the infected parts of a few worlds were digested and ascended to form swarm ships, that would be fine. Not a big deal. But if there were hundreds or thousands of worlds like this, even if the amount of biomass gathered on a single planet was not large enough, it would be terrifying when gathered together. More importantly, it was meaningless to turn back now. They could not disperse the enemy before they reunited. If another group of enemies rushed out from the Queen Star region, they would be caught in a pincer attack. Qin Jiping really did not expect that the speed of falling from heaven to hell would be so fast. At this point, there was no choice. They could only bite the bullet and continue to rush into the core area of the Queen Star region, hoping to occupy Radix, win the decisive battle with the Hive Fleet, and eliminate the Queen. In that case, they would not only be able to resolve the crisis, but also be able to turn defeat into victory. At that time, the greatest medal would still be on them. With such a fantasy, the shadow of the subspace enveloped them, and they lost contact with the outside world. Then, after arriving at Riaduchas, they began to attack the planet fiercely. At the beginning, their actions were relatively smooth. They even found traces of the Queen of Worms. Qin Jiping suggested that the extermination weapons be deployed directly, even if it meant that the troops that had already landed would be buried with them. However, Leroy did not approve his suggestion. He had already deployed more than 3,000 Space Marines on the ground, including 1,500 Black Crusaders, and even warriors from the Infinite Regiment and the Bat Regiment, the founding regiments. He could not bear to do such a thing that would also hit his own regiment, and he was also worried that he could not afford to offend the two founding regiments. Another major factor is that the enemy anti-orbital firepower and anti-aircraft firepower have not been destroyed. They did not bring enough extinction weapons. If they were blindly deployed, the probability of being intercepted would be extremely high. If more were intercepted, they would be useless in the future. Leroy decided to first take down several orbital gun fortresses occupied by infected traitors, then exterminate several anti-orbital biocannons of the Zerg, and then withdraw some ground troops. At least withdraw the Space Marines, and then use the extinction weapons for a trial. Until now, Qin Jiping was very angry that Lelua did not listen to him and released it directly. Although, the probability of the extinction order weapon being intercepted is as high as 90%. But they have 15 in reserve. Just bomb, smash, and bet on this probability. As long as it hits, the Queen Insect is killed, and the war is over, in the face of huge benefits. It is totally worth a gamble. But the subsequent developments perfectly illustrate the ancient Terra proverb that once you lose an opportunity, you will never get it again. A powerful hive fleet, gathered from all over the Princess Star region, has been formed and arrived at Riadouches. At this stage, the Northern Front Corps quickly lost in the orbital battle of Riadouches. Although their fleet is also large, it is impossible to withstand the orbital firepower of the planet and be beaten by a large-scale hive fleet. It is impossible to win by attacking from both sides. After giving up orbital rights, not only did they lose the opportunity to launch extinction weapons, but the ground troops could not withdraw. The Northern Fleet also tried to tangle with the Hive Fleet. Even if the ground forces could no longer easily call for orbital support, they should at least not let the biological artillery of the swarm hit their own ground forces. However, even this soon became impossible. They failed in the space battle. As the space battle became fierce and cruel, the morale of the human fleet collapsed. The first to collapse was the joint fleet of several star domain governments sent by the devouring universe. Many of their ships took advantage of the war and escaped at the edge. Not to mention whether they escaped in the end, but this set a very bad example. Chapter 670. Collapse and breakout. The Northern Army Group is different from the Western and Southern Army Groups. The Western Army Group has an absolute main body, the Ortopus Regiment, the Solar Fleet, and the Solar Legion. Although there are three groups, they are all direct troops working for Holy Terra. They have been cooperating with each other for a long time. Solilius has full leadership authority over the Solar Fleet and the Solar Legion. Whether it is the fleet commander or the head of the Astra Militarum, they have no objection to following Solilius' orders. He can fully mobilize the troops of the Western Army Group, let alone the Southern Front, just the alliance itself. Of course, both the Western and Southern Fronts, there are some additional forces. For example, the Western Front has some remnant troops left behind when the first Western Front attack was carried out, and some troops joined on the road during the assembly, and some troops were recruited from other war groups and even ships, and some local troops were recruited from the Mager universe. The Southern Front is also like this. There are some troops deployed from the Eastern universe, and even the Yunming's universe to the west of the Eastern universe, and they obey Gu Heng command. However, these foreign troops, on the Southern and Western fronts, are only subordinate, not core forces, and are icing on the cake. Gu Heng or Salisbury have strong enough control over their core troops, which enables them to control the entire army. But the Northern Front is not like this. The Northern Front is a real coalition. Although there is also a core like the Black Crusaders, the proportion of the entire Northern Front, to be honest, cannot be compared with the Western Front, let alone the alliance on the Southern Front. There are also twice as many people from other war groups. As for the fleet, it is also a fleet put together. Except for the Black Crusaders, the Devouring Stars domain gave great support. And the ships from the Devouring Stars domain are of the same nature as the Northern Fleet of the Dragon Eagle Star domain, the Yulul Fleet, and the like. There is no subordinate relationship between the fleets under these star domain governments. They are forced together. Maybe, when leaving their hometown and joining the expeditionary force, the boss of their own government also told them to try to bring the fleet back. After all, for a star region, the value of the fleet is very great. If the Empire really destroyed it, it would take many years to rebuild it, relying on the financial capacity of the star region government, especially for some poorer star regions. When the Northern Front Legion and the Zerg were fighting among the fleets in the Rhea Duchess galaxy, the first to collapse were these star region fleets. They just slipped away and ran away. The smart thing about the Zerg Hive fleet was that they did not chase the escaping human ships, but focused on putting more pressure on the human fleet. Seeing that the battle was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, and seeing that the ships that were supposed to flee actually fled, the remaining human ships, which were already in a state of turmoil, fled even more. At this point, the overall loss of the human fleet was not particularly serious. After all, the most important ships had not fled. The biggest impact was on morale. The biggest impact on the war situation was that there was a gap in the entire fleet formation. The Hive fleet could take advantage of the lack of firepower of the human ships and attack from there. Not only did it make it easy for other ships on the human side to be hit by side fire, but also some core ships inside were exposed. In a swift assault, the most important ship in the Northern Line Core Fleet, the flagship of the Black Crusaders' Third Fleet, which was also the flagship of the entire fleet commanded by Leroy himself, was destroyed after being hit by concentrated fire. Before and after the ship exploded, there were single ships that escaped from the battle barge that was about to be destroyed. Perhaps Leroy himself, and some important people still on board, escaped. However, due to the poor communication environment, no one could contact Leroy, and he could no longer effectively command the entire fleet. Immediately, Marshal Shirei of the Black Crusaders' 4th Fleet took over the command. The battle barge he was on was indeed the second flagship in the entire fleet sequence. Marshal Shirei's handling of the situation after taking over was definitely not wrong. Tactically, he was trying to make up for the entire fleet's tactical formation after a battle barge was destroyed. Strategically, he was also trying to appease people's hearts as much as possible to avoid the total collapse of the fleet. However, no matter how hard he tried, the total collapse still came. With the disappearance of Leroy, the flagship was destroyed, and more ships began to withdraw from the battle. The order was passed, but there was no response. It was not known whether it was really intercepted by the omnipresent and very powerful communication interference ability of the Zerg, or whether it clearly heard it, but deliberately did not respond. The Inquisition warship where Qin Jiping was stationed, actually, was the one that held out the longest, but it was meaningless. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, after realizing that the situation was hopeless, Qin Jiping had to order the ships to evacuate. Or, it would be better to call it a breakout. He successfully broke out, although the ships suffered heavy losses, although after the breakout, he made a space shuttle, and could no longer contact the main force, but he and his shipmates, at least survived. But just when they breathed a sigh of relief, bad news came one after another. The damage management department of the ship reported that the damage to the ship was serious, and there was no way to repair it under the existing conditions. They could only patch it up and try to keep the ship running, but they had no way to guarantee how long the ship could run. Perhaps it would be damaged at some point. Qin Jiping could only take his ship and run east as far as possible. He knew that running north would lead to his own death, as that was also the territory of the Zerg. It would be better to run east, to the Alfonso star field occupied by the Alliance, which was closer. If they really ran over there, they might still have a chance of survival. Then, they were attacked by the hunting ships of the Void Zerg. Obviously, in the previous war, the Zerg ignored the escaping human ships, which was just a battle strategy at the time. After they won the fleet-decisive battle, these escaping ships were all spoils of war, and they must find a way to get them back. Dragging the broken ship, they certainly couldn't escape the pursuit. The last bit of motivation. He could only let his ship of the Inquisition actively land on the world called Taiyuan Star. 20% of the people on the ship died in this forced landing, but at least 80% of them survived. The feeling of surviving the disaster did not stay in their hearts for a second, and what was coming soon was the endless pursuit of the Zerg.